Chapter 1. Liang has passed away. Liang has departed from this world. His departure was remarkably serene. If there is a commonality among reclusive individuals, it would be the manner of their demise. Clutching his mobile phone, engrossed in a game, leaning against the sofa, he succumbed to a sudden death. Where am I? How did I end up here? What is this place? Liang opened his eyes, only to find himself in an inexplicable cave. He moved his arms, feeling a sense of weakness in his limbs, surrounded by endless rubble. Have I been kidnapped? I distinctly remember playing a game just before this. His face was a portrait of confusion. At that moment, he suddenly heard the sound of two individuals arguing deep within the cave. Lord Orochimaru, human experimentation is strictly prohibited. Your actions will be considered treachery by the third Hokage. TSK, Akatsuki, you are far too naive, otherwise I would be reluctant to implant a cursed seal in you. Akatsuki? Orochimaru? What is going on? Could it be that I've crossed over to another world? Liang was utterly baffled, yet the fluent Japanese spoken by the individuals before him was undeniably real. Liang could not speak Japanese, yet he understood every word. How is this possible? Could this be the inherent benefit of a transmigrator? Ha! I have truly crossed over. Liang burst into laughter. As a devoted otaku, the notion of transmigrating to another world was his fervent dream, and now, the very mobile game that had led to his sudden death in his previous life was Naruto Online. Ding dong. Suddenly, a buzzing sound reverberated in his mind. Host has been detected as awakened, initiating the distribution of a beginner's gift package. Beginner Taijutsu maxed. Beginner Chakra maxed. Beginner Ninja Tool usage maxed. Is this the reward? Liang felt a surge of delight, but after processing the information for a moment, he was instantly rendered speechless. Why are all the skills at the beginner level? As a die-hard fan of Naruto, he was well aware of what beginner skills represented. They equated to the abilities of a genin in Konoha. Although Naruto had the hierarchy of shinobi, Liang did not possess the innate talent of the protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki. As he wallowed in self-pity, another buzz echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Current environment detected as hostile, initiating the issuance of an SS-level legendary quest rescue Akatsuki. The system will distribute varying rewards based on task completion. Evaluation 1. Bring Akatsuki out of Orochimaru's laboratory, regardless of life or death. Reward. Intermediate Taijutsu maxed. Intermediate Chakra maxed. Intermediate Ninja Tool usage maxed. Evaluation 2. Safely escort Akatsuki out of Orochimaru's laboratory and gain her favor. Reward. Advanced Taijutsu maxed. Advanced Chakra maxed. Advanced Ninja Tool usage maxed. Evaluation 3. Bring Akatsuki out of Orochimaru's site in pristine condition. Reward. On top of the rewards from Evaluation 2, an additional reward of the Divine Ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei. Liang was left utterly speechless. Even the simplest task of escorting Akatsuki out of the laboratory was no trivial matter, let alone doing so under Orochimaru's watchful eye. At present, he was merely at the level of a Konoha genin. However, some things are simply meant to be done. After all, it is Shinra Tensei. Liang was taken aback. In his previous life, his favorite ninjutsu was indeed Shinra Tensei. Not because of its power, but due to its sheer flair in Konoha, Pain single-handedly faced all the Jonin using this very technique. Such a display of prowess couldn't be overlooked. Liang made a decisive resolution and immediately began to devise a plan. In truth, the system's tasks were not necessarily fatal. As long as he could successfully escort Akatsuki out of the cave, he would receive the advanced taijutsu and more. Coupled with the divine ninjutsu, Shinra Tensei, Liang was confident that he could escape from Orochimaru's clutches with this technique. For at this moment, Orochimaru was far from the monstrous figure he would become during the later shinobi wars. Liang promptly reached out towards the depths of the cave. Orochimaru, don't make a grave mistake. You are a direct disciple of the third Hokage. If you turn back now, the third will surely forgive you. Chuckle. Akatsuki, do not be so naive. Come, let me implant the cursed seal in you, serving as a vessel for my experiments. Master, please reconsider. Orochimaru continued to argue with his disciple within. Liang had been listening for some time, feeling increasingly anxious, for if he did not act now, it would indeed be too late, as Orochimaru was preparing to make his move. "Stop! Release that girl!" He immediately rose, commanding Orochimaru with authority. A silence enveloped the cave. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback. It was all too sudden, like a fledgling bird caught in the act by its parents. It was utterly unexpected. Who is this little brat? Orochimaru's gaze shifted towards him. The legendary Sannin could not fathom how a stranger had approached him without his notice. It was simply inconceivable. He felt a twinge of anxiety. Liang swallowed hard. To be honest, he felt even more nervous than Orochimaru. The man opposite him was a formidable presence, and he was as panicked as a cornered dog. Orochimaru was a top-tier jonin. With a mere fireball, he could easily dispatch him. "Mr. Orochimaru, greetings. I am here on behalf of our leader to negotiate with you." "Leader? Which leader? I am unfamiliar with such a figure." Orochimaru continued to regard Liang with suspicion, but Liang had already crafted his next words. "Our leader is none other than the illustrious Pain. I am certain you have heard of him. You are from the Akatsuki organization. How dare you come to such a place? Aren't you afraid of being discovered by the Third? You dare to establish a laboratory in such a location. Do you not fear being discovered?" Though Liang felt a surge of panic within, his expression remained steadfast as he gazed resolutely at Orochimaru. For goodness sake, a hint of cowardice could spell doom. Liang understood what Orochimaru desired, and his plan was to use this opportunity to lure him. "Our leader has long been aware of your desire for a powerful body, and we have been waiting for you outside." "Leader? Pain has come to Konoha. Indeed, he has even offered you the body of Uchiha Itachi, should you choose to join the Akatsuki organization." "What?" Orochimaru was taken aback. At this point, Uchiha Itachi was only 8 years old, yet he was already a prodigious talent in the village. Had it not been for the fear of being discovered by the Third, Orochimaru would have acted long ago. Upon hearing that the Akatsuki had brought Uchiha Itachi, Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with fervor. "Then please, sir, accompany me." Liang discerned Orochimaru's intentions and immediately gestured for him to proceed, then shifted his gaze toward Akatsuki, bound to the pillar of stone. This was the most critical moment. There could be no room for error. Mr. Orochimaru, could we take the hostage with us? She has overheard our conversation and needs to see how the leader will handle her." Chapter 2. The cheat has arrived. Hostage? Orochimaru cast a glance at Akatsuki, revealing a hint of skepticism. If it were merely to prevent Akatsuki from leaking information, he could easily eliminate her, yet the allure of potential benefits stayed his hand. "That's up to you, but do not deceive me otherwise. I would not hesitate to make you my next experimental subject." Orochimaru shot Liang a cold glare, his dark, slitted eyes sending chills down Liang's spine, prompting him to nod fervently. "Absolutely. Certainly. Watching Orochimaru stride towards the cave's exit, Liang hurried over to Akatsuki, untying her bindings and lifting her onto his back. There was no other choice. Only someone as nimble as Liang would willingly undertake such a laborious task. "For the sake of my Shinra Tensei, carrying a girl is nothing," Liang reassured himself, and then, with Akatsuki on his back, he felt a touch of softness. It is known that a ninja's skin is remarkably firm. One could liken it to those fitness enthusiasts from his previous life who spent countless hours at the gym, developing muscles without an ounce of excess fat. Moreover, Liang's hands were now resting on Akatsuki's backside. "Forgive me, beautiful when carrying someone, my hands naturally rest here." Though slightly shameless, he forcibly convinced himself with a seemingly reasonable excuse. "Bah, you spies will never escape. The Third Hokage will never allow it. Prepare to meet your end." Akatsuki spat defiantly, glaring fiercely at Liang, yet for some inexplicable reason, a blush crept across her cheeks. Liang chuckled awkwardly, dismissing her outburst. This was not a time for flirtation. Orochimaru remained watchfully attentive, so Liang was meticulous in his conduct. Any slip-up could spell disaster. Shaking his head, Liang dispelled his distracting thoughts and earnestly followed behind Orochimaru. It seems Uchiha Itachi's body is indeed quite tempting, although Orochimaru is cautious. He has yet to sever ties with me. Liang assessed. Ahead, Orochimaru walked briskly, appearing to be in his 30s. Drawing upon the memories of his past incarnation, Liang deduced that Orochimaru was still under the tutelage of the third Hokage. The fact that he had yet to inject Akatsuki with the cursed seal indicated that he had not yet defected, and thus was not particularly formidable at this time. This detail was of utmost significance. Orochimaru's experiments with human subjects had not yet borne fruit, implying that he had only mastered a few foundational high-level ninjutsu techniques, and certainly did not possess the later, grotesque, godlike abilities such as Edo Tensei, the triple Rashomon, or the devastating eight-headed serpent technique. It seems I possess quite the foresight, haha, Liang mused, admiring his own audacity. In his view, as long as he accomplished the system's tasks, it was quite plausible that he could rival Orochimaru in strength. At the very least, he should still be able to escape. Indeed, that's correct. Liang nodded emphatically and began to envision the sensation of acquiring Shinra Tensei. After advancing a short distance, a glimmer of light finally appeared ahead. It seems I've finally emerged, he thought to himself, only to be greeted by an endless expanse of verdant jungle. It was quite unassuming, yet exuded a touch of greenery. Where is the leader you mentioned, kid? Orochimaru had taken the lead, warily scanning the surrounding underbrush before casting an indignant glare at Liang. With his exceptional jonin prowess, he could discern no signs of hidden figures among the foliage. Don't rush. The leader is cleverly concealed just outside, Liang replied dismissively. Orochimaru had stepped out ahead, but Liang remained behind. Don't falter at a crucial moment. Liang hastily quickened his pace. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The scenery outside was utterly enchanting from the perspective of his previous life. It could easily be mistaken for a tourist destination. Liang nervously counted his steps, cautiously moving forward. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for completing the SS-level mission Save Akatsuki. Now granting rewards. Advanced Taijutsu maxed out. Advanced Chakra maxed out. Advanced Ninja Tools usage maxed out. Due to the host's perfect completion, an additional reward of God-level Ninjutsu Shinra Tensei. It's done. Buffen incredulously clenched his hands and feet. A formidable power surged through his muscles. The system's strength was directly infused into his body, eliminating the need for study. Thus, Buffen was utterly convinced that he had attained the prowess of a jonin. A resounding buzz filled his mind as a unique chakra flow pattern emerged in his memory. This is the operation of Shinra Tensei. So this is how it's wielded, he exclaimed with laughter. He promptly attempted to channel his chakra along that mysterious trajectory. Kid, you truly are deceiving me. Orochimaru finally lost his patience. Noticing Liang's inexplicable stillness, he charged towards him. To Orochimaru's perspective, Liang appeared to be merely an average genin, requiring no ninjutsu to easily subdue him. And that was precisely what he intended to do. Shinra Tensei. As Orochimaru drew near, an invisible wall of energy suddenly repelled from Liang's body. Bang! Orochimaru, caught off guard, was flung away by the force of this energy wall. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Such overwhelming power. Orochimaru spat out a mouthful of blood. Shinra Tensei not only repelled foes, but also delivered a formidable impact that could not be underestimated. In Liang's recollections, Shinra Tensei had even subdued the 3 giant toads of Mayaboka Mountain with a single strike. Wentei's physique was vastly superior to Orochimaru's. After crashing through several large trees, Orochimaru finally tumbled to the ground. Moments ago, he clearly possessed the strength of a mere genin. How can he now be so powerful? This strength is on par with that of Kage. No, even the third Hokage does not wield such formidable ninjutsu. Who is he? Could he possibly be the leader of that mysterious organization, Akatsuki? Orochimaru, having frequented the black market and dealt in live specimens, had heard whispers of Akatsuki's notoriety. After all, he often traversed the black market from the perspective of an agent for Akatsuki. He regarded Liang with renewed caution, yet hesitated to take action. Liang could hardly contain his laughter. Indeed, the current Orochimaru was merely of special Jonin caliber. With his present strength, a single Shinra Tensei would be more than sufficient, especially considering that he now possessed the qualities of a Jonin even without ninjutsu. He could safely make his escape. Chapter 3. The Escape begins. Liang calculated his next move in his mind and promptly dashed away into the distance, carrying Akatsuki along with him. Embracing the principle of with a beauty in my arms, why would I not take her along? Liang, though not intimately acquainted with Akatsuki, resolved to bring her along. You brat, where do you think you're going? Stop right there. Stand there and mind your own business, Liang retorted, not inclined to be an obedient child otherwise. In his past life, he wouldn't have disregarded his parents' advice and met an untimely end gaming. Damn it! Orochimaru's fury surged as the notion of being deceived ignited his ire, prompting him to pursue the swiftly fleeing Yibufen. Ninjutsu! Shadow Snake Hands! A flurry of elongated serpents shot forth from Orochimaru's sleeves, aimed at Liang's back. Having learned from experience, Orochimaru was cautious of engaging in close combat. Shinra Tensei, once again, employing the same old trick, the swarm of snakes had yet to reach Liang when they were instantly torn apart by the repulsive force of Shinra Tensei, leaving not a trace of flesh or blood behind. Shinra Tensei, Liang, feeling a surge of anxiety, shouted once more. To his astonishment, he realized the sorcerer had activated it. What the heck? Liang was taken aback. In the original work, Shinra Tensei had a clearly defined activation interval. Yet, his own Shinra Tensei had no cooldown. No cooldown at all. As long as he infused enough chakra, he could unleash it without limit. This was indeed a delightful surprise. However, Liang failed to notice that the original Shinra Tensei was actually the bloodline limit of Nagato. Now that he could activate it without regard for the bloodline, it was inherently unreasonable. Of course, this was a skill forcibly appended by the system, which made it somewhat explicable. Shaking his head, Liang tried not to dwell on it. Orochimaru was still in hot pursuit, and the two dashed forward, swiftly leaping through the branches. What the heck? Are you counting monkeys? How far have we run? And you're still chasing me? Aren't you hungry? Put down that red bean, or I'll turn you into a specimen, Orochimaru threatened menacingly from behind. Put it down. At your age, are you really that thin? This is a young girl, at the prime of her life, not to mention. I am telling you, you definitely can't handle it. Liang taunted while desperately running, even casually giving a middle finger behind him. Young upstarts are always like this, once they gain a bit of power. They can't keep their mouths shut. Strangely enough, the middle finger seems to be universally provocative across dimensions. Initially, it was merely a jest, but as soon as he struck that noble pose, Orochimaru's composure shattered. You deceitful brat. You shall perish now. Heavenly curse mark. Activate. Orochimaru roared, and his muscles underwent a sudden transformation. His skin gradually turned a grayish white, and a pair of palm-like wings inexplicably sprouted from his back, with a mighty flap. He soared forward several meters. In no time, he was closing in on Liang. Damn. Isn't that Sasuke's curse mark? How can you use it too? Liang was shocked. It made sense, after all. Sasuke's curse mark was originally developed by Orochimaru, so it was only natural he could use it as well. Damn it. Things are escalating. Liang sensed his chakra was running low. He had only the chakra of a J-nin to begin with. J-nin, though strong, is often a nebulous term. In Shippuden, Konoha had many J-nin, but only a handful were truly formidable. Liang suddenly felt his J-nin chakra nearing depletion. He estimated he could use it 10 times at most. Hey, little beauty, you've been playing dead for so long. It's time to speak up. Where is Konoha village? If we go there, we should be able to survive. Liang suddenly directed his query at the girl on his back. Why Makianko.in these critical times, uniting all possible forces is paramount, as ardent said. Bah, you lecherous bastard. It'd be better if you died sooner. Hey, what are you saying? I was chased by Orochimaru because I saved you. Right? As the party involved, you ought to bear some responsibility. You lecher. All right, women hold grudges. Liang fell into silence for a moment. But before long, Orochimaru caught up again. Surely you can tell me where Konoha is. Right. If you won't think of me, at least think of yourself. Liang was anxious. He didn't want to die, especially after acquiring this golden finger. You lecher. Damn it. Liang was going mad. The ancients were right. Only women and petty men are hard to manage. Liang was not at all misogynistic. Truly, glancing at the cliff ahead, he slowly suppressed his reckless thoughts. Now was not the time for foolishness. Life and death were at stake, and he needed to be serious. However, even without Anko's reminder, Liang already knew the location of Konoha. He ran wildly and unexpectedly arrived at the site of Hokage Rock. Indeed, at the edge of the great cliff, the handsome and elegant statues of the four Hokage were realistically carved into the rock. From a distance, Liang could see the first Hokage's statue smiling at him. Truly like a child, he exclaimed, turning to look at the approaching Orochimaru, finally feeling calm. Shinra Tensei, once again repelling Orochimaru, Liang leaped off the cliff. Below lay Konoha village, although Orochimaru had not yet defected. With Anko, the foolish girl, he could completely prove that Orochimaru was secretly researching forbidden techniques. At that point, even if Orochimaru had any excuses, they would be utterly indefensible. That it seemed that Orochimaru was relentlessly pursuing Liang because of Anko. All right, once I burst into the village, let us see what you can do to me. Liang grinned. He even devised an identity for himself, a hero saving a damsel in distress, a mighty shout to assist the oppressed. He was a good, righteous youth of the new era. I shall bring the warmth and enthusiasm of our Wadwa people to Konoha village. Liang muttered to himself. Who goes there? Suddenly, two figures clad in green appeared ahead. Donning Konoha's forehead protectors, they were clearly the guarding Nin of Konoha village. Just below Hokage Rock was the Hokage's office, and it was entirely normal to have Nin guarding it. Liang remained unperturbed, quietly landing atop a building and gently placing Anko down beside him. By now, Anko was able to walk, as Orochimaru had merely treated her as a test subject and hadn't administered too much sedative. Gentlemen, your rogue ninja from Konoha is pursuing us. We hope you can assist us in cutting off his pursuit. Rogue ninja from Konoha? The two guarding Nin exchanged puzzled glances, then looked behind Liang in shock. It's Lord Orochimaru. How has he come to look like this? You see, your Konoha's Orochimaru is researching living forbidden techniques. If you don't believe me, you can ask the girl beside me. She is also one of the test subjects. Chapter 4. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Unmatched. What? The two guarding Nin were instantly taken aback. Initially skeptical, they found it impossible to disbelieve upon seeing Orochimaru's cursed form. Lord Orochimaru, could you please explain the current situation to us? They immediately positioned themselves in front of Liang. Get lost. Orochimaru disregarded them, using a shadow snake hand to effortlessly toss the two Nin aside. This exemplified the formidable strength of a special Nin. Even among Nin, these ordinary guarding ninjas were no match for Orochimaru. However, Liang was not worried. He regarded the oncoming Orochimaru with a smile. 3, 2, 1. Just as he finished counting down in his mind, a long staff struck Orochimaru, sending him flying. Here it comes. Liang felt a surge of joy. He had long suspected that a powerful figure was nearby. So he hadn't been the least bit anxious when Orochimaru approached. Even if this powerful figure didn't protect him, they certainly wouldn't neglect Anko, who was right beside him. After all, Anko was with Liang. Liang turned to glance at the old man leaning on the iron staff. It was he who had acted just now, Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage of Konoha. Known as the Ninja Professor, according to Liang's understanding, while Hiruzen might not wield god-level ninjutsu, his fundamental ninjutsu was exceptionally formidable. It could only be described as solid as a rock. Liang swallowed hard. Hiruzen's aura was indeed quite powerful. Considering Liang's current strength, he was far from being Hiruzen's opponent. Watching Hiruzen retract the golden staff and advance towards Orochimaru, Liang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hokage-sama, it's not like that. I only wanted to resurrect my companions. I just want to bring back my parents. I don't wish to die. Orochimaru exclaimed. That I have told you countless times, human experimentation is absolutely prohibited. No matter what your reasons are, you shall never trample upon the sanctity of human life, but I am only researching the bodies of captives. That is still unacceptable. Hiruzen was furious. As the third Hokage. Hiruzen was the most life-respecting among the Hokage. Unlike Danzo from the Umbu, Hiruzen had grown up under the influence of the first Hokage, developing a profound respect for human rights. At least that was how Liang perceived it. He stepped back a few paces, pulling Anko away. The conflict between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was now unavoidable, and as an onlooker, he had to willingly make way for the battlefield. Ding dong. Just as he took a step back, a notification sounded in his mind. Congratulations, host, you have triggered the side quest, Spectating. Completing the quest will reward you with a random D-rank ninjutsu. Friendly reminder. The more challenging the quest, the stronger the ninjutsu you will obtain. Please proceed to take risks swiftly. This system does not have high hopes for such a weak task. Liang felt as though a crow was cawing above his head. What exactly constitutes a weak chicken task? This wretched task was not one he had chosen. However, despite his incessant complaints, merely spectating the event would yield him a ninjutsu, which was quite a lucrative arrangement. Liang grinned as he cradled the inconveniently positioned red bean in his arms. Alas, there were no popcorns. Otherwise, watching Naruto on-site would have been an immensely enjoyable experience. The red bean wore an expression of reluctance. But as her body had yet to fully recover, she could only allow Liang to hold her as they sat atop the roof in the distance. The battle had commenced as Liang had anticipated. The current Orochimaru was no match for the third Hokage. First, several snake hands were utterly rendered ineffective, and then the power of the curse mark was thoroughly worn down by the third Hokage's earth-style jutsu. Although the curse mark of heaven was formidable, it could not be sustained for long, and thus, under the onslaught of the earth-style, earth flow river, Orochimaru was unable to approach the third Hokage at all. Currently, it was his apprentice who was launching the attacks, but soon he would be on the receiving end of a severe beating. Beside him, Liang casually remarked with a mocking tone, "Bah, you lecherous fiend. Once the third lord resolves this matter, he will undoubtedly not let you off the hook." The red bean, wishing to break free from Liang's embrace, found her weakened body incapable of movement. Sensing her discomfort, Liang gradually loosened his grip. Suddenly, Liang's dismissive gaze was replaced with seriousness. The clash between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was exceedingly intense. Although Liang looked down on Orochimaru in his current state, it must be acknowledged that as a special jonin, he indeed possessed some skills. Despite being constantly restrained by the third Hokage's ninjutsu, his resilience was remarkable, even after enduring numerous high-level jutsus. He still stood firm. Unfortunately, you are still destined to lose. Liang shook his head from a distance. Orochimaru's apprentice. How could he possibly defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen? That was an utterly impossible task. Liang watched, entranced, when suddenly a flicker of realization washed over him. He was unsure of the reason, but it felt as if the battle between the two had replayed in his mind, etched deep into his memory. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Spectating. The reward is subsequently granted. D-rank ninjutsu, body flicker technique. Since the host has gained insight into combat techniques, the quality of this reward has been enhanced, and the body flicker technique has been strengthened. Body flicker technique. This skill is merely a D-rank task? Liang felt a twinge of confusion. In his memory, the body flicker technique was one of the most useful ninjutsu. Utilized by everyone from shadow-level powerhouses to ordinary chunin, virtually any ninja would learn it. How unassuming it was. Liang felt a surge of excitement. With the body flicker technique, his mobility would significantly increase. In that case, he could push back his opponent with a Shinra Tensei and then flee with a body flicker technique, a truly flawless plan. Yet, what did this enhancement of the body flicker technique imply? Did it mean an increase in the distance covered, or perhaps a reduction in chakra consumption? Liang was utterly perplexed. He had yet to truly utilize it, thus remained unaware of its implications. Never mind. Those are matters for the future. Liang shook his head, disinterested in pondering further. The battle before him was nearing its conclusion. Orochimaru, battered and bruised, crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. The effects of the curse mark had dissipated, and the previously numbed nerves were now awakening. Orochimaru felt a surge of excruciating pain rushing into his brain, causing his body to lose control in an instant. It was a pity he hadn't fully developed his abilities. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so swiftly defeated. What a shame. Orochimaru lamented in anguish, only to be completely engulfed by a massive fireball moments later. Several Umbu ninjas swiftly carried the severely injured Orochimaru away. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen approached Liang. Step by step, as expected, what was meant to come had finally arrived. Chapter 5. Confrontation with Hiruzen. Sarutobi, Liang dusted off the grime from his attire. The knowledge of the modern world made him acutely aware that at this juncture, he must put on an air of nonchalance, and do so to the utmost degree. Otherwise, he would surely be underestimated, leading to his inevitable demise. You are the Hokage of Konohagakure. I presume that I am a ninja from the Sound Village, traveling through here and inadvertently colliding with your disciple. I beg your pardon. Liang extended his palm toward the third Hokage. Regardless of the world, a handshake remains a fundamental gesture of courtesy. Sarutobi Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately extended his hand. Just as their palms were about to touch, an immense force suddenly erupted from the third Hokage's hand. And Liang noticed the dark expression on Hiruzen's face as he gazed at him. This fellow intends to test my strength. Liang immediately deduced the older man's intentions. He exerted his own strength. Although he had expended chakra while chasing Orochimaru earlier, his stamina remained intact. Liang could only gamble on the power bestowed upon him by the system. Crack! Liang's sleeve suddenly tore, due to the amplification of strength. His arm swelled like an inflated balloon, and his clothing from the previous life could not withstand the pressure. In an instant, Liang's sleeve was torn apart. Good heavens, this traveling ninja possesses the strength of a jonin. No wonder he managed to delay Orochimaru for so long. But how had such a strong young man never been heard of before? The Sound Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled, but no matter how he speculated, he could not fathom the whereabouts of the Sound Village, for it was a village created by Orochimaru much later, and at present, Orochimaru's fate was uncertain. Mr. Hokage, is it not a bit excessive to treat a traveler in such a manner? Liang gazed resolutely at the third Hokage. His hand was in excruciating pain, more painful than a fracture. Liang even felt as though his bones were about to crack. This was the might of the third Hokage. Liang understood the disparity between them, yet remained undeterred. MMP, whoever backs down first is a little dog. With a silent roar in his heart, Liang resolved to resist the third Hokage to the bitter end. Why don't you let go? The third Hokage was equally vexed. He had just endured a fierce battle, and his physical stamina was severely drained. Now, to suddenly engage in a strength contest with a young and impetuous lad like Liang felt rather short-sighted. As Liang understood, the third Hokage was already over 50 years old at this time. Yet, the third Hokage also had to save face. That old fellow, at such an advanced age, he still possessed such incredible strength. Does he belong to the Rhinoceros clan? Liang's face flushed crimson. While the third Hokage was not to be outdone, the two of them stared at each other as if they were two inverted monkey bottoms. Glaring fiercely, "Ahem, Mr. Hokage, perhaps we should conclude this here. You've both been shaking hands for quite some time." One of the nearby ninjas could no longer bear to watch. The two combatants were on the verge of bursting with blood. Even the onlookers, oblivious to the situation, could discern the current predicament. Who on earth is this young man? He can actually compete with the Hokage. Unclear. Just now, he mentioned the Sound Village. He must be a ninja from there. But I've never heard of it. It must be some powerful hidden village. It is said that during the first Hokage's era, there were some strong villages that favored peace, and due to their aversion to war, they would hide away in some remote mountains and forests. It must be like that. No wonder he could contend with the Hokage. What an audacious display. A hidden village, powerful bloodlines, mysterious super experts. A village of such caliber that I am unaware of truly brings shame to Konohagakure. Surrounding individuals expressed their deep regret, and the third Hokage hastily released his tightly grasped hand. With someone offering a way out, it was the perfect moment to let go. Kid, you possess impressive strength. However, since the matter regarding Orochimaru is still unresolved, why don't you stay in our Konohagakure for a few days? I rather admire you, huh? The third Hokage laughed heartily a few times and promptly led his subordinates away in a hurried manner. You coward! Liang shook his head, expressing disdain for the old man's behavior. However, the old fellow's suggestion to stay in Konohagakure for a few days left him in quite a predicament as a young man who had traversed into another body. Liang currently possessed no money whatsoever, and even if he had brought some, it would be useless. Thus, where was he to stay? Liang silently turned his gaze backward and noticed the ominous expression on Mitarashi Anko, who was already preparing to flee. A master who could not be dealt with even by the Hokage. How could she report him? Would she be offering herself up as a sacrifice? Miss Anko, as far as I know, you should be living alone, correct? What could this person be plotting? How does he know I live alone? Could it be that? Indeed, he has long coveted my body. No wonder he has always been so handsy with me before. Hokage-sama, save me. After a considerable duration, during the twilight hour, Liang arrived at a secluded residence. This place was quite dilapidated, situated in the impoverished district of Konohagakure. However, Liang immediately deduced that this must be the abode of Mitarashi Anko. Anko had lost her parents at a young age, as the era of Konohagakure was marked by darkness and the bloodshed of war. Thus, as an orphan, Anko was compelled to reside alone in the slums. Mirroring Naruto's own plight at this moment, Liang also inferred the precise time. The third Hokage was still in power, and Orochimaru had already begun his research into forbidden techniques, indicating that the era of Hanzo the Salamander's rule during wartime was still at hand. However, it would not be long before the fourth Hokage emerged, followed by the Nine Tails assault on the village, ushering in the age of the Shippuden. Who would have thought that I had traversed into the early days of Shippuden? This is indeed fortuitous. Otherwise, with my current abilities, I would be utterly incapable of confronting those godlike monstrosities. Liang silently rejoiced for a moment. The later emergence of Akatsuki and the onslaught of Kagaya's army would mark the true arrival of formidable powerhouses. This transitional period afforded Liang ample time to develop. Yet, the goddess Hinata should still be unborn, which complicates matters. Hinata is expected to be born within the next 2 years. Must I wait for her for 20 years? Currently, Liang is merely an 18-year-old youth. Even if he were to wait 20 years, he would only be 30-8. Liang felt he could wait. Moreover, with Orochimaru's research into immortality, Liang could entirely utilize it to enhance himself, granting him boundless time. How perfect. Liang smacked his lips and nonchalantly entered Anko's intimate chamber. Hey, you scoundrel, what do you think you're doing? How shameless can you be? This is my home. What of it? I saved your life, remember? What's wrong with a little sleep? Why are you rummaging through my wallet? Let's go grab some ramen. Do you have a problem with that? My poor wallet. Chapter 6, A Fortuitous Arrival on the Following Morning. Liang rose from Anko's bed, his face brimming with satisfaction. Of course, he had done nothing untoward. Even if the third Hokage were to inquire, he would respond likewise. Anko was absent from the room. Sounds of clattering echoed from the kitchen. This girl certainly rises early. Liang knew Anko was preparing breakfast, as ninjas had missions to attend to in the morning, necessitating an early start. He stretched lazily, rising to find it was raining outside quite heavily. In fact, I wonder if the rain was as torrential when Yuin and Yuhai parted ways. Approaching the window, Liang felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Several figures were stationed outside. He recognized them as operatives dispatched by the third Hokage. Although the latter had permitted him to roam Konohagakure for a few days, he still harbored distrust, hence the presence of high-ranking ninjas to monitor him. Quite interesting. This monkey indeed acts with caution. The third Hokage's nickname was, after all, Monkey. Upon entering the living room, a delightful aroma immediately assaulted his senses. Anko's culinary skills were commendable. Finish your meal and leave promptly. My wallet is nearly empty, and I don't want to starve. Go wreak havoc elsewhere. She shot a glare at Liang, but upon meeting his gaze, her face flushed, and she quickly averted her eyes. Although they had not engaged in anything inappropriate, they had shared the same bed. After all, Anko's home consisted of but a single room. Being a young girl, she was hardly able to bear such a situation, and thus could not meet Liang's eyes. Understood, Liang replied nonchalantly. The predicament they found themselves in was largely of his own making. Last night, during their ramen outing, he had indulged excessively, leaving Anko's wallet utterly depleted. Yet, Ichiraka ramen was genuinely delicious, and Liang still savored the memory. However, today he needed to find a way to earn some money. Liang had not anticipated that his transmigration would lead to financial woes. How unfortunate. Ding dong. At that moment, Liang's system notification finally chimed. In response to the host's current needs, a side quest has been activated. Quest requirement: earn your first bucket of gold. Reward: a random C-rank ninjutsu. Another of these trivial tasks. Liang had already surmised the nature of the quest. The more perilous the task, the greater the reward. While mundane tasks merely offered commonplace ninjutsu, Liang felt somewhat disheartened. However, from his modern perspective, those who truly lived long were not the ones taking risks. Risks were never equal to opportunities. He pondered briefly. Aside from earning rewards through quests, he could also seek out masters who inherently possessed god-tier tasks to learn from. Becoming a disciple was undoubtedly an option. Liang was uncertain of his own talent, but he knew he needed to venture out and earn some money. After assisting Anko in tidying up the dishes, he set out alone. The streets of Konohagakure were rather desolate. Aside from a few timid eyes watching him, Liang was aware that these individuals were the Umbu shinobi tasked with monitoring him. Goodness, There seemed to be quite a few. Liang clicked his tongue, just as he was contemplating visiting Ichiraku Ramen to inquire if they were hiring when a chilling sensation suddenly crept up his neck. A murderous intent. Liang immediately sensed the imminent danger. As a high-ranking ninja, he had developed a certain level of vigilance. This aura of malice was thick and palpable. However, Liang found it perplexing, having just arrived in Kanehagakure. Why was he already met with such hostility? So far, he had only crossed paths with Orochimaru, but it was well known that Orochimaru was quite the recluse, unlikely to have any personal acquaintances seeking vengeance. Thus, the source of this murderous intent was indeed intriguing. Liang suddenly recalled someone. Danzo. If anyone harbored animosity towards him in Kanehagakure, it could only be Danzo. Danzo represented the darkness of Kanehagakure at this time. His Umbu forces were at their most active, and although Sarutobi Hiruzen outwardly governed Kanehagakure, Danzo had accomplished many significant deeds during this era. For instance, subduing Uchiha Itachi, executing a covert operation against Uchiha Shursui. Even the Uchiha clan massacre had many intricate ties to Danzo. Opinions on Danzo in the three-dimensional world were mixed. While many reviled him, others esteemed him greatly, dedicating one's entire life to the prosperity of Kanehagakure. This was the essence of Danzo. If it truly were him, then Liang would be in dire straits. He understood that his mere presence had instigated a sense of crisis in Danzo, prompting him to hastily flee. Yet, how could one escape from Kanehagakure? In a deserted alleyway, Liang found himself cornered by several umbu-clad shinobi. 1, 2, 3, 7 individuals. It seems Danzo is quite attentive to my situation. Liang scoffed softly, surveying the umbu surrounding him. I suggest you 7? If you are intent on seeking death, I shan't be held responsible. Liang made a bold statement. In the current circumstances, aside from posturing, he was at a loss for words. Given their numbers, he doubted he could even defeat these 7 with an exhausted chakra reserve. Haha, little brother, you are truly jesting. You are a guest of Kanehagakure. How could we possibly harm you? A robust, short-haired man stepped forward from the crowd. Liang instantly recognized him as Danzo. At this point, Danzo had yet to implant the Sharingan, so he did not yet appear as a mere figure wrapped in bandages. Your ninjutsu is quite exquisite, having dealt significant injury to a special J-nin like Orochimaru. However, now that you've arrived in our Kanehagakure, you must adhere to our village's customs. Pray tell, why are you wandering about aimlessly? Are you here for reconnaissance? Danzo suddenly raised his voice, startling Liang. As if volume equated to presence. Liang was left speechless. No wonder Sarutobi Hiruzen was the Hokage, and not you, Shimura. Danzo. You may have a louder voice, but that is all. What did you say? Danzo immediately fumed. He scanned the surrounding umbu and commanded them to attack Liang. Yet, this played perfectly into Liang's hands. He understood that mere intimidation would not instill genuine fear in Danzo, so he planned to showcase a display of his prowess, hoping to obscure his true strength. Only then could he live comfortably in Kanehagakure, lest he be dragged from his room in the dead of night or poisoned through his meals. A truly unjust fate. A fortuitous arrival, Liang observed as the umbu shinobi swiftly surrounded him, remaining silent and composed. Suddenly, Chapter 7. It turns out to be the protagonist's father. An invisible barrier of force radiated outward towards the surrounding ninjas. The Shinra Tensei was never absent. It merely arrived fashionably late. Bang! It was as if they had collided with tempered glass. Before these umbu ninjas could even touch Liang, the cat-faced masks on their faces shattered instantaneously, and their bodies twisted violently, hurtling backward. Is this the mysterious ninjutsu that Orochimaru spoke of? Danzo exclaimed in shock from a distance. But before he could finish his sentence, Liang's figure abruptly vanished from sight. Do not provoke me further, or this shall be your fate. The voice echoed in the air. No sooner had the words left his mouth than the umbu ninjas crashed heavily against the wall, succumbing to unconsciousness. Danzo quickly checked their breathing. They were alive, but gravely injured, essentially bidding farewell to the world of ninjas. Liang had no intention of delivering a fatal blow. After all, this was Konoha village, and to kill the umbu here would be akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom. Courting death, such formidable repulsion, and what an extraordinary method of disappearance. Is it the body flicker technique? Yet it feels different. Shursui, what do you think? Danzo inquired of the cat-faced masked man beside him. This individual had previously participated in the encirclement of Liang. But when the Shinra Tensei was about to approach him, he had swiftly retreated to Danzo's side. Lord Danzo, it seems to be a variant of the body flicker technique, but this person's mastery is unfathomable. Even my speed pales in comparison. What? Even you cannot match his speed. Danzo was astonished. The man beside him was already the fastest in Konoha. If even he could not outpace Liang, then truly. No one could. Enough, enough. Since this individual has not sought to kill us, it indicates no intent to become our enemy. Let us assign someone to keep watch. Danzo sighed and then departed the scene with the cat-faced masked man. Before long, Liang was gasping for breath in a distant alley. Forced by circumstance, he had expended nearly half of his chakra in one go. Otherwise, with the strength of an elite Genin from the Umbu, it would have been impossible to defeat him with a single move, though this was also influenced by their ignorance of the Shinra Tensei. Boss, one bowl of ramen, please, a large one. Liang settled into Ichiraku's ramen shop. Disregarding whether he had money or not, he was determined to eat first. Coming right up. Please wait a moment. The proprietress, I am, responded promptly, immediately preparing his order. Unexpectedly, he had found himself in the bustling downtown area in one breath. This body flicker technique truly lived up to its enhanced reputation. Remarkable, Liang exclaimed. Just moments ago, while fleeing the alley, he instinctively employed the body flicker technique he had just acquired, and the next second, he felt an incredible lightness in his legs. With a slight motion, he had teleported several meters. Thus, he sprinted furiously, and within mere seconds, he had reached the bustling downtown, a kilometer away. Once his chakra was depleted, he came to a halt. From the current circumstances, it seemed that his enhanced body flicker technique differed from the ordinary. While the latter required a certain amount of chakra to move instantaneously over a specific distance, his could continue to move as long as he had chakra left. It was simply ideal for home travel or escape. Liang felt quite pleased as he devoured the ramen that Ayam had brought. All the while delighting in her presence and her youth, Ayam appeared to be around 15 or 16, looking quite adorable, though by this time, she had already begun managing the family business. Many gentlemen came to dine here, but most were amicable gentlemen like Liang. However, Liang was unaware that Ayam never married in the end, nor did he know why. TSK. What a pity. Liang clicked his tongue. Just then, the crowd around him suddenly parted, and he curiously glanced over, only to see several Konoha Genin dragging massive puppets through the center of the bustling street. All were clad in uniforms, but the captain at the front stood out. Sporting a head of golden hair. As he passed by Liang, he seemed to glance at him, albeit faintly. Liang smirked. Even in this foreign world, he found himself overshadowed, which irked him greatly, especially since the captain appeared to have noticed him, leaving him perplexed. Proprietress, who are these people? Why do they command such an entourage, and everyone is making way for them? Liang inquired of Ayam beside him. They are heroes of Konoha. I heard they just returned from combat with the Sand Village, having eliminated 2 special Genin. Those puppets are their trophies. Combat with the Sand Village. Liang reflected on the timeline of the Shippuden, but the plot had yet to unfold, so he had no recollection of this heroic return. Could it be that I missed the details? What is the captain's name? It seemed he glanced at me earlier. The captain? Oh, you mean the esteemed one. That is our hope in Konoha, Lord Minato Namikaze. Minato Namikaze? Liang spat out a mouthful of ramen he had just finished. No wonder he carried such prestige. It turns out he is the protagonist's father. Liang quickly looked towards the recently passed Minato Namikaze, who appeared to be in his 20s, seemingly on the verge of taking over the role of the 4th Hokage. This was a significant figure, deserving of careful observation. Miss I am also a fan of Lord Minato. Do you have any paper currency? I would like to ask for his autograph. What? You want Lord Minato's autograph? Then please, could you ask for one for me as well? I am in need of business. Sure. Liang took the paper and pen, hastily leaving the ramen shop, albeit in the opposite direction of where Minato had gone. Good thing I'm clever. No need to pay for the meal. In the evening, a golden figure burst through the door of the Hokage's office. That you've arrived. Sarutobi Hiruzen was seated in his Hokage chair and turned upon hearing the visitor. Lord Third, we intercepted special intelligence regarding the Wind Country. The Sand Village has allied with the Mist Village to launch a surprise attack on Konoha, scheduled for 3 months from now. I am already aware. The spies sent by the Umbu have reported the specifics. You will be responsible for the handover. Understood, Lord Third. Minato acknowledged but did not leave. Is there anything else? Sarutobi inquired. Previously, I encountered a boy with a peculiar aura within the village. However, he is not from Konoha, which is somewhat strange though. That individual is from another village, possessing considerable strength. Even Orochimaru is no match for him. Chapter 8. Minato's suspicion. What? Orochimaru lost to that young brat. Indeed, details regarding this individual will be revealed later. But you must not provoke him. I heard that Danzo suffered a setback at his hands today. What? The Umbu also faced defeat. Not exactly defeat. One could say they suffered a minor setback, but Minato's heart was filled with uncertainty. Since such words had come from the third Hokage, it indicated that this mysterious expert was genuinely formidable. Otherwise, the third would never have advised against provoking him. No, for the safety of the village. I cannot allow such a dangerous individual to remain here. Tonight, I shall investigate him. Minato quickly devised a plan in his mind, then bid farewell to the third Hokage and departed the Hokage building. Sigh. Minato, I hope you do not stir up trouble. Once Minato left, Sarutobi sighed. Knowing Minato's temperament all too well, though young and righteous, his feelings for the village rivaled even Danzo's. Therefore, Sarutobi was certain that Minato would seek out Liang tonight. At that moment, the true instigator was clinging to Enko Mitarashi's leg like a fool. Enko, I am your savior. Please, spare me a meal. I am truly starving. Liang exaggerated his expression, wailing and crying, clinging desperately to Enko's leg, occasionally pinching it as if genuinely pleading or simply trying to take advantage. Not a chance. This is my reward for completing today's mission. I will not part with it. So heartless. Absolutely heartless. Frustrated and unsuccessful in his plea. Liang stormed into the bedroom, slamming the door behind him. That is my room, Enko exclaimed in disbelief, but the door had already shut. Inside the room, Liang's stomach grumbled. Although he had tricked a bowl of ramen from Ichiraku earlier, he had not eaten a morsel for dinner and had initially intended to ask Enko for another bowl, but that little girl was so merciless. Fuming, Liang had no idea that a master was lurking on the rooftop outside his window. Is this really considered a master? A flicker of astonishment crossed the face of Watergate, for he had witnessed Liang's earlier dismissal of B's presence with a single glance that I in pursuit of sustenance. Even the forlorn orphan, Hongdo, found himself resorting to extortion. How could such a person possibly be a master? Watergate, filled with uncertainty, found himself questioning the words of the third Hokage for the very first time in his life. Should he test his own skills? A fleeting thought crossed his mind as he hurled a shuriken through the window. Whoosh! A golden flash appeared in Hongdo's chamber. S-rank space ninjutsu, flying thunder god. This was Watergate's signature technique, the very reason he shone so brilliantly on the battlefield, earning him the moniker of the Golden Flash among countless foes. Earlier, Watergate had placed a spatial marker on his shuriken. No matter where it landed, he could instantly appear at its location. Such was the might of S-rank ninjutsu. Liang was taken aback. While rolling on his bed, a golden figure suddenly materialized above him, prompting an instinctive response, a technique of divine repulsion. Bang! Hongdo's grand bed shattered into fragments. Watergate was also propelled out of the window in response. What the heck? Is it haunted? What was that just now? Liang was utterly oblivious, having acted purely on instinct. He had merely caught a glimpse of Watergate's apparition and instinctively unleashed the divine repulsion. One could not deny the swiftness of AJ Nin's reflexes. Yet, with a resounding crash, Liang's heart sank deeper. This is bad. The bed is gone. That little girl is going to throw a fit tomorrow. What am I supposed to say? Haunted? Would she believe that? Liang felt a wave of bitterness. Meanwhile, outside the window, Watergate was dumbfounded. After crashing through 2 or 3 chimneys, he finally landed heavily on a stable rooftop. So powerful. Incredibly powerful. He spat out a mouthful of blood. How could anyone possess such terrifying ninjutsu? I didn't even catch a glimpse of their movements before being sent flying. Is this person a master of taijutsu? Countless questions raced through Watergate's mind, and his once unshakable confidence began to waver. Originally, the third Hokage had high hopes for him to inherit the position, but given his current strength, how could he possibly be worthy of becoming Hokage? With such an embarrassing speed, to be referred to as the Golden Flash, I couldn't even see the attack coming. How absurd. In that moment, Watergate felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness that I should venture out and hone my skills for a few years. With my current strength, I cannot protect the Hidden Leaf Village. Yes, that's it. Mysterious young man. When I grow stronger, I shall return to challenge you. Resolute in his decision, Watergate immediately set off for the outskirts of the village. The next day, a farewell letter lay on Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk. Little one, do you have many questions? That fool Watergate, whom I had planned to groom as my successor, has left without a word. It infuriates me. The third Hokage slammed his palm onto the desk before him. To his astonishment, the once sturdy table shattered into several pieces upon impact. What on earth happened, Hokage-sama? Nara Shikaku looked on in confusion at the enraged third Hokage. This morning, he had come as usual to report on the battle situation, but upon arrival, he found the Hokage in a furious uproar. Take a look for yourself. This fool is truly a source of worry. Sarutobi Hiruzen irritably tossed the farewell letter to Shiko. This is... Nara Shikaku scanned the letter, his expression growing increasingly grave. That Hokage-sama, although the captain has departed, he would never betray the village. I have faith in his character. In this era, leaving the village without permission essentially signifies defection, especially during wartime when battles rage across the land. That I am well aware that he would not betray the village, but as a former hero, his departure will undoubtedly have a significant impact on the front lines. Then, Hokage-sama, why don't we notify everyone that Captain Watergate is engaged in a long-term secret mission? That is a splendid idea. Sarutobi Hiruzen praised in agreement. Although Nara Shikaku may lack strength, his intellect is remarkably sharp, much like his son. After parting ways, Shikaku hurried to the front lines to spread the news of Watergate's departure. One can only hope that Watergate does not succumb to despair. Otherwise, the impending Third Shinobi World War will pose a grave danger. The hint of melancholy flickered in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Chapter 9. I challenge you to a duel. Liang never imagined that his unintentional blunder would bring such dire consequences to the Hidden Leaf Village. After visiting several markets without finding suitable work, Liang resolved to seek his fortune at the Hokage's office. In these extraordinary times, most ninjas relied on bounties issued by the Hokage to survive. Individuals like Liang, who were outsiders, found it nearly impossible to secure employment at ordinary shops. Thus, if he wished to survive, he truly needed to speak with the third Hokage. Knock, knock, that Liang rapped on the door of the Hokage's office. It was rather quiet. He frowned slightly. Along the way, he had only glimpsed a youth resembling Shikamaru hurriedly departing, but nothing else. Come in. A voice called from within. Liang entered, feigning an air of indifference. His current demeanor was shrouded in mystery, so much so that everyone regarded him as a formidable master. Naturally, a master must exude the aura of one. Therefore, he did not adopt a humble posture. Third Hokage, it has been a while. Liang said casually, then nonchalantly found a seat. Indeed, it has been a while, the third Hokage replied. What is going on? The old man's demeanor seems a bit off today, rather cold. Did I inadvertently provoke him? Liang pondered, but his circumstances compelled him to continue speaking. Third Hokage, as you can see, my current situation is rather dire. Although you allowed me to move freely in the Hidden Leaf, as a traveler, I find myself without even enough money for a meal. Hence, I wish to inquire if there are any simple bounty tasks available. I would like to assist the Hidden Leaf while earning some remuneration. Bounty tasks? Sarutobi Hiruzen was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly realized that Liang's words held merit. Despite having retained him, it appeared that this young man truly lacked funds for sustenance, which was indeed awkward. There are a few bounty tasks, but they are classified missions meant for our Hidden Leaf. They are not suitable for outsiders. As for the lower-tier tasks, the bounties are merely a few hundred ryo, which I believe you would find beneath your dignity. Am I correct? Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. A few hundred ryo. I'll take it. Liang exclaimed in surprise. In the world of ninjas, a few hundred ryo was akin to a few hundred units of currency in the real world. Here, a bowl of ramen typically cost around 40 ryo, so a few hundred ryo would suffice for several meals. I want those few hundred ryo. Liang's mind raced, but he refrained from voicing his eagerness. After all, as a master, he must maintain an air of composure. Though the amount is modest, one should not refuse to help others simply due to the small sum. I believe I can take on the task. Sarutobi Hiruzen reacted with surprise. He had not anticipated Liang would make such a statement, but he was in no mood to entertain Liang's request, even if he was willing to undertake these lower-tier tasks. He couldn't be bothered to assign them. Who could blame him for feeling a bit of resentment towards the one who had driven away Namikaze Minato? After all, it was only human to harbor personal sentiments. Even for someone in a lofty position like the Hokage, just as he prepared to dismiss Liang, Three young boys suddenly burst into the room in a flurry. Hokage-sama, has our teacher gone on a mission? When will he return? What about our tasks during this period? They clamored incessantly. Liang paid them little heed. He casually glanced at the group of boys, who appeared to be around 13 or 14 years old, 2 boys and 1 girl. The boys were handsome, while the girl possessed a delicate beauty. Why does that white-haired boy seem so familiar? A flicker of realization crossed Liang's face as he turned his gaze to the boy wearing goggles. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was Hitaki Kakashi and Uchiha Obito. Indeed, Namikaze Minato had been their teacher. Hokage-sama, has our teacher truly left? The trio inquired anxiously. Yes. Your teacher has undertaken a secret mission and left temporarily. However, there is no need for concern, as he will return before long, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied, while simultaneously casting a subtle glance at Liang. What is this old man staring at? How bizarre. Liang made a sarcastic remark and then turned his gaze towards the only girl present. This was Noera Rin, indeed strikingly beautiful, and at such a tender age, she already possessed such alluring curves that it was no wonder that both Obito and Kakashi were so envious of each other. She truly was a femme fatale, Liang observed as Noera Rin pouted her lips. Yet this scene did not escape the keen eyes of Uchiha Obito. There was no way around it. The Sharingan was incredibly sharp. Although Liang had been cautious in his glances, he was still caught red-handed by Obito. Who the hell are you? Why are you staring? If you look again, I'll punch your lights out. Obito exclaimed, swinging his fist like an unrefined brute towards Liang. It was no wonder Noera Rin had no affection for him. With such foolishness, she must surely prefer the charming Kakashi. Liang shook his head. Beside them, Sarutobi Hiruzen grew anxious, eye in his eyes. Liang was a remarkably enigmatic figure. He worried that Obito's mockery might provoke a reaction from Liang. After all, Liang was someone who had once forced back the 4th Hokage. What nonsense are you spouting? This gentleman is a distinguished guest of Konoha. Be a bit more respectful, Hiruzen admonished. How can a guest be so lewd, staring openly at someone? He continued, exasperated. You little brat, Hiruzen grumbled. But at that moment, Noera Rin immediately bowed to Liang. Girls often exhibited great sensitivity in such matters. Upon noticing the 3rd Hokage's demeanor, she quickly grasped the situation. I apologize, sir. Obito here is rather rude. But he truly is a good person. Please do not take offense. She offered an apology. However, this did not sit well with Obito. How could his goddess apologize to another boy? That was simply intolerable. Even though Liang appeared several years his senior, he still adopted a challenge stance. I challenge you to a duel, he declared, raising his middle finger at Liang. Liang frowned. What an idiot. Look at how composed Kakashi is, not uttering a single word. That is the true demeanor of a gentleman, and no wonder you have no girls interested in you. Liang snickered inwardly, and then swiftly advanced toward Obito. The simplest way to silence someone is to take action. Bang. Before Obito could react, Liang had him firmly pinned to the ground. However, being a child, Liang did not exert too much force. So fast, Kakashi observed, his eyes flickering with surprise, as did Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat in his swivel chair. Previously, Orochimaru had not mentioned that this fellow possessed such rapid body flicker technique. It seemed that his assessment of Liang needed considerable revision. Chapter 10. I think so too. He immediately became vigilant. Let me go. Let me go. If you have the guts, don't hold me. Just watch how I'll beat you. Obito yelled from the ground. But Liang had no intention of releasing him easily to Mr. Yi. Let it go. He is still just a child, Hiruzen advised. Seeing that the Hokage had spoken, Liang begrudgingly relented and loosened his grip. Umph. This time, it was due to my poor condition. Next time, it won't be so easy. Obito huffed, clearly unwilling to concede. Just then, Kakashi suddenly cast a somewhat serious glance at Liang. 3rd Hokage, may I suggest that Mr. Yi take over the teacher's position and lead our squad? What? What? The 3rd Hokage was taken aback. Liang was equally astonished. He never expected the typically taciturn Hitaki Kakashi to propose such a peculiar request. Are you joking? I, Liang, have come to the world of Hokage for leisure. How could I possibly take on a teaching role? He intended to refuse outright. But at that moment, the previously disgruntled Obito jumped in. Kakashi, are you out of your mind? Our teacher just left, and you want an outsider to lead our class. Moreover, this guy looks suspicious. Having someone like him lead us would be a joke. He bluntly expressed his thoughts without hesitation. Yi Liang was instantly incensed. You think I'm incapable? I will surely lead your class. Hiruzen, I implore you to let me take over Minato's class. To be frank, I possess a remarkable talent for teaching. Within 3 years, I will ensure these students inherit the legacy of the sages and bring peace for generations to come. What? The third Hokage nearly toppled from his chair. Such grandiose aspirations for peace. He was a man from the 3 dimensions, a true native of the land of the rising sun. He had never heard such magnificent rhetoric before. At that moment, for reasons unknown, an inexplicable fondness for Yi Liang blossomed within him. Upon glancing at Yi Liang again, the perception in his eyes shifted entirely. This young man had suddenly transformed into an image of righteousness. Not only did his demeanor lose its lewdness, but he also appeared significantly more handsome. The once restless Obito was also touched. Although his intellect couldn't fully grasp the meaning of those words, it felt undeniably impressive. The phrase was simply too incredible, and even without understanding its meaning, it still resonated. Obito instantly became enamored. Meanwhile, Noara Rin gazed at Yi Liang with hearts in her eyes. So handsome. How can Mr.Ye utter such cool words? He is truly the ninja among ninjas, a model for male gods. Compared to the originally dashing figures like Kakashi and Uchiha Shursui, they paled in comparison to Mr. Yi. Kakashi's expression changed as well. Initially, he had suggested this idea merely due to the lack of a teacher's protection. Many tasks could not be undertaken, which would undoubtedly be a significant blow to his finances. Thus, upon realizing that Yi Liang was a skilled individual, he casually proposed letting Yi Liang become their leading instructor. However, he never anticipated that this teacher would utter such impressive words, and Kakashi instantly became a little fan of Yi Liang. From that moment on, he would worship Yi Liang on the path of showing off. Kakashi's face turned a shade of red. Ahem, since you are willing to take the position of the 7th Squad's teacher, then it is settled. During Minato's absence, you will temporarily lead the 7th Squad. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt relieved. How could someone capable of such grand declarations possibly be a suspicious character? Indeed, Yi Liang nodded, though he had agreed in a fit of anger. Upon reflection, accepting the 7th Squad would allow him to undertake the bounties of Konoha. Although it would be a bit busy, at least he wouldn't go hungry. All right, my splendid day shall commence without hunger. 3 days later, on the grassy field, the Konoha forces gathered at the village entrance. Their mission was to guard the Grass Shadow Village. According to intelligence, the invading forces from the land of Earth numbered over 1,000, so our objective was to stealthily infiltrate, launch a surprise attack from the rear, disrupt their formation, and create an opportunity for the Grass Shadow to emerge victorious. So, it's a stealth mission, Kakashi mused, stroking his chin. Although Kakashi was only 12 at this time, he had already become a Jonin of Konoha and had begun to develop his own insights into combat strategies. Therefore, Yi Liang prepared to heed his suggestions, under the pretense of training his tactical skills. Yet, in reality, Yi Liang knew nothing about tactics. Speaking of which, how did this 1,000-man force come to be? This was an S-rank mission. Though the rewards were incredibly tempting, there were over 1,000 enemies. Yi Liang was internally lamenting. He never expected that his first time leading a class would involve such a critical task. He was uncertain whether to express gratitude or curse loudly. Teacher, I believe we should start from the Kaminaraman Bridge. This is a crucial route for transporting food to the land of Earth. If we can cut off this bridge, we can significantly hinder their attack speed, making it a very reasonable plan. Indeed, you make a valid point. I think so as well. Yi Liang nodded, a bit embarrassed. Yet, as he glanced at the map, the marked location of Kaminaraman seemed oddly familiar, though he couldn't quite recall why. Perhaps in his previous life, while watching Naruto, it was an unremarkable place that Yi Liang considered himself a super Naruto fan. Although the location seemed familiar, he felt it was likely unimportant. He didn't dwell on it. After the group formulated their plan, they immediately set off toward Kaminaraman. Over the next few days, the 7th Squad traveled tirelessly, day and night, toward their destination. Unfortunately, there were no trains. Yi Liang inwardly lamented. The world of Naruto was still quite backward, although communication facilities had been established. The means of transport remained reminiscent of the Edo period. They relied on horse-drawn carriages and stone boats, which were so slow that even a Genin sprint could outpace them. Thus, most ninjas executed their missions on foot. Yi Liang's speed was unparalleled. His enhanced instantaneous body technique allowed him to traverse distances of over 10 to 20 meters per second. In a single hour, he could cover approximately 70,000 meters, a feat that far surpassed that of an ordinary automobile in his past life, although his endurance was limited to merely 2 hours. In order to wait for these little ones, Liang chose to decelerate. Ahead lay the Shinobi Bridge, and it appeared devoid of any ambushes. Shall we proceed to sever the bridge? Teacher can scout for information nearby. Kakashi suggested, making a judgment call. Severing the bridge was a straightforward task. Against a wooden bridge of this era, a simple earth release technique could cause it to fracture instantly. Thus, Kakashi did not require Liang's accompaniment. Chapter 11. Ambushed. All right. This task is entrusted to you. Give it your best shot. Teacher has faith in you. Liang gently tapped Kakashi's forehead, a gesture of encouragement. Yes, we shall act now. Kakashi grinned broadly. Feeling elated that such a formidable figure had acknowledged him, he immediately led the envious Obito and ran towards Shinobi Bridge to tea that moment. The bridge was eerily empty. After inspecting the surrounding environment, Kakashi cautiously approached. Meanwhile, Liang casually found an unoccupied tree trunk and settled down to rest. Kakashi, this area is deserted. Let us proceed directly, Obito remarked nonchalantly as he made his way towards the bridge. Let us hold on for a moment. Although it appears vacant now, it doesn't guarantee the absence of lurking ninjas. What are you afraid of? Even if someone shows up, I can take them down with a single punch. No one will harm Rin. Heh, just be wary that you might be the first to kneel. Don't say I didn't warn you. Today, our task is merely reconnaissance. It is said that a jonin from the land of Earth is in the vicinity. Rin couldn't help but chuckle at the banter between the two. Rin, what do you think we should do? Should we continue to lie in wait or move in now? Obito immediately inquired upon her speaking. I believe we should advance. After all, it is a reconnaissance mission, and completing it sooner would be beneficial for our report, Rin replied. After hearing her, Kakashi sighed, but seeing the two so determined, he had no choice but to accompany them. Just as they departed, the previously tranquil grass suddenly rustled. Captain, it's a trap. Should we engage now? Let us wait a moment. We'll strike once they fall into the trap for maximum efficiency. Understood, Captain. The leaves of the underbrush stirred, revealing several individuals camouflaged as foliage. They were a vibrant green, akin to chameleons. Kakashi, set off the explosive tags here. The bridge's structure is rather loose, and detonating the surroundings should effectively destroy it. Rin suggested. Although her combat abilities were lacking, her theoretical knowledge was quite extensive. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. Kakashi acquiesced, immediately moving with Obito to set up the explosive tags around the area. However, just as they reached their target location, a barrage of shurikens suddenly rained down from above. Not good. It's a trap. Kakashi reacted swiftly, brandishing his kunai to defend himself. A.S.A. Jonin. He found it relatively easy to counter such basic shuriken traps. But Rin was in danger. Rin, be careful. Stay behind me. Obito, concerned for Rin's safety, rushed to shield her without regard for his own peril. Yet, in that moment, Obito's strength was insufficient to fend off the simple shuriken trap. He was soon left battered and bruised. Damn it. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Kakashi promptly executed an earth release jutsu. Towering earthen walls erupted from the ground, swiftly forming a sturdy barrier before them. Although earth release consumed significant chakra, it proved highly effective against this widespread assault, instantly providing them with a solid fortress. Are you all right? Kakashi surveyed the injuries of his companions. I'm fine, but Obito sustained severe injuries while protecting me. Rin quickly removed Obito's shirt, employing healing jutsu. She was the medical ninja of the team. Since the Second Ninja War, the village of Konoha had increasingly recognized the value of including medical ninjas in teams to significantly reduce member casualties. Hence this practice continued. There is no time for treatment. If I'm not mistaken, the enemy is nearby, and we must break through immediately. But Obito, before Rin could finish, Kakashi hoisted Obito onto his back. Let us move. The group immediately retreated, that moment, for figures clad in yellow had already blocked their path. So, you are the ninjas from Konoha? I never expected Konoha to send such small fry to battle. Have the adults all perished? Haha. Daisher, your tongue is growing sharper by the day, but this little girl is quite appealing. I fancy her. You scoundrels, if you dare lay a finger on Rin, I swear I'll take you down. Obito shouted from Kakashi's back. Rin, take care of Obito. I'll handle them. Kakashi entrusted Obito to Rin and stepped forward alone. The aura of these four individuals was formidable. They were likely all Jonin-level ninjas, while Rin and the others were merely Chunin. Although they could provide some assistance, it was evident they were outmatched. However, if it was merely a matter of stalling for time, Kakashi felt he was still capable. To Kakashi, the only viable escape route was to notify their teacher, Liang, who was patrolling in the distance. Water release. Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A massive water dragon surged towards the four assailants. These individuals were likely ninjas from the land of Earth. Thus, wind and fire techniques would be less effective, leaving only water release as a feasible option for combat. They quickly leaped aside. Oh, this kid actually knows advanced ninjutsu. He must be a genius from Konoha. No wonder Konoha is so confident in sending this group of youngsters to carry out missions. They are underestimating us. Even if he is a genius, he is still just a child. Daisher, you deal with the two brats behind. We'll handle this genius. Understood, Captain. Ninjutsu, shadow camouflage. The initial provocateur responded and suddenly became transparent, gradually vanishing from sight. No wonder they hadn't been detected earlier. It turned out they possessed such a unique ninjutsu. Obito. Rin. Be careful, Kakashi warned his companions behind him. But at that moment, the others charged towards him. The appearances of these assailants were strikingly similar, somewhat plump, aside from the leader exuding a more potent aura. The others were unlikely to pose a challenge to Kakashi. Clang. One of them unsheathed a long sword from his back, aiming a downward strike at Kakashi's head. A skilled swordsman. The leader pressed his hands to the ground, channeling chakra, causing the earth behind Kakashi to erupt, severing the connection between him and Obito. Kid, there's nowhere left to run. The last ninja lunged at Kakashi from the side. Earth release. Rock dome collapse. A series of undulating earth surged toward Kakashi. Not good. They intend to encircle me. Kakashi realized the dire situation. Chapter 12. The late arrival of Liang. A sudden cry echoed from afar. The previously desolate ground suddenly dripped with blood. How is this possible? How could you possibly discover my presence? Following this exclamation, the previously invisible ninja reappeared beside Rin, only to be met with a kunai lodged in his chest. He staggered back in disbelief before collapsing. Don't underestimate me. Obito, supported by Rin, managed a wry smile, maintaining the pose of having just thrown a kunai. Daisher. Damn it, you managed to see through Daisher's jutsu. Fire style. Magic leech. You too. Take care of those two brats while I hold off this jonin. The leader immediately issued commands. Kakashi found it hard to believe. His attention was suddenly drawn to Obito's eyes. Two deep red tomo swirled ominously around his pupils. It was the Sharingan. Obito had activated the Sharingan. That's right. As the ultimate counter to all Jinjutsu, the Sharingan can undoubtedly reveal invisibility techniques. Kakashi's fighting spirit ignited. Shadow Shuriken clone technique. A flurry of sharp shuriken flew swiftly towards the enemy leader. Humph. Do you think such a low-level technique can affect me? The leader casually tossed a kunai, effortlessly deflecting the shuriken aimed at him. However, upon their collision, a violent explosion erupted in the air, a detonating tag. How laughable. Such a rudimentary device could hardly pose a threat to me. The leader bellowed with laughter and charged towards Kakashi. Yet, a cold smirk crept onto Kakashi's lips. The plan had succeeded. The two swiftly engaged in combat. Haha. Kid, while you may be clever, you are still just a child. With my years of experience, you stand no chance against me. The leader laughed heartily, and from the very first exchange, Kakashi found himself at a disadvantage, as he had claimed. Despite Kakashi's genius, his youth was a significant hindrance, though the Leaf Village's taijutsu was exquisite. His immature battle experience was insufficient to defeat the formidable leader before him. After a few exchanges, Kakashi began to struggle under the assault in the distance. Noara Rin was also faltering. She was not a combat ninja. Without Obito's Sharingan guiding her, she might have been unable to even throw a shuriken accurately. Give up, kid. You're all doomed today, the leader taunted. Yet, at that moment, Team 7 showed no signs of faltering, despite the unfavorable battle conditions. Their fighting spirit only grew stronger. They had come to understand one crucial fact: the earlier explosion of the detonating tag. Indeed, the sound of the explosion was enough to summon reinforcements. The outcome of the battle remained uncertain. As life and death hung in the balance, Kakashi tenaciously endured the leader's onslaught. Just as he teetered on the brink of death, a figure abruptly appeared on the battlefield. With piercing eyes, he surveyed all present with an icy glare. Who? The Earth Village leader exclaimed, but before he could react, a kunai was plunged deep into his neck. Your father. The figure swiftly kicked him over and then instantly materialized beside Noara Rin, Shinra Tensei. With a furious roar, a white barrier enveloped Rin, and a wall of force quickly sent the two nearby ninjas flying. With a tilt of his head, the leader succumbed to death. Yang Sensei, you finally arrived. I knew you would come to save us, Rin exclaimed, throwing herself into Yang's embrace, causing him a moment of awkwardness. Damn, Team 7 nearly faced total annihilation. You scared the life out of me. Yang's back was slick with cold sweat. It was then that he finally recalled the nature of this mission. The infamous incident at the Canopy Bridge. This event had been mentioned in Naruto, Shippuden, but since it was part of Minato's memories, Yang had failed to recall it in time. In the original story, Minato led a team to disrupt the Canopy Bridge, which was straightforward, yet complications arose. Team 7 was ambushed by the Earth Village here. In that battle, no Rin was implanted with the Three Tails and ultimately met a tragic end. Kakashi lost an eye. After gifting Kakashi his eyeball, Obito was crushed by a falling tree, eventually succumbing to darkness and becoming Toby. Damn it, how could I forget such a pivotal plot point? This is a colossal miscalculation, Yang lamented. How could one forget such a crucial storyline in the world of Naruto? It shouldn't be. Fortunately, it had a somewhat happy ending. Otherwise, Yang would have been consumed by regret. Phew, since everyone is unharmed, let us prepare to leave. I previously discovered a considerable number of Earth Country ninjas nearby. They will likely arrive shortly. Yang stated emphatically. In truth, this was all a ruse. Had it not been for Kakashi's detonating tag, Yang would still be in a deep slumber. Nonetheless, whether lies or truths, he simply wished to depart swiftly. If this truly was the Canopy Bridge, then it was the epicenter of war. Regardless of whether other ninjas were lying in wait, this location would inevitably become a battlefield. All right, let us move, Kakashi replied nervously. Quickly tossing a few shuriken embedded with detonating tags towards the Canopy Bridge before hoisting Obito onto his back. Let us go. The group reached a consensus, but just as they prepared to leave, the Earth Village leader, who had been mortally wounded by Yang, suddenly charged directly at him. His heart was injured, yet he still clung to life. I won't allow you to ruin my master's plans. Die. He gripped a shuriken tightly, racing towards Yang. Watch out, teacher. That shuriken has a detonating tag on it, Kakashi urgently warned. Clearly, this shuriken was the very tool Kakashi had intended to use to obliterate the Canopy Bridge. Before Yang could react, he was seized by the Earth Village leader. Damn, as a modern individual, Yang's combat instincts were somewhat lacking. He hastily activated Shinra Tensei, attempting to push away the leader who had latched onto him. However, he was barely able to initiate the technique when the detonating tag on the shuriken detonated. The tag had exploded even before reaching Yang. At this rate, the Earth Village leader intended to perish alongside Yang. What the hell? Following the explosion, Yang's body transformed into a half-broken branch. Thankfully, before departing, he had learned the body substitution technique from the little red being. Otherwise, he would have truly met his end today. Yang gasped for breath, still shaken by the earlier events that nearly left him dumbfounded. Such devotion to a mission, willing to sacrifice one's life, was undoubtedly admirable. However, when the target was oneself, it became genuinely concerning. Chapter 13. Subsequent missions? Leader? What leader? At the last moment, Yang had indeed heard the Earth Village leader's words, yet he could definitively ascertain that this character was not mentioned in the original story. In the original narrative, the Earth Village leader was wiped out by Minato after repelling Team 7, thus no leader existed. Yang was filled with deep suspicion. Could it be that this was not the Konoha from Shippuden? Days later, Yang sat coolly in the Hokage's office. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. First bucket of gold. Reward. Summoning technique. Summoning technique. He was pleasantly surprised to have received this ninjutsu. In the world of Naruto, summoning techniques were a common skill among ninjas, albeit differing in the summoned beast based on individual characteristics. Thus Yang held great anticipation for this ninjutsu. Just as Yang collected his reward and prepared to leave the Hokage's office, a series of chimes echoed in his mind. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the S-rank mission. Repel Minato. Reward. Flying Thunder God technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Free meal. Reward. Transformation technique. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for exceeding the A-rank mission. Canopy Bridge. Reward. Ninjutsu. Shadow Clone. Ninjutsu. Shadow Camouflage. Due to exceeding the mission. Ninjutsu. Shadow Clone has been upgraded to Multi-Shadow Clone technique. What? Yang was astonished. What on earth was happening? Where did these rewards come from? Free meal. Canopy. Reflecting on it, Yang realized these were all experiences he had already encountered. The Canopy Bridge was the bounty mission he had just completed, while the free meal presumably referred to his earlier indulgence at Ichiraku Ramen. These were all past occurrences. But why were they only surfacing now? Liang pondered for a moment before suddenly experiencing an epiphany. I understand. The first two missions were triggered almost simultaneously, meaning the activation of missions isn't as prolonged as I thought. However, until now, there hadn't been any new missions. It wasn't that they hadn't triggered, but rather that I have been burdened by unfinished tasks. As long as a task remains incomplete, new missions will not display. So that was it. He finally grasped the situation, even though new missions weren't visible. As long as the pending task was completed, subsequent rewards would still be issued without fail. A look of joy spread across Liang's face. To think that in just a few days, he had accomplished such a multitude of missions. After roughly counting, he realized there were around 7 or 8. But aside from the Canopy Bridge, the rest were merely trivial daily tasks. Free meals, catching thieves in broad daylight, stealing Red Bean S clothes. The rewards given were all common low-tier rewards. Transformation technique, clone technique, body substitution technique, all basic ninjutsu taught in ninja school, but none of that mattered. What concerned him was this flying thunder god technique. Liang suddenly felt as though fortune had smiled upon him. The golden, glimmering flying thunder god, another S-rank ninjutsu. However, Liang pondered deeply, unable to recall when he had ever repelled the water gate. Had he lost his memory? Or was it during a bout of sleepwalking? Surely, it couldn't be that he vanquished it in a dream. Suddenly, Liang remembered that he indeed had dreamed of the water gate, triumphantly stepping upon it while tightly embracing Kushina beside him. Ha! The thought of Kushina's vibrant and captivating figure almost made him drool. Mr. Yi, if you have no further matters, perhaps you should return to rest. After completing your mission, a few days of leave are granted. Sarutobi Hisashi interjected. He observed Liang with a twitching it was merely a bounty. Yet here he was, salivating. The third Hokage found it rather peculiar and hastily urged Liang to leave. Huh? Oh. Liang abruptly snapped back to reality from his reverie, and no matter how it came to be, he decided to enjoy himself first. He didn't wish to dwell on it any longer. After weighing the bounty in his hands, he realized that the task at Kamikaze Bridge was an A-rank mission, likely worth several tens of thousands of Ryo, enough to indulge himself for a while. Teacher Liang, if you are free, could you guide me in training this afternoon? At that moment, Noera Rin, a shy girl with a soft voice, unexpectedly asked, and although her words were quiet, Liang heard her clearly. Haha, that's a trivial matter. Just wait for me at the training ground this afternoon. Liang laughed heartily, still immersed in the delight of sudden wealth, and without a second thought, he agreed to Rin's request. However, he forgot that besides relying on cheats, he lacked any specific jutsu techniques. He didn't even know the methods. Rin nodded in acknowledgement, her face lighting up with joy.as a medical ninja. Her strength requirements were not particularly high. But after this incident, she felt acutely aware of her own shortcomings. Despite Obito being so weak, she still needed his protection. In such a situation, she felt like a burden. Thus, Rin sought to improve her abilities. By this time, Obito had already rushed to the infirmary with Kakashi's assistance, leaving only the two of them. Rin casually walked out of the hall with Liang. Teacher, shall we walk together? She inquired. Yet, Liang did not respond to her. Imagining how shocked Akamichi would be upon seeing such a sum of money, his mind wandered, and he foolishly abandoned Rin, who was prepared to accompany him. Forget it, he probably has something to attend to, Rin thought to herself, feeling a bit dazed but attempting to console herself. Meanwhile, Liang had long forgotten the promise he had made. Habitually agreeing had become a fundamental response for him as a reclusive individual. In his previous life, being a nice guy had naturally led him to retain this habit. After a series of events, Liang returned home. A few days later, Uchiha Obito rushed into Akamichi's small cabin in a flurry. Teacher Liang, Rin is in trouble. What happened? Liang, seated at the table enjoying his meal, was instantly bewildered. Rin was practicing alone at the training ground and seems to have gotten into a conflict with a group of Nin. Kakashi has already gone over. I came to inform you. What? Liang was taken aback. The scene from a few days ago suddenly echoed in his mind. Teacher, can you guide me in training this afternoon? No problem. Wait for me at the training ground. That was the conversation he had with Noera Rin. Damn, how could I forget about this? He immediately abandoned his meal and followed Obito out of the village. The training ground in Konoha was situated on the outskirts of the village. Due to the immense power of ninjutsu, it was impractical to unleash it within the village, so Konoha had established a reasonably adequate training area in the nearby small forest. This was where Naruto trained during the original storyline. Chapter 14. Training Turmoil. The area was equipped with numerous targets for shuriken practice, and being in the woods, there were rivers nearby for practicing water and fire jutsu. Sasuke and Itachi also practiced their great fireball technique by the river here. I must see which fool dares to trouble our Team 7. Liang arrived with a storm of anger. Several ninjas of similar age surrounded Rin and her companions, looking ready to strike, if not for Kakashi's presence. What is going on? Liang approached them. Teacher Liang, they were already surrounding us when I arrived. He turned his gaze toward Rin, but she averted her eyes, refusing to respond. It seems the girl is upset with herself. I apologize. I apologize. It's my fault as a teacher. An urgent matter arose at home, which is why I couldn't meet you on time. You must trust me. Liang earnestly spoke, yet Rin continued to ignore him. Rin, one must be self-reliant and strong. My tardiness was merely to impart this lesson to you. Only by learning to be independent can one become a true warrior. Liang added. Self-reliance? Rin suddenly reacted, casting a doubtful glance at Liang. Could it be that the teacher genuinely thought this way? Noticing Rin's slight shift, Liang seized the opportunity. Indeed, once you cultivate a desire for self-improvement, only then can I proceed to teach you further. Rin, you have not disappointed me. Though I was absent, you still persevered in your training. The teacher is quite gratified, so that is how it is. The teacher was testing me all along. I didn't notice at all and nearly wronged him. How foolish of me. Rin felt a wave of regret wash over her, her gaze now filled with guilt as she looked at Liang. Rin, it's good that you understand. Liang's composure was now unmatched. He gazed at Rin with a serious expression, passionately conveying the bond between teacher and student, without a hint of humor, as if it were all entirely genuine. Hey, have you all finished talking? Jabbering away. Do you think we don't exist? One of the Chnins suddenly interjected. Upon Liang's arrival, they had been bombarded with his chatter, though they didn't understand what he was saying. They felt they had been fed a mouthful of dog food. You must be the teacher of this little team. That we are the newly promoted Chnin of this session, with the impending battle. This little girl is occupying our training targets, which severely disrupts our practice. So, you resorted to attacking my students? Liang's expression darkened. While Rin was unharmed, he had clearly noticed a singed mark on Kakashi's wrist. This was clearly a burn from fire jutsu. What do you mean? Are you not planning to yield the spot to us? One of them challenged. Let me tell you, pre-battle training is entirely reasonable. You are merely a bunch of useless genin, unworthy of occupying such valuable training materials. If you don't step aside, be careful, we might take action. Useless genin? Liang's expression soured further. Ha ha ha. If you can't even throw a shuriken accurately, what else could you be but a useless genin? The others burst into laughter. Suddenly, Liang noticed Rin's eyes welling up with tears. In an instant, he understood. They were mocking Rin, and he couldn't believe Kakashi would miss a shuriken throw. He was furious. It was one thing to insult him, but to insult Rin was entirely another matter. Although Liang was not one to protect just anyone, he was certainly a protector of his sister. And today he felt somewhat guilty towards Rin. Had he not carelessly agreed, Rin wouldn't have had to endure such bullying. Since you claim that a genin cannot throw a shuriken accurately, let us have a competition with shurikens. Against who? Against her. Liang suddenly seized Rin's arm and lifted her high. Teacher, what are you saying? My shuriken skills are terrible, Rin exclaimed in shock. No worries. If the teacher believes you can do it, then you can. Do you not trust your teacher? No, Rin certainly trusts her teacher. Rin quickly clarified, but the Chnin erupted into laughter once more. They had witnessed Rin's skills earlier. And to say she hit 1 out of 10 was an exaggeration. It was more likely that with over 20 shurikens, she might hit once. Teacher, surely you jest. If you were to compete, I would believe you. But to say she can? Ha! You must be out of your mind. Humph, are you going to compete or not? Liang huffed. Let us compete. Certainly, it is essential to compare, yet merely engaging in comparison lacks substance. Instead, why don't we wager something? A bet? How would you like to proceed with the wager? Liang inquired with a hint of annoyance. I still have 10,000 taels of silver from completing my recent mission. Since you are the teacher, feel free to choose any amount to wager, but it must have some allure. Very well. I accept your challenge. Let us wager 10,000 taels, Liang proclaimed with grandiosity. He had just completed a mission, so he still possessed some spare funds. However, beside him, Noera Rin immediately expressed her discontent. Teacher, I truly cannot. She gestured frantically at Liang. competing without a stake is one thing. But 10,000 taels is simply too much. It would require several successful B-rank missions to earn that. No worries, just throw as I instruct you, and you will surely surpass him. Liang encouraged Noera Rin with a gentle push. Since he dared to have Noera Rin compete in shuriken throwing against a Chunin, he certainly had a degree of confidence. After all, how could a money-hungry nouveau riche joke about half of his wealth? Liang felt a surge of delight, for he already had a complete strategy in mind. Excellent. Since we have reached an agreement, let us commence. The Chunins immediately assumed their stances and approached one of the targets. Let us begin here. He positioned himself 100 meters away and tossed the shuriken with a grunt. 4 rings. The blade landed beside the center, just a hair's breadth away. Splendid. Hitting 4 rings from 100 meters is indeed an impressive score. The Chunins exchanged glances of delight. Let us continue. Liang gestured nonchalantly. This contest entailed 10 throws each. To see who would ultimately score higher. It was a battle of endurance, as throwing shuriken is incredibly taxing on focus, thus having a significant impact on stamina. Do not panic. Simply follow my instructions, and you will naturally surpass him. Liang whispered a few words into Noera Rin's ear. At that moment, Rin was sweating profusely, clearly nervous. Chapter 15. A Windfall. After Liang imparted his brief instructions, he ceased to speak further. At that juncture, the Chunin had also completed his 10 throws. His scores included 6 4 rings, 1 5 ring, and 3 misses. Such a score was already exceedingly high. In the original narrative, those extraordinary ninjas often hit the bullseye effortlessly, which appeared impressive. Yet it is genuinely challenging for an average Chunin to consistently achieve 5 rings, especially from 100 meters away. Teacher, do you think Rin can really manage? Kakashi queried. From 100 meters, hitting 10 times consecutively. Even Kakashi could not guarantee such accuracy, let alone Noera Rin. Yet, when Rin made her first throw of the shuriken, the crowd could hardly believe their eyes. 5 rings? How is that possible? The Chunins gasped in astonishment. Them. The girl who could barely hit the target from 10 meters had just achieved the highest score from 100 meters. It was utterly inconceivable. Relax, keep going. Liang encouraged Noera Rin. Taking a deep breath, Noera Rin threw another shuriken. Bang! Another 5 rings. How could this be? Not only were the Chunins rendered speechless, but Noera Rin herself stood in disbelief. I actually threw that. She stared blankly at her hand, astonished that the method taught by her teacher was genuinely effective. Liang instructed her to stand upright, feet together, to channel her strength through her hands and feet, and to focus intently. This was the mantra for throwing darts from his previous life. Having engaged in the sport of darts, Liang had studied techniques for hitting targets. Of course, merely knowing this would not suffice for such precision. But one must not forget that this is the world of ninjas. Keeping one's gaze fixed on a target ensures a perfect trajectory. The same principle applies to throwing shuriken. Before imparting the dart technique to Noera Rin, Liang had also adapted it with ninja tool techniques from the Naruto world. Do not forget, Liang had acquired advanced ninja tool techniques granted by the system. This knowledge, typically reserved for Jonin, far surpassed what these Chunins could comprehend, and combined with his dart-throwing skills from his previous life, Liang's shuriken technique was not merely that of an ordinary Jonin. Even elite Jonin might not be his match. After hitting the target, Noera Rin swiftly released all her shuriken. 54 rings, 5 rings, a remarkable score. This score undoubtedly surpassed that of the Chunin, and by no small margin. A bet is a bet. Let us go. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Chunins immediately waved their hands, preparing to leave, but the astute Liang would not allow them to depart without consequence. You may leave, but the money stays. You, don't go too far. Be careful, or our boss will take revenge on you. Money. The group remained silent and attempted to exit, clearly intent on shirking their debts, but Liang was no ordinary rogue. Modern-day scoundrels far exceeded these amateurs. After employing some persuasive measures, Liang weighed the pouch of money in his hand. Though his hand ached slightly, he was nonetheless elated as he watched the Chunins depart. Kakashi, is your arm all right? Liang finally remembered to express concern for Kakashi. Had you not attacked my student first, I would not have extorted you like this, he rationalized in his mind, justifying his greed. Your arm, Kakashi extended his hand. Indeed, that wound was caused by their fire technique, correct. No worries, let Rin tend to it, and it will heal in no time. Huh? Kakashi looked bewildered. Teacher, I accidentally burned myself last night. You can touch it, it's already scabbing over. What? Liang poked the mark, and it promptly flaked off. It really is scabbed over. No worries, you should still let Rin treat it. Teacher, it's really fine. Just let her treat it. Why are you being so fussy about it? Liang emphasized his tone, then departed the training ground. Rin, what do you think is wrong with the teacher? It's merely a small wound. Yet he insists on having you waste chakra. I believe it might be related to my training. It's my fault for misunderstanding the teacher previously. From now on, I will heed his teachings and diligently train alone, striving for independence and strength. Observing Noira Rin's serious demeanor, Kakashi left with a sense of helplessness. Rin truly believed the teacher's words. While Kakashi admired Liang, he found today's clumsy lie too juvenile to fool his intellect. It seems that women are often both naive and impressionable. Days later, the skies were clear and serene. Since the training ground incident, Liang had not encountered any further troubles. One day, he lay on the soft couch conversing with Akamaru. Hey, now that you've earned some money, why haven't you moved out? Are you really that shameless? It was the same old conversation, and Liang was too lethargic to respond. He closed his eyes and pondered the day's task. Engaging in a meaningful conversation with Akamaru. Reward: C-rank Taijutsu, Konoha Whirlwind. Simple and unremarkable. Over these past few days, Liang had received numerous such mundane tasks, which he referred to as daily quests. Akin to a game that must be completed each day, yet the rewards were hardly worth mentioning. They consisted of trivial, ordinary jutsu. Not a single one was noteworthy in the later stages. Liang had already acquired countless low-level techniques, many of which were redundant. Of course, when the system drew duplicates, it would enhance the original, but overall, they remained unimpressive. Liang reflected on the significant jutsu he had learned: Flying Thunder God and Universal Pull. He had already mastered two S-rank techniques, both obtained through arduous effort. As for the Flying Thunder God, that remained a mystery. Regardless, the more challenging the task, the greater the rewards, a truth that remains eternal. As for low-level techniques, Liang primarily utilized body flicker technique and substitution technique. It is worth noting that when Liang drew low-level techniques repeatedly, the substitution technique comprised a significant portion, indicating that his proficiency in it had reached an extraordinary level. When activated, he could instantly switch places with an object merely by focusing on it. Even without the need for chakra, such low-level jutsu typically required little chakra. And considering it had been enhanced countless times, it was all the more effective. Liang rolled over on the couch, suddenly recalling a unique jutsu, summoning technique. It had been mentioned before. The summoning technique is quite special, as the strength of summoned creatures increases with the user's power. Moreover, the entities one can summon through the art of summoning differ according to individual capabilities. Liang was poised to embark on his foray into this mystical practice. What if he were to summon something extraordinarily powerful and awe-inspiring? Wouldn't that be a delightful prospect? Chapter 16. The prelude to summoning. With a sudden spark of determination, Liang promptly departed from the Red Bean Cottage. The art of summoning is a peculiar form of ninjutsu, and Liang had no intention of practicing in a training ground. If he were to summon a colossal creature like Gamabunta, the immense toad, it would undoubtedly wreak havoc upon the training facilities. Liang was not inclined to incur any financial liabilities. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to venture to the Valley of the End. The mountains were littered with stones. This was the very site of the climactic battle between Naruto and Sasuke in the original story. Gentle streams meandered through the area, courtesy of a grand waterfall upstream that ensured a constant supply of water. Additionally, the wide canyon below meant that the water was not overly deep. Liang chose this locale precisely for its spaciousness, which was ideal for summoning enormous beings. He located a relatively flat boulder and settled down upon it. Numerous stones littered the creek, allowing for easy traversal. This would suffice. He produced a massive scroll, unfurling it atop the stone. This was a high-grade summoning scroll. Naturally, one must possess a summoning scroll to learn the art of summoning, as the process involves an intricate array of rune rituals. Without a scroll, etching the runes in situ would consume an inordinate amount of time. Thus, inscribing the runes upon a scroll for portability became a fundamental requirement for summoning. Liang beamed as he gazed at his summoning scroll, which he had procured for a substantial sum of 10,000 ryo from the third Hokage, reportedly at an internal price. An ordinary ninja would have to pay at least tenfold that amount. The location was perfectly suited. The tools were adequately prepared for the summoning ritual. Liang was unaware of his own nonsensical ramblings, but after a moment of idle chatter, he suddenly retrieved a small knife from his pocket and made a cut upon his thumb. Blood was essential for the summoning technique. Liang's scroll was a random summoning scroll. Traditional summoning scrolls are typically passed down through generations. For instance, Naruto's scroll was gifted to him by Jiraiya, already inscribed with runes and bound by a contract with the toads of Mount Myaboku, allowing Naruto to summon them directly. However, Liang lacked such a heritage scroll, thus he could only utilize this random scroll to summon nearby creatures at random, subsequently employing taming methods to add them to his roster of summoned beasts. With a sense of anticipation, Liang pressed his finger against the scroll. Bang! A tadpole, no larger than his thumb, materialized upon the scroll. What the heck? How could it be possible, with my summoning talent, to conjure merely a tadpole? Liang was perplexed. A jonin with substantial chakra. The strength of the summoned creature should correlate with the amount of chakra expended. Given the chakra he had just channeled, it was inconceivable that he could summon only a tadpole. Disheartened, he promptly initiated another summoning. This time, a snail the size of a fist appeared. As summoning permits reattempts without a binding contract. Liang was unperturbed by the initial failure. He made another incision on his finger and summoned once more. Time passed. In the distant Hokage office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was engrossed in reviewing documents when suddenly an anxious jonin burst into the room. It's bad, Lord Third. A theft has occurred in the warehouse. One of the high-grade summoning scrolls has gone missing from the cabinet. A high-grade summoning scroll. Sarutobi paused momentarily, then resumed his perusal of the documents in hand. That 1.M.R.Ye came by this morning to purchase a scroll. I handed it over to him. Handed it to Mr. Yi? The jonin's expression shifted to realization, but his mind tightened with concern. That summoning scroll was reportedly defective, unable to summon high-grade creatures and often conjuring peculiar entities. It was uncertain whether the Hokage was aware of this. He glanced back at the third Hokage, who remained unperturbed, leaving him with no choice but to exit. In the Valley of the End, Liang had failed to summon for the 100th time. Damn it! If I fail again, I'll storm the Hokage office. At this moment, he comprehended the ruse played upon him by the third Hokage. Asa jonin. He had expended vast quantities of chakra, yet had failed to summon even a respectable creature, consistently conjuring bizarre odds and ends. What a piece of rubbish! A paint bucket! The most horrifying of all was the gigantic slug he had summoned. Massive as a mountain, Liang nearly regurgitated the ramen he had consumed that morning. He had always harbored an aversion to slimy creatures, prompting him to swiftly terminate the summoning ritual. Please, this is the last time. Heaven, grant me a reliable summoned beast, Liang prayed, feeling somewhat lightheaded. After 100 cuts to his fingers, he found himself in a perilously anemic state. He estimated that he would need at least 10 bowls of rich bone broth to recover. Bang! The summoning scroll once more erupted in a cloud of smoke. A sticky substance, reminiscent of excrement, began to reveal itself. Liang stared in disbelief at this grotesque manifestation, which seemed to writhe ever so slowly. In a way. Another failure. Damn you, third Hokage. He cursed vehemently, ready to charge towards the Hokage's hall. However, just as he prepared to leave, the sticky substance lunged toward him with alarming speed. Liang instinctively raised his hand to shield himself. Yet, at the moment of contact, a flash of golden light illuminated the scene. The contract was sealed successfully. To achieve a successful summoning contract, one typically must win over the summoned creature's affections, essentially forming a bond of camaraderie. However, there exists another method, the use of force. As long as one possesses sufficient strength, even the most obstinate of summoned beasts can be subdued. Liang had unwittingly employed this second method when he instinctively used a portion of his power to deflect the approaching mass. The substance, sensing a power far greater than its own, instinctively chose to submit. Thus, the summoning was accomplished. Why? Why must the heavens treat me so cruelly? A summoning of excrement. This must be an unprecedented occurrence in the annals of ninja history. Liang lamented, casting a disdainful glance at his summoned beast, a soft, mushy mass that continued to writhe. He understood that this was not true excrement, but rather a form of unknown soft-bodied organism. Perhaps even remnants of some biological cell. Yet, one undeniable truth remained. This entity possessed absolutely no combat prowess, as evidenced by its sluggish movements. 30 minutes later, an enraged figure stormed into the Hokage's office. Chapter 17. The trials of the land of waves. If it were the case that 1,000 prayers in a past life could yield but a single encounter, then Liang would rather forego that encounter altogether. Following the excrement incident, he received a compensation of 100,000 ryo, a substantial sum. Yet, Liang would have preferred to forfeit this amount. Once the art of summoning was initiated, acquiring additional summoned beasts became exceedingly difficult, as subsequent rituals could only yield creatures akin to the initial summon. For instance, having summoned excrement, he could only call forth a relative of that entity, perhaps another slug or a similar soft-bodied creature. It was undeniable that all were weak. To summon different beasts, Liang would need an ancestral scroll, a prospect that was utterly unattainable. He felt despondent. An opportunity of great significance had culminated in the acquisition of mere refuse. Even with Sarutobi's compensation of 100,000 ryo, it could not assuage the sorrow that weighed heavily upon his heart. Kakashi, what's wrong with our teacher lately? He keeps staring at a lump of excrement and chuckling to himself. Is he losing his mind? Obito, don't be reckless. I heard from Lord Third that this is Liang Sensei's summoned beast, a divine-level creature, rivaling the legendary beasts of the three great sanctuaries. I've even heard that not even Gamabunta of Mount Myaboku can contend with this summoned beast. What? This creature is that powerful? Obito inhaled sharply, a chill running through him. They were currently en route to execute a mission. After having rested for several days, their second task was about to commence. Liang attentively listened to the conversations among his teammates, and his heart felt a bit more at ease. To maintain his authority, Liang had not only extorted a substantial amount of money from the third Hokage, but had also threatened him not to reveal the humiliating fact that he had summoned a rather unimpressive creature. Externally, he could only claim that this creature was a powerful summoning beast. However, he had not anticipated that the third Hokage would exaggerate its prowess to such an extent, comparing it to the legendary beings of the three great holy lands. Sofuin, are you really that formidable? Liang mused, stroking the soft-bodied summoned creature resting on his shoulder, which he had named Sofuin. After some exploration, Liang suddenly discovered that the summoned beast was not entirely devoid of merit. Aside from lacking combat capability, it could transform into the appearance of any creature it touched, albeit slightly smaller in size. Liang believed that given time to grow, it would undoubtedly become an extraordinary shapeshifter. Testing revealed that even perceptive ninjas would be unable to discern the authenticity of any creature that Sofuin transformed into. A delightful surprise, indeed, Liang thought. Their mission today was to hunt down a group of rogue ninjas in the Land of Waves. Due to the frequent wars, most cowardly ninjas chose to defect from their villages. Yet these traitors had the audacity to wreak havoc and plunder the surroundings. That was simply unacceptable. Liang glanced at the map. They were nearing the Land of Waves. He decided to first inquire about the situation from a local villager, as the vicinity of the Land of Waves was perilously close to the hidden mist village, making it unwise to reveal their identities. Understood, Sensei. Kakashi and the others acknowledged and followed Liang into the village. Their destination was the home of a fisherman named Kaijo. The Land of Waves was encircled by a vast moat, making it imperative to rely on fishing boats for transportation. Hence, the fishing profession was prevalent in this region. This must be the place, Liang remarked after questioning several passers-by, finally locating Kaijo's yard. It was a dilapidated earthen house, and upon seeing its ruinous state, Liang began to doubt whether Kaijo could afford the bounty set by Konoha. Although it was a C-rank mission, the reward amounted to several thousand ryo. In these chaotic times, a few thousand ryo represented a fisherman's wages for nearly half a year, but that was under conditions of consistent patronage. Most fishermen only earned sporadically due to the overwhelming competition in the Land of Waves. Let's go inside. Liang signaled to his teammates and pushed open the door. At that moment, a wooden stick swung towards his face. Liang was startled but quickly realized that the strike lacked any force. He tilted his head slightly to evade it. Get lost, you black market merchants. We have nothing you want. A child rushed out from within, wielding a decaying wooden stick, evidently the one who had just attempted to strike Liang. Hey, little brat, you've mistaken us. We are ninjas from Konoha, not black market dealers. Liang explained nonchalantly, eyeing the child. Humph, don't try to fool me. This month, you've pretended to be Konoha ninjas several times. You won't deceive me. The child swung the stick again. Liang helplessly shook his head and deftly snatched the wooden stick from the boy's grasp. Give it back. You jerk. The child immediately lunged for the stick. Just then, a dark-faced fisherman hurriedly emerged from the earthen house. The scent of seafood clung to him, unmistakable for one who had spent years fishing. Kaisha, stop causing trouble. These are esteemed ninjas from Konoha. He quickly intervened, pulling the child aside. Esteemed ninjas? The child gazed at Liang, momentarily stunned. That I apologize. Esteemed sirs, that I am Kaijio, the one who commissioned this task. My child is simply being mischievous. Please forgive him, but it's quite all right. I don't mind. Liang replied coolly. That he scrutinized the fisherman once more, and his heart sank. His initial judgment was correct. The man was emaciated and reeked of sweat from days without bathing. Clearly having gone several days without food. How could someone in such a state afford the hiring fee? He unconsciously glanced at Kakashi, only to find him frowning as well. He had likely noticed the same thing. Uncle Kaijio, do you have any food? I'm about to starve. Obito blurted out. Being somewhat naive, he had not eaten throughout their mountainous journey, and with Liang hastily seeking their employer, his stomach was growling. Kaijio's face immediately displayed discomfort, but after a moment's hesitation, he welcomed the group into his home. Uncle, your house is so dilapidated. Won't you catch a cold sleeping here at night? Obito remarked, observing the walls riddled with holes, even spotting a significant portion missing from the roof. Well, it's summer now. The coolness is rather pleasant. Kaijio greeted the group before leading the child to the kitchen. Kakashi, what do you think? Chapter 18. A free ride task. I suspect this is a free ride task. A free ride task refers to a situation where the employer, after paying a deposit, lacks the means to pay the remaining bounty, resulting in Konoha ninjas working for nothing once the reward period ends. Of course, the term free ride was one that Kakashi and Liang had coined, as such tasks were originally termed false tasks. I think so too. Liang nodded. Lin's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. Sensei, should we continue with this task? Since it's a false task, we might as well just cancel it. Let us wait and see. There might be further developments. Liang replied to at that moment. Uchiha Obito was staring blankly at the others. Kakashi, what is a free ride task? He was unfamiliar with such basic knowledge and appeared puzzled. However, Kakashi ignored him. Obito then turned to Lin, who also remained unresponsive. Liang did the same. There was no helping it. He was simply a bit dense. After a while, Uncle Kaijio emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of sweet potatoes. With a cheerful demeanor, he set the bowl on the table and said, Esteemed sirs, enjoy. Obito glanced at the sweet potatoes before reaching out eagerly. However, Liang clearly noticed the child's eyes reflect a hint of reluctance upon seeing Obito grab the sweet potatoes. Liang immediately understood. This bowl of sweet potatoes was likely their entire food supply. Everyone, please eat. There's more in the kitchen. Don't be shy, Kaijio urged them. Yet aside from Obito, the others remained still, noticing their hesitation. Kaijio sent the child away and returned to the group. Esteemed sirs, we truly have a serious problem. He bowed deeply to Liang, clearly ready to address the matter directly. Esteemed sirs, the rogue ninjas are hiding in the moat of the Land of Waves. They rob all merchants attempting to travel to and from the Land of Waves. We can only use fishing boats for trade. But if this continues, we will have no customers left. His expression was tense. Yet Liang remained impassive. I understand your concerns, but I must inquire. The bounty for this mission is 3,000 Ryo. Are you certain you can afford that? Are you doubting me? Kaijio shouted, his face flushed and his voice lacking conviction. So what if I am? Liang replied coldly. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Being a modern individual, Liang was fully aware of this principle. To offer assistance naturally necessitated compensation. And even if he wished to be a benevolent figure, he currently lacked the means, especially since the 3,000 Ryo bounty was meant for the village, of which they would only receive a fraction. Upon seeing Liang's expression, Kaijio immediately appeared despondent. Esteemed sir, it's not that I do not wish to pay, but the funds meant for the reward were taken by the black market traders just this morning. He added, that was the total contribution of all the fishing merchants. The black market traders? A hint of confusion flickered across Liang's face. Indeed, the Black Merchant Association is the local tyrant of the Land of Waves, led by a man named Cardo. Over the years, they have established this association, gaining control over all maritime transport and infrastructure. Throughout this time, they have been suppressing their competitors through the mafia under their command. And it won't be long before they completely seize the lifeline of the Land of Waves. That we fishermen are the only industry that disrupts their operations. Is that why they have targeted you? Yes. That is correct. Liang fell into deep contemplation. Upon realizing that the mission pertained to the Land of Waves, he recalled the original narrative surrounding it. That was an event set 10 years later. The protagonist, Naruto Uzumaki, had been entrusted by the bridge builder, Tsunade, to protect the Great Bridge, while the nefarious businessman, Cardo, sought to destroy it. Liang remembered that this man was ultimately killed by a rogue ninja. Zabuza Momochi. Of course, Zabuza was not present now, as it was still 12 years prior. However, Liang did not expect that Cardo had already begun to control the lifeblood of the Land of Waves at this time. It seems that the moment has come to confront this dark merchant. Liang resolved to investigate this individual. Although Kai's mission involved eliminating the rogue ninja in the moat, Liang understood that the true puppet master had to be Cardo of the Black Merchant Association. This unscrupulous merchant not only commands countless mafia operatives but also frequently hires passing rogue ninjas for his schemes. The fishing industry conflicts with his monopolized transport sector, and now that fishermen are in distress, the likelihood of Cardo orchestrating this calamity is substantial. Contemplating all possible scenarios, Liang led Team 7 out of the dirt house amidst Kai's countless expressions of gratitude. "Teacher, are you certain we should assist this Uncle Kai?" "This is a false mission," Kakashi exclaimed. "First, be a person. Second, do your job," Liang replied. Although he understood that Kai could not afford to pay, the situation now intertwined with the original narrative, and he could not turn a blind eye. Moreover, ding dong. Congratulations, host. You have triggered an SSS-level mission. Eliminate the Black Merchant Cardo. Condition 1. Directly slay Cardo. Reward. Random A-level ninjutsu. Condition 2. Slay Cardo while also dealing with his mafia subordinates. Reward. Random A-level ninjutsu. 2. Condition 3. Slay Cardo while eliminating all of his forces. Mafia, rogue ninjas. Reward. Random S-level ninjutsu. What the heck? An S-level skill has appeared again. Liang was astonished. This mission presented a choice of 3. Such an opportunity had only arisen once before, when he first traversed into this world, indicating it was an exceedingly significant task. The last time he encountered such an opportunity, the reward was the Shinra Tensei. MMP, for the sake of the reward, he was determined to give it his all. Kakashi, standing still, was momentarily taken aback. First, be a person. Second, do your job. First, be a person. Second, do your job. He was instantly astonished. The teacher is indeed wise. He never expected his mentor to utter such profound and inspiring words. Back in the dirt house, Kakashi had forgotten the teacher who spoke of world peace due to Liang's realism. But now, hearing the phrase first, be a person, second, do your job, jolted him awake. As expected, the teacher's apparent ruthlessness in the dirt house must have been calculated. I knew it. How could the teacher be a miserly bumpkin? Yahiko Rin felt a stirring in her heart, gently leaning closer to Liang's arm, her eyes sparkling even more. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito nodded with a hint of understanding. Impressive, the Black Merchant Association dominated the Land of Waves. After half a day's investigation, Liang had gathered a rough understanding of the association's divisions. Chapter 19. The Rogue Ninja Strikes in the evening. The group met at the edge of the moat. Liang-sensei, I have located Cardo's residence. There are a dozen rogue ninjas from the Mist Village guarding it, all at the level of Nin. Teacher, rogue ninjas have been spotted again in the moat today, and I've successfully driven them away. Obito declared proudly, prevent rogue ninjas from attacking the fishermen. Liang had instructed Uchiha Obito to follow Kai closely, which evidently proved beneficial to that moment. Rin appeared somewhat hesitant. What's the matter? Did you discover something about Cardo's association? Liang inquired. The Black Merchant Association is composed of mafia members. Although numerous, they are merely ordinary people without ninjutsu skills. Therefore, I suggested sending the weakest among us, Rin, to scout their situation. Teacher, today I observed the conditions of Cardo's association. Most of the workers are children around 7 or 8 years old, carrying tools and struggling to work at the construction site. I even saw that their hands and feet were covered in blood. As Rin spoke, she suddenly bowed solemnly to Liang. Teacher, I implore you to help them. Liang was taken aback. He did not expect Rin to possess such empathy, which left him feeling somewhat ashamed. Compared to Rin's noble intentions, Liang's motivation for doing good solely for task rewards seemed rather petty. I have already contacted Konoha that it won't be long before they control the rogue ninjas in the water. As for Cardo's association, they are merely ordinary mafia members, and I believe dealing with them afterwards will not be troublesome. At this point, Liang swallowed slightly. Regarding Cardo himself, once reinforcements arrive, I will personally take care of him. Thank you, teacher. Rin expressed her gratitude at why Liang's plan was flawlessly constructed, employing a three-pronged approach. Once reinforcements arrived, he was confident that completing the mission would be a breeze. However, at that moment, suddenly, more than 20 ninjas erupted from the water, surrounding Liang and the others in an orderly fashion. TSK. Your plan is indeed commendable, but unfortunately, that little brat exposed you today to an ambush. Liang and the others were instantly alarmed. At that moment, Obito gazed in shock at the speaking leader. Aren't you the rogue ninja who attacked the fisherman today? How dare you show your face here? I'll make you pay. He fumed, immediately attempting to confront the individual. However, after taking just 2 steps, he was pulled back by Kakashi. Whoosh, 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 several swiftly thrown shurikens landed where Obito had just stood. Shadow clone of shuriken. You are a J-nin, Kakashi exclaimed immediately as Obito charged forward. Kakashi had sensed something amiss. The leader remained unfazed by Obito's attack, indicating something was off, prompting him to instinctively pull Obito back. Hiss! Obito broke into a cold sweat. The shadow clone of shuriken is an A-level ninjutsu, and mastering it is exceedingly difficult. It is rarely learned by anyone below the special J-nin level. TSK. This white-haired kid reacts quickly. The leader smacked his lips, yet his gaze remained fixed on Liang. In this situation, it was evident to anyone that Liang was the strongest here. It seems you are quite formidable. Why Liang suddenly burst into applause. He smiled at the rogue ninja leader, appearing remarkably relaxed, as if surrounded not by 20 fierce ninjas, but by a mere 20 ordinary individuals. What on earth is this guy's demeanor? The leader's expression shifted to one of suspicion. Meanwhile, Liang maintained his calm disposition. Seizing the initiative has always been Liang's approach. When faced with uncertainty, he would feign confidence. Regardless of how powerful the opponent, they would always harbor some apprehension towards him, a tactic that served him well in navigating challenges. Incredible! Another J-nin. While watching Naruto, he never encountered so many J-nin. Now, after his traversal, they seemed to be everywhere. Moreover, Liang distinctly recognized that this rogue ninja was no ordinary foe. He subtly glanced at the weapons wrapped behind the individual. A severed blade. The executioner's blade. This man is Kisame Hoshigaki, the original wielder of the sword from the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist. With numerous titles to his name, Kisame was a legendary figure in the Mist Village. Although he was later defeated by Might Guy, he remains an extraordinarily formidable character. Liang was confident that even Orochimaru, who had studied forbidden jutsu, would not stand a chance against him. No wonder this mission is classified as SSS level. Suddenly, Liang recalled the system's evaluation of this mission at the time. He hadn't paid close attention, but now, reflecting on it sent chills down his spine. The first SSS level mission had forced an ordinary individual to confront Orochimaru. Had it not been for his sudden burst of intelligence, he might have perished then. With the inflation of his own strength, coupled with the inexplicably acquired flying thunder god technique, Liang had recently grown somewhat complacent. Recognizing the reality, he understood it was time to adopt a serious approach. Kakashi, handle these minions. I'll take care of this leader. Liang spoke heavily. The 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist are not adversaries that these children can contend with. Even though Kakashi has already achieved the rank of Jonin, facing Pai Pa Shirzong would still amount to delivering a meal. To avert unforeseen complications, Liang resolved to confront this member of the 7 swordsmen. Pai Pa Shirzong, alone. Indeed, teacher. Kakashi responded promptly, swiftly leading Obito and the others away to deal with the lesser foes. That it was rare for Liang to exhibit such seriousness, thus it was evident to Kakashi what the situation entailed. Kid, I once held a degree of admiration for you, but alas, someone seeks your life, and I am left with no choice. Someone seeks my life? Liang was momentarily taken aback by Shirzong's words. At that moment, he suddenly grasped a crucial point. Pai Pa Shirzong was the pillar of support for the village hidden in the mist, and given the current time frame, he certainly had not defected from his village. How could he possibly be here? Someone seeks my life? He pondered Shirzong's statement again, perplexed. It is an elderly man, yet his strength is formidable, and he has provided payment. Elderly man? Danzo? Or perhaps the 3rd Hokage? But that cannot be. Liang reflected on his memories, yet could not identify such a person no matter how he tried. What is his name? Pai Pa Shirzong shook his head, clearly unaware. Enough idle chatter. Prepare for battle. Liang suddenly vanished in a flash. Shinra Tensei. A combination of a sudden disappearance and a powerful technique. This was the most reasonable sequence he could conceive at present. However, the reality was far more complex. Upon witnessing Liang's disappearance, Shirzong instantaneously positioned his executioner's blade behind him for defense. Chapter 20. Confrontation with Pai Pa Shirzong. Boom! A tremendous force propelled Shirzong away. Yet due to the protection of the executioner's blade, he merely sustained some impact and remained unscathed. Water release. Water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the moat towards Liang. Water release. Water clone technique. 3 figures stepped onto the water dragon. Water release. Hidden mist technique. A thick fog instantly enveloped the surroundings. Liang furrowed his brow. The visibility around him was swiftly obscured by the dense mist. And the 3 water clones riding the water dragon charged towards him. What an astonishing water dragon bullet. Liang quickly hurled a shuriken to the side. The water dragon bullet was an A-rank ninjutsu, renowned for its ability to relentlessly pursue its target until its sustaining chakra was exhausted. Liang did not intend to confront it head-on. The power of the water dragon bullet was formidable. And lacking defensive ninjutsu, he could only evade. Flying Thunder God. Liang's form instantly vanished from his location. Meanwhile, the shuriken that had previously disappeared within the mist was suddenly grasped by someone. Liang surveyed his surroundings intently. The water dragon bullet had already vanished over 100 meters away, but thanks to Pai Pa Shirzong's tracking technique, it would take mere moments to locate him again. As anticipated, from the distance within the mist, 3 shadowy figures charged towards him. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Liang unleashed his newly learned fire technique at the 3 shadows. Here in the mist, the fire's power was indeed diminished, but the strength of the water clones was merely a fraction of the original. Hence this ninjutsu still dispersed the 3 figures. Puff! A dagger pierced Liang's lower back. Water release. Silent assassination technique. Shirzong's voice coldly resonated against Liang's neck, the dagger embedded deep within him. Apologies, but no one can extract me from my hidden mist technique. Yet just as Shirzong believed he had succeeded, a pair of pristine white arms suddenly emerged from the ground. Earth release. Heart decapitation technique. It was an earth ninjutsu. Liang, having realized he could not see his surroundings, had already activated this technique. The figure that appeared on the surface was merely a shadow clone. As expected, just as those hands pulled Shirzong into the earth. The injured Liang above instantly transformed into white mist. How is this possible? When did you use earth release? I was watching you the entire time. Shirzong was utterly astonished. A master of assassination. He held immense confidence in his eyesight. When I repelled you, Liang coldly replied, his body suddenly erupting from the ground. Repelled me? Shirzong expressed a hint of confusion, but quickly recalled the initial Shinra Tensei. That powerful repulsion technique had merely been a feint. How could this be? You don't even know me. How could you use such a powerful ninjutsu as a feint? Indeed, I am unfamiliar with you. But from the very beginning, I had prepared adequately. Liang replied nonchalantly. He may not have known Pai Pa Shirzong well, but he could not deny having read the original story, the first generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Liang could not afford to be careless. Before long, Shirzong was left with nothing but his head above ground. The heart decapitation technique directly pulled the opponent into the earth by reinforcing the thickness of the ground. Once trapped, escape became exceedingly difficult. Although it was a low-level ninjutsu, all of Liang's basic techniques had been enhanced through daily tasks. After all, as long as there were repeated rewards, they would continue to strengthen indefinitely. Damn it, you bastard! Where on earth did you acquire such powerful ninjutsu? Shirzong glared at Liang in frustration, attempting to dig himself out of the earth, yet despite exerting all his strength, he remained utterly immobile. The decapitation technique is supposed to be a low-tier ninjutsu. Don't move, or I will take your life right now. Liang pressed the fallen executioner's blade against Shirzong's neck. I will ask you questions, and you shall answer them truthfully. Should I discover any lies, your life will be forfeit, Liang stated coldly. First, what does the elderly man who ordered you to kill me look like? Second, why do you obey this elderly man's commands? Third, why has your village appeared in the land of waves? If I am correct, you are still under the rule of Yagura. Leaving the village hidden in the mist without authorization is a grave crime. Yi Liang posed 3 questions, seemingly ordinary, yet intimately connected to his own fate. He needed to comprehend who sought his life. After all, having one's head constantly targeted was hardly a favorable situation. If I tell you, will you spare me? If you satisfy me, I may consider it. Shirzong swallowed at this response. Very well, but I hope you will not go back on your word that I was not acquainted with that elderly man previously. I came out this time to locate a Jinchuriki for the 3-Tails.as is well known. Isabu has been concealed within the village's inner lake, but recently, the power balance of the 3 Tails has been shifting, hinting at an uncontrollable trend. Yagura has tasked us with searching for high-level ninjas on the periphery to conduct a Jinchuriki experiment. 3 Tails Jinchuriki. Yi Liang contemplated briefly that it seemed that the first Jinchuriki of Isabu was their teammate. Noera Rin. Originally, during the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, Rin had been forcibly made into the 3 Tails Jinchuriki by the ninjas of the Land of Earth. Wait, ninjas from the Land of Earth? Jinchuriki? Isn't the 3 Tails from the village hidden in the mist? Yi Liang suddenly felt a flicker of doubt. Why was the 3 Tails of the village hidden in the mist entangled with the Land of Earth? He realized that the plot of the original story seemed to have encountered an inexplicable issue. The 9-tailed beasts were manipulated by various major ninja villages. Yet how could a beast belonging to the village hidden in the mist be under the control of the Land of Earth in the original story? This was evidently a plot hole. Could it be that something extraordinary had transpired? Yi Liang sensed that something was amiss. The original story had already diverged at the Kanabi Bridge, as the originally tragic ending for Noera Rin had been altered by his intervention. Thus, the subsequent developments would naturally shift as well. So, what happened next? Yi Liang inquired again. Shirzong had only mentioned the mission, yet had not addressed the elderly man's appearance. Then, I encountered that terrifying elderly man. Shirzong's eyes suddenly flickered with a hint of terror. Such a powerful being could invoke fear in an individual of Shirzong's strength. Yi Liang's expression grew serious. I will never forget his visage. He had a mane of thick, straight hair, a bare torso, and eyes that resembled a blood-red full moon. Just a single glance, and I was ensnared in an endless abyss. Chapter 21. The desire to grow stronger thick. Straight hair? Blood-red full moon? Yi Liang instantly recognized the identity of this individual. Damn it. ISNT that the infamous Madara Uchiha. Although the description of the straight hair was vague, the crimson eyes could only belong to the Sharingan. And in this era, the only elderly person with such power could only be the aged Uchiha Madara. However, why did Uchiha Madara seek to kill me? Yi Liang felt a flicker of confusion. He began to sift through the memories of his past life, quickly gaining clarity on many matters. Indeed, the incident at the Shinobi Bridge was orchestrated by Uchiha Madara to ensnare Obito. Thus, it is highly probable that the reason the Land of Earth possessed the 3 Tails was due to Uchiha Madara's machinations. Uchiha Madara utilized the 3 Tails to bring about the demise of Rin Noera, which ultimately led to Obito's complete descent into darkness, planting the seeds for his resurrection. I thwarted the ninjas of the Land of Earth, causing Uchiha Madara's plans to unravel. Hence, this must be his motive for wanting me dead. Yi Liang suddenly understood if that is the case. Then the predicament faced by Pai Pa Shirzong is indeed a case of undeserved misfortune. Ahem. After clearing his throat, Yi Liang once again directed his gaze towards Shirzong on the ground. I have said all that I needed to say. Believe it or not, it is as it is. Yi Liang slowly turned to leave. Now that he grasped the entirety of the situation, he could not afford to linger here any longer. Since Uchiha Madara intended to kill him, it was an exceedingly perilous matter. This time it was merely Pai Pa Shirzong. But who knew who it might be next? Perhaps Nagato, perhaps Haiden, or even himself. Yi Liang understood that although he possessed a considerable array of S-rank ninjutsu, he was still outmatched when confronting such top-tier powerhouses. With this thought, Yi Liang let out a loud whistle. It was his unique signal for communication with his teammates, a method learned from anti-Japanese dramas. It was the captain's signal. Kakashi swiftly dispatched a weakling and raced towards Yi Liang's direction. The other weaklings, rooted in place, dared not pursue. In truth, Kakashi had already been toying with them earlier, yet, fearing the repercussions of failure. They had been stalling Kakashi, and now that he was on the move, they lacked the courage to continue the chase. Rin and Obito also headed towards Yi Liang's direction. The group soon convened in the town of the Land of Waves. Teacher, has that leader been dealt with? Yes, I have temporarily restrained him. Once the village sends someone, he can be taken away directly. However, plans have changed. There is a greater force behind this affair. The previous plan is nullified. We must act swiftly. Liang suddenly sighed. Kakashi and the others immediately exchanged glances of concern. Days later, Liang furrowed his brow as he gazed at the third Hokage in the Hokage Hall. Are you saying that by the time the Umbu arrived, Pai Pashirzong was already dead? Yes, it appears he succumbed to a type of jinjutsu, his face marked by terror at the time of death. Yet there were no other fatal injuries on his body. The third Hokage recounted calmly. Liang delved deeply into thought. It indeed seems to be Uchiha Madara without a doubt, perishing from the terror induced by a jinjutsu. Apart from Tsukuyomi, he could not conceive of any other jinjutsu capable of directly killing a super elite shinobi. However, during this period, he had no intention of leaving the village. It was far too dangerous. Uchiha Madara had set his sights on him, which was utterly terrifying. One must understand that this individual is a master manipulator. Ahem, if you have nothing else, you may leave. This mission was executed well. And due to the appearance of Pai Pashirzong, I will increase the mission reward. Sarutobi Hiruzen replied succinctly. Understood. Liang nodded. Exiting the Hokage Hall, he made a beeline for the small house of Akane. Counting money is a splendid talent among the people of Huagua. After tallying his rewards, Liang promptly cast aside thoughts of Uchiha Madara. To his astonishment, it was a tailed beast bomb. Can this even be considered ninjutsu? Liang mused aloud in Akane's room. After resolving the matter with Kato, the system had rewarded him with a technique known as the tailed beast bomb. However, strictly speaking, this had little to do with ninjutsu. The tailed beast bomb is a signature move of a creature called a tailed beast, wherein one condenses their power in their mouth and expels it in one breath, while its might is formidable. It requires an immense amount of chakra. Liang had previously experimented and discovered that although he could utilize the tailed beast bomb, its potency was so diminished that it could only slay an elite shinobi. This was due to insufficient chakra. Liang was not a tailed beast. Thus, he lacked the inhuman chakra reserves typical of such beings, rendering his S-rank ninjutsu inferior to a rank. Was there truly no other way? Liang fell back into contemplation. Now that he was being targeted by Uchiha Madara, enhancing his strength had to become a priority. Just imagine, if you entered a beginner village and were immediately marked by the final boss. The immense pressure would be beyond comprehension, but how could one possibly increase their chakra? Liang spent a considerable time in deep thought. Chakra in the Naruto world originates from the god tree of Kagaya, Tsutsuki, from ancient times. Back then, as an extraterrestrial being, Kagaya had just arrived on Earth. She was no benevolent entity. The plan of the Kagaya civilization was to drain the Earth's energy directly through the god tree to elevate their own civilization's cultivation. Unfortunately, just as she was on the verge of success, she was seduced by a local native. One must understand that at that time, the Kagaya civilization could have rivaled Liang's previous life. Meanwhile, the Earth in the Naruto world was still in the age of cold weapons, hardly distinguishable from that of monkeys. Perhaps she was truly starved for affection. Liang sighed. This beautiful woman actually fell prey to a monkey's advances. Shocking. In any case, Liang could not comprehend this woman's mindset. By the way, in his previous life, Liang had heard a rumor AIDS supposedly originated from chimpanzees. The first man to contract AIDS must have had intricate connections with gorillas. Kagaya Tsutsuki was precisely that case. The first woman linked to monkeys. Tiske. What a woman indeed. After Kagaya became entangled with the local monkey lord, she soon bore her own offspring, initially believing her life to be blissful and bountiful. Yet regrettably, in her prime, she attracted the attention of another monkey lord. And this monkey was even larger, stronger. Her lover swiftly betrayed her. Alas, in the animal kingdom, strength reigns supreme. Her monkey husband could not dare to defy the authority of the higher-ranked beast. Kagaya was ambushed on the brink of death. She suddenly awakened to her plight, utilizing the power of the god tree to eliminate all monkeys that dared to defy her, except for two. One was named Hahori, and the other was Yuzuru. Chapter 22. Seeking the Cave. These two individuals were, in fact, her children, born of the natives. Alas, even a tiger does not eat its own cubs. Kagaya's heart softened, and she spared her two children. The events that followed became clear. The two brothers, under Kagaya's protection, gradually grew into leaders among the local natives. Through a series of unfolding events, they stumbled upon the truth of their mother's extraterrestrial identity. My mother is an alien. How could I tolerate this? With righteous indignation, mother must be slain. Harnessing the natural energy of the Toad Sage, the elder brother Hahori swiftly accomplished this feat. He would later be revered as the progenitor of ninjutsu, sage of the six paths. This is the origin of the Naruto world. Liang understood that all chakra stems from the entire Tsutsuki clan. It was their demise that allocated a portion of chakra to all humans on Earth. However, the chakra within each individual is fixed, hidden in every corner of the body, yet simultaneously sealed by meridians. The training of a ninja in chakra involves gradually unsealing these locks to access more potential chakra. Liang was uncertain whether he possessed chakra. His abilities were conferred by the system, meaning his innate potential had yet to be awakened, while a ninja's chakra training typically required years of effort in childhood. Liang had no time for that. He had contemplated employing special training methods to temporarily open his body's meridians, thereby accessing his chakra, but this was clearly impractical. Such training methods were only known to Might Guy, and many in his previous life were aware that this technique was called the Eight Gates. Regrettably, Might Guy had been dispatched to the front lines by the Hokage. Thus, the only remaining option was to follow the example of the Sage of the Six Paths and learn to absorb the natural energy through Sage techniques. Sage techniques. This is essentially the Earth's original energy, learned by the Sage of the Six Paths from the Toad Sage. However, there are also the White Snake Sage and the Slug Sage capable of such techniques. Forget about the Slug Sage. The original work makes no mention of their whereabouts, but the White Snake Sage could be worth in the second part. Boruto once visited the location of the White Snake Sage, Riichi Cave, to rescue his companion Mitsuki. Liang vaguely recalled where Boruto had entered Riichi Cave. Although such sacred places typically required a fated individual to enter, Liang wished to give it a try. After all, he was a child of destiny. Haha, let us begin with you. Lying in his room, Liang burst into laughter. Why, Liang? What on earth are you laughing about? Are you not going to sleep? The red bean beside him complained. She felt quite peculiar today. Liang had always been carefree, yet today he was suddenly engrossed in searching through chakra materials, often bowing his head in contemplation, as if he were studying. Women. All they do is sleep every day. Utterly lacking in ambition. If you truly read books. Of course, reading brings me joy. Books are the ladder to human progress. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Light grants us experience. While reading provides knowledge, Ostrovsky, Liang delivered a barrage of eloquent phrases, leaving the red bean utterly speechless. By the way, what does Ostrovsky mean? The red bean was puzzled. It was her first time witnessing such a fervent love for learning in Liang. However, why did his words today resonate with such profound truth? A mere ending particle. What an illiterate. He recited his lines too hastily, inadvertently letting slip his thoughts, so that's how it is in the dead of night. Liang ventured alone to a small grove near the valley of the End. In the original story, Boruto discovered the dragon cave in this very grove, yet in truth, this area had long been traversed by others. Besides Boruto, only Mitsuki and Yakushi Kabuto had actually entered the dragon cave. Boruto had not yet been born, Mitsuki was still under development, and as for Yakushi Kabuto, Liang was certain that the fellow was still in an orphanage. In his past life, Yakushi Kabuto was sent to an orphanage amidst the chaos of war, but regrettably, after a period of training, he was dispatched to the front lines as a spy. Thus, he later caught the attention of Orochimaru and was cultivated into a god-tier powerhouse. But now it seemed he had no such opportunity. Orochimaru was already imprisoned. Naturally, Liang did not expect to find the dragon cave. He scoured the grove thoroughly, utilizing his enhanced Shunshin technique to examine every nook, yet found no clue regarding the dragon cave. Could it be that I truly lack fate? For the first time, Liang found himself questioning his own destiny as a person from another world. Even without the enhancement of fate, shouldn't there be some adventurous bonuses? However, after searching the small grove, he genuinely found no leads. Am I truly devoid of fortune? Liang felt disheartened, but in an instant, he lifted his head once more. If I cannot grow stronger, I shall be killed. Though Liang may not possess an extraordinarily brilliant mind, he certainly felt the tension of impending crisis. He began to contemplate. He had been pondering for an hour. Initially, Boruto had discovered the Dragon Cave after traversing through a mist, but regardless of where the Dragon Cave lay, Boruto did not venture too far. This implies that the Dragon Cave still resides within this grove, perhaps concealed by environmental factors or some other deceptive means that Liang suddenly grasped the entirety of the situation. As a modern individual, he believed in science, in the law of conservation of mass, and simultaneously believed that the world of ninjas was not merely a fantastical realm as long as it was a scientific world. There surely existed a method for forced explanation. An idea sparked in Liang's mind as he prepared to unleash Shinra Tensei upon this vast grove that a bag of rice can lift several floors. He bellowed, his body gradually ascending into the air. Shinra Tensei can exponentially amplify its power through charging. Liang figured that since he could not locate the Dragon Cave, he might as well employ a wide-range attack to obliterate the grove. Without obstacles, the Dragon Cave would surely reveal itself. After concentrating his energy, he released all his chakra in one breath. Boom! A vast expanse of the grove, nearly half the area of Konohagakure, was obliterated by Shinra Tensei. Haha, this method is absolutely feasible. Liang swiftly settled into a meditative position, replenishing his chakra, having just decimated half the grove. At this pace, he would only need 20 full-powered Shinra Tensei to completely eradicate all the trees. In calculating the recovery time, he estimated that he could accomplish this monumental task in about a month. Liang then procured some stamina-restoring soldier pills from Konohagakure and commenced the implementation of his plan. Boom. For a month, the resounding blasts from the grove did not cease. Fortunately, this world lacked a forest protection law. Otherwise, Liang would surely find himself imprisoned. Chapter 23. The trials of the Dragon Cave. The villagers of Konohagakure were perplexed. Yet upon realizing the instigator was Liang, none dared to intervene. After all, he was a mysterious supermaster. Finally, he had found it. After clearing the ground, Liang uncovered the entrance to the Dragon Cave. It was located right in the heart of this grove. Indeed, it must have been an illusion, which explained why I could not find it. Liang touched the door of the Dragon Cave. Feeling its ethereal quality, a hint of bone-chilling coldness seeping through, he walked straight inside. It was a palace-like place, resplendent and magnificent, with the inscription Dragon Cave elegantly carved on the plaque at the entrance. However, Liang understood that this was merely superficial. Such a paradise-like location was, in fact, a transformation through illusion. It was simply an ordinary snake den. He tightened his heart slightly. According to the original narrative, entering the Dragon Cave did not immediately grant one the sage mode. Rather, one had to complete the 3 trials of the White Snake Sage, or else be consumed by the snake women within. Reduced to mere bones, swallowing hard, he thought, 3 trials. I have read the original story. Why should I fear? Liang encouraged himself that he recalled that the first trial was a fasting test, where an array of delectable dishes would appear before you. And due to the illusion, you would feel ravenous. However, should you indulge in the feast, the toxins within would utterly paralyze you, turning you into the snake women's meal. The snake women's meal. Liang felt a twinge of embarrassment that as a modern individual, and a recluse at that, he was indeed quite interested in food. Thus, although this trial seemed simple, he felt a bit anxious. He stepped into the cave. Inside, there was indeed a grand table laden with extravagant dishes, and beside it stood a stunningly beautiful woman. Liang glanced at the feast, then at the snake woman, momentarily frozen. Snake woman. What are you staring at? Liang. Staring at an idiot. Snake woman. Who are you calling an idiot? Liang. I'm calling you an idiot. The snake woman felt utterly insulted with such a grand feast before him. Why was he merely gazing at her? A mere snake spirit. Did she grow flowers on her face? Liang intensely fixated on her ample bosom. Diverting attention was an exceptionally effective abstinence technique. Liang refrained from indulging his appetite, redirecting it with lust. In this regard, one could say Liang was a character whose lower half overshadowed his upper half. Damn it, encountering a fool, seeing that food was ineffective against Liang. The snake woman could only storm off in frustration. Liang, disappointed, rubbed his eyes, and everything around him vanished, including the ample bosom. It seemed he had passed this trial, yet it felt somewhat regrettable. Should he not attempt it again? Before long, he arrived at the location of the second trial, still within that aesthetically pleasing palace. But this time there was a deep pit. Liang examined the periphery of the pit. The entrance to the next trial was obstructed by a grand door, featuring a cross-shaped keyhole. yet no key was provided. Naturally, Liang was aware of this trial that in the Naruto series. The second trial was dubbed the Intelligence Trial. Within the deep pit lay countless fragments of stone. Liang needed to find 2 suitable stones to insert into the keyhole to unlock the door. However, this trial was quite challenging, as among tens of thousands of stones, only 2 would fit perfectly. In the original story, Boruto had spent an extensive amount of time before managing to open the door to the third trial. Liang casually picked up 2 stones and returned to the door. He did not rush to try them. Instead, he gradually fell into contemplation. Third uncle, I don't want to go to school anymore. I want to learn masonry from you. I want to earn money for the family. Liang, are you insane? You possess the intelligence to enter university. Why would you choose such foolishness? Do you realize that our family has exhausted all savings to support your education? That's why I don't want to go to school. I want to work. I want to lessen the burden on the family. Families of the impoverished often faced arduous struggles, and Liang was no exception. As he recalled this, he suddenly halted. This memory was a conversation he had with his third uncle. Due to financial constraints, he had to abandon his studies. Later, after working a few days on the construction site with his uncle, he returned to school. It was so damn hard. Liang felt a lump in his throat. For the sake of a laptop, he, a mere child, had gone to the construction site to carry bricks. He even lied to his uncle about wanting to alleviate the family's burden. His uncle was a foreman. After all, couldn't he afford the tuition? Swallowing hard, Liang quickly gathered chakra into a blade in his hand. This is a rather elementary C-level ninjutsu, one that Liang mastered while completing daily tasks. Behold, with the stone in hand, Liang deftly manipulated it, and soon enough, a key shaped like a star was forged. A mason. I take my studies seriously. The entrance to the third trial has been unlocked. Is this the white serpent sage? Upon entering, Liang was greeted by the sight of a massive white serpent, measuring over 10 meters in length, lying beside him. The creature possessed the head of an old woman, yet its lower half was entirely serpentine, twisted, and rather unsightly. Of course, Liang was referring to the visage of the white serpent sage. In the original narrative, Boruto never encountered this serpent directly, as he was merely a child, ensnared by illusions, only able to perceive the challenges of the third trial. However, Liang was an adult, a seasoned jonin. Goodness, this old woman is rather large. Gazing at her corpulent form, Liang felt a chill run down his spine. Should he be devoured by such a lengthy white serpent, he feared he might never escape. Thus, Liang chose to feign ignorance and made his way straight into the third trial. Inside the third trial, darkness enveloped the space, for this was the trial of the mind, requiring no elaborate setting. In the original tale, Boruto succumbed to the serpent's illusionary poison before embarking on the mental trial. But Liang was different. He had not been affected by the serpent's venom, as the previous challenges were far too simplistic. Those serpent maidens had never granted him the chance to be poisoned. This led to an awkward predicament. Without the serpent's venom, he could not activate the trial, and without the trial, he could not proceed. No progression meant no sage mode. Liang never imagined he would encounter a nested dilemma. Had he known, he would have taken his time during the previous challenges. Regret gnawed at him. Yet there was nothing he could do in this situation. He scanned his surroundings, finding nothing but the enormous white serpent. Was he truly to resort to this? Slowly, he approached the white serpent sage, for she was now his only hope of acquiring the serpent's venom. The white serpent sage lay in slumber, utterly unaware of Liang's quiet approach. This creature has not brushed her teeth in ages. Disgusting. Liang reached into the mouth of the white serpent sage, and though she bore a human face, it was considerably larger than his own. Chapter 24. The final trial. Liang cautiously caught a few droplets of her saliva in his palm. To drink or not to drink? That is the question. Liang recalled a saying by Singed, a great figure from his past life, who devoted himself to the study of poisons, only to meet his demise through his own experiments. Such was his spirit. Liang deemed it a notion worth considering. However, drinking the saliva of an old woman was a rather daunting prospect. Just as he hesitated, the enormous white serpent abruptly opened her eyes. Young man, do you seek power? Then you must sacrifice something, your body or your soul. Liang was nearly paralyzed with fright. He stared dumbfounded at the serpent before him, only to realize that she seemed to be in a state of semi-consciousness before abruptly falling back into slumber. Was she speaking in her sleep? Yi Liang found himself perplexed, but weighing the pros and cons, he swallowed the droplets of saliva in one swift motion. There was no alternative. The aura emanating from the awakening serpent was overwhelmingly potent. Yi Liang was nearly frightened out of his wits by her words. Should such power truly turn against him, he would stand no chance. Thus, he resolved to complete the task with haste. Yi Liang was not a favored individual. He had forcibly entered the dragon cave, leaving him uncertain whether the white serpent sage would attack him. Yet, he believed that if he swiftly completed her trial, she would naturally acknowledge his strength. And he would be safe. Indeed, a true warrior fears no challenges, especially not from a mere woman. Yi Liang growled defiantly, yet he skulked away from the great white serpent, a mere woman. Indeed, as soon as Yi Liang departed, the slumbering white serpent sage opened her eyes once more. I was prepared to devour you, but due to your words, I shall grant you a chance. Do not disappoint me. The white serpent scoffed. She was a powerful being, and simultaneously, a woman. Most past ninjas who had come here were prodigies, far mightier than Yi Liang. Yet they had all failed to escape the third trial. In summary, they had been consumed, devoured by the white serpent sage. Even the most talented geniuses had not been granted the opportunity to begin the trial. So how could they possibly emerge from the dragon cave? Previous prodigies boasted great strength. Yet they all committed the same folly. They sought to appease the white serpent sage. This was, in fact, contrary to reason. It is well known that women should never be spoiled. The moment you show them a modicum of kindness, they become conceited. Although the white serpent sage was a serpent, she was still a woman. Those geniuses, in their attempts to placate her, were naturally looked down upon. But Yi Liang's overtly masculine approach immediately captivated her interest. Even as an old woman, she felt a flush of embarrassment. In the center of the room, Yi Liang sensed a wave of dizziness, likely due to the poisoned in the original narrative. Naruto had succumbed to this very toxin. Subsequently witnessing his former companions hurling harsh words at him, the land of the waves placed great importance on camaraderie, making such harsh words exceedingly difficult to bear. Yet Yi Liang was different. How could a recluse have friends? He feared nothing about loneliness. Yi Liang, awaken. Suddenly, Yi Liang felt someone shaking his back. Instinctively, he glanced over to find Orochimaru. What is it? He coldly retorted. Maintaining his facade of arrogance was Yi Liang's guiding principle. Orochimaru appeared momentarily stunned by his response. Yi Liang, let us go play soccer. Ududu is already waiting for us. Soccer. Yi Liang was momentarily bewildered. Soccer was a relic from his past life, while reality had soccer as well. It was a concept that emerged after Boruto's time. With the constant battles in Shippuden, such pastimes were non-existent. But that was inconsequential. Yi Liang was absorbed by another detail. Orochimaru was holding his hand, inviting him to play soccer. Was there truly such a bizarre occurrence in this world? Yi Liang narrowed his eyes and unleashed a Shinra Tensei. Boom! Before Orochimaru could react, an invisible wall of force sent him flying. What is happening? How did you see through my disguise? She screamed, transforming into a serpent maiden, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. In the distance, the white serpent sage's eyes flickered. This young man possesses some intrigue. To remain unfazed in the presence of his most profound fears and greatest passions, he is indeed a genius. The white serpent sage marveled. All these illusions automatically transformed based on the opponent's inner thoughts. For instance, if someone's aspiration was to become Hokage, and their most memorable figure was their father, the serpent maiden's illusion would manifest as their father leading them to the Hokage's coronation. This was a perfectly reasonable scenario. However, Yi Liang's situation took a turn for the absurd. His passion was soccer, and the person who left the deepest impression on him was Orochimaru, as he was the first boss he encountered after his transmigration. Quite memorable indeed. Thus, the serpent maiden's illusion morphed into Orochimaru inviting him to play soccer. Oh no, this trial of the dragon cave is fraught with pitfalls. Yi Liang saw the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, approaching him with a waddle, amiably whispering in his ear, "Guest, would you care for a grand health treatment?" To hell with her grand health treatment. Yi Liang shouted once more, and another serpent maiden fell. Next, appeared Akamichi's red bean, carrying a child. Heartless, you abandon your own child. You are cruel, shameless, and unreasonable. But aren't you the one being cruel, shameless, and unreasonable? Yi Liang retorted weakly. Nonsense. You are the one who is more cruel. Shameless and unreasonable, this loop continued endlessly. Shinra Tensei. Liang found it hard to bring himself to strike, yet the repetitions were becoming too frequent. Another woman appeared. It was Miss Shbu from Ichiraku Ramen. The Serpent Maiden, noticing that Yi Liang's time in dispatching Akamichi had significantly lengthened, quickly discerned Yi Liang's weakness. Women, Liang, do you fancy some ramen? I can serve you below. Get lost. Shinra Tensei, tailed beast bomb, Doton, Daisen no Mi. Yi Liang hurled countless S-rank jutsus at her, even resorting to techniques he normally would not use out of sheer rage. How is this possible? Isn't this your passion? The Serpent Maiden shrieked, while the distant white serpent sage appeared equally taken aback. All these illusions stemmed from Yi Liang's inner being. As someone who relished ramen, he should not have been able to escape the consequences of his own desires. This is an affront to my dignity. I do not indulge in the desires of women, Yi Liang exclaimed, his expression one of bewilderment. Once again, he emphasized that he was not a male chauvinist, upon witnessing that all the illusions cast against Yi Liang were ineffective. The White Snake Sage found herself in a predicament. Chapter 25. The Frantic Yi Liang. The essence of this trial was fundamentally to observe how the candidates would escape from the clutches of their own illusions. However, Yi Liang's situation was grave. He was utterly immune to the illusions, making escape impossible. The White Snake Sage began to question her existence. That it was not that her illusions were inadequate, but rather that she lacked sufficient manpower. This trial was exceedingly taxing for the Serpent Woman. Why must you slay an examiner for every challenge you face? Even if the serpents of the Dragon Cave were numerous, they could hardly withstand such relentless slaughter. The White Snake Sage felt a pang of sympathy and, after countless internal deliberations, resolved to take matters into her own hands. No matter how formidable Yi Liang was, he could not possibly contend with the White Snake Sage. My dear, do you no longer want me? A captivating foreign woman approached Yi Liang with an alluring grace. That Yi Liang was taken aback. He was well aware that this woman was yet another transformation of the White Snake. But this time he found himself unable to act, for this woman was none other than the illustrious star from his past life, Dili Baba. How could it be that these serpent women possessed knowledge of his former memories? He was astounded. His past life memories were the very foundation of Yi Liang, the one aspect he wished to keep hidden from others. Faced with such a revelation, he felt nothing but shock. It was inconceivable. Even if she were Dili Baba, she had to be eliminated. Yi Liang's eyes turned crimson. After a fierce internal struggle, he clenched his fists, Flying Thunder God, Divine Assault. This was a series of techniques, and it was the very skill Yi Liang had mastered. Impossible. The White Snake Sage was taken aback. She witnessed Yi Liang suddenly vanish from his original spot and immediately sensed something was amiss. She swiftly enveloped herself in natural chakra, only to be launched out of the palace by the divine assault. Death. It was imperative. The combination of poison and fury rendered Yi Liang somewhat uncontrollable. Body Flicker Technique. Tailed Beast Bomb. This was a follow-up attack. Typically, the Tailed Beast Bomb required charging, but in his rage, Yi Liang unleashed it without even aiming, feeling a renewed impact from behind. The White Snake Sage could no longer withstand the assault. What are you all staring at? Come and assist me, she commanded, and the surrounding serpent women surged toward Yi Liang. Although these women lacked ninjutsu skills, they were transformed from giant snakes, and in an instant, the entire dragon cave was filled to the brim with countless white serpents that we cannot let anyone find out. Damn it. With his crimson eyes, Yi Liang hastily activated the chakra scalpel. Although this technique was relatively weak, after countless enhancements, it had become comparable to a genuine blade. Clang, clang, clang. The scalpel struck the scales of a giant snake, producing a sharp sound, followed by a fountain of blood. Goodness, it seemed he had gone mad due to the snake venom's intrusion. Yet, this young man clearly possessed the strength of AJ Nin. How could he wield so many S-rank techniques? It was improbable. The White Snake Sage was perplexed. Having caught her breath, she was now taken aback by Yi Liang's subsequent attacks. S-rank techniques were not merely defined by their immense power. In reality, their learning difficulty surpassed that of others. Even an ordinary S-rank technique required years, if not decades, to master, just like Minato, who took several years to perfect the Flying Thunder God on the foundation laid by the second Hokage. Minato was a genius. Even in the Shippuden era, however, Yi Liang's level of genius was somewhat terrifying. It seemed necessary to first neutralize his snake venom. Otherwise, with such relentless killing, the dragon cave would be obliterated. The white snake sage's gaze shifted. Already formulating a plan. A talent as unparalleled as Yi Liang's naturally earned her recognition. Moreover, he had previously seen through her illusions. In the entire dragon cave, the white snake sage's illusions were the strongest. And recognizing them meant he had passed the third trial. The white snake sage spat out a mouthful of green liquid and swiftly approached Yi Liang. Sage art. White shock technique. A colossal red phantom serpent appeared beside Yi Liang's ear. Sage techniques were the ultimate secrets of summoning beasts, a transcendent form of ninjutsu mastered by the ancestors of the three great sacred lands. With a thunderous roar, Yi Liang immediately covered his ears. The white shock technique caused the surrounding air to vibrate, resonating with the bones of the opponent's body. In the original tale, Yakushi Kabuto had used this technique to immobilize the female protagonist. Yi Liang was rendered motionless. The white snake sage approached him. Being a serpent, her skeletal structure was composed of soft cartilage, rendering this sage technique ineffective against serpent-like beings. She pressed her palm against Yi Liang's back and swiftly forced the green liquid into his mouth. Yi Liang succumbed to unconsciousness and lay sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, the dragon cave was left in ruins, ravaged by countless divine assaults and tailed beast bombs. Despite its vastness, it was now riddled with scars. Even the original palace had vanished. Ancestor, this fellow has destroyed our dragon palace. Why save him? Indeed, such a person should perish. He holds no value. The surrounding serpent women exclaimed vehemently. Enough. I have my own plans. The white snake sage commanded the crowd to withdraw, gently placing Yi Liang's body upon the stone table where she had previously resided. I truly do not comprehend where you acquired such perverse ninjutsu, she remarked coldly, yet her expression softened suddenly. I have heard that Mayaboka Mountain has recently taken in a legendary child of destiny. I shall see whose disciple is more formidable. You, young man, have found yourself fortunate. The white snake sage gradually roused Yi Liang and commenced his instruction in sage arts. Time flowed on. This teaching lasted 3 years. By this year, the Hidden Leaf Village had entered a state of war preparedness. Having just concluded the Third Ninja War, under normal circumstances, the Hidden Leaf should have taken a moment to recuperate, yet the ensuing calamities were overwhelming. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned as he gazed at the reports on his desk. The Nine Tails is about to enter the village? Damn it! Who is controlling it? Tailed beasts do not attack humans without provocation. Hiruzen was enraged. Too much had transpired over the past 3 years, particularly Yi Liang's sudden disappearance, followed by the immediate onset of war, and then the attack by a man in a peculiar mask. According to those who had battled him, Namikaze Minato recounted that this masked man was exceptionally powerful, with an overwhelming mastery of fire-style ninjutsu. Had he not slightly improved his strength over the years, he would have been defeated at that time. Minato was now the 4th Hokage, and even he felt incapable of victory, indicating the masked man's terrifying prowess. Chapter 26. Yi Liang's return. If only Yi Liang were still here, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Although Yi Liang was not originally from the Hidden Leaf, after several missions together, Hiruzen had come to trust him completely. To be honest, Hiruzen even wished for Yi Liang to fully join the Hidden Leaf. Alas, such a formidable expert ultimately departed from the village. Had he returned to the Sound Ninja village? Just as he pondered this, a scout approached. Lord Third, that masked man has returned. This time he rides atop the Nine Tails. The 4th has already gone to intercept him. Understood. Go scout for more information. I shall follow shortly. Sarutobi Hiruzen dismissed the scout and quietly removed his long robe. With his dark complexion and well-defined 8-pack abs, Hiruzen still possessed considerable strength, despite his advanced age. He was preparing for battle, just as the 3rd Hokage was about to leave. Mitarashi Anko appeared at the door. Hokage-sama, have there been any updates on Yi Liang? She inquired hesitantly. Every month around this time, she would come to the Hokage's office to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen, even though he had clearly informed her that Yi Liang had indeed left the Hidden Leaf. Anko, you should let it go. Yi Liang truly will not return. The battlefield is fraught with danger and cannot afford to be distracted by such matters, Sarutobi Hiruzen explained briefly before departing. Meanwhile, Mitarashi Anko remained dazed, staring at the sky. She could not fathom why she was so concerned about Yi Liang. In fact, she had been quite angry when he first disappeared. However, as time went on, her worry for him only deepened. Could it be that I have developed feelings for him? At this moment, Anko was already 15 years old, and after 3 years of growth, she had become increasingly alluring. Naturally endowed, her curves were accentuated. Her skin fair and smooth, resembling something that could easily be broken with a gentle touch. She gazed into the distance, and suddenly felt a pair of large hands encircle her slender waist. Who could it be? Hongdo was instantly startled. This was the Hokage Hall, the most securely guarded place in the entire Konoha village, and here she was, unexpectedly ambushed. Such a situation was simply astonishing. Just as she was about to form hand seals and launch an attack on the shadow behind her, a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Xiao Hongdo, it's been a long time." It was Liang's voice. Hongdo was filled with joy. Although the voice had changed somewhat, she recognized it immediately. She excitedly turned her head, and a familiar face appeared before her. It was Liang. Compared to her previous memories, he had lost some of his youthful softness and gained a touch of maturity, overall exuding a more masculine charm. Liang, you scoundrel, where have you been? I thought I would never see you again. In an instant, Hongdo leapt into Liang's embrace, her eyes glistening with tears, as if she were on the verge of crying. Liang awkwardly patted her head. In his view, Hongdo, who had always been troubled by his antics, should deeply resent him. So how could she react this way? Could it be that I have become more handsome? Liang pondered for a moment. Indeed, apart from my newfound handsomeness, no other explanation sufficed. Liang wholeheartedly embraced this notion. Hey, if you keep holding me like this, I might suffocate. Haha, Liang teased. When it came to a woman who had succumbed to him, there was no need for pampering. A woman should not be spoiled. Suffocate me. Hongdo looked at Liang with confusion, only to suddenly realize that her arms were tightly wrapped around his neck, and her body was pressed closely against him. Her upper body nearly contorted by Liang's chest. Pervert, she quickly reacted and instinctively pulled her hands away. Liang was startled and swiftly dodged. You were the one who clung to me. Yet you call me a pervert and want to hit me. He felt quite vexed. Women were indeed incomprehensible. At that moment, Liang, who had been observing Hongdo's figure, was suddenly struck dumb. Her neck was so fair. But wait, what was that birthmark? On her neck, there was a black floral birthmark, resembling a small flower. Damn, isn't this the cursed seal of the earth? He recognized it at once. But wait, wasn't Orochimaru dealt with? In the original narrative, Hongdo also bore this cursed seal, yet when Liang had first arrived, he had clearly interrupted Orochimaru's ritual, and Orochimaru had been captured. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to escape from the Umbu's prison. Hongdo, what is going on? What is this? Liang asked earnestly. At that moment, he had completely lost the inclination to joke. The cursed seal of the earth, while it could grant power, could also severely harm the mind, potentially leading to schizophrenia in serious cases. Orochimaru escaped after you went missing. Hongdo's expression instantly darkened. After your disappearance, a man named Akatsuki attacked the village. He was incredibly powerful. Even the fourth Hokage was no match for him. Later, the third Hokage led a team of many jonin to barely repel him. Orochimaru escaped at that time. Akatsuki? Liang displayed a hint of confusion. With his memories from his previous life, he naturally understood that Akatsuki was actually Uchiha Obito in disguise. Uchiha Madara wanted to make a comeback, but his body had aged, so he had devised a scheme to manipulate Obito, also an Uchiha, to act as his proxy. However, Obito had clearly been saved by him, and it was precisely because of this that he had been inspired to train diligently to counter Uchiha Madara. What about Obito? Is he all right? Liang inquired. Obito? Oh, you mean Team 7? They are still in the village. Keeping watch. I was left behind due to the cursed seal, Hongdo explained. Obito is still around? That doesn't add up. If Obito was still here, then who was impersonating Akatsuki? Liang was somewhat perplexed. After conversing with Hongdo for a while, he gradually understood the current situation. After Minato's return, he became the fourth Hokage due to his remarkable achievements in the Third Ninja War. Originally, Liang's Team 7 had returned to Minato's command due to Liang's disappearance. Later, Akatsuki caused chaos, damaging many buildings in the village, and it was during that time that Orochimaru escaped. Shortly after, he began attacking the village again with the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails has made an appearance? Liang gradually realized that events were spiraling out of control, yet a flicker of barely detectable excitement glimmered in his eyes, for the Shippuden had finally arrived. Chapter 27. Confronting the Masked Man Outside the Village. 10 kilometers from the entrance, a deafening roar reverberated through the mountains. Minato gazed sorrowfully at the enormous fox before him. The Nine-Tails. With its 9 tails, the Nine-Tails was the most powerful of all tailed beasts. A legacy of the Sage of Six Paths, yet such a formidable beast was currently being tightly controlled by a shadowy man wearing a mask. Damn it! Who is this man? Minato found himself at a loss for words. Once a genius, he had always been the center of attention, but ever since encountering Liang, everything had become peculiar. First, he had been utterly defeated by Liang's strange ninjutsu. Then, he faced this bizarre, masked man. In truth, even after being defeated by Liang, he could forgive himself, as he had still been quite weak at that time. However, after his training, Minato felt immensely powerful, yet he was still bested by this mysterious masked man. This is not right. So where did these mysterious powerhouses come from? He furrowed his brow, just as Sarutobi Hiruzen arrived with his team. Minato, what's the situation now? Hiruzen swiftly traversed the woods, stepping on branches. That masked man has been repelled a few times, but the Nine-Tails is proving to be incredibly troublesome. It can share chakra with that masked man an infinite number of times. We must prioritize dealing with it. Sharing chakra, Hiruzen cast a suspicious glance at the masked man standing atop the Nine-Tails. Indeed, as Minato had said, the man was enveloped in a thick layer of deep red liquid, coiling around him like a cloak of chakra. This is indeed the Nine-Tails chakra. However, given its vast size, it seemed impossible to resolve it immediately. Don't worry, Sensei. I already have a solution. A solution. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as he looked at Minato again. He was unsure where Minato's confidence stemmed from. In his view, even the former Liang might not have been able to handle such a massive Nine-Tails. Sealing. Exactly. Minato cleared his throat. That I plan to use my self-created dead demon-consuming seal to seal the Nine-Tails within Naruto. Kushina is already on her way, and I believe that without the Nine-Tails, that masked man will be easier to deal with. You must be insane. The dead demon-consuming seal requires a soul as a vessel. It's fine, Sensei. I'm willing. The determination in Minato's eyes was unmistakable as he gazed at his teacher. In the original storyline, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was an incredibly righteous individual, deeply aware of the greater good. Although Liang's presence had led him astray, his intrinsic character could not be suppressed. Sensei, after I die, I entrust Kushina to you. He calmly instructed Hiruzen. Understood. That moment, the masked man launched another attack. He leapt off the back of the Nine-Tails and swiftly unleashed a great fire annihilation technique. A massive wave of fire surged towards the ninjas of Konoha, blotting out the sun, even engulfing the Nine-Tails. The very embodiment of a tailed beast. How is this possible? This fire is incredibly powerful. It's almost on par with S-rank ninjutsu. Indeed, the Great Fire Annihilation is clearly a B-rank technique. The Konoha ninjas gasped in shock as they struggled to withstand the fiery onslaught with over 20 water release techniques. This guy is indeed formidable. Hiruzen gasped, finally understanding why Minato would rather sacrifice himself to seal the Nine-Tails. Such a powerful ninja. Defeating the Nine-Tails first is undoubtedly the best choice. Everyone, we can't retreat any further. Behind us is Konoha Village. We must prove our strength. Minato suddenly leapt into the air, his gaze resolute, clearly ready to embrace his fate. 4 Red Yang Formation. A square red light enveloped the Nine-Tails and the masked man within it. This was a reduced version of the 4 Red Yang Formation. Due to time constraints, there was no opportunity to use the full version, and Minato knew that this simple sealing array would not be enough to deal with the masked man. Sensei, it's your turn. Suddenly, Minato let out a forceful shout. His actions were not intended to confront the masked man, but rather to ensnare the Nine-Tails as long as the masked man disengaged from the Nine-Tails. He would possess the ability to utilize the Reaper Death Seal. Understood. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the strategic master of the ninja world, immediately grasped Minato's intention. He swiftly led a group of elite shinobi into the 2 Crimson Sun Formation. Humph, mere grains of sand, not even worth a fraction of my strength. The masked man retaliated. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Just as the 3rd Hokage anticipated, the masked man's fire technique far exceeded the expected level of intensity. Even a simple C-rank ninjutsu could unleash effects comparable to an S-rank. 5 elements. Great Dragon Bullet technique. He promptly executed the Shadow Clone technique. and then 5 dragon bullets of different elemental affinities surged towards the masked man's great fireball. The dragon bullet technique belonged to A-rank ninjutsu. The amalgamation of 5 distinct elemental dragon bullets had already surpassed the strength of an ordinary S-rank technique. Even if the masked man's fireball wielded S-rank power, it was incapable of withstanding such an assault. Boom! The masked man's body was thrust out of the 9 tails, and the remaining ordinary shinobi surged forward. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Technique. Fire style, Fire Whirlwind. Fire style, Dragon Fire Technique. A barrage of mixed ninjutsu surged towards the masked man. Their objective was unequivocal: to expel the masked figure from the 2 Crimson Sun formation, while Minato contained the 9 tails, as the masked man's presence could potentially jeopardize the sealing process. Humph, did you think I wouldn't notice? Summoning technique. The masked man scoffed coldly, swiftly slapping his hand in the air, conjuring an enormous fan that materialized out of thin air. This is bad. It's the Uchiha fan. Everyone, cease your attacks. From a distance, Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately recognized the artifact. It was a sacred relic of the Uchiha clan, once wielded by the Sage of 6 Paths. Capable of deflecting any ranged ninjutsu attack, in his youth, Hiruzen had witnessed the Uchiha clan employ it. However, by this point, it was far too late that a multitude of ninjutsu had already been launched towards the masked man. But just as the attacks were about to strike him, he effortlessly waved his hand. All the ninjutsu aimed at him instantly redirected. Like a pivotal moment gone awry, every technique rolled back towards their original users. The assembled shinobi were struck with shock. No one understood better than they did the destructive power of these techniques. This was the combined force of dozens of elite shinobi. Even a shadow-level powerhouse would struggle to withstand such a barrage. Chapter 28. Reaper Death Seal. The shinobi hastily fled, for this onslaught was beyond their capacity to defend against. Just as they barely escaped the 2 Crimson Sun formation, the ninjutsu that had been directed at them suddenly veered towards the back of the 9 tails. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression turned pale with alarm. Minato was right there. This is bad. He has seen through our intentions. Minato, run. He urgently warned Minato. Upon hearing the 3rd Hokage's voice, Minato immediately noticed the incoming assault above him. His expression hardened in an instant. He vanished from his position, while the chaotic ninjutsu struck the back of the 9 tails. Roar! A fierce howl erupted. The 9 tails cried out in agony. Humph! So it's space-time ninjutsu. The masked man glanced at Minato and deduced his strategy. Minato, all right. The 3rd Hokage inquired about Minato's well-being. He possessed a kunai Minato had given him earlier, inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique, enabling him to escape in dire situations. That I'm fine that I didn't expect that he would possess a relic of the Sage of 6 Paths. But thankfully, he has already exited the 2 Crimson Sun formation. Now we can seal the 9 tails. Indeed, we will hold him off. Hearing Minato's words, the 3rd Hokage promptly charged towards the masked man, accompanied by all the elite shinobi. Meanwhile, Minato gazed at the woman left behind. Exhaling heavily, you've arrived. She was a woman with red hair, cradling a child. Minato, is this truly the only way? I don't want you to die. Kushina implored. Kushina, I am the Hokage of Konohagakure. This is my duty. Minato approached her, gently brushing her hair aside before cradling the child in his arms. If it were possible, I would wish to live with you always, but I must make sacrifices. The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. He averted his gaze from her expression and returned to his position within the 2 Crimson Sun formation. Sealing technique. Reaper Death Seal. A colossal spectral figure of the Shinigami instantly manifested behind Minato, its grotesque visage brandishing a short dagger. Roar! The 9 tails immediately emitted a low growl, its body trembling, manifesting an unsettling inclination to break free from its restraints. Damn humans! I refuse. No, it spoke in human tongue. As a vast white fox apparition was gradually pulled from its corporeal form, Minato stood resolute, the Shinigami's arm piercing through his chest as it grasped the soul of the 9 tails. This was the Reaper Death Seal, the most powerful sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan. It required the sacrifice of one's own soul to summon the Shinigami's apparition, which would seal the opponent's soul while simultaneously claiming the summoner's life. This was a mutually destructive maneuver. Minato, Kushina, behind him, was racked with anguish. Tears streamed down her face, yet she did not impede Minato, for she understood this was his will. So that was your aim, the masked man coldly scoffed. Eager to attack Minato, but was intercepted by Sarutobi Hiruzen before he could advance. Do not interfere with them. I will hold you back. Get out of my way, the masked man shouted vehemently. Yet for the moment, he could not breach the third Hokage's defenses, and he found himself at a disadvantage. Damn it, has my chakra waned with age? He became increasingly anxious, yet the more he hastened his actions, the more he was suppressed by the Shinobi Alliance. That is your Hokage. Will you simply stand by and watch him perish? This is his own choice, a judgment befitting a Hokage. I cannot contradict him. Stubborn, just like that Tobirama fellow, you know, the second Hokage? None of your concern. The two parties once again engaged in combat. Meanwhile, the Ninetales had been entirely dragged from its original form, its towering essence being forcibly crammed into the infant's body. Minato furrowed his brow, uncertain if this was the right course of action. After all, this was his child. However, with Minato's integrity, he could never resort to using another child as a vessel for the Jinchuriki. At that moment, a figure approached slowly from behind Kushina. Are you all finished fighting? Minato was taken aback, immediately shifting his gaze, only to be left somewhat disheartened upon recognizing the newcomer. You are Yi Liang? I thought you had gone missing. Indeed, the tardy arrival was Yi Liang, missing for 3 years. Who are you? Kushina exclaimed. Startled, Yi Liang chuckled awkwardly. Having learned of the battle's commencement from Mizuki, he rushed to the battlefield but, due to lingering too long in emotional farewells, arrived significantly late. I went home to visit family, and just returned to check on everyone. That he laughed lightly. However, Yi Liang found it odd that Minato recognized him, as they had seemingly never exchanged words. The third Hokage is currently locked in combat with the masked man. I am on the brink of exhaustion. You must assist him at once. On the verge of collapse? Yi Liang glanced around, puzzled. Minato knelt weakly on the ground, supported by Kushina. That a motionless Ninetales lay in the distance, while a wailing infant cried in a basket. Everything felt eerily familiar, and Yi Liang instantly comprehended. I am too late. My Ninetales. He lamented deeply. During his training in the Dragon Cave, he had been calculating the time. At that point, he estimated the plot would shift in 3 years, so he had concealed himself in the Dragon Cave for that duration. Who would have thought the events would unfold so rapidly? What to do? What to do? My Ninetales is gone. He felt a surge of anxiety. Yet upon gazing at the crying infant, a look of joy suddenly crossed his face. The Ninetales' essence had not yet been completely sealed. He noticed a colossal figure attempting to forcefully insert itself into the basket, but only half of it had been successfully blended in. Just moments ago, Yi Liang's attention had been captivated by the distant battle, causing him to overlook the unfolding scene. You are endangering the child, Yi Liang exclaimed loudly. How could you possibly stuff the Ninetales into a child's body? If he grows up, he will be rejected. Do you understand? We had no other choice. We couldn't possibly harm another child. Then allow me to handle it. You? Mizuki and Kushina exchanged a glance. Momentarily taken aback, the existence of a Jinchuriki had long been subjected to discrimination, as tailed beasts were regarded as harbingers of calamity. Consequently, those who bore the burden of sealing these beasts were inevitably seen as ominous. Thus, Minato ultimately chose to make his own child the vessel, not wishing to drag others into this misfortune. Are you truly willing to help Naruto bear the tailed beast? Kushina's surprise was palpable. As a mother, she would never have wished for Naruto to become a Jinchuriki had it not been for Minato's insistence that, of course, I, Yi Liang, never deceive, especially not women, Yi Liang stated solemnly. Chapter 29, A Wife's Trust and a Child's Sacrifice. While he often played tricks on Hongdo, this time he was genuinely sincere. He truly desired to become the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales. Kushina turned to Minato, signaling that a decision was required from him. The latter glanced at Yi Liang and discerned a resolute will in his eyes. That it appeared that he genuinely wished to assist us as a couple. Minato reflected that why Yi Liang. Although I, Minato Namikaze, am not well acquainted with you, I shall forever remember your actions today. Thank you. With that, he immediately knelt before Yi Liang. This gesture was a traditional expression of gratitude in the land of the rising sun. Anyone who was genuinely thankful would perform such an act. Come on, stop with the formalities. Once the Ninetales truly enters little Naruto's body, there will be no turning back. Yi Liang exclaimed in alarmed this moment. The Ninetales had already partially entered, once fully inside. Extracting it would necessitate Naruto's death. All right, I shall perform the technique at once. Seeing the situation, Kushina rushed to Yi Liang's side. She swiftly inscribed a seal on Yi Liang's abdomen with her blood and then formed hand signs. Yi Liang remained quiet, aware that Kushina was using the seal to redirect the Nine Tails. The Uzumaki clan had initially been the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and were well-versed in sealing techniques. Thus, Yi Liang placed his trust in her. Soon, the tailed beast spirit that had surged into Naruto's body came to a standstill before beginning to reverse its flow. Streams of red energy slowly flowed from Naruto back into Yi Liang's abdomen. The seal began to emit a soft glow that Yi Liang felt a refreshing sensation, accompanied by an unprecedented itchiness. Soon, the transfer was complete. This the end. Yi Liang assessed his body, sensing a tremendous power residing within his abdomen. Yet it remained untapped for the time, being that it seemed he would need to engage with the Nine Tails to truly wield its might. He surmised that moment. Kushina exhaled in relief, her face glistening with perspiration. Her lips pale, clearly exhausted, yet she still managed to approach Minato. Am I going to die? Minato murmured as he gazed at Kushina. At this juncture, the spectral figure of death was gradually fading. Once it disappeared entirely, Minato's soul would be irrevocably taken. Yes, Kushina's eyes shimmered with tears. Their bond was profound, yet they had scarcely begun their life together before facing separation. Yi Liang-kun, could you come over here for a moment? At that moment, Minato suddenly called for Yi Liang. Huh? Yi Liang was perplexed. He thought they were about to exchange final words, so why summon him now? Nevertheless, he approached Yi Liang-kun. I am about to depart, but my wife and son will be left to navigate this world alone. I implore you to look after them. What? Care for your wife? Yi Liang was taken aback. His thoughts swiftly turned, and he instantly grasped Minato's intent. This was a request to entrust his wife and child. Yi Liang stood frozen, astonished that in his pursuit of the Nine Tails chakra, he had stumbled upon this legendary request. He glanced at Kushina beside Minato, who bowed her head in silence, clearly acquiescing. What the hell is this? Yi Liang felt helpless, but he could not refuse someone like Minato, who was willing to sacrifice his life for a greater cause. Rest assured, Minato, as long as I, Yi Liang, draw breath, your child shall be my child. And your wife shall be my wife. I will ensure their safety, Yi Liang assured Minato earnestly. Then I can be at ease, Minato replied softly, then turned his gaze toward Kushina. Yi Liang-kun is a good man. A righteous man. I believe he will take good care of you. Entrust them to him. I am at peace. Yes, the two exchanged quiet words, seemingly preparing for their final farewells. At this moment, Yi Liang slowly stepped back. He leaped up to the top of a large tree. That the masked man. The battle in the distance raged on, but was gradually reaching its climax. The third Hokage, accompanied by numerous elite shinobi, had cornered the masked man into a dire predicament. After all, without the Nine Tails, the masked man's stamina was waning. However, just then, a colossal blue samurai apparition wielding dual swords enveloped the masked man. It loomed like a mountain, adorned with a pointed Tengu mask. Susanoo, you are a member of the Uchiha clan, the third Hokage exclaimed, immediately recognizing the entity, but the ensuing sword strikes sent all the elite shinobi flying. Quite knowledgeable. Then let us all perish together. The masked man commanded the enormous samurai, launching a formidable strike towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The power was immense. The howling could be heard from afar. At that moment, the third Hokage, drained of strength, could hardly withstand such overwhelming force. Just then, a regular shuriken flew in front of the third Hokage. Whoosh! A golden figure appeared instantaneously, bracing against the Susanoo with both hands gripping its long sword. Flying Thunder God technique. Is that you, Minato? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped, but upon seeing the newcomer, he was taken aback. Yi Liang, what are you doing here? If I weren't here, wouldn't you be dead? Yi Liang smiled at the third Hokage. At that moment, the masked man displayed a hint of gravity. Someone who could withstand Susanoo barehanded was clearly no ordinary high-level ninja. With a slight exertion, Susanoo's long sword swung downward again, but with a body flicker technique. Yi Liang embraced Sarutobi Hiruzen and fled. Boom! The sword struck nothing but air. Body flicker technique. So it is you, brat. No wonder you looked familiar. I still owe you for the incident at Kamizukigai, the masked man retorted. Hearing their exchange, the third Hokage was puzzled. From the sound of their words, It was evident that the two were acquainted. Liang, who is this? Uchiha Obito. What? Sarutobi Hiruzen gasped. He then watched as the masked man removed his mask. An aged visage appeared, skin parched, yet his eyes shone with vitality, countless tomos swirling within. But with a mere blink, they transformed into white circular patterns. This is the Rinnegan. Liang gasped. The early plan of Uchiha Obito involved implanting his Rinnegan into Nagato's body. Orchestrating a scheme behind the scenes with Obito, and utilizing Nagato's Rinne rebirth technique to resurrect himself. However, this scheme was interrupted by Liang during the assassination attempt at Kamizuka-gai. Now, observing the current situation, it appeared that Uchiha Obito had not implanted the Rinnegan into Nagato, but had chosen to personally assault the Hidden Leaf Village, a highly perilous endeavor. Chapter 30. The final battle against Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito had indeed aged. Although he had managed to survive until now due to the Rinnegan, his physical capabilities had significantly diminished, far from the prowess of his youth. Therefore, Liang was not particularly intimidated by this frail version of Obito. Sage Mode, activate. Liang's inner voice roared. His eyes transformed into serpentine slits, and his body became pale, sprouting twin horns, gradually taking on an incredibly supple form. This was the Sage Mode of the Dragon Cave. He began to gather natural chakra throughout his body, enhancing his ninjutsu, while also gaining access to techniques unavailable to ordinary chakra. However, this transformation typically required a gradual buildup of energy, making instantaneous transformation challenging. Yet Liang was different. He had borrowed a clever method from his past life, allowing him to store numerous shadow clones within the Dragon Cave. When he needed to gather energy, he merely had to dispel one of the shadow clones to achieve a sage transformation. He still had 3 opportunities left. You've even mastered Sage Mode? Uchiha Obito remarked, astonished as he eyed Liang. The last time he had encountered him, this kid had only been capable of the body flicker technique and Shinra Tensei. Yet after such a short time, he had grown to this extent. Obito had been keeping tabs on Liang, intending to replace Uchiha Obito with Liang after his resurrection plan was thwarted. However, just as he was about to act, Liang had suddenly vanished. He had disguised himself as the masked man and searched for Liang for a long time, yet found no trace of him. Liang was naturally unaware of such matters. Upon his transformation into a sage, he immediately launched an attack against Uchiha Madara. Sage Art, White Serpent Technique. A massive serpentine energy swiftly coiled around Madara, causing overwhelming sound waves to reverberate across the battlefield. This a Serpent Sage technique. Uchiha Madara was momentarily taken aback, but with the protection of Susanoo, this sage art could only temporarily restrain his body. He struck back at Liang, albeit with a notably diminished speed that it cannot seal me. Liang was astonished. The inability of the sage technique to contain Uchiha Madara was utterly beyond his comprehension. After all, it was Uchiha Madara, whose formidable strength persisted even in his old age. Liang rose once more, aiming for the colossal sword that came hurtling toward him. With a swift movement, he engaged it head-on. Although the sword could still move, its sluggish pace rendered it incapable of striking Liang. He stepped onto the body of Susanoo, rapidly closing the distance to Uchiha Madara's torso. You are strong. But that was in the past, Liang bellowed, unleashing a Shinra Tensei. Boom. This time, the power far surpassed that of the original Deva path. Thanks to the sage art, Liang's current Shinra Tensei was driven by the natural energy of the sage. Representing a fundamental shift from chakra propulsion, Tio put it simply, its power had multiplied tenfold. It must be noted that even the ordinary force was sufficient to threaten elite Jainin, let alone a tenfold increase. Crack! A fissure appeared on Susanoo's exterior, yet it did not shatter. Once was insufficient. Then let it be 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. Sage art, Shinra Tensei. Liang relentlessly propelled his Shinra Tensei, which had no cooldown. As long as he possessed sufficient chakra, he could unleash it upon Uchiha Madara to bring about his demise. Boom! The thunderous roars continued unabated, and Uchiha Madara's Susanoo finally fractured. He looked on in disbelief as Liang approached, the colossal Susanoo collapsing backward. Boy, had I been in my complete form, you would have perished long ago. I am aware, which is why I must eliminate you now, Liang retorted angrily, his palms slightly raised. A gigantic black sphere materialized in his hand. Sage art, Tailed Beast Bomb. This was Yi Liang's ultimate technique for concluding all conflict, with the Tailed Beast Bomb augmented by Sage Art, achieving the level of a full-force strike from a tailed beast. Such an assault could not be withstood even by shadow-level powerhouses, let alone Madara, who was currently in a frail, old body. Boom! The black-tailed beast bomb swiftly pierced through Madara's form, creating a massive crater approximately 100 meters deep in the ground beneath. Yi Liang took a deep breath, reverting to his original appearance. Though he had grown stronger, he was still merely approaching the level of a shadow. Had it not been for Uchiha Madara's weakened state and the depletion of his chakra by Sarutobi Hiruzen and others, this battle might not have concluded in his favor. Boy, you are formidable. Uchiha Madara slowly descended toward the ground, a gaping wound in his chest, clearly beyond salvation. Yet, boy, today is merely the beginning of my plan. In the future, I shall confront you in my complete form. Haha, I shall await that day. Yi Liang observed as Uchiha Madara closed his eyes and fell to the ground. There was no doubt that Uchiha Madara would not perish so easily. It was, after all, a given that a schemer, one who had plotted for nearly a century, would not succumb in such a vulnerable state. Yi Liang believed that one day in the future, Uchiha Madara would undoubtedly return to Konoha with his complete power. But before that, he, Yi Liang, was destined to become an invincible powerhouse in his own right. At that moment, Yi Liang's mind suddenly resonated with a booming sound that he knew his reward had arrived. Congratulations, host, for completing the SSS-level task, Tailed Beast Assault on the village. Due to the host revealing the true face of the mastermind behind the scenes, the reward has been upgraded. Reward: S-level Ninjutsu Creation. Baryon Jutsu to AS. The host exceeded expectations. The Baryon Jutsu will not consume life energy as a cost. Baryon Jutsu. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang was instantly filled with delight. The Baryon Jutsu was a unique ninjutsu of the 5th Hokage Tsunade, which, once activated, could utilize lifespan as a cost to rapidly heal all injuries, even allowing one to recover from being bisected. However, what truly delighted Yi Liang was not merely the healing capability of the Baryon Jutsu, but rather the feature he had dreamt of in his previous life. Eternal youth. Indeed, those who trained in the Baryon Jutsu, while not extending their lifespan, could maintain their appearance as it was during their training. This meant that Yi Liang, now possessing the visage of a 20-year-old, would forever present this face to the world. Damn, I can finally endure until the latter part of Boruto. Yi Liang rejoiced. His original worry had been that he would age and exit the historical stage just as the protagonists rose to prominence. But now he need not fret. With the Baryon Jutsu, he could pursue romantic endeavors with renowned girls 10 years hence. It had to be sweet love. Huh. Just then, another low murmur echoed in Yi Liang's mind. Congratulations, host, for completing all beginner tasks. The system will soon enter maintenance and update mode. For a duration of 24 hours. Please anticipate the opening of additional features. Chapter 31. Rewarding meritorious service. The system has upgraded. Yi Liang was somewhat astonished in his view. This system was not particularly remarkable, although he had learned many S-level ninjutsu through it. S-level ninjutsu were, in essence, just that. Take Shinra Tensei, for instance. While its functionality was robust, it required a substantial amount of chakra to support it, and with his J-nin reserves, he could manage only about 10 uses at most. Furthermore, this power was still insufficient to eliminate an ordinary special J-nin. When he had first arrived in this world and encountered Orochimaru, even exhausting his chakra could only land a heavy injury on him. Thus, S-level ninjutsu merely provided an additional option for a ninja. Chakra and battle experience were the quintessential attributes of a strong warrior. Yi Liang's current strength derived from the Nine Tails chakra and Sage transformation, both of which he had earned through his own efforts. Thus, the system merely saved him time in learning ninjutsu. He wondered if this time there would be any useful features. Yi Liang felt a sense of anticipation. After tidying up the battlefield, he returned to Konoha village alongside the main forces of the Hokage. This battle had been brutal. Namake's Minato had fallen. Numerous elite J-nin from Konoha had lost their lives in this conflict, and many buildings had been damaged in the prior assault by Uchiha Madara. Overall, this small battle had nearly obliterated a decade's worth of Konoha's resources. In the Hokage's office, several special J-nin were discussing post-disaster recovery efforts that Yi Liang glanced around, only to find that all these faces were unfamiliar. As he stood among them, nobody came over to engage him in conversation. Silence. Everyone. At that moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen entered the office, taking a seat with a grave expression, clearly in a somber mood. Everyone. Although we have defeated the invading enemy, we have also lost many elites, including Minato, who tragically perished in battle. What? Lord Minato is dead. They had not witnessed Minato when he used the dead demon-consuming seal. Indeed, he sacrificed his own soul to seal the Nine Tails. The expressions of those present instantly turned uneasy. Had only a few ordinary Genin fallen, they might not have felt such sorrow, but losing a fourth Hokage was a loss that weighed heavily on many hearts. In truth, Minato may not have been older than some of those present, but his character was widely recognized, and many had been saved by him during missions. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed the scene before him and surmised their thoughts. My friends, though Minato has passed, his wife and son remain. I believe his will shall undoubtedly be inherited by his descendants. Perhaps, in a decade, the next Minato will emerge. Yes, Naruto is still here. That boy is already 3 years old. With his talent, he will surely revive the glory of the Namikaze clan. The mood of the crowd lifted considerably. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, having achieved his objective, then shifted his gaze to Liang, who was interjecting with playful banter. You too, please come in. Suddenly mentioned, a woman holding a child entered the room. What is going on? Everyone turned toward the doorway, instantly recognizing the woman who had entered. Is that not the widow of Lord Minato? They felt curious. With Lord Minato deceased, Kushina should have been attending to his burial. So why was she here? Lady Kushina, so you were outside? Please rest assured. I, Ibiki, will take good care of you from now on. Lady Kushina, should you face any financial difficulties, I will also assist you. Although the many upper ninjas were perplexed, they still expressed their heartfelt sentiments. Yet Liang sensed a hint of something amiss. Did that foolish Sarutobi just glance at me? His meticulous mind naturally caught the subtle movements of Sarutobi Hizashi. Kushina, your days ahead will indeed be arduous, Sarutobi Hizashi remarked, positioning Kushina beside Liang. The assembled ninjas found this arrangement rather strange. Why Liang? You have made significant contributions by slaying Uchiha Obito, and I have also heard that you voluntarily became the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts. This truly humbles us elders. In terms of merit, you are unparalleled, and in character, you rank among the finest. I had initially intended for you to inherit Minato's will and become the 5th Hokage. But alas, you are a ninja from the Sound Village, which complicates matters considerably. The 5th Hokage? Liang felt a sense of bewilderment. He could not comprehend why Sarutobi Hizashi would utter such words. However, as a native of Huagua, Liang was well versed in the nuances of cunning. In this tumultuous era, not only would he decline the position of Hokage, but he wouldn't even accept the title of daimyo of the Land of Fire. It was far too perilous. His eyes blinked nervously, yet Sarutobi Hizashi merely smiled. That I knew you would be intrigued by the Hokage position, but don't expect me to grant it to you. First, I must lure you away from that wretched Sound Village. With this thought, he continued, thus, after much contemplation, I have decided not to offer you the Hokage position for now, but rather a status as a guest elder of the Land of Fire. Phew. Liang sighed in relief. A guest elder. This position is akin to being part of the Council of Elders in Konoha, devoid of actual power, hence devoid of danger, yet one would be respected wherever they went. Moreover, as Liang understood, the expenses for meals and drinks would be reimbursed for Konoha's guest elders. This was of paramount importance. He relaxed slightly, but this gesture was noted by Sarutobi Hizashi. I knew you would feel a sense of loss. It is only through such feelings that one finds motivation. In the realm of enterprise, it is common to dangle a grand carrot before capable subordinates. Sarutobi Hizashi was well versed in this strategy. Liang, do not underestimate the position of guest elder. It is indeed a position of significance, and Konoha holds you in high regard. Of course, should there come a day when you truly depart from the Sound Village, I will undoubtedly pass the Hokage mantle to you. Very well, but I currently have no plans to leave, Liang replied. His tone was measured. Even if he felt immense joy, he could not let it show. Such is the demeanor of a master. The others exchanged odd glances, assuming Liang was dissatisfied to them. Although Liang had achieved great merit, he remained an outsider, and thus they were wary. Hence, when Sarutobi Hizashi began to suggest that Liang should become the Hokage, They were quite concerned. However, upon realizing that the third Hokage's remarks were merely polite formalities, they quickly rallied in support. Lord Liang, do not undervalue the guest elder position. While it lacks real power, it is still more esteemed than us upper ninjas, and the current guest elders are all esteemed veterans. You would be the youngest ever. Indeed, Lord Liang, this is Konoha's way of treating guests. We would never belittle anyone who has done us a favor. Chapter 32. Matters a widow must address. They interjected one after another, fearing Liang might be displeased. After all, Liang's strength was evident. And if he were to leave in dissatisfaction, it would spell trouble for Konoha. I understand, Liang thought, his heart brimming with joy. Yet he maintained his composure. Seeing him thus, Sarutobi Hizashi felt somewhat reassured. Although Liang appeared displeased, his agreement indicated a willingness to remain in Konoha. Liang, there is actually one more matter I wish to discuss with you. As Sarutobi Hizashi spoke, he glanced at Kushina. I am aware of Minato's last words. Since he entrusted you with Kushina's care, it is a testament to your character as an elder. I cannot meddle in the affairs of the young. I shall leave this matter in your hands. He said this nonchalantly, but the others immediately sensed something amiss. The moment Kushina stood beside Liang, they noticed the oddity, yet they could hardly fathom that Lord Minato would entrust his wife and child to an outsider. It was simply unimaginable. In this era, it was common for a widow to be placed under the care of a trusted friend, especially considering the frequent deaths of Hokage, with their widows often entrusted to close acquaintances. This was quite normal. However, as time passed, it began to feel increasingly inappropriate. Liang was still single, and Kushina was in the bloom of her youth. Should they lose their restraint, it would not be an uncommon occurrence. Such incidents had frequently transpired in Konoha. My affairs with widows. I fell in love with my friend's widow, the forbidden love with my brother's widow, the encounters on the bus. Such tales were all too real. And each was shocking and vivid. Many male upper ninjas had witnessed these events. It was indeed terrifying. Thus, upon seeing Kushina's arrival, everyone was deeply concerned, hoping to care for the widow of the fourth Hokage, both to repay a debt of gratitude and to prevent such relationships from forming. Third Hokage, this cannot be. A round-faced upper ninja stepped forward, named Marino Ibiki, skilled in interrogation techniques, and the only upper ninja Liang recognized. Indeed, Hokage-sama, Lady Kushina is the widow of the fourth Hokage. How could she be entrusted to an outsider? If I may say, even if she must be entrusted to someone, it ought to be a person of integrity and trustworthiness. Certainly, in my opinion, Lady Kushina should be cared for by our own people. I personally believe Ibiki-sama is well suited for this role. He is mature and possesses a sense of humor, making him quite fitting. As he spoke, he shot a glance at Marino Ibiki, clearly signaling cooperation. Sarutobi Hizashi's expression soured instantly. Just moments ago, he had praised Liang's character, yet now they were suddenly exhibiting exclusionary sentiments. He was at a loss as to how these younger generations thought. Sarutobi Hizashi was primarily concerned about Liang's feelings. After all, Liang was a ninja of considerable strength, and should he become displeased, it could lead to dire consequences for the village. At that moment, Liang finally spoke. Hoka-sama, since everyone is unwilling, you may seek alternative arrangements. I, Liang, have no need for the title of guest elder in Konoha. It will not diminish my stature. He puffed up in indignation. And the others finally fell silent. This was a matter entrusted to him by Minato. Liang was unaware of their thoughts, but he was indeed an upright individual. Minato had once sacrificed his life to seal the Nine Tails. How many could embody such a terrifying spirit? Therefore, Liang was determined to fulfill Minato's wishes, regardless of others' opinions. He genuinely wished to care for Uzumaki Kushina, both to honor Minato's request and to see if Naruto, without the Nine Tails, could forge a different path. As a fan of Hokage, he was eagerly anticipating it. As silence enveloped the room, Sarutobi Hizashi found himself at a loss for words. These foolish youngsters knew how to flatter and boast in everyday matters. Yet at such a crucial moment, they faltered. Just as Liang feigned anger and prepared to leave, a small hand gently grasped his arm. Everyone, please do not quarrel. I understand that you all sincerely wish to help the Namikaze family. But since my husband entrusted me to Liang-kun, it is a testament to his character. As a woman, I must honor my husband's wishes. Kushina, with unwavering determination, held on to Liang, seemingly resolute in her decision. The office fell silent once more. Are you truly willing to be with me? Liang asked, a hint of astonishment crossing his face. Yes, Kushina nodded affirmatively. This was Minato's last wish, and Kushina did not want to offend such a formidable enemy due to her own affairs. As the widow of a former Hokage, she too wished to avoid such a scenario. Seeing the protagonist speak, the remaining upper ninjas fell silent, except for Marino Ibiki, whose expression conveyed displeasure. Very well, let us adjourn. Sarutobi Hizashi declared, bringing the meeting to a close. That evening, Liang, brimming with enthusiasm, made his way to the Namikaze household. As Liang lacked a residence of his own, the fact that Minato had entrusted Kushina to him effectively meant he had been given a home. Liang was overjoyed. After tidying up his belongings, he moved in. That night, the Namikaze residence was filled with an unusual commotion, so loud that even the neighboring residents were awakened by the noise. No one knew what was happening. All they knew was that in the middle of the night, Liang had returned to Hongdo's home. He was strong and ravenous. However, no one inquired further, as they were all acutely aware of the situation. The following day, Hongdo, in a fit of anger, kicked Liang out of bed. Weren't you in high spirits last night? Why have you rolled back in halfway? Go seek out your mature wife. Her 3 sharp rebukes echoed like thunder. Liang could only respond with exasperation. Did I not mention to you last night that as soon as I arrived, that brat Naruto just wouldn't stop crying? I spent the entire night tossing and turning in bed, unable to sleep. Oh really? Was it Naruto crying? Because I could have sworn it was you. Perhaps you're just not up to the task. What did you say? Liang, filled with indignation, swiftly pushed Hongdo onto the bed. Are you up for a challenge? Men cannot simply concede defeat, and even though Liang is generally easygoing, that remark was the last straw. Hongdo's face flushed crimson, that Liang's heavy breaths fanned across her face, rendering her utterly defenseless. She was already 15, an age ripe for youthful infatuation. In his previous life, girls at 15 were already deeply in love. Only in the world of Naruto was 15 still considered a child. Liang sensed something amiss. When did this little girl develop such an alluring figure? Chapter 33. System Upgrade. He observed Hongdo's chest rising and falling, a peculiar sensation stirring within him, and as his gaze drifted to her waist, he instinctively reached out to touch, finding it surprisingly smooth. Until now, Liang had always regarded Hongdo as a child, so sharing her bed posed no discomfort. However, Hongdo was now 15, a young lady. Was it inappropriate for him to continually impose on her? Noticing Hongdo's flushed face as she fled, Liang was filled with regret. He finally came to a realization. Alas, what a sin. Until the afternoon, Hongdo had yet to return, after indulging in a complimentary lunch courtesy of his guest privileges. Liang merrily returned to his room. 3, 2, 1. Following a slow countdown, Liang at last witnessed the moment he had eagerly anticipated. The system has upgraded. Ding! A resounding noise echoed in his mind, and before him appeared a virtual panel. Is this the system interface? He was overwhelmed with joy. Previously, the system merely provided task notifications in his mind, but now it was different. Liang clearly saw countless functions displayed on the panel. A task system? He subconsciously pressed one of the numerous options. Tick. A small prompt sound followed, and a new screen emerged from the virtual panel. 3 options appeared. They were the main quest, side quests, and daily quests. Were these those tasks I had previously undertaken? Liang opened each option in turn and immediately understood. The main quest contained 2 black tasks. Save Hongdo and tail beast attacks on the village. These were 2 tasks that would grant him S-rank ninjutsu. Currently marked in black, they should have been completed, while the subsequent main quests were indicated by 3 question marks, suggesting they had yet to be triggered. The side quest pertained to the incident at the Kamikaze Bridge, with slightly lesser rewards, also marked in black. The daily quests consisted of various trivial tasks. For instance, the initial observation task, although it awarded him an enhanced version of body flicker technique. That was merely due to Liang becoming engrossed in the task and inadvertently grasping something, thus enhancing the reward. The other daily tasks, such as catching a kitten or cleaning the teeth of Orochimaru, were a jumble of inconsequential rewards. Yet, because of this, Liang's low-level ninjutsu was significantly more potent than that of ordinary ninjas. Repeatedly receiving rewards would enhance the quality of previous rewards. He clicked to return. Beside the task system, 3 additional visible systems were present. Panel, Eye of Consumption, and storage.ye. Liang opened the panel. It displayed his current attribute strengths, categorized into ninjutsu, ninja tools, and taijutsu. Ninjutsu at level 5, taijutsu at level 2, ninja tools at level 1. Liang realized he was rather lopsided in his skills. He was uncertain how these levels were determined, but he clearly understood that his proficiency with ninja tools should align with that of a jonin. In other words, the usage of ninja tools by a jonin was merely the system's baseline. How strong, then, would the highest level be? Liang found himself puzzled, considering that in the world of Naruto, masters of ninja tools were exceedingly rare. The only notable ones he could recall were from the Nara clan and the Uchiha clan, though he was unclear about their levels. Oh well, it is what it is. Liang shook his head and clicked on the adjacent eye of consumption system. His vision suddenly sharpened, as if his eyesight had improved. Is that all? Liang felt perplexed. Aside from enhanced vision, nothing else seemed to occur. Just then, the long-missing Hondo burst through the door, ignoring Liang as she hurriedly grabbed the ninja tool pouch from the table and dashed out. She must be off to undertake a mission. Liang instantly understood. Hondo often forgot her belongings before embarking on missions. He had grown accustomed to it. He clicked to return once more to AT. This point, Liang began to grasp the functionality of the eye of consumption system. Just as Hondo had entered, Liang suddenly saw a red panel pop up in front of her. Hondo, female, C cup, favorability, 99, ninjutsu. Level 1, taijutsu. Level 0, ninja tools. Level 0, this must be Hondo's basic data. Liang was uncertain about what the C cup meant. Perhaps it was a system error, but he instantly comprehended Hondo's stats. This indicated that aside from her ninjutsu, at level 1, the rest were at level 0. That seemed rather weak. However, Liang quickly grasped what level 1 meant. It was the standard level of an average jonin, reflecting on his own proficiency with ninja tools, aside from the jonin level skills granted by the system. He had indeed never trained. Yet, her ninjutsu was at level 1. Had Hondo already reached jonin level in ninjutsu? Liang found this puzzling since at this point, Hondo should be a genin. Perhaps it was due to the curse mark of the earth. He chose not to dwell on it. Finally, he opened the storage system. Inside were numerous slots, but they were all empty. How was he to store items? Liang casually picked up a pillow from behind him and tossed it at the panel. Thud! The pillow passed through the panel and landed on the floor. The panel cannot interact with physical objects? Liang identified the issue, but was simultaneously intrigued. If it couldn't interact with physical objects, how was he to store items? He speculated for a moment. Perhaps it was related to mental energy. Liang suddenly recalled novels he had read in his previous life, where most protagonists possessed similar storage systems. And the method of use was simply to hold the item and focus on storing it. Following suit, Liang picked up the pillow once more. This time, instead of throwing it, he mentally uttered the command to store it. Whoosh! The pillow actually vanished. He then commanded it to extract. The previously vanished pillow reappeared in his hand. It truly worked. Liang felt elated. Store, extract, store, extract. The entire afternoon was spent in joyous experimentation. By evening, he finally comprehended the full extent of the storage system's capabilities. The storage could only accommodate items weighing no more than 5 meters. Exceeding this volume would prevent storage, and living beings could not be stored either. Liang wondered if he could store a few beautiful ladies into his pouch. To test this theory, he even dragged a passing beauty and conducted numerous experiments, but all he received in return was a slap. Thus, Liang ultimately understood everything. There were many more functions behind the system, but he did not continue to explore, as they were all question marks, indicating they had yet to be developed. That night, under the scornful gaze of Hondo, Liang once again climbed into her bed. Hondo, how old are you? 15. Why? That's not what I meant. I was asking about your size. What size? Your cup size. Is it C? That night, Liang was once again kicked out of bed. Chapter 34. Reassessing Team 7. Liang Sensei, long time no see. Nara Rin cheerfully grasped Liang's hand. Liang wiped the cold sweat from his brow. You could have greeted me properly instead of rubbing your chest against my arm. What is the meaning of that? Are you trying to provoke me? Liang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Now, Nara Rin had reached the age of 15, and in truth, the members of Team 7 were all around this age. Neither particularly young nor old. Liang glanced at Kakashi, who was walking ahead, and helplessly picked up the map in his hands. It was a mission map. Indeed, Due to Minato's absence, Liang had once again taken charge of Team 7. While he understood that this was an unavoidable situation, the words of Sarutobi Hiruzen from that morning ignited his ire. What did he mean by Konoha is in dire need of revitalization? And as a guest shinobi, one must step up and lead by example. Where were the likes of Nara Shikaku and Inazuka Tsum, the former guest shinobi, to take the lead? Liang was at a loss for words. Yet he also recognized that having those old-timers lead the team was simply out of the question. It was only he, being young and vigorous, who should endure more hardships that, of course, leading the team was truly taxing. On one hand, he had to execute the mission himself, and on the other, he had to look after the lower-ranked shinobi and chunin accompanying them. It was exhausting. Thus, Liang inwardly rejected the notion. Even if there was money to be earned, after all, he was a guest shinobi, and his meals were complimentary. Who had ever seen someone like Jack Ma working in a factory? Liang, much like Jack Ma, was a person disinterested in wealth. With this thought, his frustration only grew to that moment. Obito approached him. Teacher Liang, I heard that you used a black spherical ninjutsu to defeat Uchiha Madara last time. Could you teach me? I want to become stronger. I don't want to be the weakest link, Obito said, filled with anticipation. A black spherical ninjutsu. Oh, you must be referring to the tailed beast bomb. Liang thought for a moment and quickly understood. Yes, that's the one. Upon seeing Liang comprehend, Obito eagerly nodded that he was anxious, but Liang understood his feelings. Due to the previous ninja war, many ceremonies in Konoha had been cancelled, including something called the Chunin exam. Apart from Kakashi, who had been specially promoted to Jounin, the other two were still mere Jinin fresh out of the village, and thus, they must participate in the Chunin exam. On one hand, they were of an age where they should take on greater responsibilities, and on the other, passing the Chunin exam would allow them to accept more challenging missions. Liang nodded that I can teach you ninjutsu, but I cannot teach you the tailed beast bomb. That is likely a bloodline limit. Bloodline limit? Obito's expression immediately fell. If it was a bloodline limit, then it truly could not be taught. It was a hereditary skill that only shinobi of the same lineage could learn. For instance, Obito's Sharingan from the Uchiha clan was indeed a bloodline limit. No one outside the Uchiha family could learn such ninjutsu. However, although I cannot teach you the tailed beast bomb, I can instruct you in another ninjutsu that is no less formidable. Seeing their expressions, Liang promptly shifted his tone. Really? Obito exclaimed with delight. He had previously mentioned the tailed beast bomb, which had so easily defeated Uchiha Madara, and he was eager for that power. Being a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito naturally knew just how formidable Madara was. That was a person who did not even regard the first Hokage with any respect, moreover, due to Madara's actions. The Uchiha clan situation had also become precarious, facing disdain from all sides, as if they were a plague to be expelled. Thus, Obito yearned to prove himself through his own strength. Teacher, please teach me too. At this moment, Noera Rin chimed in. Having not considered this aspect before as a medical ninja, her assessments were simpler than those of ordinary shinobi. But since Liang had already agreed to teach Obito, she naturally desired a share of the knowledge as well. All right, I promise you both. Liang relented, enjoying Rin's charming insistence. Kakashi, who had been leading the way, turned his head back. Before long, the group arrived at a desolate expanse. The sandstorms here were fierce, obscuring the very path ahead. Given another chance, Liang would certainly prefer not to have come here. Yet, it was unavoidable. This was Team 7's mission. Due to the recent war, several ninja villages bore grudges against one another. For instance, Konoha had developed animosity with Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Where there were grievances, there were also opportunities for reconciliation. Thus, Konoha sought to mend relations with other villages, such as Tsunade. Liang was familiar with this locale. In the original story, it belonged to Gaara, another love interest of the protagonist, and it was situated in the land of wind. It was a desert nation, perpetually battered by sandstorms and rarely receiving rain, with the leader of Tsunade known as the Kazekage, standing in stark contrast to Konoha's Hokage. Liang recalled that the fourth Kazekage was currently in power. The third Kazekage had gone missing, leaving Tsunade vulnerable to the incursions from the land of lightning. During this crisis, a middle-aged man named Raza emerged, utilizing Tsunade's unique magnetic release to defeat the invaders, thus becoming the hero who saved the land of wind. This man was the fourth Kazekage, Gaara's father. Liang could not muster any fondness for him. In the original narrative, he had sealed Shikaku within Gaara, leading to the young Gaara's frequent rampages and his increasing solitude, ultimately resulting in a twisted personality. Gaara, as a child, was helpless against the tailed beast sealed within him. I hope this mission concludes safely. Liang muttered under his breath as he continued onward with the others. Soon, the group found themselves between two towering sand dunes. The area surrounding Tsunade was a vast desert, and to shield the village from the onslaught of sandstorms, it was concealed within a valley between the dunes. Liang surveyed the towering sand mountains on either side, feeling an unsettling sensation. Teacher Liang, do you feel that something is off? Kakashi, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly returned. Indeed, it was too quiet. Although this was a desert, there should still be some sounds of life or wind, yet the surroundings were eerily silent. Liang heard not a single sound. Moreover, with his near shadow-level prowess, he sensed a faint aura of killing intent. His back prickled with discomfort, as if a beast had its sights set upon him. Run! Liang suddenly scooped up the medical ninja, Noera Rin, and dashed forward. The other two immediately understood and followed closely behind. Just as they had vacated the spot, the towering sand dunes on either side suddenly collapsed like a waterfall. Doton, Doro Ryuden no Jutsu, Liang shouted. And a massive earthen dragon composed of gravel swiftly rose beneath their feet, lifting them up. Boom! The sand dunes crumbled. The path leading to Tsunade was now buried beneath the debris. Chapter 35. The Mystery of Tsunade thanks to the Earth Dragon. Liang and his companions narrowly evaded the collapsing terrain. Was this a man-made disaster? Liang quickly pieced the situation together. The two sand dunes were immense, although they were at risk of collapsing due to natural forces. The speed at which they fell was rather suspicious. He distinctly sensed a trace of chakra lingering above the dunes. As he maneuvered the Earth Dragon to gently lower them, his brow furrowed in concern. Teacher Liang, let us head into the village to investigate. Perhaps it wasn't the shinobi of Tsunade after all, Kakashi suggested. Given the circumstances, further inquiry seemed unnecessary. If it were indeed Tsunade attempting to assassinate them, there would have to be an explanation. Agreed. The group nodded and proceeded into the village. Tsunade was quite distant from the sand dunes, suggesting that the villagers were unaware that their entrance was currently blocked. Liang observed the surroundings. Makeshift stalls crafted from iron frames dotted the area, exuding a certain exotic charm. However, they appeared rather impoverished. Konoha had long since entered the era of proper housing, yet Tsunade was still mired in small stalls and earthen huts. Although there were some stone houses in the distance, they were still far inferior in Liang's eyes. Thank goodness he wasn't traversing Tsunade, Liang murmured to himself, and under the close company of his companions, they ventured into the heart of the village. Teacher Liang, I want that. That raccoon cat headpiece is so cute. Noera Rin eagerly pulled at Liang's hand, unable to move on. Women truly were a handful. Rin, don't cling to the teacher. I'll buy it for you. Obito chimed in, patting his chest. Pfft, who wants you to buy it? I want the teacher to buy it for me. Liang felt exasperated. It seemed he had been designated as the one to be taken advantage of. Yet, with his ample resources, a mere hair accessory was hardly a burden he strode over directly. The item was a hairpiece resembling Shikaku. He looked toward the vendor, a middle-aged man with a square face, who was somewhat hunched over, wrapped in bandages, barely able to stand. How much for this? 300 what? Liang was taken aback. 300 taels have already served as his provisions for several days. This hairpin, crafted merely from stone, is exorbitantly priced at 300 taels. Did you not hear? 300. How outrageous. Liang was left speechless. To expect him to part with 300 for a mere stone ornament is to take him for a fool. He was on the verge of turning away when he suddenly caught sight of Yi Yuan Lin, her large, watery eyes fixed upon him, her pitiful demeanor tugging at his heartstrings. 300 taels. Liang felt a pang of regret. Yet, he ultimately acquiesced and purchased the hairpin. Just as they were leaving, berating the unscrupulous vendor, the stall owner abruptly stood up. He unwrapped the bandages around himself and stood tall. A massive shuriken clattering to the ground behind him. It seemed the world of assassination had no concern for them, but one could never be too certain. Better to remain vigilant, he mused to himself. As the surrounding vendors nodded in agreement, that moment, Liang and his companions, accompanied by their welcoming secretary, were making their way to the office of Feng Ying. Lord Feng Ying was currently in a meeting with the elders and had requested that the guests wait outside. The female secretary instructed them briefly before turning to leave. Confirming that the area was devoid of people, Kakashi suddenly turned to Yi Liang. "Teacher, I sense something is amiss here. What do you think?" They were the guests, yet the secretary had left them here unattended, raising Kakashi's suspicions. It was unclear what was happening, but something was definitely amiss in Tsunade. Earlier on the road, the pedestrians had clearly been wary of them. After all, they were guests, and such behavior was unwarranted. Yi Liang analyzed. Indeed. Yi Yuan Lin chimed in. "That is precisely why I insisted on purchasing the hairpin. I wanted to ascertain whether those vendors were genuine merchants. Thankfully, your acting skills were excellent, and they remained oblivious. Is that what you meant?" Yi Liang was taken aback. He could guarantee that Yi Yuan Lin was speaking with a clear conscience, and such a grand lie could only lead him to wonder if her heart truly felt no pain. He found it incomprehensible. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito suddenly had a moment of clarity. "No wonder you were reluctant for me to buy it. It was all an act. You nearly scared me to death. I thought you had feelings for the teacher." He was filled with trepidation, while Yi Yuan Lin instinctively blushed. Yi Liang felt a headache coming on. In truth, the most pressing concern was not how to uncover the truth behind Tsunade, but rather how to alleviate their hostility. Just moments ago at the vendors, Yi Liang had distinctly sensed a hint of murderous intent. Indeed, he had already detected something amiss with the vendors, but given the current situation in Tsunade, it would be unwise to confront them directly. Should they retaliate, it would spell trouble. Before long, a modestly dressed elderly woman entered the room. She smiled at Yi Liang, but a fleeting glint of malice crossed her eyes as she glanced at Kakashi. "You must be the envoys from Konohagakure. Our fourth Kazekage is exceedingly busy, so I have come to speak on his behalf. If it is not too much trouble, shall we begin?" "The fourth Kazekage is not present?" The negotiations between the two villages are of utmost importance, and the fourth Kazekage has always sought to foster relations between the wind and fire countries. Under such circumstances, it is peculiar that he would be absent. Yi Liang found this strange, but refrained from voicing his thoughts. The elderly woman then began to elaborate on Tsunade's stance. Yi Liang feigned agreement. As evening fell, the group parted ways at the office door. The mission had proceeded smoothly, and the two villages had ultimately signed a peace treaty with great satisfaction. "Teacher, is it really over just like that?" Kakashi still found it hard to believe. They had now arrived at an inn. Having just savored the culinary delights of Tsunade and planned to spend a few days relishing their stay. "Of course, it isn't over. There is undoubtedly something amiss," Yi Liang replied, settling everyone in. They had encountered numerous events that day. From facing danger at the village entrance to encountering Tsunade ninjas disguised as merchants, culminating in the discussions with the elderly woman. That old lady, Yi Liang, more perceptive than anyone, could sense the lethal intent. When she had looked at Kakashi, it was accompanied by an unprecedented aura of malice. Although the glance was momentarily averted, Yi Liang was certain he had not misread it. It seemed imperative to conduct a thorough investigation. After ensuring everyone was settled, Yi Liang quietly left the room. The night was deep and silent in the dead of night. As the elderly woman, aged over 60, had just removed her nightgown, a robust man's hand clasped around her neck. "Who goes there?" Chapter 36. The Saga of Tsunade. Granny Chiyo was quite advanced in age, in her 60s, and had resigned herself to a life of solitude. Yet, gazing at the sturdy young man behind her, she felt an involuntary flutter of attraction. "What do you intend to do to me?" she exclaimed in terror. "What do you think, old hag? You scream as if it's real." Yi Liang instinctively swatted away the shuriken aimed at him, fear coursing through him as he pinned Granny Chiyo to the ground. Just as she shrieked, a shuriken had shot towards his face along her outstretched finger. Had Yi Liang not reacted swiftly, he would have been disfigured. "Damn it, the fourth Kazekage was indeed killed by you. I've known all along that you from Konoha are not good people. I should not have wasted my breath on you." Granny Chiyo struggled to escape Yi Liang's grip, but her efforts were futile. "The fourth Kazekage is dead?" Yi Liang was baffled. No wonder the villagers had exhibited hostility upon their arrival. It turned out their leader had been slain. Yi Liang's mind raced. Yet, he found it peculiar how a figure of such stature as the fourth Kazekage, on par with Sarutobi Hiruzen, could be so easily dispatched. Moreover, according to Chiyo, it was at the hands of Yi Liang himself. Yi Liang shook his head. "I do not comprehend your meaning." But the death of the Kazekage is truly unrelated to us, as we only arrived in the land of wind today. Ha! You think you can deceive me? Old woman, what do you take me for? You're all ruthless fiends. Granny Chio spat at Yi Liang. Clearly unconvinced at why Yi Liang sighed in resignation, he gently wiped the spit from his face and released Chio. If I am not mistaken, you must be Chio, the advisor of Tsunade. How do you know? That is of no concern to you. I also know that your deep-seated hatred for Konoha stems from the fact that your son was slain by a Konoha ninja. However, that is a personal grudge, so please do not complicate the amicable relations between our villages, alright? You. What do you understand? I understand everything. Yi Liang shrugged. Chio's son was also a Nin of Tsunade. And at the peak of his youth, he had a fateful encounter with Hitaki Tsukumo, who happened to be Kakashi's father and was renowned as the Konoha White Fang. This man was not easy to deal with. It was rumored he had slain countless ninja armies on the battlefield, a true ruthless character. Yet, Chio's son had crossed paths with him. It would have been one thing had they merely encountered each other. But her son, being a novice, had foolishly provoked trouble. In the end, not only did he perish, but he also dragged his partner down with him, resulting in 2 deaths. It was no wonder that Granny Chio harbored such animosity towards Konoha. Especially after seeing Kakashi, the son of the Konoha White Fang, today. I see. It must have been Sarutobi who informed you of this, right? Naturally, if he sent you as an envoy to Tsunade, he would have relayed all of this to you. Very well, that is precisely the case. Yi Liang conceded, left with no choice but to explain it this way: that we only arrived in Tsunade today. If you do not believe me, you can have someone investigate the neighboring village's situation. We have left traces of our stay there. Moreover, it appears that your village has stabilized to some extent, so the Kazekage must have died some time ago. Thus, this has nothing to do with us. Is it truly not you? Could it be a transformation jutsu? If you insist on contesting this, then there is nothing further to discuss. Yi Liang turned to leave, if they were intent on blaming him. There was no need for further explanation. Wait. Chio finally hesitated. Just as Yi Liang had said, if they wanted to know whether they had committed assassination, they only needed to investigate the neighboring village. And there was no need for them to throw themselves into the fray. Have you come to believe me? Then let us discuss why you suspect us from Konoha. It is utterly unreasonable. Yi Liang inquired patiently. Chio did not respond to his question. Instead, she led him to a cabinet. From within her garments, she retrieved 3 keys and unlocked a hidden compartment that was a specially crafted lock. Inside lay a forehead protector inscribed with scratches. What is this? Yi Liang picked up the protector, finally comprehending why Tsunade harbored suspicions against Konohagakure. This was the forehead protector of a rogue ninja from Konoha. The scratches represented defection, while the leaf symbolized Konoha. It was discovered at the scene, which is why we suspect your village's involvement. I see. Yi Liang nodded. I already know who attacked your Kazekage, but I am unclear about his motives. Who is it? I cannot disclose that now. However, if you follow my plan, I can assure you that we will capture him. Chio nodded in agreement that as long as Yi Liang could guarantee the capture of the perpetrator. This matter could be resolved entirely. As an advisor of Tsunade, she naturally wished to avoid a full-blown conflict with Konoha, for ultimately, it would be their village that would suffer defeat. In that case, I shall return to prepare the plan. Should anything arise, I will have someone inform you. Very well. Yi Liang nodded and swiftly returned to his lodgings. At the inn, Yi Liang summoned Kakashi, briefed him in a few words, and then fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, he stated, I will head back to report the mission. Since you wish to enjoy your time here for a few days, do so to your heart's content. After issuing a few instructions to his companions, Yi Liang made his way toward the village exit. What's going on? Is he just leaving like that? Obito was somewhat bewildered, sitting atop a sand mound. Rendered speechless, since the teacher has granted us an extended break, let's truly enjoy ourselves, Lin exclaimed joyfully. Indeed, Kakashi agreed, though a subtle depth of meaning glimmered in his gaze. He pondered why the teacher had not informed Obito. As he was the core of this mission, shaking his head, Kakashi dismissed the thought, knowing it was Yi Liang's decision, and thus held his tongue. The group devised a plan and headed directly to the marketplace of Tsunade. The vendors from before were still present, yet upon seeing Kakashi and his companions, a shadow of unease crossed their faces. Hey, didn't Advisor Chio say they had nothing to do with us? Why are we apprehending them? Don't ask so many questions. It's the higher-ups' orders. The higher-ups? Understood. Seizing the moment when Kakashi's group was relaxed, several vendors launched a surprise attack. Fire style. Great fireball technique. Obito immediately retaliated. Although Liang had instructed them to enjoy themselves, Obito sensed something amiss and remained vigilant. Kakashi also unleashed a lightning release technique, which, despite its formidable power, was swiftly dispersed by the vendor's shurikens. How could a mere shuriken shatter lightning release? This is impossible. Obito was taken aback. Then he witnessed Kakashi and Lin being knocked unconscious in an instant. Lin, you dare lay a finger on my woman? You seek death. Chapter 37. Captured. Obito fought valiantly. It was unclear whether it was his sudden surge of strength or Lin's capture that fueled his determination. He managed to hold his ground against the vendors who had easily dispatched Kakashi. Captain Maki. This guy seems to be from the Uchiha clan. He is quite formidable. No matter, we have the numbers. We will wear him down. Agreed. Obito found himself in a fierce battle. 10 minutes later, Obito's chakra was nearly depleted. This is ridiculous. If not for your numbers, I, Uchiha Obito, would never fear you. The vendors were astonished. Although they were Chunin, this was their first encounter with such a resilient opponent. Uchiha Obito, I respect you as a worthy opponent. Captain Maki gave Obito a thumbs up. After another hour of combat, Obito finally collapsed, barely clinging to consciousness. Yet before losing consciousness, he managed to utter one last phrase, "Do not harm my woman." Bravo! Cheered the vendors of Tsunade. After all these years, they had finally encountered a worthy adversary. Brothers, although we are not on the same side as Uchiha Obito. If he makes it out safely, I, Maki, shall recognize him as my elder brother. Indeed, a hero recognizes another hero. If not for our differing allegiances, I would also acknowledge him as my elder brother. So would I. Me too. Count me in. After deliberation, they ceremoniously hoisted Obito onto their shoulders and carried him away. Meanwhile, Kakashi was dragged along the ground by one of the vendors. You worthless trash. If it weren't for Uchiha Obito's face, I'd have killed you already. I can't fathom why someone with your strength would even be captured. Kakashi's eyelid twitched. In the dungeon. The group found themselves bound tightly to stone pillars. Kakashi glanced at Obito beside him, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Obito had indeed been knocked out, while Kakashi was merely feigning unconsciousness. Likewise, Lin was also pretending. This thick-headed fool. Now I understand why teacher Liang chose not to reveal the plan to him. With his intellect, he would undoubtedly leak it. Indeed, Kakashi nodded, yet he could not shake the feeling of envy he felt toward Obito when he was being dragged away. What should we do now? The teacher instructed us to pretend to be captured to lure out the mastermind. Since he said so, there must be a reason. We shall simply wait. Agreed. With that, the two closed their eyes and feigned death. Several hours later, a shadow stealthily entered the dungeon. It did not walk upright like a human, but rather slithered across the ground. Hiss! The shadow, flicking its tongue, approached the dungeon where Kakashi was. Well. I never expected to encounter an Uchiha here. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. The shadow revealed a glimmer of delight. Just as it prepared to carry Obito away, a swarm of Tsunade ninjas burst through the entrance. Who goes there? The ninjas exclaimed in surprise. Kakashi opened his eyes at that moment. Damn it! I can't form any seals. They were bound by specialized ropes, making it impossible to escape from the stone pillars. At that instant, the shadow suddenly swallowed Obito whole. No! Kakashi gasped. He anticipated every possible outcome, yet he never guessed the situation before him. Who are you? Why do you attack Obito? Kakashi demanded, struggling to discern the shadow's form, which revealed itself to be a 2-meter-long phosphorus snake. Who the hell is that? At that moment, the guarding Tsunade ninjas charged in. Brother Obito, Maki, leading the charge, was stunned. Although he was older than Obito, he had genuinely come to respect the Uchiha strength, so seeing him devoured caused him to lose all rational thought. Wind release. Blade of wind. With a fierce shout, a blue chakra blade swept from Maki's fingertips towards the phosphorus snake. Clang! The snake's scales emitted a resonating hum, yet it remained unscathed. How can this be? It's merely a summoning beast. How could it withstand the attack of the blade of wind? Maki exclaimed in shock. Meanwhile, the phosphorus snake lunged toward their group. You dare ambush me? How dare you? It swiftly knocked down the surrounding Tsunade ninjas, making its way toward the dungeon exit. Quick! Let us out! Kakashi shouted, but everyone was too preoccupied with chasing the snake to heed his words. Damn it. Obito, you must be all right. Outside the dungeon, two figures blocked the phosphorus snake's path. You are the one who killed the fourth Kazekage, are you not? Chiyo coldly stated, standing beside her brother, Hai Laozong. Well, I never imagined you would find me. It seems I underestimated Tsunade. Why? It seems we have no acquaintance with you. Ha! You may not know me, but your Kazekage serves as the perfect nourishment for my experiments. Is that not an immense stroke of luck? The phosphorus snake suddenly erupted with laughter, and then, as if its flesh were writhing, it slowly grew a pair of arms and transformed into a humanoid figure. Orochimaru. It is you. The knowledgeable Chiyo immediately recognized the ninja before her. Indeed, I am Orochimaru. If it weren't for that scoundrel Liang ruining my plans, I wouldn't have been reduced to this abominable form. Damn Liang. I shall have my revenge. Magnet release. Iron sand rain. Orochimaru formed hand seals with both hands, and suddenly, a gentle rain of sand and iron began to fall from the sky. The ground quickly became inundated with the metallic grains. This is impossible. Magnet release is undeniably a bloodline limit of our wind country. How could a leaf ninja possibly wield it? Chiyo was taken aback. Haha. I have successfully developed a forbidden technique to absorb the jutsu of others. Given enough time, I shall become the new god of ninjas. I will exact my revenge on the leaf. Magnet release, sand gold grave. This is the ultimate technique of the fourth Kazekage. Oh no. Chiyo hurriedly led her brother toward the open space behind them, but the sand gold grave surged forth like an unending sea of sand, crashing toward them in relentless waves. Sister, there's no escape. Use the secret technique. All right. The siblings swiftly formed seals, and 10 humanoid puppets, armed with various weapons, suddenly emerged from the ground. White's secret technique. Chikamatsu's 10 guardians. This was the strongest puppet created by the puppet master, Winzoman, and had always been under Chiyo's control in Tsunade. Now, faced with Orochimaru's sand gold grave, they had no choice but to unleash it. Chapter 38. The gruesome demise of Orochimaru. Manipulation, puppet control. The two adeptly maneuvered the puppets to sever the approaching sand gold grave. Realizing that this technique could not defeat them, Orochimaru began forming seals once more. Magnet release, glazed shatter. Magnet release, golden sand tidal wave. Magnet release, golden sand shuriken. A flurry of 3 magnet release techniques, all specialties of the fourth Kazekage, left Chiyo utterly astonished. Orochimaru's power was truly terrifying. The original fourth would have intervals between his magnet release techniques, but in Orochimaru's hands, they flowed seamlessly, launching a barrage of lethal techniques, as if they were free of cost. I still have another person hidden within me. As long as he lives, I can continuously utilize chakra. Orochimaru chuckled. He referred to Uchiha Obito, whom he had just swallowed. However, Orochimaru was filled with confusion. Although he could continually draw upon Obito's chakra, the latter was merely a genin, yet he was capable of providing chakra up to this point. Never mind, though the reason eludes me. It is still a fortunate circumstance. Orochimaru dismissed these thoughts and focused intently on Chiyo once again. Earth release. Earth flow rampart. Ebeze quickly formed a one-handed seal and summoned a towering wall made of earth and stone before him. Boom! The crashing sounds echoed continuously. This cannot continue. Sister, where is that leaf teacher you mentioned? You said he would lend us a helping hand. I don't know. I received his shuriken message this afternoon, but I have no idea where he is now. Damn it! I knew I couldn't rely on leaf ninjas. Ebeze exclaimed anxiously, summoning another wall, as the previous one clearly could not withstand the assault. Give it up, as long as you let me leave Tsunade. I, Orochimaru, am not one to indiscriminately kill the innocent. That is out of the question. We must avenge the fourth Kazekage. TSK. So obstinate. Seeing their stubbornness, Orochimaru immediately intensified his offensive. Fire release, fire dragon bullet technique. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Earth release, earth dragon bullet technique. A series of elemental dragon bullets surged toward Chiyo and her brother. These were 5 different chakra types that the original Orochimaru could never have utilized. Yet now he seemed to be thriving. Haha, prepare to meet your end, you old stubborn fools, he laughed heartily. But just as he reveled in his triumph, a sharp pain surged through his abdomen. Sage art. Universal pull. Bang! With a fierce shout, Orochimaru's belly erupted. leaving only his head flying off into the distance. How could it be you? Orochimaru's gaze slowly drifted, his head gradually coming to rest, yet he still discerned the face of the person emerging from his stomach. Liang, how dare you? I will kill you. You should be more concerned about yourself. Liang replied coolly, and at that moment, Chiyo and her brother, who had been trapped by the magnet release, also made their escape. Liang, you've come. Indeed. Liang nodded at them. In truth, he had never left. After deceiving the nearby lookout with a shadow clone, Liang's true self had transformed into the likeness of Uchiha Obito. The moment he saw the traitorous forehead protector, he deduced that the mastermind behind it was Orochimaru, for aside from the fleeing Orochimaru, the other leaf traders lacked the strength to have eliminated the fourth Kazekage. Watching Orochimaru's head slowly perish, Liang let out a sigh of relief. He approached and touched his own eye. The Krypton Eye system activated. Whoosh! A modern transparent avatar frame appeared above Orochimaru's head. This was Liang's first time utilizing the Krypton Eye system in battle, as previous opponents had been far too weak for him to bother. Orochimaru, Pseudo, Male, a cup. Ninjutsu level 4, Taijutsu level 2. Ninja Tools level 2. By the way, can that a cup not be displayed? Liang felt a strong urge to complain that he examined Orochimaru's stats. Aside from his ninjutsu being one level lower, the rest were comparable. In fact, his ninja tools level was even one level higher. Wow, I didn't expect Orochimaru to be this strong. Liang was somewhat astonished. Before leaving, he had secretly tested the levels of Sarutobi Hiruzen and others. Typically, special ninjas were at level 2 ninjutsu, while Sarutobi Hiruzen was at level 5, Danzo at level 4, and there was a gap of one level to adult Kakashi's level 3. This meant that Orochimaru was already at a Quasi-Kage level, merely one level behind his level 5 ninjutsu. Wow, if it weren't for the sneak attack today, it would have truly been challenging to handle. Liang felt a chill run down his spine. At that moment, he suddenly noticed the word pseudo next to Orochimaru's name. You say you're dead, yet the word pseudo appears. Sigh. Liang sighed, then began to examine Orochimaru's corpse. As expected, it was a fake. The original Orochimaru possessed a technique that allowed him to transform into a small snake, shedding his skin like a golden cicada. This was precisely that situation. The core of him had fled with his consciousness, leaving behind a useless shell. Thank you, little brother Liang. Without your help, Tsunade would truly have faced annihilation. Chiyo, filled with trepidation, approached with her brother. I apologize, Liang. I previously thought you hadn't come and even complained about you. Ebizi also expressed his gratitude to Liang, having deduced that Liang had been hidden within Orochimaru's belly and had naturally heard their conversation. It's nothing. After all, this is our own traitor from the leaf, and it should be our responsibility to deal with him. After greeting the two, Liang proceeded to the dungeon, arriving by Kakashi's side. Why, Liang sensei, you finally came. Please save Obito. He was swallowed by a giant snake. Kakashi looked at Liang anxiously. Clearly, his expression was not feigned. It's all right now. The culprit has been dealt with, and Obito is safely hidden away. All is well. Kakashi was taken aback, then immediately felt relieved. Since Liang said it was fine, it must truly be so. Kakashi had unwavering trust in his teacher. Liang untied the ropes and began recounting the previous events. That Obito was actually a disguise of the teacher. Liang sensei, you scared me to death. No error, Rin, as always, leaned closer, though her expression bore a hint of shyness. Teacher, were you serious when you said, don't touch my woman? That was just an act. Teacher, a few days later, under Liang's guidance, Team 7 safely returned to Kanagakur, but Obito appeared somewhat bewildered during their departure. He inexplicably acquired a group of younger subordinates, all of whom were several years older than him. Chapter 39, Truly Acting as a Teacher. Many often say that teachers are like candles, silently burning themselves for their students. Liang did not believe this. Leaning against a tree trunk, he quietly opened his system panel. Side quest, Diplomacy to the Land of Wind. Completed. Liang silently claimed the quest reward. A random A-level ninjutsu. Earth release. Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. At this rate, progress is far too slow. Liang frowned deeply, pondering the meaning of life. This was in the training ground of Kanagakur. Upon returning, Liang began preparing the little ones for the Chunin exams, as he had promised them before and naturally intended to keep his word. Obito, adjust your aim a bit higher with your shuriken. Look at how well Noara Rin is doing. Why are you so lacking? Kakashi, although you have ascended to the rank of Jonin, you must not allow yourself to become complacent. Look at Uchiha Itachi. He has already entered the Umbu. I have reiterated countless times that the knowledge of Shadow Shuriken must be mastered, that it was not tested in the past 2 years. But it will certainly be on this year's exam. If you do not believe me, I wager a bowl of ramen with you. TSK, 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 I shall leave you to your studies. I will go observe how other villages conduct their training. Yi Liang, filled with grievances, walked towards the neighboring classroom. In preparation for the upcoming high school entrance examination, he had indeed engaged in lesson planning. Although he became a teacher under duress, the vanity of holding the title compelled him to strive for excellence in every aspect. After a few steps, he noticed other students from different classes practicing. A cursory glance revealed one individual he recognized. It was Might Guy. Might Guy is this year's promising candidate, despite his weak ninjutsu. It is said that his taijutsu has surpassed that of an average jonin. Yi Liang utilized his chakra vision to assess him. Taijutsu level 3, even higher than Yi Liang. No wonder he nearly kicked his way to the finish line. Such prowess is indeed astonishing. Yi Liang swallowed hard. That moment, a teacher who had been observing approached him. Oh ho ho! Is that not Teacher Yi Liang? Why are you neglecting your own class to come here? Are you attempting to steal my teaching methods? Yi Liang glanced at the individual. It was Mori no Ibiki, the very person who had previously vied with him for Kushina in the Hokage's office. Yi Liang harbored a strong dislike for him. He had heard from Kushina that this man often wandered around Minato's house, likely with ulterior motives. Humph, it's you, and you dare to appear before me. Yi Liang thought coldly, but for the sake of appearances, he feigned a conversation. Teacher Ibiki, I was wondering how your predictions for this year's exam are shaping up. Predictions? Oh, this time I am focusing on interrogation techniques. Ninja tasked with missions inevitably encounter tight-lipped targets, but mastering interrogation can significantly expedite task completion. Moreover, if one happens to deal with female spies, the effectiveness of interrogation techniques will be greatly enhanced. Haha, you understand. Ibiki suddenly displayed a lewd expression. Indeed, this fellow harbors impure thoughts. Upon witnessing this, Yi Liang quickly discerned the true nature of the man before him. No wonder he chose to specialize in interrogation techniques, as it was clearly for his own selfish desires, much like those who apply to gynecology in Yi Liang's past life, claiming to see patients as mere ailments. Yet how many had purely altruistic intentions from the start? Teacher Ibiki certainly has far-reaching thoughts. I wonder if Lord Sarutobi is aware of your intentions. You? Ibiki was momentarily rendered speechless. Should Yi Liang expose this statement to the Hokage, his career as a teacher would likely come to an abrupt end. Guy, let us go, Ibiki bellowed, leading the distant Might Guy away. Yi Liang, feeling helpless, returned to his domain, yet his gaze remained fixed on the departing Might Guy. Such a promising talent must not fall into the hands of this scoundrel. Teacher, what are you looking at? Kakashi inquired. Nothing. As night fell, a shadow quietly approached the vicinity of Minato's home. You little brat, daring to confront me in broad daylight. Just wait until I take my anger out on your mother. The silhouette, illuminated by the moonlight, was none other than Mori no Ibiki. Damn it, if it weren't for Minato getting there first, how could that wench Kushina have been reduced to a mere housewife? He stealthily peered through the crack in the door. Kushina had just finished bathing, wrapped in a towel, while soothing 3-year-old Naruto. Mother, when will Daddy Yi Liang come home? Little Naruto babbled, already able to speak. He should be on his way. I heard he returned to the village to complete his mission today. Kushina's face flushed suddenly. Fearing that Naruto might suffer childhood trauma, she had refrained from telling him that his father had passed away, instead using Yi Liang as a substitute. Of course, Yi Liang was unaware of this matter. Damn it, that shameless woman has accepted Yi Liang so quickly. What a waste of my admiration. Ibiki fumed. He genuinely harbored feelings for Kushina, but his twisted nature destined him to be incompatible with her. Inserting a smoking pipe through the door crack, a plume of purple toxic gas began to seep into Kushina's home. This was a type of toxic smoke, crafted from 7 unique poisonous herbs, and could be considered a form of interrogation technique. Mother, do you smell something fragrant? Fragrant? Kushina felt a twinge of curiosity, but soon experienced a wave of dizziness. This is bad. It's poisonous smoke, she quickly realized, but it was too late. In a moment of instinct, Kushina pressed little Naruto to the ground, shielding him with her body. This was a mother-s instinct. Haha, see how you denied me care before. Let us see how I handle you today. Ibiki, glancing around to ensure no one was watching, stealthily opened Kushina's door, slightly cracking the window to disperse the toxic gas. He thought to himself, they should both be fast asleep. Observing the two unconscious figures on the floor, Ibiki revealed a hint of glee, yet he refrained from acting immediately, instead carrying Kushina back to his room. Subsequently, he dripped 2 drops of a red liquid onto her. Resembling blood, but from a blue vial, this was a specialized potion, and its purpose, well, haha. Ibiki chuckled, and indeed, Kushina on the bed began to stir restlessly, her body flush with blood, rolling about on the bed, even starting to tear at her towel. As Ibiki beheld the scene before him, his blood surged with excitement. However, just as he reached out with his sinister hand, a powerful grip seized his arm. "Who?" he shouted, but he was promptly thrown out of Kushina's room. Liang swiftly covered the bed with his clothes, then stormed out, his face a mask of fury. Ibiki, thrown outside, recognized his assailant and shouted, "It's you, Liang. Aren't you supposed to be at Anko's house? What brings you here?" But what awaited him was Liang's charged palm. Chapter 40. Rescue. I sensed something was off during the day. Just as I suspected, Liang delivered 2 punches to Ibiki that he refrained from using ninjutsu. Sometimes, it was far more satisfying to engage in a physical confrontation. "You bastard," Ibiki yelled, lunging at Liang. Bang! The two collided again. Liang staggered back a step, clearly at a disadvantage in taijutsu. Trash. With that little strength, you dare to compare yourself to me." Ibiki taunted, while Liang's mood soured further. Taking advantage of his absence, he attempted to make a move on his woman. Liang had always regarded Kushina as Minato's entrusted charge. Now that she was under attack, he could no longer hold back. "That I will take your life." Liang struck again, driven by impulse, still refraining from using ninjutsu. Do you think such tactics can contend with me?" Ibiki was not intimidated. Without Liang's ninjutsu, he was merely at the level of a particularly strong jonin. Ibiki, however, was at the pseudo-hero level. Although it was solely taijutsu. Bang! After another clash, Liang stumbled back, nearly falling to the ground. Was he truly left with no choice but to resort to ninjutsu? Liang felt a twinge of reluctance. Ninjutsu was a gift from the system. While it could certainly dispatch his opponent, it would not alleviate Liang's present fury. Driven by a desire for revenge, he yearned for an all-out brawl. Like a true man. "Haha, do you crave power?" A low growl echoed in Liang's mind. "Who?" Liang gasped. Then, he beheld a colossal red fox materializing in his consciousness. The 9-tailed fox. Liang's mouth fell agape. Ever since becoming a Jinchuriki, he had long since set aside thoughts of the 9 tails. His previous strength had sufficed, and with the 9 tails providing chakra naturally, he had completely forgotten about it. Now, upon seeing the 9 tails again, Liang was astonished. "Can you help me?" "Haha, of course, but in exchange, you must lend me your body." "Lend you my body? Are you out of your mind?" Liang outright rejected the notion as a modern individual. He was immune to such devilish temptations. No matter how appealing the power, if he could not control it, it was worthless. This was precisely why Liang had never sought to provoke the 9 tails. He always felt he was not yet capable of mastering such a formidable entity. "Out of my mind." The 9 tails paused, clearly perplexed by the term that it had never engaged in dialogue with Liang before. As it could not fathom him, though merely a 20-year-old, Mingming possesses an extraordinarily astute mind. Whether facing off against Uchiha Madara or dealing with Orochimaru, his capabilities far exceed those of an average youth of his age. What's more, the 9 tails is utterly incapable of perceiving Liang's memories. It is essential to understand that, as its Jinchuriki, a tailed beast should have full access to its host's recollections. However, Liang is an exception. Whenever the 9 tails attempts to delve into Liang's past, it is met with a golden orb that obstructs its view within his mind. The 9 tails had previously assaulted that orb, but even a full force attack of chakra could not penetrate its surface. Instead, it was repelled. "If you refuse to be controlled by me, then you shall only receive a fraction of my power. A fraction of power. Very well, send it my way." Sigh. The 9 tails lamented. Yet, as a tailed beast, it did not renege on its word, genuinely bestowing upon Liang a small amount of chakra, no larger than a fingertip. In truth, it had anticipated this outcome. How could Liang, with the presence of that mysterious orb? agree to the request for bodily cooperation? Nevertheless, the Nine-Tails remained unfazed, by granting Yi Liang a modicum of chakra. It aimed to instill in him a sense of dependency. Humans are prone to addiction, especially to absolute power. Once Yi Liang becomes accustomed to this strength, he will inevitably crave more, allowing for a gradual seduction. Such was the strategy of the Nine-Tails fox. But on another note, as Yi Liang emerged from his consciousness, he was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming force, a layer of red chakra, reminiscent of liquid, akin to that of the Nine-Tails, coursed through his body. In that instant, Yi Liang felt invincible. Enraged, he charged at Ibiki. Bang! The two collided once more, yet this time, the otherwise superior martial artist, Ibiki, was sent flying by Yi Liang's force. What is happening? Ibiki sensed something amiss. That moment, he caught sight of the faint red chakra enveloping Yi Liang. It was the Nine-Tails. Ibiki recognized it immediately. He had participated in the previous battle against Uchiha Madara, and thus was well acquainted with this exterior layer of chakra. How could you have truly mastered the power of the Nine-Tails? Realizing Yi Liang's clear-headedness, he understood that, like Uchiha Madara, Yi Liang had seized control of the Nine-Tails chakra. Humph! Prepare to die! Yi Liang roared, charging directly at Ibiki, yet this time was different. That a fleeting afterimage appeared in his wake. Unlike the flying thunder god technique, this was a true manifestation of speed. Bang! Ibiki felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, instantly losing consciousness. After confirming that Ibiki had indeed fallen unconscious, Yi Liang proceeded to bind him to a stone pillar in the alley. Clang! A shuriken fell from Ibiki's pocket, engraved with the mark of the flying thunder god. Was this the one that Akamaru lost a few days ago? That bastard! Yi Liang immediately grasped Ibiki's intent. This was likely a plan to leave behind his shuriken at the scene, fabricating evidence that would implicate Yi Liang in the attack. Damn it! Yi Liang delivered a resounding slap across Ibiki's face. With Ibiki now thoroughly unconscious, he stepped into Kushina's room. Clatter! The room was in disarray, furniture strewn about, yet there was no sign of Kushina. Kushina, where have you gone? Yi Liang called out, when suddenly, a graceful figure pounced on him, knocking him onto the bed. Who? Yi Liang turned to see a dazed Kushina. You want me? Yi Liang wants me. Kushina's hand slid into Yi Liang's clothing, attempting to undress him. No. I, Yi Liang, am a man of virtue, and I do not sleep with women. He panicked. However, Kushina's body was undeniably feverish. It was that red potion. Yi Liang instantly comprehended the situation. That it appeared to be something akin to the Hahuan powder from his past life. Though he was uncertain how to proceed, if it were indeed such a substance, he would have to assist Kushina. Otherwise, she might perish from it. At least, that is what the novel suggested. I'm sorry. Kushina, Chapter 41. The conspiracy against Yi Liang. The following day, Yi Liang delivered the bound Ibiki to the Hokage's office, while Kushina wept. What happened? Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, seated on the sofa with a book. To protect Kushina's reputation, Yi Liang had come in advance. The Hokage Hall was devoid of ninjas seeking missions. This scoundrel attempted to intrude upon Kushina's home last night with ill intent. Sarutobi immediately perked up. Did you succeed? Are you even speaking human language? Yi Liang shot a glare at Sarutobi, who felt a bit embarrassed. Ahem, I see. Do you have any concrete evidence? Sarutobi coughed awkwardly, pressing on. Clang! A straw used for spraying poison and a vial of blue liquid clattered to the ground. Hiss! Sarutobi instantly grasped the situation. As a master of ninjutsu, he was familiar with Ibiki's interrogation techniques and recognized the items on the floor immediately. What a savage! The third leaped forward, slapping Ibiki across the face. Ibiki, who had just regained consciousness, was knocked out cold once more. I will ensure he is thrown into the dungeon, Sarutobi declared solemnly, taking Kushina's hand. As the widow of the fourth Hokage, Kushina was now considered a martyr's family. She deserved an explanation, but how can we ensure safety afterward? If one Ibiki could infiltrate so easily, what about others in the future? I am willing to fund the arrangement of a property in the city center. It is populated and relatively safe. Furthermore, you should reside there as well, to facilitate care, Sarutobi suggested to Yi Liang. Very well. Yi Liang nodded. This was the best outcome he could hope for. He could not expect Sarutobi to execute Ibiki, especially since the latter had not succeeded in his crime. Kushina, you should return for now. Do not speak of this matter to anyone. I still need to discuss some things with Liang. Understood. Recognizing the seriousness in the third's demeanor, Kushina promptly exited the office. What is it, Hokage-sama? Liang inquired. Sarutobi never engaged in trivial chatter. Keeping him behind surely meant there was something of importance to discuss. Do you believe this incident was truly orchestrated by Ibiki? What do you mean? Liang asked, puzzled. Sarutobi furrowed his brow. I know Ibiki. While he is not the best individual, he is not one to commit such acts. I suspect there is someone else pulling the strings behind this. Pulling the strings. Upon hearing this, Liang retrieved a black shuriken from his ninja tool pouch. This is what I gave to Akamichi. Marked with the flying thunder god seal. I intended to protect him in case of danger, but it mysteriously went missing a few days ago. What do you mean by that? Just what I said. Last night, when I captured Ibiki, I found this on him. If I am not mistaken, Ibiki was preparing to frame me, but I caught him off guard. To frame up. Sarutobi fell silent. He had initially believed that someone was conspiring against the widow, Kushina, but it appeared that the true target had always been Liang. Someone does not want you to remain in Konoha. I believe that too. Liang nodded. But who could it be? Sarutobi fell into deep thought. While Liang had already formed a suspicion to construct a web of deceit, one must possess considerable power. During Liang's confrontation with Ibiki, despite the commotion, no one had come to investigate. It was evident that someone had orchestrated the crowd's dispersal. The only individuals capable of achieving this, aside from Sarutobi, were members of the Elder Council, such as Shimura Danzo and others. However, Liang's most profound suspicion rested on but one person, Shimura Danzo. Indeed, as the ruler of the Umbu, Danzo had always harbored ill intentions toward Liang, especially now that Liang had become a hero of Konoha. In such circumstances, tarnishing Liang's reputation seemed to be the only option for driving him away. I suspect it is Danzo. Impossible. Danzo has always protected Konoha. Although his methods are extreme, he would never forsake such a powerful asset, Sarutobi asserted firmly. But aside from him, there are no other choices, are there? Moreover, while I am indeed a formidable asset, I also pose a significant risk, do I not? This, Sarutobi Hisashi found himself at a loss for words. He naturally understood that Liang was referring to the most probable scenario. Very well, I shall keep a close watch on him in the coming days. Knowing they are all from the older generation, I hope Danzo does not commit any foolish acts. All right, let it be so. Liang stretched lazily, preparing to take his leave. By the way, you still need to serve as an examiner for the Chunin exams. Understood. At that moment, during their conversation, in the Umbu conference room, Danzo was coldly gazing at the Umbu subordinates before him. Did you fail, Shursui? I apologize, Lord Danzo. I had successfully taken control of Ibiki, but unexpectedly, Liang intervened and knocked him out. He has since been sent to the village dungeon. Humph, truly a waste. With that, he made a gesture across his throat. And the subordinate immediately understood. By the way, how is your task concerning the Uchiha clan progressing? Itachi is already strategizing. After all, it concerns the life and death of our clan. Please grant us some time for contemplation. Humph. Make your decision swiftly. Will you choose to stand with your clan in life and death, or will you be decisive and take your own life in atonement? I trust you are clear-headed on this matter. Yes, my lord. After Shursui spoke, he instantly vanished from sight. Danzo's eyes flickered. This kid's body flicker technique has grown remarkably powerful. I wonder how it compares to Liang's. Liang left the Hokage's office. His heart filled with joy. He had resolved Kushina's safety issue and successfully acquired a property for himself, which brought him a sense of satisfaction. Should I move in with Hongdo, or should we move together? Together? Liang pondered. Important matters warrant thorough contemplation. At that moment, a green figure dashed towards him from a distance, moving at great speed, raising clouds of dust behind. That appears to be Might Guy, doesn't it? Liang recognized him from afar. By the way, Might Guy was previously Ibiki's disciple. Although their relationship remains unclear, it is possible that Guy might seek revenge for this incident. That I should make my exit quickly. Having come to this conclusion, Liang prepared to flee, but not long after, he was intercepted by Might Guy. Please duel me. Teacher Liang. Might Guy suddenly bowed deeply to Liang. A duel? Liang was perplexed. He had sprinted all this way just to challenge him. Chapter 42. Night Guy. Indeed, Teacher Liang. When I saw you at the training ground, I perceived your immense strength. To be honest, I have encountered a bottleneck in my training recently. And Ibiki can no longer assist me. So, you sought me out? Yes. Might Guy nodded vigorously. However, I do not specialize in taijutsu. Liang replied awkwardly that as far as he knew, Might Guy had exceedingly poor talent in ninjutsu. Aside from taijutsu training, he had little else to pursue. Yet taijutsu was indeed a tall order that Liang's system seemingly only provided for ninjutsu. Ding! Side quest triggered. Guide Might Guy. For details, please refer to the quest panel. Huh? A new quest? Liang's face brightened. Since returning from Tsunade, he had not received any main quests, and even helping Kushina last night was merely a daily task. In the presence of Might Guy. Liang opened the quest panel. Others cannot see the quest panel except for himself, which Liang had discovered long ago. Enhance Might Guy's taijutsu proficiency. Reward. Immediate taijutsu. P.S. The more pronounced the improvement, the richer the quest reward. The highest reward is S-rank taijutsu. Might Guy. Wow. Liang was nearly taken aback, almost chewing on the quest panel. Might Guy is the ultimate taijutsu of the Hokage. Aside from Might Guy at his peak, no one has ever utilized it, and he, Liang, was fortunate enough to directly acquire Might Guy. Although it remains unclear how the absence of the 8 gates might affect Might Guy, Liang still decided to teach it. Little brat, you wish to grow stronger, right? Following your teacher Liang is the right choice. Liang immediately grabbed Might Guy and dashed towards the Konoha training ground. After a bout of breathless running, Liang collapsed on the ground. Teacher, don't scare me like that. It's you who should not scare me. What kind of speed is this? Liang lay on the ground like a dead dog. Having used a speed far beyond his limits to maintain his teacher's image, yet he still succumbed to Might Guy's relentless pace. Guy, this will not do. True strength in taijutsu does not solely rely on speed. Sometimes, a slower pace can yield greater results. Slower pace? Might Guy looked at Liang with confusion. Yes, striking slowly to counter speed. Achieving balance in yin and yang is the way to go. Liang suddenly stood up from the ground. He could no longer run and decided to begin teaching Might Guy right there. The so-called yin-yang principle relies on common sense, using slowness to counter speed and brute strength to overcome skill. When you truly grasp this principle, you will naturally become a genuine shadow-level powerhouse. Teacher, I don't quite understand. Might Guy replied awkwardly. It's strange that you understand. I don't either. Liang grinned at Might Guy. Little guy, perhaps it's like this. See this little grass on the ground. If you strike it with immense speed, it will perish, but if I gently press it, it will still perish. Now tell me, who expends more energy, you or I? Naturally, I expend more energy. Exactly. This is what is meant by using slowness to counter speed. To defeat someone, you only need to control your strength within their limits. Excessive force will merely waste your stamina. If ambushed, wasting stamina is akin to seeking death. Liang began to impart his wisdom. This was knowledge imparted by an elderly man in the park, said to be the essence of a certain style of Taijiquan. As for its authenticity, Liang was uncertain, and the old man claimed to have never mastered it. I understand, teacher. Might Guy bowed earnestly, then approached a tree to practice. Liang relaxed a bit. Although he was unsure of what Might Guy had comprehended, he had at least passed the initial hurdle. Now, as long as Might Guy slightly enhances his taijutsu proficiency, Liang believed the side quest would be easily completed. However, the task reward might not be particularly high. Observing the Might Guy reward on the panel, Liang sighed heavily. Just then, a large tree in the distance was suddenly severed by Might Guy. But this time Liang clearly saw that Might Guy had not used any particularly overwhelming strength, just an ordinary punch. Did this kid succeed? Liang displayed a hint of doubt, but upon seeing the quest completion progress on the panel, a 50 progress was displayed. What is going on? Liang gently swiped with his finger and discovered that the reward seemed ready to be claimed. Is this completed? No. Wait. Liang suddenly noticed that the 50 action bar had abruptly jumped. It's now 51. It seems that to obtain the highest reward of Might Guy, he must achieve a 100 progress bar. Liang was instantly elated. He had initially thought he would be fortunate to collect a modest reward, but it now appeared to be an unexpected delight. In summary, the Taijiquan principles were indeed real. The park elder did not deceive him. Watching the slowly increasing progress bar, Liang prepared to accelerate the training. Little guy, come here. Teacher has a mantra to teach you. Coming right away. The way of heaven is to diminish the excess and supplement the insufficient. The Great Way initially connects the 9 orifices. The 9 orifices reside at the base. He is strong. Let him be strong. The bright moon illuminates the great river. Little guy, this is the mantra of the supreme taijutsu in 3 segments. If you can comprehend even one, you can become the strongest taijutsu ninja. Practice diligently. Liang feigned mystery as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, then departed. Teacher, Might Guy mumbled to himself, the mantra of taijutsu still echoing in his mind. Although he did not understand its meaning, he felt a sense of enlightenment. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exceeding the completion of the side quest. Guide Might Guy. Reward. S-rank Taijutsu Night Guy. Wow! It really worked. Liang was dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that those martial arts secrets from his past life would genuinely lead to Might Guy's enlightenment. He was so excited that he bounced around his home to release the exhilaration of acquiring Night Guy. This person has become foolish again. Hongdo was busily packing luggage for Liang. She glanced at the frenzied Liang as if he were a fool. This guy always inexplicably found joy in the most absurd situations. Today, Liang was set to move out, and Sarutobi Hisashi's efficiency was truly remarkable. Within just half a day, he had already resolved all of Liang's real estate concerns. Was he really leaving? Hongdo felt a twinge of reluctance in her heart. After all, they had lived together for so long, and there were emotions tied to it. Pervert, what do you need my underwear for? I'm just helping you pack. Pack? What packing? We're moving in together. Come on, let's go. I, Liang, will not abandon my faithful wife. Chapter 43. The Uchiha Assassination Plan. After a fortnight of mundane life, Liang was filled with excitement as he prepared for the CH-NIN exams. It was rumored that the reward this time was extraordinarily generous. He beamed as he perused the list of tasks, his face radiant with joy. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. A staggering bounty of 100,000 Rio. That's enough for me to purchase a house, Liang mused, counting eagerly. Count it clearly and hurry to take care of it. Time is of the essence. All 5 great ninja villages will be coming. And we only have a month, Sarutobi Hisashi remarked calmly before waving his hand, signaling Liang to leave. After giving a few instructions to Team 7, Liang returned home to indulge in leisure. Obito, what are we having for lunch? It's on me. Kakashi cheerfully patted Uchiha Obito's back. The task at hand was exceptionally rewarding, and as Liang's disciples, they would also receive a substantial sum. Forget it. I have something urgent today that I won't be taking on the task, Obito replied nervously before hastily exiting the Hokage's office. Kakashi, don't you think Obito has been acting strangely lately? Yamanaka-rin approached. Indeed, it is somewhat odd. However, I heard there were issues at his home, Kakashi replied, at home. Half an hour later, Uchiha Obito wandered towards the outskirts of Konoha village, his mind in disarray. He kicked a pebble beneath his feet. Feeling increasingly agitated, it had been several days since the people of Konoha had ostracized the Uchiha clan. Not only were they shunned during meals, but even going out to use the restroom required the oversight of ANBU. Although Obito did not understand the reasons behind it, he was certain something was amiss. He hurriedly made his way outside the village. Due to certain political reasons, the Uchiha stronghold had been established outside the village. Why haven't I arrived yet? Obito thought as he swiftly traversed the branches, yet the path home still felt distant. Who goes there? A voice called out from in front of him, causing him to slow his pace. Were they the village's J-NIN? What could they want? Obito recognized the ninja blocking his path. They wore Konoha's attire and sported the J-NIN forehead protectors, making their identities clear. This is a special period. A routine inspection is required. The 2 J-NIN aggressively obstructed Obito's way, even snatching his ninja tool pouch. That was a gift from my teacher. Obito protested, but was met with a disdainful glare in return. Move along. However, this pouch contains dangerous weapons and must be confiscated. What? Obito was taken aback. He had never heard of a ninja tool pouch being confiscated in the ninja village, though it was indeed hazardous. They were ninjas. How could a ninja be without their tools? Obito immediately attempted to reclaim his pouch. What do you think you're doing? Do you realize this behavior could be deemed as attempting to escape? The 2 J-NIN glared at Obito, their expressions tinged with disgust. This was given to me by my teacher. I cannot let you have it, Obito shouted angrily as he lunged at the 2 J-NIN. However, given his limited skills, he stood no chance against them. Not only was he unable to retrieve his belongings, but he was also pummeled until his vision blurred and he nearly lost consciousness. Get lost. If it weren't for the fact that you're just a child, I would have killed you on the spot. How infuriating. Obito slammed his fist against the ground, feeling utterly helpless. Once the two genin departed, he could only silently retreat into the Uchiha village. Inside the Uchiha clan shrine, a group of Uchiha members glared angrily at Uchiha Fugaku. Leader, if this continues, we will truly lose face as the Uchiha clan. Indeed, those ruffians have bullied us for too long. Must we continue to endure this humiliation? I propose we revolt against Konoha and seize control of the village. Agreed. The crowd echoed with fervor. Uchiha Fugaku's forehead was deeply furrowed. Previously, due to Danzo's oppression, the Uchiha were forbidden from participating in the fight against the Nine-Tails. While this had spared them from sacrificing their clansmen, it had also sown the seeds of disaster. How could it be said that only the Uchiha survived while others perished? This is simply unacceptable. This sentiment had fueled a deep-seated animosity among the villagers towards the Uchiha. Enough. I understand everyone's feelings. But we truly cannot afford to confront the Senju clan. Not to mention that the Senju now has the support of the Hyuga clan. Even that mysterious expert Liang is enough to put us at a disadvantage. Given the current circumstances, how can we possibly oppose the Senju? Uchiha Fugaku analyzed calmly. The crowd fell silent. They understood Uchiha Fugaku's concerns. Had it only been the Hyuga clan, the Uchiha would have had no fear of the Senju. However, with Liang involved, the situation was drastically different. They not only had to contend with Sarutobi Hizashi and Danzo, but also faced the formidable strength of Liang, who had previously slain Uchiha Madara. In the hearts of the crowd, he had become an insurmountable mountain. What should we do? Are we to simply watch as the Uchiha are bullied? Tomorrow, I will seek an audience with the Hokage to discuss this matter thoroughly. I hope to receive a satisfactory explanation for our clan, Uchiha Fugaku sighed, concluding the family meeting for the day. Meanwhile, a team of Anbu ninjas had quietly dispersed throughout various corners of the Uchiha clan, with two cat-faced masked individuals stationed above the shrine. Shursui, are we really going to take action? After all, they are our clansmen. But you heard them. Those clansmen are ready to revolt. However, the clan leader is unwilling. Itachi, you must understand that even if they do not rebel today, we cannot guarantee they won't in the future. Those with treacherous hearts will eventually act on their intentions. Uchiha Shursui spoke in a cold and detached manner. The other person fell silent. His name was Uchiha Itachi, one of the sons of clan leader Uchiha Fugaku. If Uchiha Fugaku were to lead a rebellion today, Itachi would naturally act without hesitation. However, the current situation seemed different from what Danzo had described. The Uchiha were not genuinely opposing Konoha, which cast doubt on his beliefs. If you cannot take action, then I will eliminate your family myself. After all, I am also an Uchiha and must personally deal with the traitors. Uchiha Shursui continued. After years of indoctrination by the ANBU, the bonds of family had lost their significance for the ANBU. The interests of the village outweighed everything. Please do not harm my younger brother. He is still just a child, Uchiha Itachi added. Very well, as the night deepened, they gradually approached the village. Chapter 44. Obito's plea for help. Grandma. Is the hot water ready yet? Obito wiped the grime off his body, only to find that the bathwater before him was utterly frigid. Grandma, he called out again, but no one answered. Obito immediately sensed that something was amiss. He cautiously stepped out of the room, only to catch a whiff of a nauseating metallic scent of blood. This is bad. He hurried into the woodshed, only to find his grandmother collapsed in a pool of blood. No. Obito's eyes turned crimson, but just then, a sharp shuriken flew towards him. Ninjutsu, shadow shuriken technique. Countless shurikens were hurled towards Obito's head, reminiscent of the attack on the Kanabi Bridge. Who are you? And why are you harming my family? Obito activated his Sharingan, narrowly evading the deadly assault. With his newfound strength, he was not so easily dealt with. I didn't expect this brat to be so troublesome. That a group of cat-faced masked individuals perched on the rafters. Their ANBU. Obito immediately recognized the figure before him. The cat-faced mask symbolized the Umbu, and their attire revealed them to be elite Umbu ninjas, typically composed of special jonin. Why would the Umbu launch an assault on the Uchiha clan? Obito was perplexed, yet the onslaught from his adversaries showed no signs of abating. Fire style, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball hurtled toward Obito. Fire style, phoenix fire technique. He swiftly countered, but as a mere genin. Despite possessing the formidable chakra of the Uchiha clan, he was utterly incapable of withstanding the Umbu's assault. With a resounding crash, his heavy body was flung backward, leaving him with numerous burn marks. Damn it! Obito rolled to his feet and dashed toward the exit. He was no match for these foes, and even with 2 more years of growth, the outcome would remain unchanged. Sensei? Yes, Sensei can help me. He instinctively recalled his mentor, Hiruzen. In times of crisis, one often thinks of their most significant relationships. Aside from his grandmother, who had been his sole companion, Obito had no other family, making Hiruzen his only source of support. Still trying to flee, the Umbu sneered coldly, then charged toward Obito. At that moment, however, Obito's grandmother, who had been lying in a pool of blood, slightly opened her eyes. Do not touch my grandson. Though her body was frail and death seemed imminent, she struggled to open her eyes for the sake of her grandson. Amaterasu, accompanied by a soft chime, her crimson eyes suddenly flared open, unleashing an endless torrent of black flames. What in the world? The Umbu, caught off guard, were instantly enveloped by the dark fire, while Obito's house was completely engulfed in flames. Grandma. Obito witnessed this scene in horror, but the black flames rapidly consumed the entire structure, including the Umbu and his grandmother. This is unacceptable. He pounded the ground in frustration and bolted from the village. Meanwhile, Uchiha Shisui silently observed Uchiha Fugaku before him. Itachi, if you do not take action, I will. Uchiha Fugaku remained motionless, clearly ensnared in Shisui's Jinjutsu. Standing beside Shisui was Itachi, his expression impassive, having evidently made a resolution. Allow me to handle this. Very well. After all, it concerns your family. At that moment, a pair of frightened eyes peeked from the wardrobe, watching the scene unfold with trepidation. No. Do not harm my father. Brother, what on earth is happening? The owner of the eyes, Sasuke, gazed fearfully at Itachi but dared not step out. For Shisui stood beside him. Sasuke was Itachi's younger brother and the second son of Uchiha Fugaku. In that critical moment, Uchiha Fugaku had hidden him in their wardrobe. This must be the work of that person manipulating my brother. How could he possibly attack his own kin? He glared with hatred at Shisui, who had indeed noticed him. Itachi, I promise you, I will not harm those who do not deserve it. But you must make the right choice now. I understand. Itachi nodded solemnly and slowly extended his hand toward Uchiha Fugaku. No. Sasuke's heart raced as he cried out, Someone, please save my father. I beg you. At that moment, a piercing dragon's roar echoed toward the Uchiha shrine. What is happening? Uchiha Shisui barely had time to react before the shrine's ceiling was torn apart by a fire dragon. Fire style, fire dragon bullet technique. A booming voice resonated from outside, and a white figure soared into the Uchiha shrine atop the fire dragon. It was Hiruzen. Shisui instantly recognized him, having been instructed by Danzo to deal with Hiruzen previously, which left a lasting impression. Itachi, do not do anything foolish. That idiot Danzo is not a good person. Do not heed his words. Hiruzen stood firmly in front of Uchiha Fugaku, exuding an air of disappointment. Who are you? How do you know me? Itachi's eyes flickered with suspicion. How could I not recognize you? You are Uchiha Itachi, the coveted prodigy. Of course, Hiruzen only thought this in his mind. Ahem, I have heard from the third Hokage about you, that you possess extraordinary talent. Why are you listening to that fool Danzo? Put down your kunai. It is wrong. Hiruzen approached Itachi, urging him to lower his weapon. That is more like it. It is far better for us to coexist in harmony. Itachi frowned, but upon hearing the third Hokage's name, he refrained from attacking Hiruzen outright. What exactly are you trying to accomplish? This is an Umbu operation. If you disagree, you may seek out Lord Danzo for an explanation. But do not interfere with us. Uchiha Shisui interjected, displeased. Recognizing Hiruzen, he hesitated to act, not solely due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's reputation, but because he understood he could not overpower Hiruzen. Danzo? Huh? Do I need to report to that old man? I have already given him face by not causing trouble over the matter with Ibiki, but you still cannot. Get lost. Hiruzen suddenly produced a token. I am the advisor of Konoha. Who are you? Uchiha Shisui fell silent at that moment. Uchiha Fugaku awoke from the Jinjutsu, staring blankly at the scene before him and quickly recognizing Hiruzen. You are Lord Hiruzen. He immediately expressed his gratitude toward Hiruzen. Although he had been under Shisui's control, Fugaku, possessing the Sharingan, was still aware of the unfolding events. Lord Hiruzen, I implore you, save our Uchiha clan. We never intended to betray the village. Did you truly never consider it? Hiruzen replied with indifference, fully aware of the Uchiha clan's hidden schemes from the original narrative. Nevertheless, he had come primarily for Itachi, though Itachi had slain his own kin for the sake of righteousness. His later life had been tragically tormenting. He was relentlessly pursued by his brother's misunderstanding and ultimately sacrificed his life for his siblings' sake. This was not what Hiruzen wished to witness. Thus, regardless of whether the Uchiha clan had betrayed Konoha, Hiruzen was determined to protect them. Not to mention, with his current abilities, level 5 ninjutsu, level 4 taijutsu, level 1 ninja tools, what did he have to fear? Even if the entire Anbu were to mobilize, he could still lead the Uchiha clan safely out of Konohagakure. With his Night Guy technique, none could impede him. Rest assured, with me, Hiruzen, no one shall dare to touch you. By the way, the other Anbu along the way have already been eliminated. Thank you, my lord. Uchiha Fugaku immediately knelt in gratitude. Just then, a thunderous shout erupted from outside. Who dares to obstruct the Anbu in their duties? An elderly man, flanked by Anbu, entered the Uchiha shrine. Shimura Danzo, I will take your life? Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he charged forward, only to be halted by Hiruzen's hand. Let me handle this, he stated calmly. Itachi, why aren't you coming? Danzo said coldly, yet Itachi hesitated. Stay with your family. This is a matter for adults and does not concern you. Hiruzen replied gently that that moment, Itachi was still just a child. Around 11 or 12 years old, younger than Kakashi. Hiruzen, what are you doing? I respect you as an advisor of Konoha, but by protecting the Uchiha clan, you are opposing Konoha. I can easily label you as a traitor. A traitor? Are you referring to me? Hiruzen laughed. Old fool Danzo, you seem to have forgotten that I am not from Konoha. I hail from the Sound Village. Konoha merely employed me. To call me a traitor? What a ridiculous joke. Hiruzen's expression was filled with derision. You. Danzo was momentarily at a loss for words. Yet he suddenly realized that Hiruzen's statement held merit. Hiruzen was not a Konoha native. He had only remained due to Sarutobi Hiruzen's plea, making it difficult for Danzo to retort. Humph. Then do not interfere with Konoha's affairs, he scoffed, signaling the Anbu behind him to disperse. But just as they began to depart, a red serpent's silhouette appeared in the sky. Sage Art. White Snake Technique. A piercing low hum instantaneously permeated the entirety of the Uchiha clan, causing the surrounding Anbu members to cease their movements. The technique of White Shock harnessed the vibrations of the air to restrict the blood flow of all individuals present, rendering them incapable of resisting its constraints. Do you still intend to make a move? Liang coldly inquired. The sage art lasted for approximately 10 seconds, instilling fear in Shimura Danzo, although he could counter the previous ninjutsu. It would require at least 5 seconds, a duration ample enough for Liang to slaughter them countless times. Behind him, Uchiha Itachi stood in stunned silence. Liang had surprisingly entered a sage state in an instant, a capability he had never before witnessed, leaving him with profound admiration for Liang. Regardless of the circumstances, this incident is a spontaneous action on your part, Anbu. Whether or not the Uchiha have betrayed Konoha, it is imperative for Sarutobi Hiruzen to grant approval. By what authority do you Anbu presume to speak on behalf of the Hokage? If you possess any sense, depart promptly. Liang reiterated his eviction order. Leaving Danzo at a loss for words, he had anticipated Liang's return, which was why he had personally overseen the situation. He never expected Liang to so brazenly disregard his authority and threaten him with force. This was something Danzo could never have foreseen. At that moment, Danzo finally harbored murderous intent toward Liang. Merely because Liang was not a citizen of Konoha, his prolonged dependence on Liang had caused him to forget Liang's true identity. And upon its recollection, a wave of uncontainable anger surged within him. Leave, he furiously commanded, retreating with all the Anbu from the scene. Uchiha Itachi silently observed his father, uncertain of what to say. Regardless of your choices, I will always take pride in you, my son. Uchiha Fugaku glanced at Itachi, uttering no further words, and directly approached Liang. Liang, I truly thank you for your assistance. Please rest assured, as long as I, Fugaku, draw breath, the Uchiha clan shall remain eternally loyal to you, Liang, even if you are not one of Konoha. Uchiha Fugaku gravely expressed this sentiment to Liang before proceeding to assess the damages incurred. Liang nodded in understanding that Fugaku's intention was clear. At this moment, the Uchiha were loyal solely to him, Liang, rather than to Konoha. What does this signify? Am I to establish a village? Liang shook his head. He scrutinized Itachi, whose youthful visage had yet to mature. In the original narrative, Itachi had participated in the massacre of his clan at the age of 15 or 16, yet now, several years still remained. Had my presence inadvertently accelerated these events? Liang pondered. In the past, the Uchiha clan had been ostracized due to the Nine-Tails incident. However, the one leading the attack at that time had been the darkened Uchiha Obito. Whereas this assault was orchestrated by the ancestral figure of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara, the disparity between the two scenarios naturally resulted in vastly different outcomes. After all, it was Uchiha Madara. Even he had led the village's attack. So how could the other Uchihas fare any better? The villagers undoubtedly shared this sentiment. Furthermore, the conspiracy for rebellion that had initially been brewing among the villagers underwent a transformation due to Madara's involvement. Even the clan leader, Uchiha Fugaku, who had originally agreed to betrayal, astonishingly had no intention of defecting from Konoha. Thus, although the trajectories seemed similar, they were, in fact, entirely distinct, veering towards an alternate path at that moment. Uchiha Itachi inexplicably departed while Liang glanced at his retreating figure and silently opened the wardrobe within the house. Sister-in-law, are you there? A tiny child, merely 3 years old, was brought forth, kicking his legs in a futile struggle to escape. Let me go. I am not your sister-in-law. Chapter 46. Visitors from the Shinobi village. Months later, Konoha was festooned with colorful decorations, thriving like never before at the entrance. Rows of ninjas from various villages were queuing to enter the gates of Konoha. This was Liang's plan. The Chunin exams were a significant event in the Hokage's calendar, and as a time traveler, Liang had every reason to partake in the experience. Thus, he applied to Sarutobi Hiruzen for the position of coordinator for the Chunin exams. Naturally, it was not for monetary gain. In the Hokage's office, have the attendees arrived? They are all here. Is it a large number? As numerous as the hair in your armpits. Liang and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood like two fools at the office window. Gazing outward, the guests at the entrance flowed in like an unending river. Liang, I must emphasize, although I appointed you as the Chunin coordinator, should you fail in your duties, your position as advisor may be in jeopardy. Rest assured, even if the heavens were to collapse, I will ensure the Chunin exams proceed. Liang confidently assured him. He patted his bulging pockets. The salary for the coordinator had already been deposited, making it somewhat late to inquire about the execution of duties, which left Liang feeling exasperated. He grinned at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who appeared somewhat displeased. Previously, due to matters concerning Danzo, the relationship between Liang and Sarutobi Hiruzen had become strained. As Danzo had once been a comrade of the third Hokage, fostering a deep bond of camaraderie, this was something everyone understood. Although Liang had never acted out of line towards Konoha, the loyalty of the Uchiha clan had inadvertently caused Sarutobi Hiruzen to harbor additional concerns. In that case, proceed with your tasks, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, his gaze penetrating as he scrutinized Liang. Truth be told, he trusted Liang, but he also placed trust in Danzo. Sigh. It is truly perplexing how Danzo perceives such a powerful and mysterious ally as a threat. One must understand that if Liang were to develop any hostile intentions toward Konoha, even the return of the first Hokage would likely be insufficient to rectify the situation. Sarutobi Hiruzen's thoughts ran deep, and he regarded Liang with a weight that surpassed that of anyone else. At the entrance, Liang arrived. Having accepted Konoha's remuneration, it was only fitting to fulfill his obligations. Though Liang lacked a strong moral compass, feared death, and possessed a degree of timidity, he was still capable of discerning what needed to be done. Greetings, Granny Chiyo, Liang called out as he approached the entrance, initiating pleasantries. After all, Tsunade had already arrived at the gate. Hello, Granny Chiyo replied, yet she did not immediately enter, instead lingering at the entrance like a petulant child. What is the matter? I have done nothing to provoke you. Liang was taken aback. He suddenly realized that, apart from Tsunade, there was another group at the entrance. Kimogikure. What on earth is happening? Liang pulled over a bystander who was casually munching on a snack. The atmosphere seemed to be growing increasingly heated. Well, what else could it be? Granny Chiyo cut in line, the onlooker explained. Cut in line? Yes. Upon seeing that it was Liang, the curious bystander eagerly elaborated. Originally, Granny Chiyo had led her group through security checks, but upon noticing the approaching Kumogakure, she deliberately turned back. Turned back? Yes, not only did she turn back, but she also intentionally positioned herself in front of Kumogakure. Refusing to budge, the burly men of Kumogakure were not ones to be trifled with, and within moments, a brawl had ensued. This old woman truly knows how to create trouble. Liang was left speechless. He was well aware of the underlying reasons for today's events. That it was said that during a time of hardship, Tsunade had been robbed by the elite jonin of Kumogakure, had it not been for their leader's presence at home. They might have lost everything. Thus, this was an act of revenge. Liang grasped the situation. Women and the elderly are truly incorrigible, especially when both traits are embodied in an old woman. Liang positioned himself between the two factions. Everyone, please refrain from fighting. For my sake, give me some face. Liang, who the hell are you? The leader of Kumogakure swung a fist toward him. He was a muscular brute, known for his lack of reason. Only ever interested in lifting weights and fighting. How dare you? Liang exclaimed. Suddenly, he saw a pair of arms crackling with deadly lightning rushing toward his face. The saying goes, do not strike a man in the face. Especially not a handsome one. How could Liang tolerate such an affront? Shinra Tensei, get lost. Liang unleashed a powerful technique. Apart from his parents, only women were permitted to touch his face. A muscle-bound brute. Ridiculous. The tremendous gust of air sent the wreckage of Kumogakure flying. He was left speechless, teetering on the verge of tears. The wreckage had never anticipated being knocked back by such a small individual. Within his mind, filled with confusion, there was nothing but muscle, and more muscle. Fear consumed him. The saying there are always greater mountains beyond mountains rang true, and for the first time, the wreckage felt apprehensive of a man other than his father. Especially one so diminutive in stature. Humph, should I have the opportunity, I will surely make you pay. He withdrew to the side. Displaying an air of arrogance, he remained silent, allowing Granny Chio to pass. Where the hell had he been earlier? Liang cast a glance at him. Thinking that such a robust man was sorely lacking in discipline, he struck a pose of nonchalant superiority, hands clasped behind his back, letting the gentle breeze ruffle his garments, bringing a refreshing coolness. Subsequently, he inquired, and you, Granny, is it of no consequence to cut in line? What on earth are you doing? Just cutting in. Who allowed them to attack our village in the past? I shall cut in. Cutting in is improper, yet I shall do it. Liang sighed in resignation. The old woman was utterly unreasonable. He had no choice but to escort her down, as a gesture of respect. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. Aside from the conflicts between the Sand and Cloud villages, everything else remained unscathed. However, it is worth noting that today, among the ninjas, there were numerous familiar faces from Liang's previous life. Notably, they were all prominent figures. For instance, Tera Mei from the Mist Village, Kuratsuchi from the Stone Village, and Darui from the Cloud Village, among others. They were all pivotal characters in the later battles, and even more shamelessly. There were two Kaga-level powerhouses present. That Liang was left speechless once again, that he truly did not know how the Konoha team would contend with these formidable opponents. He was aware of Konoha's situation. Aside from his own Team 7, there was, Liang pondered, Asuma, Kurenai, Hinata Hizashi. They all seemed to be mere supporting characters. Moreover, the capable women from Konoha had long since attained the rank of Jonin and were no longer participating in the Chunin exams. Obito, give it your all. Liang encouraged his disciple. The following day, the Grand Chunin exams in Konoha were finally set to commence. Liang donned an elegantly prepared outfit, for as the chief examiner, he must not let his appearance bring shame to Konoha. Although, as he made his way to the arena, he attracted the attention of a throng of young ladies. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Liang. Are you all prepared? Chapter 47. The exam begins. An exceptional host can always capture the audience's heart. Liang was not a host, but his role was quite similar. Wow, who is that handsome guy? How can he be so striking? I can't take it anymore. He has stolen my heart. The audience erupted into fervent cheers, even more frenzied than any convention from his previous life. I don't care. I want to marry him. I must marry him. Observing the Jonin maintaining order while dragging away another delirious audience member, Liang felt accustomed to the chaos. That it seemed entirely correct to entrust him with the hosting duties. On the stage, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval. Where did you find such a dazzling host? Indeed, I had the fortune of attending a gathering in a certain great nation long ago, although the ladies were charming. It cannot compare to the excitement of this occasion. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not respond to the Kaga-level powerhouses, knowing that if they discovered Liang was not from Konoha, they would undoubtedly pay a fortune to recruit him. After all, Liang had a penchant for wealth, and Sarutobi was well aware of this. Who would have thought there would be so many people this time? Liang, with a roguish charm, signed an autograph for a 13-year-old girl who had dashed off the stage. The girl was so thrilled that she fainted. The medical staff today seemed insufficiently prepared. I hope there won't be any incidents. All right, since everyone is here, let us invite the first group of contestants. Liang cleared his throat, adjusting his collar to stand tall, raising his aura slightly. Now, I present to you the first match's contestants. From the Stone Village, the formidable Kuratsuchi, pitted against Taram from the Mist Village. It is noteworthy that Taram is one of the few candidates at the Jonin level. Liang spoke in the tone of a seasoned host. Reading from the script, he glanced at the prompt board. By the way, are names from the Stone Village always this casual? Kuratsuchi, I am at a loss for words. At that moment, Taram stepped forth with a graceful gait, captivating the audience. However, as she appeared, the crowd fell silent in astonishment. She was astonishingly voluptuous, truly of an F-cup caliber. Ahem, I was referring to her age. Liang was somewhat taken aback. Taram participating in the Chunin exams appeared to be around 20 years old. 20, competing in the Chunin exams? Isn't that a bit dubious? The leader of the Stone Village, Anoki, was immediately flabbergasted. Yagura, is this contestant truly a Jinin? Is this age even suitable for a Jinin? What else could it be? Is she still in ninja kindergarten? Ha! Anoki's cheeks twitched. He was the leader of the Stone Village, and Kuratsuchi was his younger brother. With age already skewed, if he couldn't even pass the Chunin exams due to this incident, he might as well resign himself to mediocrity for life. That I suspect Yagura is cheating. Taram is likely not a Jinin. They are playing tricks. Humph. Do you have any evidence? Bring it forth immediately. I will have Taram disqualified on the spot. Beside him, Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head helplessly. Let it go. Let it go. Peace is paramount. It cannot be counted. As the argument ensued, Kuratsuchi's opponent entered the arena. He was an elderly man, portly, with silvery hair, presumably in his 60s. Liang surveyed him and deemed him quite formidable, at least reaching the level of a quasi-kage. After all, age was a factor. Anoki, what do you mean by this? Yagura could no longer remain composed. He acknowledged that allowing someone over 20 to participate was indeed questionable, yet pitting a white-haired elder against them, who would believe that he was merely a Jinin at such an advanced age? Kuratsuchi is one of the few in our village yet to pass the Chunin exams. Today he is 68 years old. There's no choice. Our Stone Village's Chunin exams are incredibly rigorous. But please believe, he is indeed a Jinin. Everyone is an older candidate, Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked. Let it go. Peace is paramount. Now, let us commence the examination, Liang declared without further ado to in sense. This was a case of tit for tat. Yagura sent in the 20-something Taram, and naturally, her opponent would counter with the 60-year-old Kuratsuchi. This was entirely normal. The two ninjas began their confrontation. Taram moved with grace, then unleashed a water dragon bullet toward the elderly Kuratsuchi. Given the age disparity, she was not inclined to prolong the battle, for in terms of experience, she surely could not match this old man. Swift and decisive, water release, hidden mist technique. Instantly, visibility was obscured. After Kuratsuchi blocked the water dragon bullet with earth release, he swiftly burrowed into the ground. He was well aware of Taram's tactics, as his life experience dictated his response. The two sides faced off, with the battle on the verge of erupting. On the stage, Obito was intently watching the skirmish. Teacher, is that the heart decapitation technique? It resembles an assassination technique that involves underground infiltration. Not at all. This is merely a basic earth release. The old man has likely mastered it to the point of instinct, allowing him to easily burrow into the earth using earth chakra. Taram is in a precarious position. Is it truly just earth release? Obito was taken aback. To rely solely on earth chakra to achieve what was typically done with ninjutsu was simply astonishing. This is what it meant to grow wise with age. Teacher, how does he compare to you? Stars in the ocean. What does that mean? He is the ocean, and I am the boundless stardust above. Obito was momentarily stunned by Yi Liang's words that he never expected that the top-tier ninja he revered could be so easily belittled. In the arena, Tara Mei leapt into the air. With her cherry lips pursed, she expelled a torrent of molten fire and earth beneath her. The lava was scorching. Yet, upon enduring the mist's cooling effect, it swiftly formed a 10-meter-high platform for her to stand upon. Utilizing lava release to create a foothold, Tara Mei exhibited some remarkable skills that Yi Liang applauded her in admiration. However, Obito felt she was still far from matching his teacher. Umph, a mere trick. Upon seeing Tara Mei's maneuver, the elderly contender emitted a cold snort. Without revealing himself, a colossal earthen dragon, 100 meters long, surged from the ground toward Tara Mei's lava pillar. Boom, boom, boom. It struck 3 times in rapid succession. Tara Mei's stone pillar began to crumble, large chunks of debris cascading down, nearly causing her to tumble as well. Good heavens, this old man was indeed formidable. Yi Liang also noticed that the old man from the blue earth seemed intent on directly pushing Tara Mei's body off the stone pillar. Once the latter made contact with the ground, she would inevitably be attacked by the blue earth lurking in the mud. The outcome would become clear in an instant. Chapter 48. Tara Mei's flirtation. Old man, you think too highly of yourself, Tara Mei exclaimed fiercely, unleashing her lava escape technique towards the head of the rock dragon. The lava escape possessed high-temperature properties. Upon contact with rock, it would swiftly melt the latter, transforming it into volcanic ash upon hitting the ground. It is worth noting that while Earth Escape can manipulate the land, it cannot control lava. This contest had instantly turned into a clash of chakra. Countless rock dragons rose from the earth, only to be thoroughly incinerated by the rapidly descending rain of lava. Gradually, the ground was left with nothing but volcanic ash that could not be manipulated by Earth Escape. Teacher, is that old man going to lose? Obito inquired once more. The outcome was uncertain, but he can no longer attack Tara Mei. Yi Liang shook his head without elaborating. For his disciple, Obito was quite dull. And thus, some matters could only be implied. Bang! A violent crash resounded. Tara Mei's lava column had finally shattered completely. Her expression turned to one of terror, as if she had not anticipated this moment at all. Obito's face revealed surprise, while Yi Liang had already seen it coming. With the stone pillar no longer a target, the earth dragon immediately launched an attack towards the unprotected Tara Mei. You have lost. No, I have not. Tara Mei refused to concede, preparing to counterattack, but her body was restrained by Yi Liang. What are you doing? I haven't lost. I can still fight. Then, Yi Liang glanced at the ground and calmly stated, You have lost. Lost? Tara Mei was taken aback. Then, she noticed a row of steel blades embedded at her landing spot. Had she touched down just now, even if her life were not in jeopardy? Her delicate feet would have been pierced with countless holes. Hiss! She gasped in shock. Tara Mei could only cast a grateful look of surrender towards Yi Liang. The second half. Karui versus Asuma. In the evening, at the Ichiraku ramen shop, Yi Liang sat on a long-lost bench, accompanied by the exuberant Obito. Uncle Otsutsuki, I want the watermelon flavor. The weather was sweltering, and a bowl of chilled watermelon ramen was the perfect remedy. Yi Liang was uncertain how watermelon could be transformed into ramen, but the food from the island nation was always peculiar in its own right. Teacher, do you really think Tara Mei will become the Mizukage in the future? Of course she will. My vision has never been inaccurate, Yi Liang chuckled. Earlier, during their leisurely stroll, he had casually mentioned the plot of the original story. Boss, another bowl of ramen, please. Sure thing. But teacher, she lost today. How could she possibly become the Mizukage? Shadow-level powerhouses hardly lose so easily. The third Hokage was often lectured when he wasn't appointed. Back then, people even called him a monkey. Is that true? Absolutely. Uncle Otsutsuki Ichiraka cheerfully brought over another bowl of ramen. He delighted in sharing amusing stories about these influential figures that Yi Liang nodded with a smile that that moment. Tara Mei's figure appeared behind Obito. Though I lost, it was because that old man has more chakra than I do. I am not afraid to confront him head-on. However, as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. How could she be so stubborn like a child? Obito was momentarily taken aback, then noticed Tara Mei's awkwardness behind him. Yi Liang. Thank you for what you did earlier in the arena. If it weren't for you, I might have. The arena? Oh, that? It was nothing. Yi Liang shrugged, indicating it was of no consequence. After all, as an audience member, It was his duty to protect the participants. Just as he finished speaking, Liang suddenly realized something peculiar, that it seemed Terumi may had directly addressed him by name. Although his name was Liang, he had never disclosed it to her. She must have learned it through other channels. That little minx is after me. Liang quickly came to this conclusion. Obito, you should head back. There's an exam tomorrow. But I haven't finished eating. Obito, have you ever heard of a technique called hunger potential? It suggests that a person in a state of hunger may unleash unprecedented strength. Really, teacher? Of course. I've never deceived you. If you obediently return home now, I guarantee you'll pass the exam tomorrow. Ah, thank you, teacher. Obito was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard such a concept, but since it was the teacher saying it, he was convinced. Once Obito departed, Liang cut straight to the chase. He did not believe Terumi May would suddenly take an interest in him without reason. Although he was an optimistic person, he was always serious when it came to matters of life and death. Speak. What is it? Well, here's the thing. The two conversed throughout the night, and that evening, Liang did not return home. Alright, next up is Uchiha Obito from Konoha. Facing off against Kuratsuchi from Awagakure, Liang exclaimed from the stage that he reveled in the cheers of the fangirls while calling out Obito's name. He didn't eat dinner last night. He should be fine. Right? Liang felt a twinge of concern, regretting hastily dismissing Obito as a third wheel just to talk with Terumi May. Gulp. Obito stepped onto the stage. He appeared somewhat jittery, seemingly a bit timid, while the audience showed little support for him. Given that the Uchiha clan had already shown signs of defection, it was only natural that he wouldn't receive applause from the crowd. That I must prove myself. I will become Hokage. Obito clenched his fists, his previously dejected expression immediately turning resolute. Kuratsuchi awaited on stage. As a fellow competitor, her cheers drowned out all others. Kuratsuchi, go for it. Defeat this Obito. Show him who's at the bottom. Kuratsuchi, your seniors are cheering for you. Don't be afraid. The voices from the audience rose in enthusiasm. Hey, brother Hisashi, this kid seems rather weak. Why is no one cheering for him? Inoki curiously asked Sarutobi Hisashi. The latter's expression darkened. Indeed, he is at the bottom. It's only natural that no one cheers for him. Sarutobi Hisashi began. The issues within the Uchiha clan had become quite dire, from the perspective of the audience at the arena. It was as if they were enemies. He could not allow the other Kages to notice, as the Uchiha clan was a significant force for Konoha. If the other villages discovered their defection, it could lead to a loss of respect for Konoha. If that happened, Konoha's prestige would be diminished. Is he truly at the bottom? Inoki questioned in disbelief at that moment. The two combatants had already prepared for battle. Little girl, be careful. Obito relaxed his guard slightly. Kuratsuchi was the youngest participant in this competition. Although she was the little princess of Awagakure, she was still just a small child, at only 8 years old. She was quite young. Go, my dear granddaughter. Inoki silently cheered for his granddaughter from the audience. What can such a small child even do? Obito thought dismissively that he immediately formed hand seals, conjuring a massive fireball within his throat. Fire style, grand fireball technique. As a prominent fire clan, the Uchiha's fire techniques were far from ordinary. The fireball, once unleashed, nearly spanned 10 meters. Boom. The fireball surged towards Kuratsuchi, but just as it was about to reach her, it suddenly halted. A wall of earth. Kuratsuchi effortlessly created a B-rank ninjutsu to block Obito's assault. The attack has begun. After a slight movement of her arm, Kuratsuchi immediately sent a rock dragon projectile flying toward Obito's face. The speed was slow, but the solid rock contained immense force. Crack. The rock dragon scraped against the ground, even sparking flames. This was an A-rank ninjutsu, and the fact that this little girl could perform it at just 8 years old was remarkable. How careless. Obito quickly retreated, but it was too late. He was struck by the rock dragon. This was indeed a moment of carelessness on the stage. Liang shook his head. If Obito had not been careless at the outset, and had instead utilized his Sharingan for defense, there is no way that Kuratsuchi's Doton Suga no Jutsu could have bitten down so fiercely. Damn it. I have no choice but to resort to my ultimate technique. Rasengan. Bang. The massive earth dragon was instantly shattered into countless pieces, followed by Obito extending his right hand. He had infused his chakra into the technique from the rear mountain, clearly indicating that he was the one who had obliterated the earth dragon. How could you possibly destroy the earth dragon? Kuratsuchi exclaimed in astonishment. She had been shielded from sight by the earth dragon, and had naturally missed Obito's Rasengan. However, the onlookers were all acutely aware of what had transpired. This foolish lad still lacks sufficient combat experience. Liang sighed. The Rasengan was a technique he had taught Obito, originally intended to serve as his trump card, yet he had deployed it so early. The ensuing match would indeed be arduous. Cursed be it, my little dragon. Kuratsuchi immediately panicked, her hands swiftly forming hand seals, and soon, a pair of rock gloves materialized upon her arms. Doton. Chj Ryoku no Jutsu. This was also an A-rank ninjutsu, which involved binding the surrounding earth elements tightly around her fists to create massive gauntlets, thereby enhancing her close combat capabilities. Close combat? Liang was somewhat perplexed. After all, Kuratsuchi, despite being a prodigy, was still merely an 8-year-old child, and engaging in close combat with the already 15-year-old Obito seemed reckless. However, in the next moment, Liang's perspective shifted dramatically. Kuratsuchi began to unleash punch after punch toward Obito. Though her movements were sluggish, each strike caused the ground to tremble. Under her relentless assault, Obito found himself bereft of any ability to defend, forced to rely solely on his agility to evade repeatedly. Sharingan. Activate. Obito darted left and right. At this moment, Kuratsuchi posed no threat to him, but her fierce onslaught was overwhelming. He could not find any opportunity to counterattack. Was he to rely on fatigue tactics? This was a strategy Liang had imparted to him the previous night that asked the examiner. Liang was acutely aware of Obito's age. Thus, he had suggested that if he truly could not contend with his opponent, he might use the Sharingan to buy time that a child's stamina could never match his own. Damn it, I refuse to resort to such tactics for victory. Obito scanned his surroundings, surrounded by spectators who lauded him. The thought of winning the match in such a manner and still not earning their support left him discontent. Cursed be it. I, Uchiha Obito, am no coward, he shouted, suddenly charging directly at Kuratsuchi. What is he thinking? The little girl's ninjutsu remains active. Perhaps he is unable to hold on any longer and intends to make a desperate counterattack. It is likely. After all, he is a child of the Uchiha clan. Such thoughts are only natural. Voices from the audience echoed in Obito's ears. Yet he was entirely oblivious. The possessor of the Sharingan wielded unparalleled power. Once activated, it allowed one to perceive even the subtlest movements of their adversary, rendering everything around them as if in slow motion. Bang! Kuratsuchi's fist grazed Obito's cheek, leaving but a faint scratch. This is impossible. How did you evade my attacks consecutively? Kuratsuchi panicked. She realized her assaults were utterly ineffective against Uchiha Obito. Unbeknownst to her, her footing had begun to falter at a prime opportunity. A Rasengan formed in the palm of Obito's hand. His innate talent far surpassed Naruto's, allowing him to avoid any need for charging the technique. Bang! The Rasengan was unleashed. Everything came to an end. Obito expended his final ounce of energy and collapsed, while Kuratsuchi also fell to the ground. The audience on stage was dumbfounded. They had initially assumed that Uchiha Obito was merely average. Yet he managed to exploit the Sharingan's effects to seize upon such a minuscule opening. This was something they could not fathom accomplishing. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Meanwhile, Anoki on the stage was consumed by fury. He stormed toward Obito. Kuratsuchi was his granddaughter, and now she had been struck by an A-rank ninjutsu. How could he feign indifference? Anoki, do not go too far, Sarutobi Hiruzen exclaimed, startled. Both parties were elite shinobi. And thus, it was too late for him to intervene and stop Anoki. Bang! A cloud of dust engulfed the arena. Shortly thereafter, a youth glowing with white light intercepted Anoki's hand at an elite shinobi. Is this behavior not excessively uncouth? Liang coldly regarded Anoki. Confronting the Tsuchikage, Liang activated Sage Mode. Yet, even so, Anoki's attack was immensely formidable. It was a boulder transformed into a fist, appearing to weigh several tons. Yet Liang effortlessly lifted it with one hand. Since mastering the Night Guy, his comprehension of taijutsu had reached unprecedented heights, allowing him to treat even a mere boulder with utter disregard. Such strength in a lad. Anoki regarded Liang with apprehension, ultimately halting his assault at this moment. Noera Rin, accompanied by several medical ninjas, leaped down from the spectator stands. Given that this was the Chunin exam venue, medical support was naturally on standby. Lord Anoki, Kuratsuchi is not in any life-threatening danger. She has merely sustained minor organ damage. We shall attend to her immediately, Noera reinstated, promptly commencing treatment. Seeing his granddaughter was unharmed, Anoki reluctantly withdrew, casting a glance at Liang that seemed to carry newfound respect. This fellow is no ordinary person. Chapter 50. The final match. Ladies and gentlemen, there are no significant issues. We shall pause the competition for 10 minutes before resuming, Liang announced loudly, subsequently lifting Obito into his arms. This lad had merely exhausted his chakra. He was not in any serious trouble. And Liang directly took him to the resting area, confident that all would be well. The subsequent matches would be considerably fairer. Considering various factors, Liang decided to disallow anyone over the age of 20 from participating. And due to the injuries sustained, he also deployed additional personnel, significantly enhancing safety. Thus, the first match of the Chunin exam concluded. There were still 2 matches remaining, 1 written test and 1 practical test. As the written test did not require Liang to supervise, he naturally felt quite at ease. Speaking of which, are there that many people in the village now? Liang pondered while dining at the ramen shop. Indeed, ever since the Chunin exam commenced, an increasing number of ninjas have come to the Konoha venue to spectate. However, most are from small ninja villages. They not only do not participate in the exams, but also frequently stir up trouble, which is quite bothersome. Otsutsuki Yui replied with a resigned shake of his head. Isn't the village taking any action? Liang inquired at this moment. Although most of the ninjas had been dispatched to the main arena, Konoha still had its own security personnel. The village? Otsutsuki Kagaya paused, then leaned in closer to whisper to Liang. Mr. Liang, please do not speak carelessly. The Konoha Security Division is comprised of Uchiha members. Can they be trusted right now? Liang was taken aback. He had completely forgotten about this matter. The Konoha Security Division had always been led by the most powerful Uchiha clan, but after the Uchiha had been targeted for assassination by Danzo, it was remarkable they had not yet risen up in revolt. How could they possibly continue to safeguard Konoha? Moreover, the Uchiha had been reassigned from Konoha half a month ago and now resided outside the village. Alas, the unpredictability of the world, Liang sighed. He had originally intended to alter the fate of the Uchiha, yet he had not anticipated that it would ultimately lead to a schism between the Uchiha and Konoha. If his assumptions were correct, the Uchiha appeared to still be loyal to Konoha on the surface, yet in reality, they had already established their own village. Perhaps, I too should establish myself as a king. Liang suddenly had an epiphany. He was now regarded as a thorn in Danzo's side. Moreover, Sarutobi Hiruzen had also developed a rift with him due to the Uchiha. Continuing to reside in Konoha was not truly safe. If Danzo were to send assassins after him, with his social experience, could he truly fend off these trained ninjas? For instance, through poison or assassination, such insidious methods could easily endanger him while he slept. With this thought, Liang's mind began to wander. Returning to the examination venue, the written test had concluded, and the third round of the Konoha exam was about to commence. Practical combat, also known as the Jungle Pursuit Battle. This exam would focus on teams, with 3 members forming a unit, each team concealing a marked insignia, designated as Heaven and Earth. The competing teams need only to seize the seals they lack from other squads in order to sound the victory drums resonating through the heart of the jungle. Naturally, the forest is teeming with elite shinobi, nearly encompassing all the teams, so concerns regarding safety are rendered moot. Liang navigates through the dense foliage, recalling that this is the very place where he first fled from Orochimaru, having evaded capture in every nook and cranny, thus becoming somewhat familiar with the terrain. Where has that brat Obito run off to? Liang surveys his surroundings. He is not the J-nin assigned to oversee Obito, merely a supplementary ninja tasked with monitoring all the teams. Kid, you seem to possess quite the prowess. Suddenly, a young boy appears behind him. Yagura, the Mizukage. This time, alongside Liang, there are other elite shinobi from various ninja villages, as well as powerful figures of the Kage level, for not everyone is willing to entrust their safety to Konoha. It is Lord Mizukage. What brings you here? Liang's pupils constrict, filled with apprehension towards the Mizukage. The conflict between Konoha and the Hidden Mist village has been significant, aside from Liang indirectly causing the death of Hozuki Shichigetsu. During the Third Great Ninja War, Might Dai had ruthlessly slaughtered all the elite shinobi of the Mist. The 7 ninja swordsmen were completely annihilated. Although, at that time, only 6 remained. Nothing much, I merely heard from Terumi Mei that you are an exceptional talent, and I wish to make your acquaintance. Terumi Mei? Yi Liang is momentarily taken aback, realizing that Yagura seems to harbor no ill will towards him. Nevertheless, he has no desire to engage in conversation with this young Mizukichi, for he is well aware of Yagura's troubling history. How ruthless! Yi Liang had read about Yagura's upbringing in his past life. Countless children were thrown into a fog-laden space, subjected to rigorous training, and once they became familiar with their surroundings, they were ordered to turn on one another. By this point, bonds of friendship had formed, and such an order effectively forced them to forsake their connections. This is akin to raising venomous creatures. Yi Liang comprehends this model intuitively. The method of nurturing poison in his previous life was precisely this, mixing toxic elements until only the strongest survivor remained. The ultimate poison king, Yagura, is that very poison king. We're not acquainted, so let's part ways. That Yi Liang chuckles awkwardly, intending to make his exit. Who would willingly associate with a poison king who has forsaken emotions? If he were to be stabbed in the back, Yi Liang would be doomed. Hey, don't go. I wanted to chat more. Yagura calls out desperately from behind, but Yi Liang's figure has already receded into the distance. In truth, Yi Liang's departure from Yagura is not solely due to this reason. He has inexplicably sensed the restlessness of the nine tails within him, a pulsating sensation yearning to break free. Could it be because of the three tails? A flicker of suspicion arises within Yi Liang. After all, the Mizukichi also harbors a sealed-tailed beast within him. Isabu, the three tails. At that moment, Yagura, from a distance, coldly observes Yi Liang's retreating figure, his expression darkening. And a murderous intent gradually surfaces in his eyes. It is evident that he harbors no fondness for Yi Liang, and all previous cordialities were mere facades that I intended to probe your depths. But it seems I must act directly. After all, I am quite intrigued by your tailed beast, Yagura states coolly, his demeanor betraying no hint of emotion as he speaks of murder. Meanwhile, Yi Liang finally locates Obito. The J-Nin watching over him is Kakashi. Observing Obito's desperate attempts to shake off Kakashi, Yi Liang naturally deduces his thoughts. Why should it be that one is a mere student while the other is a teaching assistant when they are from the same class? Obito feels aggrieved. Does his talent truly pale in comparison? Kakashi silently surveys him from the treetops, even though he is already aware that Obito has detected his presence. Damn it. We are from the same class. How can I be inferior to him? Uchiha Obito grumbles, casting a glance at Kakashi in the distance, disregarding him. Everyone, hurry. We should soon encounter other teams, Obito commands. Accompanying him are Noira Rin and an additional participant. Yuhi Kurenai, whose identity Yi Liang would readily recognize were he present, and a master of Jinjutsu. She can incapacitate others with just a glance, a trait strikingly similar to the Amaterasu of the Sharingan. Though sadly, Obito has yet to awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. Then let us press on, Rin agrees, nodding. With that, the group swiftly scours the forest. Before long, they stumble upon a trio of boys clad in azure uniforms. Unaware that they are traversing alongside the Konoha team, be cautious. We will approach stealthily, Obito whispers, leading them into the surrounding underbrush. This jungle is a domain where Konoha excels, while their opponents clearly hail from the hidden mist village. Having fought in rivers for years, thus Konoha should hold the advantage. Not bad for a kid. Kakashi muses from his perch atop a towering tree. At that moment, a figure silently lands beside him. You've certainly improved, but it seems you have not. The newcomer remarks. Who? Kakashi exclaims, startled. Before he can discern the identity of the intruder, he instinctively leaps back several paces. Your reflexes are commendable, the figure comments. Yi Liang sensei? At last, Kakashi recognizes the visitor and approaches in astonishment. Yi Liang sensei has become so formidable. Kakashi marvels. The last time he encountered Yi Liang, he had not possessed such fearsome stealth capabilities, just a few days apart. And now he is unnoticeable even to Kakashi. As a special J-Nin, Kakashi realizes that Yi Liang's abilities must have surpassed the Kage level. Just came to check on you, Yi Liang says, innocently ruffling Kakashi's hair, resembling a powerful figure masquerading as a harmless individual. Why, Yi Liang sensei? I only became a teacher by sheer luck, primarily due to the lack of J-Nin in Konoha. Otherwise, I would not have had the opportunity. Kakashi admits shyly. It's nothing, Yi Liang chuckles, but his gaze drifts elsewhere. Where does this aura originate? Yi Liang senses an overwhelming murderous intent approaching, causing him to furrow his brow. I'll scout the area. Keep a close watch on Obito. By the way, it seems there is a problem with the Hidden Mist Village. Be cautious, Yi Liang advises, swiftly moving in another direction. The Hidden Mist Village? Kakashi nods, somewhat understanding, and then casts a cold glance towards Obito's target. The three individuals who are indeed from the Hidden Mist Village. After proceeding for some time, Yi Liang halts amidst a thick fog. Come out. There's no need to hide. He calls out loudly, yet the surroundings remain eerily silent. Could they be absent? Yi Liang wonders, perplexed. But just then, a shadow stealthily approaches along the tree trunks. Indeed, there are still some. Yi Liang's sensory abilities now surpass those of ordinary shinobi. He discerns the faint sound of insects, suggesting that some minuscule creatures are drawing near the branches. Right behind me. Are you? Yi Liang sneers. Suddenly, a shadow the size of a finger lunges at his back. Take this. Rasengan. Yi Liang raises his hand to execute the technique, only to be momentarily stunned upon impact. Ants? He stares in disbelief at the remnants of the crushed ants scattered by his Rasengan. Just then, the ground beneath him trembles violently, and all the soil morphs into thumb-sized black ants. Billions of them, at the very least. It seems this Nin exam is far from tranquil. Simultaneously, other shinobi in the jungle are also under attack. Countless flying insects swarm towards the Nin defending the village, while Kage from other villages find themselves ambushed in a manner akin to Yi Liang's experience. Damn it! Who is laying this ambush against us? Don't they realize the leaders of the 5 villages are present? Noki bellows, furiously dispatching the approaching insects. Were it not for his desire to protect his granddaughter, Noki would have obliterated the entire forest with his Kekiai Genkai. Other Kage find themselves in similar predicaments. Wary of the shinobi from various villages, at that moment, a massive wolf-like beast charges towards Yi Liang. With Yagura perched atop its back, several black iron pipes embedded in his form. Who would have thought my master would take action against Yi Liang? This aligns perfectly with my intentions. Yagura's shadowy visage breaks into a smile, his eyes suddenly transforming into a crimson hue. However, he remains uncertain of his master's identity. Atop the treetops of the jungle, Yi Liang cautiously surveyed the summit. Just moments ago, in a dire predicament, he had evaded the onslaught of ants using the Flying Thunder God technique. However, he now discerned that the entire jungle was infested with a myriad of venomous insects. He swatted a few away with a flick of his hand. Could they belong to the Oil Woman clan? Had Konoha turned its aggression against other villages? Yi Liang began to ponder. With his current knowledge, the only entity capable of controlling such a vast swarm of poisonous creatures, aside from Konoha's Oil Woman clan, seemed to be non-existent. He lifted his gaze, and in the distance, a colossal shadow was rushing towards him. What on earth was that? A howling 3-headed giant hound was charging directly at him, and on its back was the familiar silhouette of Yagura, who had just parted ways with him. Although diminutive, it was distinctly visible atop the beast. Damn, that's not Yagura. That's the animal path. Yi Liang cursed vehemently. Upon Yagura, an array of pitch-black rods, used to sense the Rinnegan, was embedded, densely packed to the point of being nearly unmanageable. What was happening? Hadn't Madara been temporarily subdued? Where had this animal path emerged from? Yi Liang felt bewildered, although he was aware that Uchiha Madara was not easily vanquished. Witnessing Yagura transformed into the animal path still took him by surprise. Nonetheless, this battle was unavoidable. Yagura's target was evidently himself. If he fled, the other students behind him would suffer. Yi Liang did not believe that the remaining Jonin could withstand the threat posed by the Rinnegan. Regardless of the truth, defeating Yagura was essential to uncover the real answers. Enhancement, body flicker technique. Yi Liang swiftly approached Yagura, and a white phantom streaked towards him like a bolt of lightning. He had activated Sage Mode. Whatever the truth may be, let strength prove it. When has Yu Liang ever feared others? Chapter 52. Confrontation with Yagura. Ha ha. Splendid. Yi Liang, let me see what you're made of. Yagura's eyes brimmed with fervor as he observed the oncoming Yi Liang, showing no signs of retreat, unleashing 3 water dragon bullets. Though surrounded by forest, as the Mizukage, Yagura's ninjutsu was undoubtedly formidable. Even conjuring creations out of thin air was within the realm of possibility. Boom! The water dragon bullet collided fiercely with the Rasengan that a vast cloud of mist instantly enveloped both Yi Liang and Yagura. rendering the current situation completely obscured. That it was uncertain whether Liang was alive or dead. After a prolonged moment, how could this be possible? How could 3A rank ninjutsu be outdone by a mere ball? Yagura stared in astonishment at Liang, who remained unscathed. As the white mist dissipated, both parties emerged without harm. Yagura still perched upon his beast, while Liang stood resolutely atop the treetops. Nothing is impossible. My Rasengan is also A rank and has been enhanced, Liang explained nonchalantly. In truth, he had never trained in the Rasengan. This technique had been bestowed upon him as a reward for completing side missions. And the reason he could shatter Yagura's 3 water dragons was due to having repeatedly claimed it, thus reinforcing it. Comparatively, Liang's ordinary Rasengan now surpassed Naruto's big ball Rasengan. Even under the influence of sage techniques, it subtly exceeded S-rank ninjutsu. Wind release. Rasengan. For reasons unknown, Liang's side missions seemed to be intertwined with the Rasengan, continuously presenting him with it. The sound of it echoed, growing ever more pronounced. For a time, Liang had believed that side missions solely offered the Rasengan. Observing Yagura, who was evidently taken aback, Liang maintained his demeanor of a master. Since ninjutsu could not best you, let us see how you fare against this. Suddenly, Yagura bellowed in fury, causing the remaining 3-headed hounds to split into 3, akin to the fission of eggs, instantaneously transforming into 3 triplet offspring. As the 3-headed hounds emerged, they unleashed a furious howl at Liang. Yet Liang remained composed and unperturbed. Humph! Isn't this just the splitting hound from the original story, which also existed in the animal path. However, the splitting hounds at that time were a result of being attacked by their opponents, not spontaneously dividing as they were now. This was precisely why Liang refrained from attacking the hounds directly, opting instead to confront Yagura. Yagura, how did you transform into the animal path? I had clearly defeated Madara. Liang inquired calmly. Do you wish to know? Liang felt a tinge of curiosity. Although he could easily overpower the current Yagura, he was still intrigued to learn who was orchestrating this behind the scenes, and no matter how powerful an individual may be, they would still guard against old coins. Clearly, the one behind Yagura was an old coin. Yet Yagura seemed unwilling to divulge, blinking his crimson eyes, experienced the power bestowed by that esteemed individual. Ha ha! Yagura suddenly erupted into manic laughter as a wave of yellow energy surged from his body, enveloping him tightly. That was the power of the sage of the 6 paths. Liang, possessing the strength of the 9 tails, understood immediately. Yagura, controlling the hounds, charged towards Liang. Boom! The two clashed once more. Universal pull. Liang invoked a technique of the Deva path. Since they were both of the 6 paths, he speculated that Yagura might recognize the Deva path's techniques. However, Yagura appeared completely oblivious and was violently propelled away by the universal pull. He doesn't know? Liang detected a problem. The fact that Yagura, transformed into the animal path, did not recognize the Deva path skills was rather astonishing. Sensing his opponent's helplessness, Liang decided not to linger any longer. Flying Thunder God, Tailed Beast Ball. Liang unleashed a combo, which represented his most formidable power in Sage mode. The Tailed Beast Ball's might was unfathomable, and as the elated Yagura made contact with the dark sphere, he was immediately sent hurtling backwards by the Tailed Beast's energy. He crashed through several large trees before landing safely. How could this be possible? This is the power granted by my master. Yagura gazed at Liang, who was slowly approaching, his eyes betraying a hint of terror. It was as if Liang were a colossal beast descending from the heavens. Because you are weak, Liang remarked coolly. This statement was not mere bravado. It accurately reflected Liang's mindset. Yagura's power was 441. Ninjutsu 4, Taijutsu 4, Ninja Tools 1, while Liang, upon activating Sage mode, saw all his attributes elevated by 1 level. Soaring to 652, he entirely surpassed all other ninjas. Even the Reikage of Kumogakure, could not triumph over Liang in Sage mode. How ridiculous! Master, you truly should not have provoked Liang, at the very least. Not at this moment. In his weakened state, Yagura finally succumbed to unconsciousness. With his defeat, the insects besieging the surrounding villages began to retreat. It appeared that the power of the animal path had summoned those insects. Liang found clarity in his thoughts. He secured Yagura's body tightly behind him and turned his back to the village. The Chunin exams were suspended. After all, such a significant incident had transpired. In the Hokage's hall, the various ninjas glared furiously at the Mizukage Yagura, who was bound at the center by Liang. Did I see that Konoha intends to make the Mist Village the scapegoat this time? Anoki disdainfully swept a glance at the Konoha ninjas present. Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately furrowed his brow. Hadn't the situation already been clarified? This incident was due to the Mizukage rampage. This much has been explained by our village's Liang. Rampage? Haha. Do you Konoha have no shame in saying such things? Yagura is merely a Mizukage. How could he control so many flying insects? It is evident that this is the doing of your Konoha's oil woman clan. Speak frankly. What are your true intentions? Liang frowned. He sensed that aside from Yagura, there seemed to be other ninja villages involved in this matter. Most importantly, it was clear that the truth was right before their eyes. Yet these ninjas still refused to believe it, or rather, they did not trust him, Liang. Anoki glanced at the unconscious Yagura before shifting his gaze back to the testifying Liang. This Liang too. His origins are dubious. Not only is there a question of his character, but even his identity is suspect. I had my people investigate the Sound Village, yet found no leads, as if it never existed. Thus, I suspect that this Sound Village is merely a fabrication of this Liang, and that no such village exists. Investigated the Sound Village, Liang was taken aback, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his pupils. He had no connection to Anoki, yet the latter audaciously dared to investigate his identity. This raised significant concerns about the latter's own identity. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a chill run down his spine. He was worried. Chapter 53. White Setsu as the Hokage who had spent the longest time with Liang. He naturally understood Liang's temperament. However, he was intrigued by Liang revealing murderous intent today. Liang usually exuded an unshakable calmness as a master. How could he suddenly expose his temperament? Enough, everyone. Cease the quarrel. Since you doubt Liang's words to be false, let Liang take you to the Sound Village. He could only mediate the situation, yet Liang's expression darkened. The Sound Ninja Village? Such a place does not exist. The Sound Ninja Village was a fabrication conceived by Liang based on his memories from the original work. Set a decade into the future. Now, to send him there, it was utterly impossible. Surely, time travel was not an option. With this thought, Liang found himself at a loss for words, just as he felt cornered. The bound Mizukage, Ichang, suddenly coughed a few times. He had awakened. Hey, where am I? Old man Hokage, why have you had me bound? Will you not release me? You don't remember? The others were momentarily bewildered. Ichang stared blankly at those around him, seemingly unaware of the previous events. Hey, do you even know what you're doing? Are you trying to provoke us from the Mist Village? Let me tell you, although our 7-man team has perished, we can still take a chunk out of you. The Mizukage continued to scold, but then he suddenly noticed the pitch-black rod embedded in his body, leaving him utterly stunned. What is this thing? The dark rod was the key to becoming a beast. And judging by his expression, he seemed completely oblivious to its significance. Seeing his reaction, Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly asked, Ichang, what exactly did you do? You don't know? What did I do? Ichang froze, and then a sharp pain shot through his head. He clutched his temples tightly and began to scream in anguish. What did I do? What on earth did I do? I can't remember anything. My head hurts so much. You've got a dark rod stuck in the back of your head. Of course it hurts. Liang muttered to himself, though Ichang's demeanor suggested he had lost his mind. What on earth was happening? Ichang's current state did not appear to be an act, yet when they had fought earlier, he had seemed lucid. Far from being a lunatic, Liang was perplexed. At that moment, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a smirk at the corner of Anoki's mouth. Though subtle, it was noticeable to Liang. This man is suspicious. Liang quickly pieced it together. Ichang had suddenly regained his senses, while Anoki was becoming increasingly peculiar, even directing accusations at himself. This man is involved. Could it be that whatever was controlling Ichang had taken residence within Anoki? Liang felt he had stumbled upon a vital clue, a sensation that was both delicate and inscrutable. It was akin to, oh my goodness, it was as if a ghost had possessed him. Liang snapped to attention and immediately charged toward Anoki's figure. They were in close proximity, and in such short distance, it was more than enough for him to subdue Anoki in an instant. Bang! A flash of lightning blue energy. Liang's attack was thwarted by the rakage. Kid, what do you think you're doing? He glared at Liang with a deep scowl, since earlier, he had been on high alert. As Liang had become the target of everyone's ire. Sure enough, Yi Liang had made a move. Kid, you really are suspicious. Everyone, capture him. Upon seeing Yi Liang's assault, Anoki immediately cried out, Damn it, how dare you frame me? Yi Liang inwardly cursed his misfortune that he had anticipated swiftly subduing Anoki, but he hadn't expected that this meddling rakage would block him. What a foolish, lumbering oaf. Yi Liang thought bitterly. I've got it now. You're the one pulling the strings behind this incident. Anoki leapt forward. Say that again. Yi Liang was unafraid of Onoki to him. This aging Tsuchikage was merely a frail old man on the brink of death. I'll say it. You're the mastermind behind this. First you manipulated the Mizukage, and now that the plot has unraveled, you shift the blame onto him. In truth, you are the true culprit behind the attack during the Chunin exams. Anoki spun a web of lies with an air of calm, as though it were all genuine. Yi Liang. Is that so? Inquired the fourth Hokage. It's your grandfather's fault. You're the one who attacked the Chunin exams. Yi Liang was the executor of this Chunin exam. He had only agreed to take on the role for the substantial reward, and now to be falsely accused and have his wallet destroyed. Absolutely not. Yi Liang would not bear the brunt of this injustice. I firmly believe that this chaos has nothing to do with Yi Liang. Just then, a woman entered the Hokage's hall. It was Terumi Mei. Wasn't she from the Mist Village? Why was she speaking up for Yi Liang, who had just captured their Mizukage? Unclear. Perhaps there was some hidden connection between them. The guards stationed behind the leaders began to murmur amongst themselves. To them, it was astonishing that Terumi Mei, belonging to the Mist Village, would defend the man who had apprehended their leader. What a shame such beautiful eyes have been wasted, someone behind her muttered. Terumi Mei seemed unfazed by their chatter, ignoring them as she strode forward. Everyone, I can confirm that this incident has nothing to do with him or Yi Liang. To be honest, our Mizukage indeed has issues. What? The surrounding guards were taken aback. Meanwhile, Anoki, who had previously been adamant about accusing Yi Liang, wore a dark expression. In fact, it has been peculiar for over half a month. Mizukage Ichang had been isolating himself in a deep chamber and frequently meeting with a completely white, naked man in the dead of night. The guards immediately recoiled in disgust. Meeting in secret. Ugh. However, the subject of this revelation, Ichang, was oblivious as he had fainted once more. A pure white body. Upon hearing this, Yi Liang instantly grasped the situation that he had previously suspected that something was manipulating Ichang, but had been unsure of what it was. Now, with Terumi Mei's words, he realized it was Obito. Yi Liang formulated a plan in his mind. In the original Naruto storyline, Obito made his appearance as a member of the Akatsuki, but in truth, he was merely a pawn used to resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. Not only could he reproduce endlessly using Hashirama's cells, but he could also transform into the likeness of anyone he touched. Furthermore, even ordinary sensory ninjas would be unable to detect him. It appeared Anoki had also been transformed by Obito. Yi Liang connected the dots and quickly gestured to Sarutobi Hiruzen behind him. As Konoha ninjas, they had their own signals understood only among themselves. Yi Liang was about to take action. Chapter 54. The Decapitation of Anoki. Everyone, I believe this incident may be linked to that pure white individual and has absolutely no relation to Mr. Yi Liang, Terumi Mei asserted with unwavering conviction. The crowd immediately felt remorse. Yi Liang, we apologize. We misunderstood you earlier. Yi Liang-kun, please forgive me. My previous actions were unjust. Indeed. Lord Yi Liang, you wouldn't hold a grudge against us mere mortals, would you? They all hastily expressed their apologies. Meanwhile, Anoki's expression grew increasingly dark. Humph, after crossing Yi Liang, do you think you can escape? Watching Anoki gradually pace toward the hall's exit, Yi Liang couldn't help but emit a cold laugh. At that moment, Yi Liang's body had already begun to inch closer to him. Just as the moment came, Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly positioned himself in front of the rakage, while Yi Liang charged toward Anoki. What are you doing? The rakage was taken aback, but his body was restrained by Sarutobi Hiruzen. He could only watch as Yi Liang prepared to cleave Anoki in two. Thud. The sound of a blade entering flesh echoed. Yet not a drop of blood was shed as expected. He truly was Obito. Yi Liang immediately confirmed it. After being sliced in half, Anoki's form swiftly transformed into two segments of a pure white male body. Resembling the memories of Yi Liang's past life perfectly. Gasp. The rakage drew a sharp breath, and he and Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly halted their actions. This is Obito. He can change into the likeness of others. If I'm not mistaken, Ichang has been under his control, and Anoki is currently missing, likely having fallen victim to an ambush at the Chunin exam venue. If that's the case, it could be disastrous. There were many people present at the venue, and now we fear they too may have been targeted by this creature. Liang nodded. The leaders of each village immediately returned to recount their numbers, while Liang shared a profound gaze with Terumi Mei. Thank you so much. Without you, I might not have uncovered the clues. Lord Liang is merely jesting. Had you not helped us subdue our leader? Even if we had discovered his issues, we would have been powerless to act. That I never expected Lord Liang to possess such strength. Even the second Mizukage would struggle to subdue Ichang, especially since he harbors the chakra of a tailed beast. Haha. It was nothing. Liang waved his hand dismissively and refrained from further comment. After all, to Liang, Terumi Mei was merely a transient figure in his life. He was never short of women, especially beautiful ones. A group of individuals exited the Hokage Hall in unison. If Noki had indeed fallen under the control of the White Zetsu, then the other ninjas would be in grave peril. What should we do? Since you are aware of such a phenomenon, you must possess knowledge of how to counter it, Sarutobi Hiruzen said anxiously. Naturally, Liang already had the answer. He promptly instructed Sarutobi Hiruzen to gather the sensory ninjas from the village. Liang intended to share a portion of his Nine-Tails chakra with them. As long as the chakra was properly allocated, the capabilities of these sensory ninjas would be significantly enhanced, allowing them to detect all the hidden white zetsu amidst the crowd. Moreover, there were only a handful of participants in the CH-NIN exam this time. This is the plan. Soon, all the candidates for the CH-NIN exam had assembled in the square of Konoha, and Liang distributed a bit of chakra to the sensory ninjas. White zetsu, you cannot escape. Liang gazed coldly at the square and immediately closed his eyes in concentration that a surge of yellow chakra was summoned from within his body, flowing gently and settling upon the heads of all the sensory ninjas. Upon receiving it, all the sensory ninjas immediately unleashed their mental prowess. How formidable! This sensing ability is utterly astonishing. I never imagined I would receive such a powerful chakra boost in my lifetime. Lord Liang is simply terrifying. Indeed, I feel my mental strength has been enhanced to an astonishing tenfold. Nonsense. Tenfold. It is clearly 100-fold enhancement. Lord Liang is nothing short of a deity. The sensory ninjas were filled with trepidation. Subsequently, a wave of intangible mental energy surged forth, bolstered by Liang, enveloping all participants in the examination. The presence of this mental force was so subtle that those present were entirely unaware of being shrouded by it. The Raikage and Sarutobi Hiruzen stood guard on either side of the arena. They were there as executioners, especially the Raikage, who, having previously misunderstood Liang, now held him in the utmost reverence and volunteered to act as Liang's enforcer. Countdown to 3. First, one of the sensory ninjas barked. The Raikage sprang into action before the assembled candidates could react. One of the ninjas from Kumagakure was swiftly slain by the Raikage, and as the corpse hit the ground, it transformed into the ghastly, pale visage of a white zetsu. Raikage-sama. You. Several Kumagakure ninjas exclaimed in shock, but upon witnessing the corpse of the white zetsu, they fell silent. Everyone. We have infiltrated enemies capable of masquerading as our own. So please cooperate in identifying them. Sarutobi Hiruzen reassured the crowd that at this moment, the Raikage acted again. First row, third. Soon, after swiftly dispatching this type of white zetsu, Liang and Terumi Mei arrived at the small grove that previously existed. Lord Liang, are you certain you truly possess a lead? Terumi Mei inquired. Yes, if I am not mistaken, the others should be held captive in a single location. Where? You'll know once we arrive that why Liang refrained from revealing too much. Although all the infiltrating white zetsu had been captured, many questions remained unresolved, such as the whereabouts of the true Noki and the missing candidates. Humph, no matter where you have hidden them, I shall find them. Liang scoffed coldly. This time he was genuinely angered. Liang had always been someone who adapted to circumstances, but beyond that, he harbored a crucial concern that why Liang feared for his life. Indeed, those behind this had deeply threatened his safety, compelling him to locate them, to torment them, to eliminate them. Since the incidents transpired within the examination forest, the hostages must be concealed within the forest in such a short span, unless they possessed space ninjutsu. It would be impossible to transport so many hostages away. Liang swiftly leaped ahead, while Terumi Mei was already panting heavily. Although she was the next water shadow, her speed could not compare to Liang's. Liang's body flicker technique had undergone enhancements through missions, and while it could not match the speed of the flying thunder god, it surpassed even that of a supercar in terms of traveling speed. In no time, even a Maserati could not keep up with Liang. Gulp. Terumi Mei swallowed nervously. Just then, she noticed Liang, who had nearly vanished from sight, suddenly come to a halt. At last, I have found you. White Zetsu, Chapter 55, The White Zetsu Stronghold. Liang surveyed his surroundings at a vast pit, trees ravaged beyond recognition. This was unmistakably the site near the insects where Liang had previously been. So, you are still here. Liang observed two white Zetsu clones dragging an unconscious young candidate, identifiable as from the Mist Village by their attire. Oh, you know this person? I do not, but they are likely affiliated with the Yagura faction. Does your Mist Village have factions? Of course, the older generation of families supported Yagura, but the new generation of Mist Ninjas are all my allies, Terumi Mei proudly asserted. From her demeanor, she appeared quite pleased. Liang remained indifferent, redirecting his attention to the two white Zetsu. Let us see where they are hiding the person. Liang promptly followed Terumi Mei. Tracking their path, the two swiftly arrived at a cave. At this point, dozens of white Zetsu appeared along the surrounding paths, gradually returning to the cave, some dragging other candidates. Liang even spotted several familiar faces from Konoha, for instance, Asuma. I wonder how Sarutobi Hiruzen would feel upon seeing his son here. Liang mused. However, he did not let his guard down. Given that both Noki and Yagura had been attacked, the enemy's strength could not be underestimated, prompting Liang to heighten his mental acuity. Liang, there are far too many white Zetsu here. Can we truly manage with just the two of us? Terumi Mei expressed concern, as she was merely an ordinary candidate for Water Shadow, and naturally did not share Liang's calm demeanor. I fear not the number of foes, but rather the lack thereof. Liang remained undaunted. Rather than feeling intimidated by the multitude of white Zetsu, he was exhilarated, for it meant he could astonish them all. Prepare to strike. The white Zetsu at the cave entrance continued to drag candidates when suddenly, several of their outer companions vanished in an instant. Who? The two at the far end immediately sensed something amiss. But as one turned around, their companions had also disappeared. Your father. A cold voice suddenly echoed in their ears, causing the white Zetsu to break into a cold sweat, but just as he prepared to resist, his head fell to the ground. One must never show mercy to those who threaten one's life. This is the principle of the old coin. Liang coldly regarded these beings, unfazed by the act of killing. The two continued to advance deeper into the cave. However, the further they went, the more astonished Liang became. This cave, filled with rubble, was none other than the site of Orochimaru's experiments when Liang had just traversed Konoha. Could it be that this incident is connected to Orochimaru? Liang pondered as he cautiously ventured inside. Ahead, several white Zetsu were patrolling, but they remained oblivious to Liang and Terumi Mei. As Liang had employed a C-rank ninjutsu, shadow camouflage, this ordinary ninjutsu allowed one's body to blend seamlessly into the environment. Of course, if someone else attempted to perform it, they would not achieve such results. But Liang was different. He completed 2 to 3 daily missions effortlessly. Moreover, these daily missions further enhanced his C-rank ninjutsu. Liang's shadow camouflage had been upgraded to the level of S-rank ninjutsu. Terumi Mei followed closely behind, her admiration for Liang growing stronger with every step. What kind of person is he, that such a simple ninjutsu could be modified to such a terrifying extent? In the ninja world, there were those who could improve C-rank ninjutsu, but none had managed to elevate it to S-rank as Liang had accomplished. This was simply impossible. Perhaps Lord Liang is indeed a deity. Terumi Mei increasingly solidified Liang's status in her heart, reminiscing about their previous discussions. That night, as they delved into academic research, Terumi Mei experienced a remarkable leap in her abilities. It seemed she should engage in more discussions with Lord Liang in the future. Before long, the two finally reached the depths of the cave. The very bottom lay a deep pit, the site of Orochimaru's secret experiments. Liang scanned the area, a colossal pit, filled with an unidentifiable liquid. Surrounded by countless white Zetsu engaged in methodical tasks, leisurely depositing materials. Liang could not discern what lay within the pit, but he clearly saw the bound candidates along the cave's edge. Noki was among them. At that moment, a white Zetsu began to drag a candidate toward the pit. What are you doing? You can act against me, but please do not make things difficult for these children. Dainoki immediately let out a furious howl. Liang, from a distance, began to observe slowly that it turned out that human experiments were being conducted. Taking a few more steps, he finally discerned the true nature of the deep pit. There, amidst the murky liquid, lay several enormous white Zetsus, motionless, while the surrounding fluid gradually flowed towards their bodies, as if being drawn in by them. Liang's gaze turned icy. Surrounding these massive white Zetsus were the scattered remains of several human corpses. Some students had already fallen victim. Liang quickly grasped the situation that he exchanged a brief greeting with Kaguya, Mei, and swiftly rushed towards the white Zetsu, dragging a hostage. This moment, he was nearly at the corner of the deep pit. Time to strike. Liang let out a cold scoff and immediately attacked these ordinary white Zetsus. Since taking up position here, he had observed everyone in this place, and apart from their sheer numbers, these creatures possessed only the abilities of average Jainin. Who are they? The group of white Zetsus instantly reacted, but in just half a second, the one dragging the student was sent flying into the endless pit by Liang's strike. Damn it! An enemy attack. A swarm of white Zetsus surged towards Liang. Although he looked down on their strength, they were still Jainin class, and they had a few seconds to react to this moment. Kaguya Mei also made her move. She took a deep breath, and a flame infused with the scent of earth formed a barrier around all the students. This was Liang's plan. He would first attract the attention of the white Zetsus, and then Kaguya Mei would use her lava release to construct a protective wall for all the students. Shinra Tensei, Liang coldly declared as he faced the encroaching white Zetsus, since Kaguya Mei had shielded all the students. He was not worried about the residual force of his Shinra Tensei harming those ordinary students. Bang, 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 countless explosive sounds erupted around Liang, as all the white Zetsus were hurled against the surrounding walls by the power of Shinra Tensei. Leaving a scene of carnage, this showcased the overwhelming might of Liang's Shinra Tensei. Unmatched, at that moment, Liang cast a cold glance at the deep pit. With all the minor threats cleared away, it was time for the main course. Chapter 56. Rescue. To Liang's astonishment, the white Zetsus at the bottom of the pit bore expressions of amusement. So, you are the outsider disrupting the master's plans. In unison, these creatures leaped out from the deep pit. Their massive forms nearly 3 times Liang's size. These white Zetsus were problematic. They were nothing like the ones depicted in the original work. Liang warily activated his Byakugan mode. Ninjutsu level 4, Taijutsu level 4. Although their strength was inferior to Liang's, their numbers exceeded a dozen, making them formidable nonetheless. How utterly revolting. Liang clenched his fists tightly. The sight of these white Zetsus sickened him. Their elongated bodies, devoid of clothing, were grotesquely wrapped in countless blood clots, and one white Zetsu even had a severed intestine hanging from its neck. Clearly, it belonged to one of the students. Sage art, tailed beast ball. Liang took the initiative. A tailed beast ball enveloped in white light swiftly shot towards the center of the cluster of white Zetsus. In an instant, it obliterated several of the white Zetsus blocking his path. This is not right. Their intelligence was flawed. The white Zetsus suddenly began to doubt. Could it be that the black Zetsus betrayed their master? From the clues gathered earlier, Liang was considered a significant threat to their master. But at most, he was merely a shadow-level threat, not to be taken seriously. However, after just one encounter, losing so many companions forced them to reevaluate Liang. It seemed a swift resolution was necessary. With newfound resolve, the white Zetsus immediately surrounded Liang, furious and seemingly intent on beating him down. Yet the latter remained unfazed. The fact that the white Zetsus were now clustered together played directly into Liang's hands. He began to gather another tailed beast ball. Such an opportunity could not be missed. The white Zetsus immediately started forming hand seals. Having decided to launch a siege, they could not allow Liang to use the tailed beast ball again. Wood release. Birth of the tree world. In an instant, massive roots burst forth from the crevices of the rocks, twisting and turning like an endless centipede, coiling around Liang. Would release. Liang was taken aback. Soon after, countless trees shot up from the ground, and even the thick, stubborn roots at his feet began to topple him over. Liang's tailed beast ball was interrupted. These creatures possess Hashirama cells. Liang's curiosity was piqued. In the original story, Hashirama cells were given to the White Zetsus by Uchiha Obito, but the elderly Obito of this era had already been dealt with by Liang, so these Hashirama cells could not have come from him. Then, who was their master? Liang chuckled, quickly reminding Kagayame, "You should lead the other students to retreat." These White Zetsus with Hashirama cells could no longer be easily dispatched. They not only possessed ordinary ninjutsu, but also mastered the bloodline limit of the first Hokage. Hashirama Senju would release. To prevent collateral damage, Liang had to urge Kagayame and the others to leave at once. Understood. Kagayame nodded in agreement, promptly using her lava release to carve a path for all the students. When it came to creating pathways, Kagayame's ninjutsu was quite impressive. The remaining White Zetsus began to grow anxious at this moment. Liang's strength had vastly exceeded their expectations, although they might delay him for a while. Ultimately, death awaited them. They did not wish to die. They were also transformed from humans and thus experienced fear. They had to stop those students. If they could capture a hostage, perhaps they could escape from Liang's grasp. This thought took root in the minds of all the White Zetsus. They frantically discarded their companions in an attempt to approach the students, thinking that if they could seize one, Liang would hesitate and they might just slip away. After all, who among the living wishes to embrace death? However, matters were not so simple. Just as they made their move, an elderly man blocked their path. Dust release. Original world separation technique. Crack. 3 or 4 White Zetsus were torn to shreds by the surrounding air. "With me here, do you still dare to lay a hand on the students?" Dainoki bellowed, casting Liang a glance that conveyed his intentions clearly. It seemed he was prepared to hold the line. Liang nodded. Since Dainoki was willing to cover for the students, he felt free to act without restraint. After all, the energy of Itsukage was still formidable. With this in mind, Liang quickly formed hand seals. Against a tactic of sheer numbers, one must counter with a tactic of sheer numbers. Ninjutsu, shadow clone technique. His shadow clones were not ordinary. Not only did they possess the power of the Nine Tails, but they had also been enhanced to a terrifying level through daily missions. While other shadow clones could inherit only half of their strength, Liang's clones retained a staggering 90%. It is important to note that under the influence of sage art, Liang had achieved a level surpassing that of a mere shadow. Thus, his clones were at least on par with shadow-level fighters. White Zetsus were merely quasi-shadow level. How could they hope to contend with him? The battle was poised to be overwhelmingly one-sided. This guy is a monster. The White Zetsus were utterly miserable. Watching as their companions were reduced to dust, they were left with no options, while quasi-shadow level still bore the term shadow. The gap between them and true shadow-level warriors was like a chasm. Despite their desperate resistance, they could not escape the fate of total annihilation. At that moment, a half-naked, dark-skinned man suddenly emerged from the stone wall above. It seems there is indeed a reason for the master's vigilance. The dark-skinned man glared ominously at Liang. Due to the darkness at the top of the cave, Liang had not noticed this individual. Liang prepared to leave, but he took 2 steps back, exhaling a sigh of relief. Since all the White Zetsus had been dealt with, there was little point in lingering. Just then, clang. A black, faceless mask suddenly fell from above. It rang out sharply, echoing in the quiet cave. What is this? Liang's gaze shifted. Outside the cave, Kagayame finally made her escape. She hurriedly led the students back towards the village. Although Liang had resolved the issue with the White Zetsus, Kagayame remained uneasy. Liang had once told her that this enemy was far from simple. They were likely to encounter beings surpassing shadow-level strength. Yet, the White Zetsus they had just faced clearly did not possess such power. What had been overlooked? Why did everything feel off? Kagayame paced back and forth anxiously at that moment. The students in the distance gazed in terror at something behind Kagayame, as if a truly horrifying entity lurked there. "Because you overlooked me," a sinister voice suddenly echoed in the ears of Terumi Mei, causing her hairs to stand on end as she instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. It was Anoki. Chapter 57, The Inner World of Thoughts. Terumi Mei abruptly became aware of a startling fact. Anoki, a figure of considerable strength, was being restrained by mere White Zetsu. Given his prowess, dispatching those White Zetsu should have been a trivial task. Tension surged within her as she turned around. Crack. Her neck was suddenly seized by Anoki. She had not anticipated that he would possess such strength. Had he not disguised himself as an elderly man, she might not have escaped at all. Anoki spat vehemently. His words were clearly directed at Liang. Terumi Mei was filled with terror. She noticed Anoki's skin gradually peeling away, resembling a grotesque skin disease. Flaking off in chunks, blood and flesh were even visible beneath. Ultimately, a face of white Zetsu emerged. TSK, TSK. What a shame to waste such a beautiful visage. It shall be your farewell. Hiss, you are not that Tsuchikage. Who exactly are you? Terumi Mei rolled her eyes, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Just then, the previously dark cave erupted with a thunderous sound. Senjutsu Night Kai. Boom, accompanied by this awe-inspiring sound. The eardrums of those present nearly shattered. Simultaneously, the mountain where the white Zetsu resided was completely uprooted. A gigantic white Zetsu, wearing a faceless mask, was violently hurled away, towering at least several stories high. Though heavy, it did not alter the fact that it was sent flying. Its grotesque visage clawed at the ground, yet it still skidded several kilometers before coming to a halt, obliterating the lost forest intended for the Chunin exams. The crowd was engulfed in fear. At that moment, the colossal white Zetsu trembled as it attempted to move its leg bones, seemingly recovering, yet it was evident that it was in immense pain. Gurgling, it muttered indistinctly, its eyes rolling back. Finally, a mysterious figure enveloped in red mist emerged from the back of its head. Thud. The massive white Zetsu instantly ceased to breathe. Anoki was left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? Startled, he unconsciously released his grip, allowing Terumi Mei to utilize the body replacement technique to escape. Seeing her flee, they once again clashed using earth release, both retreating several meters at that moment. The shadow that had been lurking in the cave suddenly emerged from the ground behind Anoki. Anoki, hurry, that creature is even more terrifying than the master. As soon as the shadow appeared, it urged Anoki to flee in a frantic tone. Run? What nonsense are you spouting, Black Zetsu? Hasn't the master entrusted you with the secret weapon? Why are you still hiding it? What the hell are you thinking? I've used it. Are you blind? Black Zetsu furiously scolded Anoki before vanishing into the earth. Used it? Anoki was taken aback. He suddenly recalled the gigantic white Zetsu that had emerged from the mountain. If that was indeed the master's secret weapon, then what was that red mist figure? He quickly redirected his gaze. There, a nearly vaporous red figure was swiftly approaching. Its facial features were somewhat blurred, yet he could vaguely discern its appearance. It was Liang. It turned out to be Liang. Anoki wept, desperately wanting to flee, but Liang had already floated effortlessly before him. Where did this white Zetsu come from? He pointed at Anoki, but seeing no response, he unleashed a red-tailed beast ball from his fingertip in an instant. Anoki perished. Hiss. Terumi Mei gasped. Though this Anoki was merely a fake, his power was undeniably at the level of the Tsuchikage. Terumi Mei found herself utterly unable to contend with him. Yet, such a formidable presence was effortlessly dispatched by Liang. In the blink of an eye, a Tsuchikage was eliminated. Terumi Mei swallowed hard. At this moment, Liang gradually reverted to his normal state. After eliminating Anoki with the tailed beast ball, he had exhausted his final reserves of strength. Liang's vision dimmed as he collapsed heavily into Terumi Mei's embrace. After a long while, Liang, wake up. A gentle voice resonated in Liang's ears. He struggled to open his eyes, only to find himself engulfed in darkness. Darkness. Nothing but darkness surrounded him, save for a vast expanse of starry sky. Where am I? How did I end up here? Liang furrowed his brow, deep in thought. That's right. I had just used Night Kai. Liang suddenly recalled the events in the cave, just before he had prepared to leave. A peculiar mask had fallen at his feet. Then, the corpses of the white Zetsu, which should have perished, were inexplicably drawn toward the mask, ultimately transforming into a white Zetsu the size of a building. With no other option, Liang had invoked Night Kai. So, is this a result of Night Kai's side effects, causing me to faint? Liang suddenly realized. Night Kai, the ultimate technique of the 8 gates, inherently demanded a sacrifice of life to wield. Although Liang had learned it directly through the system, it was no guarantee he would be spared from similar repercussions. Damn it, I don't want to die. Liang felt tears welling up. Had it not been for the terrifying giant white Zetsu, he would not have resorted to this final trump card. At that moment, a chilling voice pierced Liang's thoughts. Do you desire power? What the hell? It's the Nine Tails. As Liang turned around, he was startled by the enormous visage of the Nine Tails. The Nine Tails was crouched behind him, yet simultaneously confined within a massive iron cage. So, I have entered a near-death state. Liang's mind began to form a hypothesis. In the original narrative, the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails would enter their mental realm each time they faced death. And the former only needed to obtain the Nine Tails chakra to revive. Fine, share some with me. Liang eagerly extended his hand toward the Nine Tails, but the latter ignored him. If you wish to receive my assistance, you must first explain the golden sun above your head. Golden sun? What sun? Liang was taken aback. He then looked up at his head, where indeed there was a round, glimmering metallic sphere radiating golden light. Am I suffering from a brain tumor? Liang was bewildered. He had no idea what this strange object was, as it was his first time entering his mental realm. Did I say I don't know? Would you believe me? Then there's nothing I can do. Upon hearing his words, the Nine Tails merely waved its paw dismissively. Damn, Liang cursed. Clearly, Naruto had effortlessly gained the Nine Tails power, yet it was so challenging for him. Could it be because he was not the protagonist? Liang furrowed his brow. Chapter 58. Awakening. If he could not obtain the Nine Tails chakra, then his physical body in the outside world would undoubtedly perish. In that case, not only would he be unable to traverse the world of Naruto, but he might even fail to return to his previous life. Liang's attention was drawn to the metallic sphere. What kind of existence could save him? Something even the Nine Tails didn't recognize. Liang immediately focused on the metallic sphere. However, it seemed a bit too high. The sphere appeared small from a distance. But from Liang's current perspective, it was at least several dozen meters away. If you want to get there, just fly over. The Nine Tails suddenly reminded him. Fly? Liang closed his eyes and attempted it. Discovering that his body indeed floated, he immediately found himself before the metallic sphere. It was a person-sized metallic sphere, seemingly crafted from some special alloy. Exuding a sense of advanced technology, he touched it. It felt somewhat cold. Krypton eye function. Activate. System. Pseudo gender. Female cup size. Airport detecting third technology civilization. Due to missing a small portion of chips, only possesses the universal capabilities of the third technology. Evaluation. Very weak. What the hell? This is actually my system. Liang was astonished. He never expected that the system would manifest within his mental realm, and in such a form. However, why did the system have a cup size? Liang muttered, still in airport. This is too ridiculous. Just as he chuckled, the metallic sphere suddenly slammed into him, sending him flying. Please be mindful of your words, host. Otherwise, this system reserves the right to impose penalties on the host. The metallic sphere soared through the air, expressing its displeasure. This thing is actually alive. Liang found himself in a state of utter bewilderment. Initially, he had assumed that his system was merely an emotionless machine, for it had never engaged him in heartfelt conversations, only providing mechanical prompts. While the systems of others transformed into stunning beauties, his was devoid of any semblance of personality. Was it possible that this entity had lost its functionality? Was it incomplete? Suddenly, Liang recalled the earlier introduction of the Krypton eye. The term pseudo had been mentioned alongside the system. The last time he encountered the word pseudo was during his meeting with Orochimaru in the Sand Village, where Orochimaru had utilized the shell escape technique to flee, leaving behind a mere shell. Liang had detected a similar pseudo designation. Thus, the current system was merely a husk, its soul absent. A revelation struck Liang. If that were the case, where resided the soul of the system? Was it in the world of Naruto, or in a past life? Liang continued to speculate. However, it wasn't long before he shook his head. The pressing matter at hand was not to unravel the mystery of the system. His own life was hanging by a thread, and Liang's spirit had begun to wane that he needed the assistance of the Nine Tails. He resolved to appeal to it with words. Nine Tails, we share a kindred spirit. Though we may not have been born on the same day, perhaps today we shall meet our end together. We are brothers of a different kind. Please, grant me your aid. His eloquence was compelling. Yet, the Nine Tails remained unmoved. If you die, I will be free. Who would willingly choose to die alongside you? Well, that makes sense. Liang felt helpless. How about this? I will relinquish control of my body to you, provided you can save me. Are you truly willing to make such a bargain? The Nine Tails displayed a dubious expression. Liang recalled that the Nine Tails had previously told him that it would lend him chakra if he was willing to surrender his body. Although he had not agreed at the time, it had revealed an important truth. A being who aids another cannot resist the allure of controlling its own body. Indeed, as soon as Liang nodded, the Nine Tails exhibited a sly grin. It is settled. In the outside world, Days had passed since Yi Liang fell into a coma. Yi Liang, please wake up. Inside the small villa gifted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The tender voice of Hong Do gently called out his name, but he remained unresponsive. What should we do? The teacher's life is fading. If he did not awaken soon, he would truly succumb. Noira Rin tirelessly employed her medical ninjutsu to treat Yi Liang. Although she had healed his superficial wounds, his internal organs were damaged. Without a substantial influx of chakra, there was no hope, to be frank. If not for Noira Rin's relentless efforts, Yi Liang would have perished long ago. The medical ninja of Konoha had already given up on him by the second day of treatment. I believe in him. He has defeated such formidable foes. How could he so easily succumb to death? Koharume watched over Yi Liang with concern, while Kushina, seated by the bedside, was on the verge of tears. Mom, Daddy won't be in trouble, will he? The little Naruto in her arms asked anxiously, upon hearing his words. Everyone turned their gaze towards him, yet no one begrudged the child's affectionate address, as they were all deeply worried about Yi Liang. He will be fine. Your father is merely in a prolonged slumber. He will awaken shortly, Kushina reassured Naruto, her face filled with worry. In truth, she was equally concerned. If the villagers of Konoha were to discover that 4 renowned goddesses were crammed into such a small room, their hearts would surely burst with envy. At that moment, Noira Rin suddenly displayed a look of astonishment. Teacher Yi Liang's injuries are beginning to heal. As a medical ninja, she could distinctly sense that Yi Liang's internal organs were mending. And his heart, which had previously strayed from its path, was gradually returning to its rightful position, enveloped in a golden chakra. Is it really happening? The others exclaimed in delight. At that moment, Yi Liang's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Devoid of pupils, only a sea of crimson. Ha! This foolish Yi Liang. I have finally emerged. He laughed maniacally, entirely shedding the demeanor of the humble gentleman he once was. Yet, at that instant, Yi Liang's consciousness was pierced by the mechanical voice of the system. Unknown consciousness detected occupying host's body. Immediate removal in progress. What on earth is this? Yi Liang furrowed his brow, intending to shoo away the surrounding ants from his bedside, only to be struck by a wave of excruciating headache. He clutched his head tightly, while his eyes gradually reverted to their original hue. Damn it! You are that little son. What have I given you to warrant such assistance? No. Do not eliminate me. I wish to return to the spiritual realm. Ah, Yi Liang, you deceived me. You deceived me. After his desperate cries, he finally fell silent. Chapter 59. The Rogue Ninja. Yi Liang. After some time, the system's upgrade notification finally resounded once more. Congratulations, host, for regaining control of your body. This service has now concluded. Yi Liang inhaled sharply, his heart racing as he surveyed his surroundings, as if he had just emerged from the brink of death. I have returned. He could hardly believe the sensations coursing through his body. Suddenly, the 4 delicate figures by his bedside lunged toward him. Pervert, you have finally returned. You scared me to death. Teacher Yi Liang, I thought you were truly gone. Yi Liangkin, it is wonderful that you are back. Everything is all right now. It was Hong Do, Noira Rin, and Kushina. These 3 women had been deeply concerned for Yi Liang, and upon witnessing his awakening, they could hardly contain their emotions. Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized them. His heart swelled with warmth. As a modern individual, he had always felt a sense of superiority over the natives of the Naruto world, creating a barrier between them. Yet today, he felt utterly human. No longer an exalted deity, but a living person. Naruto has grown so much. Yi Liang chuckled as he pulled the little Naruto beside him into an embrace, then turned his gaze toward Koharume. What about you? Would you like a hug? Half a month had passed since Yi Liang's awakening. Following that incident, the various villages began to prioritize the cultivation of sensory ninjas. Meanwhile, Yi Liang found himself pondering the idea of leaving Konoha. On a darkened path, he once again eliminated an assassin sent to take his life. A masked figure with a cat-like face. An assassin from Konoha's Umbu. Konoha was divided into 2 factions, one led by Sarutobi Hiruzen, the Hokage faction, and the other by Danzo, the Umbu faction. Hiruzen had always sought to win Yi Liang's favor, regardless of any misdeeds. As long as they were not excessively grave, he would intervene on Yi Liang's behalf, striving to appease him. However, Danzo was different. As someone who prioritized the village's interests above all else. Danzo regarded Yi Liang as a thorn in his side, especially following the Chunin exams. The mysterious Yi Liang had to be eliminated. In just over 10 days, Yi Liang had faced countless assassination attempts. Initially, he refrained from retaliating against Konoha Zumbu, but eventually, he accidentally killed a few. Hiruzen could only find his patience wearing thin after dealing with the ninjas tailing him. Yi Liang finally departed from Konoha. 5 years later, one day. The assassination tavern. Yi Liang arrived at a remote mountain location, a map in hand, his beard unkempt, his eyes weary, and his muscular physique exuding the charm of an adult man. At that moment, a man clad in a red cloud cloak emerged from the tavern. Yi Liang's gaze sharpened, but he did not acknowledge him. Kisame, I didn't expect to find you here. The assassination tavern served as a hub for bounty postings in the black market. Encountering Kisame here indicated that the undercurrents of the ninja world were beginning to stir, but it remained uncertain how the Akatsuki would evolve without Obito. Upon entering, he found himself surrounded by ninjas here to accept missions. And behind the owner, several notices hung displaying bounties, with the highest reward exceeding 1 billion. This was far more lucrative than any task in Konoha. Yi Liang's heart raced as he surveyed his surroundings, all of whom were rogue ninjas. Their forehead protectors bore a single slash, signifying their status. A newcomer has arrived. Hey, are you really here to take on missions, looking so frail? A man with a dark complexion cast a scornful glance at Yi Liang, clearly noticing Yi Liang's disdain, and thus provoked him. In the assassination tavern, dueling was strictly prohibited, as any damage incurred would necessitate compensation. However, if someone instigated trouble, the rules could be conveniently overlooked. The dark-faced man was deliberately forcing Yi Liang to retaliate, allowing him a justified reason to eliminate Yi Liang. Without even glancing at him, Yi Liang dismissively uttered, "Get lost, trash." This immediately incited the man's wrath. He was a rogue ninja from a Wagakure, not merely an expert in earth techniques, but also a notorious figure with a name on the bounty list. Having survived thus far due to his formidable skills, you must be seeking death, the man coldly retorted, preparing to strike. However, noticing Yi Liang had already approached the tavern owner, he restrained himself. "Just wait until we are outside. I'll deal with you then," he muttered while exiting. Yi Liang was taken aback, clearly reassessing the tavern owner's worth. At that moment, he began to scrutinize the bounty notices within the tavern. Uchiha Shursui, 30 million. Haiden, 20 million. Deidara, 20 million. Orochimaru, 50 million. These were all bounties of considerable magnitude. After a brief glance, Yi Liang picked up a dusty bounty notice with the highest amount. Hanzo of the Salamander, 100 million. Instantly, the rogue ninjas present were agitated. "Look, that newcomer actually picked up Hanzo's bounty. Has he gone mad?" "Ha! Being a novice, he clearly has no idea how powerful Hanzo of the Salamander is. He is the god of ninja arts. Indeed, that must be it. What a pity he is so handsome. It would be a shame for him to die." Yi Liang paid no heed to their chatter. Years of completing daily missions had equipped him with knowledge of all basic ninja techniques. With only a few S-rank techniques remaining, he had already surpassed the esteemed Sarutobi Hiruzen, a master of ninja arts. In terms of variety, even the Sage of Six Paths could not match the breadth of his expertise. Moreover, after years of training, he could maintain Sage mode indefinitely, and his physical combat skills had reached the level of a Kage. Most importantly, Yi Liang's combat experience had significantly deepened. Ninjutsu level 7, Taijutsu level 5, Ninja Tools level 5. A level 7 ability, Yi Liang estimated, could very well be on par with Kagaya Otsutsuki. "Young man, are you certain you wish to take on this task? I must inform you, even an ordinary Kage-level ninja would find this mission impossible." The tavern owner warned that it is said that the legendary three of Konoha once teamed up to confront Hanzo, only to be defeated. Had it not been for the intervention of their village's Hokage, they would have perished on the spot. "Yes, young man, exercise caution," the tavern owner reiterated. Yet, Yi Liang resolutely took the bounty notice. What nonsense, Hanzo of the Salamander. As long as the reward is substantial, I wouldn't even fear Kagaya Otsutsuki. Observing Yi Liang stepping outside, the gathered ninjas immediately urged one another, "Let us go watch the spectacle." At the entrance, the previously mentioned formidable rogue ninja from a Wagakure was waiting for him. "Kid, your insolence earlier warrants correction from a senior like me. I do not wish to waste time. If you seek death, Then do so swiftly. As he spoke, the rogue ninja plunged his hand into the earth. Earth-style, earth mound. A massive clump of earth suddenly erupted from the ground, measuring nearly the size of half a building. Although thin, it was nonetheless quite impressive. Kid, I will construct your grave. The onlookers gaped in horror, having long been aware of the rogue ninja's prowess. They knew he was strong, but this display was astonishing. Liang shook his head lightly. This level indeed warranted pride, approaching the realm of a pseudo-kage. However, in comparison to him, there was still a vast chasm. Is this all you've got? Liang remarked coolly. Earth-style, earth mound. In a similar technique, Liang invoked the earth without forming any hand seals, merely whispering the incantation, and effortlessly lifted an even larger and more powerful mass of earth. The volume of this earth was astonishingly equivalent to half a football field. Moreover, in comparison to the rogue ninja's technique, Liang's was far superior. Begone, with a casual flick of his wrist. The seemingly dozens of tons heavy earth mass was hurled towards the rogue ninja from a wagakure. Crash. The earth and stone crashed down, burying the rogue ninja alive. Liang brushed off the dust from his attire. Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the onlookers were left in utter astonishment. Boss, I've made my decision. I want to marry my sister to him, exclaimed a spectator. Your sister? I recall she is already 25. Do you truly believe such a master would find her appealing? I don't care. I just want to be his brother-in-law. It's a delightful decision. You, the tavern owner, witnessing the admiration on the faces of the ninjas, could only return to his duties helplessly. In the time it took to enjoy a drink, Liang arrived at a battlefield strewn with corpses. Though it was quite distant, Liang's body flicker technique was nothing to scoff at. The sky was draped in a light drizzle, casting a gloomy atmosphere. Is this the place? Liang scrutinized the map carefully. This was the land of rain, which had been ravaged by war for years. Now reduced to a battlefield for ninjas, Hanzo of the Salamander existed in the Naruto world as a mercenary. In the original story, he was the leader of Akamaru, who was killed by Nagato due to Obito's schemes. However, with Obito's demise, Hanzo, who was initially presumed dead, had survived. He now operated as a mercenary in the ninja world, having been commissioned for various battles, and as a result, had become a target of a collective bounty from all victims. The staggering sum of 100 million was derived from this notoriety, the so-called god of ninja arts. Liang examined the map once more. A mercenary war was set to erupt today, and Hanzo of the Salamander was likely to appear. So he had made ample preparations in advance. Concealed within the surrounding foliage, Liang utilized a ninja technique to obscure his presence, allowing him to remain undetected. At that moment, 3 boys, around 18 or 19 years old, rushed past Liang in a panic, drenched in muddy water, their faces awash with fear. Clearly, they had been pursued. Were they mercenaries or mere refugees caught in the turmoil? Liang scanned them quickly. But the mud obscured their features, making it difficult to discern their identities. Suddenly, a thunderous noise reverberated from the distance, reminiscent of a colossal object crashing to the ground. Liang was taken aback. He then saw a gigantic salamander crawling towards him, atop which stood none other than the target he sought. Hanzo of the Salamander, how despicable! We completed the task for you. Why are you still pursuing us? You are betraying our trust. The boys shouted angrily at Hanzo, though they did not cease their flight. Humph, you are indeed powerful, but your rampant plundering of bounties poses a severe threat to our mercenary code. Thus, you must die today. The massive salamander swiftly intercepted the boys, and behind Hanzo lurked countless gray-clad ninjas. All were ninjas from Akamaru. Liang estimated there were dozens of them, each at least a chunin or higher. While those being pursued were formidable, surrounded by such numbers, escape would be nearly impossible, especially with the presence of the god of ninja arts, Hanzo of the Salamander. This formidable figure was indeed extraordinary. In the original narrative, though he was ultimately deceived and killed, he managed to escape the control of Edo Tensei through sheer willpower. It should be noted that even Sarutobi Hiruzen lacked the ability to break free from such a technique. This implied he was stronger than the third Hokage. The boys were doomed, Liang assessed. Just then, the lead boy suddenly pushed the others behind him. Nagato, you take Konan and leave first. I will shake them off and regroup with you later. Yahiko, what are you saying? We leave together. Jiraiya-sensei is still waiting to see our progress. Nagato, you. The young leader was suddenly moved, gazing deeply at the red-haired boy behind him, rendered speechless. Liang understood. This was what one called friendship. At that moment, upon seeing his men assembled, Hanzo swiftly gestured with his hand, attack. Upon hearing the command from their leader, the surrounding subordinates rushed towards the group of children with remarkable speed, taking advantage of the rain, which provided the ninjas of Rain Village with a distinct advantage. Doton, Yomi Numa, the leading figure, Yahiko, swiftly counterattacked, utilizing the rainwater to his benefit. The muddy conditions rendered such a jutsu highly effective that a vast swamp materialized around Yahiko in an instant. And the ninjas of Rain Village, caught off guard, found themselves engulfed by the mire. Damn brats, they exclaimed, attempting to leap but becoming ensnared in the mud. Hans, witnessing this, erupted in fury. Fools, he shouted, slamming his palm down. And a thick gob of phlegm was expelled from the mouth of his salamander. The young ones were startled and hastily sought cover. The bodily fluid of the salamander was laced with potent neurotoxins. Even the slightest contact could lead to madness or, in severe cases, instant death. Having been pursued by Hans in recent days, they fully understood the terror of this technique. Get out of the way, they shouted as the saliva plummeted toward their previous position. Those trapped in the Yomi Numa found themselves in dire straits, as they had yet to escape its grasp when the toxic liquid struck them. A chorus of agonized screams erupted. It was as if they had been engulfed by lava. After emitting a cloud of white vapor, the ninjas of Rain Village fell silent, lifeless. Are they all dead? Liang's heart tightened at this moment. He had deduced the identities of the children. Nagato, Yahiko, and Conan. Chapter 61. Repelling Hans encountering me here must be your stroke of luck, Liang remarked with a light chuckle as he removed the disguise cloaking his form, revealing a strikingly handsome visage. What the hell? The ninjas of Rain, besieging Nagato, were taken aback at the sight of Liang. Hans, smacking the salamander beneath him, quickly retreated behind his subordinates, ever the cunning ninja god who knew the importance of self-preservation. What a crafty old turtle. The sudden appearance of Liang was clearly no ordinary ninja. Who are you? Hans hesitated before inquiring. Just a bounty hunter here to take your life, Liang replied nonchalantly, disdainfully kicking the mud off his feet, his demeanor unsettlingly casual as he approached Hans, as if he were a mere child. The surrounding ninjas were astonished. How could an ordinary bounty hunter speak so brazenly? It was utterly intolerable. They bristled with indignation, feeling insulted, yet none dared to confront him. You go first. I can't. Why not? I'm scared. I don't dare. You're afraid yet so self-righteous. Liang's imposing presence was unmistakably that of someone far beyond a mere bounty ninja. He was not only strikingly handsome, but also exuded an aura of arrogance that even the sage of the Six Paths would envy. Hans hastily urged his salamander to retreat from the battlefield. But the creature trembled in fear, paralyzed as if it had encountered some unspeakable horror. Move, you fool! Hans roared in frustration, yet the salamander remained sluggish. He then turned his attention to his Rain ninjas. Listen well. Anyone who fails to contribute today will be deemed a traitor upon returning and face execution, Hans threatened, and the ninjas, realizing the gravity of the situation, hesitated, knowing they still had lives to lead back home. Reluctantly, they took a few steps forward. You go ahead. I'll cover you. The ninjas bickered, but ultimately succumbed to Hans's threats and advanced. Suedun, Suirya Dan. They advanced, but not a single one dared to approach Liang. For while ranged attacks seemed feasible, they would not dare engage in close combat, even if they had 1,000 times the courage. Ninjutsu, Shadow Shuriken technique. After a brief skirmish, they, fatigued from chakra depletion, resorted to shuriken. Liang shook his head in exasperation. The skill level of these Rain ninjas was merely nin, posing little threat to him. However, exterminating them all felt excessively brutal, so he decided to show them mercy. This time, I will only target your leader. Those who wish to live should leave immediately. With a flick of his wrist, Liang unleashed a powerful Shinra Tensei, effortlessly dispelling their entire assault. The Rain ninjas were left in shock. A ninja capable of effortlessly neutralizing simultaneous attacks from dozens of adversaries was beyond their capabilities. They were but small fry. They still wished to return home to live their lives. Trembling, they momentarily forgot to attack. Hans was enraged. As the leader of Rain Village, witnessing so many subordinates being intimidated by an unknown passerby was a significant blow to his pride. You useless wretches, he berated, swiftly maneuvering the still-moving salamander toward Yi Liang. Yi Liang frowned. The salamander was highly toxic, and despite his formidable strength, he was not foolish enough to come into direct contact with its fluids. Thus, he formed hand seals, launching a counterattack with a mighty great fire annihilation. At that moment, the salamander was in midair. Although it could force its way through the inferno towards Yi Liang, it would inevitably be engulfed by the flames. A cold smile crept across Yi Liang's lips. He was betting that Hans would not dare to confront him directly. A man who only hid behind his subordinates could never possess the courage to face him head-on. As expected. Just as Yi Liang's flames surged forth, Hans abruptly altered his course. What a madman! He cursed, landing at Yi Liang's side, and immediately harnessed the surrounding rainwater to launch an attack. The reason Rain Village was known as such was due to its extraordinary control over rainwater. As its leader, Hans was a paragon among them. With a mere lift of his hand, the rainwater coalesced into a dragon of water, surging forth. The water dragon absorbed the surrounding rain, growing even larger. Since you insist on clashing directly, then let it be. Yi Liang stood his ground, a surge of crimson chakra enveloping him. It was the power of the Nine Tails. Yi Liang leapt high, treading upon the torrential rain, and with a swift turn, landed atop the salamander's back. Let us have a proper fight like men, Yi Liang bellowed. He resembled a red-furred demon fox, charging toward the grim-faced Hans. Enveloped in chakra, Yi Liang was unconcerned about the slippery rain beneath him. Strike after strike, the two engaged in fierce combat atop the thick back of the salamander. The surrounding rain ninjas were left in stunned disbelief. How could this person actually contend with Lord Hans in taijutsu? After all, Lord Hans was universally recognized as the strongest in the martial arts of the ninja world. Insane. Absolutely insane. How has such a powerful figure suddenly appeared? This is unprecedented. The watching ninjas felt the malice of the world. While Yahiko and the others, saved by Yi Liang, were equally awestruck by his presence. Conan, how do you think he compares to Jiraiya-sensei? Yahiko casually inquired, as both their strengths had been honed under Jiraiya's tutelage. It's like comparing the heavens to the earth, Conan replied, rolling her eyes at Yahiko. I asked that really how you compare our teacher. Back on the battlefield, after exchanging dozens of blows, Hans finally began to weaken. His body felt fatigued, and his bones ached. They were locked in a fierce struggle. However, Hans's punches paled in comparison to Yi Liang's. After enduring several hits, Hans's bones began to resonate. This was resonance. Yi Liang's strikes were sufficient to induce a resonant effect in his opponent's skeletal structure. For instance, being struck once would send shockwaves through all of Hans's bones. Terrifying indeed. Hans could no longer withstand the pressure. He immediately dispelled the summoning of the salamander, seizing the opportunity while Yi Liang was off balance. He swiftly retreated. He did not wish to die, even if it meant losing his title as the ninja god. Seeing their leader flee, the surrounding rain ninjas dared not linger for another moment. Fleeing in a panic. Chapter 62. The mysterious alter Yi Liang was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that Hans, the ninja god, would possess such awareness, disregarding his own pride and fleeing in such a manner. It was almost more cowardly than a modern individual. By this time, dusk had fallen. Although Yi Liang could have pursued the fleeing Hans, the encroaching night made him wary of potential pitfalls, so he chose to remain behind. At that moment, Yahiko and the others, who had been watching from a distance, approached him. Thank you so much for saving us, sir. If it weren't for you, we would truly have been doomed. Mayahiko immediately expressed his gratitude to Yi Liang. His two companions also cast admiring glances at Yi Liang. One was named Nagato, a youth with striking red hair, while the other was Conan, a stunning beauty with flowing purple locks, both appearing to be around 15 years of age. Exuding an air of freshness and allure. Yi Liang smiled. These were indeed the future's rare super elites, and to forge a friendship with them made the days ahead truly promising. After a considerable time, the group arrived at an uninhabited cave, where they casually gathered some wild ingredients and began to barbecue. In this era of turmoil, there were no respectable households nearby. Being able to enjoy a meal in the wilderness was a luxury in itself. Mayahiko and the others often found themselves hungry. Yi Liang set up a bonfire and placed several wild chickens he had caught onto the grill. Conan immediately approached, drawn by the delectable aroma. Wow, what a delicious scent. It is simply irresistible. She leaned in closer, and Yi Liang promptly handed her one. A gentle bite revealed an explosion of flavor. In an instant, Conan felt as though she might float away with delight. Seeing her reaction, the others joined her. Indeed, this is quite remarkable, Mayahiko exclaimed after taking a bite, and even the usually taciturn Nagato gave a thumbs up to Yi Liang. Truly delicious. Yi Liang indulged in some himself. And after satisfying their appetites, he reclined against a stone to rest. That moment, an ancient map suddenly appeared in Yi Liang's hand that was yellowed with age, suggesting it had seen better days. Carefully unfurling, it revealed a depiction of the entire shinobi world, from the most remote Tsunade to the opulent Konohagakure. Every ninja village in the Naruto universe was marked on the map. Yi Liang, what are those red crosses on the map? Conan inquired, her mouth full. The map was dotted with numerous markings, predominantly red crosses drawn with a crimson pinned at O. Those are merely places I have visited. Yi Liang replied nonchalantly. Do, Conan responded. Yet a hint of melancholy graced her features. That I truly envy you, Yi Liang, being able to travel to so many places. Unlike us, who can only linger around Amagakure, she said softly. Yi Liang was taken aback. He fully understood Conan's feelings. The four of them were orphans from Amagakure, having grown up amidst the ravages of war, and simply surviving in the present was already a considerable achievement. As for traveling, that was a distant dream. Don't feel disheartened. Once you grow older, you will naturally be able to leave Amagakure. Yi Liang consoled her. As Conan's spirits lifted slightly, he resumed examining the map. This was certainly no ordinary travel map. Every red cross marked a location where Yi Liang had vanquished White Zetsu, densely scattered across the entire map, certainly numbering in the hundreds. He was taken aback that within just 5 years, so many White Zetsu had emerged. It seemed the world of Naruto was becoming increasingly perilous. Yi Liang sighed. His purpose in coming to Amagakure was to seek clues regarding the master of White Zetsu. From his investigations, the closer he got to Amagakure, the stronger the White Zetsu he encountered. Even before receiving the task to assassinate Hanzo, he had already noticed this troubling trend. Of course, killing Hanzo was merely for pocket money. The two matters were not mutually exclusive. He unearthed another map, this one of Amagakure, with clearly defined routes. Stroking his chin, he realized it was time for some late-night study. Days later, in a clandestine conference room of Amagakure, the god of ninjas, Hanzo of the Salamander, knelt dutifully before a bizarre figure clad in black and white. Zetsu, I have prepared 1,000 war orphans as you instructed, but might I inquire if the promised rewards can be expedited? Humph. When has the master ever deceived you? Rest assured, once your sacrificial offering is complete, I shall deliver what was promised. The figure known as Zetsu nodded indifferently before twisting its body and vanishing into the ground. Hanzo narrowed his eyes and stood back up. Humph, truly a difficult master to please. If it weren't for my need for your resources, I would have crushed your skull by now, he muttered, before gently lifting the floor beneath him and leaping down. Below lay a vast hidden cavern, remarkably deep. As soon as Hanzo entered, he sealed the floor above him. Meanwhile, 3 small figures had appeared at the outskirts of Amagakure. They were Mayahiko, Nagato, and Conan. Yi Liang had already launched an attack against the White Zetsu, surprised to find that the entire Amagakure was enveloped by them. After a vigorous battle, he finally cleared the lowly minions. After a while, Yi Liang sensei, those were the White Zetsu you mentioned, and they seem rather ordinary, Mayahiko remarked while rummaging through Hanzo's room. But it appeared he found no clues as Yi Liang had indicated. These are merely the lowest grade minions. I have encountered stronger ones that could crush a Nin with a single hand, Yi Liang replied, looking down. Is that so? Crush a Nin? Just those things? Nagato expressed his skepticism, yet Yi Liang paid him no mind. While continuing to search the room, Yi Liang suddenly halted before a section of the floor, which sounded hollow underfoot. Kicking it revealed a crisp, echoing sound. It's empty. Yi Liang immediately pried the floor open. Just as they discovered the hidden chamber, Hanzo had reached the depths of the underground cavern. This place resembled the tunnels used by guerrilla fighters of old, winding and dark. Aside from several intersecting paths, most areas were shrouded in shadows. Hanzo pushed aside a dark wall, revealing a massive altar. Lord Hanzo, a dozen White Zetsu immediately greeted him, standing silently at the entrance as if guarding the place. Well, how goes the preparations? Hanzo inquired, nodding in acknowledgement, then waved his hand, sealing the wall behind him. Reporting to you, Lord Hanzo, the altar has been completed. We are merely waiting for your arrival to commence the sacrificial rites. Good. Then let us begin. Chapter 63. Jinin Task Force. Hanzo gestured grandly, and the surrounding white Zetsu sprang into action. They positioned themselves at various corners of the altar, then performed hand seals, unleashing countless beams of white light around the altar, spiraling like neon lights in the present day. Hanzo furrowed his brows. Fixated on the center of the altar, there lay a multitude of children, ranging from 7 to 15 years old, appearing to be in a state of deep slumber, uncertain if they were dead or merely asleep. What a pity for so many children, but for the sake of that thing, I must proceed, he sighed at that moment. A little girl lying at the edge suddenly opened her eyes. She appeared to be around 13 or 14. With short, lively hair. Upon awakening, she rushed towards the nearest white Zetsu. Doton. Super heavy stone technique, the girl shouted, and countless rocks surged towards her hand as if drawn by a magnet. Within half a second, a gigantic stone gauntlet materialized around her hand. There are still those who awaken. Hanzo exclaimed in surprise. An unprepared white Zetsu, still forming hand seals, was swiftly decimated by the little girl's attack. He charged towards her. The two engaged in combat, and for a moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Hanzo was astonished. Although he had not fought seriously, it was rare to find a ninja capable of withstanding even a few of his blows. Let alone a little girl. You are the granddaughter of Noki. Hanzo recognized her that Noki, that Tsuchikage, was a well-known figure, much like how one would recognize a king's wife. The little girl shouted again, "Return my grandfather to me." Jiro, attack. Not good. Hanzo's spirit jolted. He then saw several youths armed with various weapons rise up, immediately charging towards the distant white Zetsu, activating the teleportation array. The latter was clearly no match for them. These white Zetsu are truly useless. Hanzo of the Salamander seethed. When he had encountered Liang, his subordinates had been disappointing, and now these white Zetsu remained equally inept. Truly, a fitting example of nameless minor characters being utterly worthless. Suddenly, Hanzo's expression changed dramatically as he coughed up blood and was sent flying. Behind him stood a golden-haired boy clad in yellow, grinning with satisfaction. Rasengan, he chanted, declaring his technique. Well done, Naruto. The little girl immediately filled with delight. This golden-haired boy, whom she encountered on her way, was said to be searching for his father. The two found a remarkable affinity for each other and formed a perfect partnership. Soon after, the youths who had attacked the white Zetsu approached them. Each wielded different weapons, yet their designs bore a striking resemblance to the 7 ninja swords of the Mist Village. Jir, you have also performed admirably. The little girl praised once more. Stop talking. That guy isn't dead yet. Jir shook his head helplessly. He was a genin from the Mist Village, dispatched to search for missing children from nearby villages due to frequent disappearances. By a stroke of fate, his team encountered the little girl who was looking for her family just after leaving the village. According to him, his Tsuchikage's granddaughter, named Kuratsuchi, possessed considerable strength. Thus, they decided to team up. Given that the enemy's target was children, Jir and Kuratsuchi disguised themselves as kids and were captured. As he watched Hanzo being sent flying by a Rasengan, Jir swallowed hard. What on earth is happening here? Who would have thought that a kidnapper would turn out to be the legendary ninja of the Hokage? Why would such an illustrious figure stoop to abducting children? Jir swiftly drew his twin blades, fully aware that he could not afford to be careless against Hanzo. Dance, Flatfish, the flat-shaped weapon behind him, resembling a butterfly knife, gleamed as it slashed towards Hanzo, yet the latter vanished as if he had never existed. Jir's heart sank as he swung his weapon into empty ardent. That moment, a sudden rush of wind whistled past his ear, and instinctively, he spun his weapon around, but before he could see his opponent, the blade froze in place. His awareness was commendable, yet his strength remained insufficient. That Hanzo's cold voice resonated ominously behind Jir, and with a firm grip, he snapped the legendary ninja sword in two, leaving not even a scratch. This is bad. Upon witnessing their captain being captured, the others rushed forward. They were the substitutes of the 7 ninja swordsmen, ever since the previous group had been slain by Might Dai. The newly appointed Mizukage, Terumi Mei, had resumed their training. After all, they represented the pinnacle of their village's combat prowess. Bang! Bang! The sounds of various weapons clashing erupted beside the altar as Hanzo moved like a specter, disappearing and reappearing behind his opponents. Gradually, the genin began to lose their strength. Humph! Do you truly think you can contend with the god of ninja? Hanzo coldly mocked, swiftly defeating all the genin from the Mist Village. They were still children, and despite wielding the power of the ninja swords, they were no match for the cunning and seasoned Hanzo. Hanzo glared angrily at Kuratsuchi, who had first thwarted his plans. Ah, the granddaughter of Noki, how delightful. Kuratsuchi's expression shifted, and she panicked. Although she was bold, facing an opponent of Hanzo's caliber, she recognized the gravity of the situation, her legs trembling slightly. Nearby, Naruto suddenly lay flat on the ground. Dad said, when encountering a bear, just lie down and play dead. Kuratsuchi. Hanzo, fuming, picked up half of the broken blade that in truth, the deaths of some white Zetsu were no great loss. However, today's white Zetsu were different. They were not only free henchmen, but also possessed a unique sacrificial technique. They could summon the true master of the white Zetsu by sacrificing children. Hanzo had orchestrated all of this due to a deal he struck with the master in question, seeking to acquire a certain item through the sacrificial children. Now that the white Zetsu were dead, no one could perform this sacrificial technique anymore. Damn brat, I will take your life. Hanzo raised his powerful arm and hurled the broken blade. As an elite shinobi, even without using ninjutsu, his strength was beyond what a mere child could withstand, and the consequences of that flying blade would be catastrophic. Just then, the wall that had confined Hanzo was suddenly kicked open. You bastard, still trying to harm someone. A loud voice berated. Chapter 64. Defeating Hanzo. Hanzo was instantly alarmed. This is bad. That man has arrived. Liang rushed in from outside, skillfully catching the blade that Hanzo had thrown with one hand. With a swift glance, he positioned the broken blade against Hanzo's neck. Oh, you wish to resist? Liang questioned coldly, and beads of sweat dripped from Hanzo's brow. What had seemed like a simple body flicker technique was executed by Liang with such swiftness that it resembled teleportation. He moved like a ghost. Hanzo hastily activated the body replacement technique. In this situation, not fleeing would be a grave mistake. Another tremendous crash echoed. Countless fireballs soared towards the recently freed Hanzo. Fire style, grand fireball technique. 3 figures rushed in behind him. It was Yahiko and the others. Upon entering, they immediately spotted the unconscious children at the altar, quickly shifting from defense to offense. Yahiko and his companions positioned themselves protectively in front of the children. This was Liang's strategy. Once engaged in battle, they must safeguard the hostages. As for the confrontation with the boss, Liang alone sufficed. We will defend. You go ahead, sensei. Yahiko shouted that in truth, Liang had already charged towards the panicked god of ninja. No, please don't treat me this way. The once mighty Hanzo scurried away like a rat fleeing from the streets. However, his escape route had already been sealed by Liang. Ninjutsu, for Red Yang formation. 4 beams of light shot into the sky at the exit, instantly blocking Hanzo's retreat. Still thinking of running? Liang rushed forward, delivering several punches that subdued the terrified Hanzo. My lord, it was my fault. I should not have coveted the god tree's fruit. Please, spare me. He pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly, utterly devoid of the dignity befitting the god of ninja. Is this the TM that escaped from the reanimation jutsu through sheer willpower? Liang's face twisted in disdain. However, upon hearing Hanzo mention the god tree's fruit, he paused, intrigued. God tree's fruit. How do you know of that? My lord, you did not come for that, did you? Certainly not. I am here to uphold justice. Liang declared proudly, a paragon of righteousness. He indeed came to punish evil and promote good. It was definitely not for your bounty. This last thought went unspoken, uttering it would surely frighten the other party. Now, tell me about your connection with the white Zetsu. Liang continued that my lord. I must confess, 3 years ago, a young man with pure white eyes appeared in the underground mercenary world. He claimed to possess the god tree's fruit. Left behind by the sage of 6 paths, any ordinary person who consumed it would gain the power of the sage. He told us that if we offered him 1,000 children as sacrifices, we could acquire this so-called god tree's fruit. And you believed him? Of course not. How could I partake in such inhumane acts? I immediately attacked that young man, but regrettably, even I, Hanzo the salamander, could not withstand a single blow from him. Hanzo recounted earnestly, casting a pitiful glance. So, you were coerced into helping him gather children. My lord, that man was simply too terrifying. I had no choice. Hanzo lamented, his expression appearing sincere. That moment, his gaze suddenly fell to the ground. You deceive me. Hanzo instantly realized something was amiss. He could not control his gaze, nor could he avert his eyes, because his head had fallen. Liang disdainfully wiped the blood of Hanzo the salamander from his hands. What a joke, being coerced into wrongdoing. Liang found Hanzo's words repulsive. Once a person resolves to sacrifice 1,000 lives, regardless of whether they were forced or not, they have already crossed an unforgivable line. Moreover, the young man Hanzo mentioned piqued Liang's interest. He believed he was the master he had long sought. If that were indeed the case, Hanzo must die. Anyone daring to plot against his life would not escape Liang's wrath. As for the God Tree's fruit, Liang held no belief in it. The God Tree's fruit was a product of Kagaya Tsutsuki extracting energy from Earth, but such a thing could only be condensed once every 1,000 years. The last one was consumed by Kagaya herself, and the next would not appear for centuries, unless she had traversed time. Otherwise, Liang would utterly refuse to believe it. Tearing a strip of cloth, he bound Hanzo's head. 100 million Ryo in bounty secured. Half an hour later, the group reluctantly exited the Rain Village. The villagers of the Rain Village cast anxious glances at Liang. Mr. Liang, the Mizukage has been quite concerned about you. Ch. Jur said solemnly. Yes, I will pay her a visit shortly. Liang nodded slightly, never expecting to encounter an old acquaintance in such a place. He entrusted the young Naruto to Ch. Jur, who was already ensnared in an illusion and sleeping soundly at this moment. He had no intention of returning, not only because of Danzo but also due to the lurking danger posed by White Zetsu. If he indulged in a life of excess, death would be the only fate awaiting him. Just then, Kuratsuchi approached in disbelief. Are you truly Lord Yi Liang? Weren't you supposed to have returned to the Sound Ninja Village? Yi Liang was indeed a renowned figure, and the news of his whereabouts was closely monitored by the 5 great ninja villages. That I asked something amiss? Yi Liang inquired, casting a glance at the poised young girl before him. Kuratsuchi, now 13, had blossomed into a graceful young woman. That if you truly are Lord Yi Liang, you must help save our village. Save your village? What calamity has befallen Iwagakure? Yi Liang asked, puzzled. Iwagakure was one of the 5 great ninja villages. If something truly had gone awry, others would surely be aware. Yet, Yi Liang had received no word regarding Iwagakure in recent years, assuming all was well. Indeed, there has been a disaster. Ever since my grandfather went missing, the villagers have become increasingly strange. Their behavior is becoming less and less human, even in their daily tasks. Less than human. What do you mean? Like machines, Kuratsuchi explained. No one knows what is happening. They speak less and less. At first, there was still some conversation, but after a few months, the village was as quiet as if no one existed. What do you mean by synchronized actions? Yi Liang suddenly pondered, furrowing his brow as he vaguely grasped the situation in Iwagakure. During the 5 years of battling White Zetsu, he had encountered many similar scenarios. First, a family would grow increasingly taciturn, then the entire village would follow suit, and eventually, the whole nation would fall silent. Ultimately, they were all impersonated by White Zetsu. Chapter 65. The Akatsuki Organization? Never did he expect such occurrences in Iwagakure as well. Very well, I will assist you, Yi Liang promised Kuratsuchi. A few days later, after collecting the bounty on Hanzo of the Salamander, Yi Liang reunited with Kuratsuchi. However, they did not head directly to Iwagakure, but took a detour. You say you were rescued by your senior brother? Is he very strong? Of course, my senior brother is Deidara. Oh, I am even more eager to meet him now, Yi Liang replied with a smile. Meanwhile, at a cliff in the land of Earth, several peculiar figures clad in red cloud cloaks arrived at the location. Is this the place? The leader, a man with a shark-like face, muttered as he approached a small wooden house. Bang! As the door swung open, a burst of sparks flew towards the shark-faced man's face. What the hell is this? He exclaimed, just as a violent explosion reverberated throughout the valley. The door of the wooden house blew apart. What kind of hospitality is this? The shark-faced man shook off the dust, having instinctively stepped back and thus avoiding injury. Inside the wooden house sat a golden-haired youth, silent and seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Hey, where has the owner gone? The shark-faced man inquired, running his fingers over the dust-free furniture, evidence that the owner had not been absent. The owner? Why do you seek him? Nothing much, just preparing to invite him to join our Akatsuki. He should be nearby. Right? Yes, indeed. The youth nodded. Suddenly, he mysteriously handed the shark-faced man a very soft clay doll. Made of pure white material, by the way. The owner asked me to give this to you, Tiomi. The shark-faced man was taken aback. Before he could react, the clay in his hand exploded, spraying blood everywhere. The shark-faced man's hand was shattered into pieces. Damn it, he immediately swung his other hand, brandishing a large knife. But before the blade could reach the youth, he had vanished, leaving behind another soft clay doll. Oh hell! Boom! The wooden house was obliterated. Far away in the valley, Kuratsuchi was alarmed. They had heard strange noises from a distance, but the rugged mountain path made it difficult to proceed. Although Liang could have left them behind, he had to wait for Kuratsuchi to continue. Just then, a large white bird suddenly appeared in the distant sky, carrying a boy, racing swiftly through the valley. "Seen your brother!" Kuratsuchi shouted upon seeing this scene. But just as she finished calling out, she noticed a massive mechanical puppet following closely behind the bird. It crawled along the mountainside like a scorpion, matching the speed of the bird above. That must be Deidara. Liang also spotted the boy in the sky, while his attention was drawn to the mechanical puppet on the ground. That's Sasori of the Red Sand. What is he doing here? Just as he finished speaking, he was captivated by the figures atop the mechanical puppet. One appeared to be a person stitched together with threads, while the other bore a shark-like face. That's Haiden and Kisame. What are they doing here? Liang was astonished. Both Haiden and Kisame were members of the Akatsuki, yet this era should have seen the dissolution of the organization. He glanced back at Chijur and Kuratsuchi, who were struggling to keep up, and suddenly felt bewildered. Could it be that the Chijur behind me is an imposter? Chijur was the founder of the Akatsuki. In the original storyline, he formed the organization under Obito's influence, with the goal of resurrecting Uchiha Madara and using the infinite Tsukuyomi to make everyone bear the burden of a bag of rice. But now that Obito was gone, and so was Chijur, how could the Akatsuki still be active? Liang set Kuratsuchi down, preparing to investigate further. Flying Thunder God technique. Liang threw a shuriken forward. Vanishing from sight. In the distance, Sasori once again defended against Deidara's explosive clay. Damn it. Is this brat ever going to join our organization? If not, I might just have to take matters into my own hands. Kisame glared angrily at the Deidara flying above. His fractured wounds had healed. As the inheritor of shark DNA, he possessed formidable regenerative abilities. Just then, his eyes seemed to flicker, as if a shuriken had flown past his head. But there was clearly no one around. Did I see wrong? Rubbing his eyes, he suddenly found a handsome young man crouching before him. "Hello there, brother. What the hell?" Kisame was startled, hastily attempting to draw his sword. Samahata, from his back, only to find it completely unresponsive. What is going on? As he exerted more force, Samahata trembled as if it had encountered its natural enemy, refusing to budge. Samahata is scared. It's trembling. Cold sweat broke out on Kisame's forehead. He had never encountered a man capable of instilling such fear in Samahata. Kisame dared not move recklessly. Beside him, Haiden was also taken aback upon seeing Liang. He instantly displayed greater awareness than Kisame. Lowering his head as if he had encountered his ancestor, he recognized Liang from the mission reports, the man who had just slain Hanzo of the Salamander. The god of shinobi had been killed by Liang. How could Haiden possibly challenge him? He too dared not move. "Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up and get this brat off me. I don't want a wet behind-the-ears kid riding with me," Sasori shouted. He did not recognize Liang and was utterly baffled by the situation. "How about you get on if you're so capable?" "I certainly won tea." Kisame panicked. Just as Sasori spoke, Samahata noticeably trembled, clearly displeased with Sasori's words, afraid that he might offend Liang. Haiden felt the same way. Years ago, he had thrown shuriken at the first Hokage from 800 miles away. But nothing was as intimidating as today. "Go to hell," Sasori cursed, suddenly puffing out his stomach, flipping over. "Let you all ride me. Get off me now." Instantly, the two were thrown off Sasori's back. Liang, helpless, used the Flying Thunder God technique again, leaping onto the cliffside. However, he was curious as to why, apart from Sasori, the other two had willingly allowed themselves to fall into the abyss. Were they seeking death? From their expressions, they seemed to be enjoying it. "What is going on?" Liang directed his gaze at Sasori, who had just managed to reach the shore. "They jumped off. Why didn't you?" Chapter 66. The establishment of Akatsuki. "Damn it," Scorpion cursed, immediately maneuvering his puppet-like legs to crawl over. His strength was astonishing. each step crushing fragments of the cliff beneath him. Liang, who felt a shudder run through him. Perform. Feel you. Oh. Scorpion continued to control the puppets around him to initiate an attack. This puppet was crafted from the living, resembling a human form, yet with a triangular stinger at the tail, reminiscent of a scorpion's tail. Hence, his title was derived. Bang. Bang. The mountainside echoed with resounding explosions. Under Scorpion's relentless assault, numerous boulders were shattered by his scorpion tail, and in a mere moment, a significant portion of the cliff crumbled away, leaving a terrifying sight. Hey, are you a demolition expert? Liang deftly evaded Scorpion's onslaught. For him, such simplistic physical attacks posed no threat whatsoever. However, Scorpion's refusal to communicate left him feeling quite helpless. Indeed, Liang had no intention of engaging in combat with Scorpion. Why resort to physical confrontation when words could suffice? In his past life, Scorpion was a profoundly tragic figure. His parents had been slain by Leaf Village ninjas, and he was raised solely by his grandmother. It is well known that those raised by their grandmothers often endure profound loneliness, cultivating introverted and somewhat insecure personalities. Scorpion exemplified this archetype. How could a person so insecure not be psychologically twisted? In other words, it seemed that the original Akatsuki was composed of such troubled youths. With a single hand forming a seal, Liang teleported onto Scorpion's back. After delivering a swift kick to sever Scorpion's tail, he plunged both hands into the back of the poisoned Scorpion man. Fingers sharp, leaving no room for regret. Crack. A large expanse of solid metal was torn away by Liang's actions, leaving a gaping hole in Scorpion's back. Oddly enough, no blood flowed forth, as if he were a mere machine. Liang was not perplexed. He continued to reach inside, and after half a second, he astonishingly extracted a doll over a meter tall. With a cute face and red hair, the poisoned Scorpion man was merely a shell. How did you discover my secret? The red-haired doll kicked and struggled, seemingly attempting to free itself from Liang's grasp. However, as it exerted its strength, it suddenly felt its chakra being drained, and with the effort, several muscles in its back began to ache subtly. This was the Hyuga clan's pressure point technique. If you wish to avoid a fatal reversal of blood flow, you best act quickly. Pressure point technique? You re from the Leaf Village? No. When did the Leaf Village ever possess such formidable strength? Your power clearly surpasses that of the ninjutsu doctor. There is much you are yet unaware of. Liang forcefully kicked Scorpion's false exterior into the valley, placing his true form against the rock face. Listen carefully. I have several questions for you. If you can answer honestly, I shall spare your life. And perhaps, if the mood strikes me, I might even let you go. Are you serious? Upon hearing this, the red-haired doll ceased its struggles. It was already at a disadvantage against Liang, and the prospect of surviving was certainly favorable. Listen well, my first question is, who is the leader of your Akatsuki? Why was the organization established? Our leader is a man named Orochimaru, though I have scarcely seen him. More often, it is an individual named Itachi Uchiha, who commands Akatsuki. Of course, I have not met him either. I just recently joined. Scorpion suddenly shrugged. Orochimaru? Liang's gaze grew distant. He had never anticipated that his nemesis, Orochimaru, would be the one to re-establish Akatsuki in this lifetime. Due to Liang's intervention, Orochimaru had completely strayed from his original path, not only developing the immortal technique of white phosphorus, but also mastering a terrifying forbidden jutsu that could consume others and acquire their abilities. Previously, during his encounter in Tsunade, Liang had faced him. Had he not launched a surprise attack, the outcome of that battle might have been uncertain. However, Liang had since mastered all basic ninjutsu, rendering him more powerful than ordinary shadow-level ninjas. Even if he were to confront Orochimaru now, the conclusion remained uncertain. And what of Itachi? Where is he? How did you all arrive here? Itachi should be in Awagakure. We discovered the traces of White Zetsu in Kumogakure last time, and upon following the leads, they all pointed to Awagakure. Itachi and the others immediately headed there, while Kisame and we were tasked with recruiting local ninjas here. Is that so? Liang comprehended everything. However, he had not anticipated that Itachi would be present here. He had assumed Itachi's life trajectory had changed, considering he had altered the fate of the Uchiha clan. Yet he still joined Akatsuki. It seemed he had no choice but to inquire directly. Why Liang nodded. Aside from questioning Itachi himself, there appeared to be no other recourse. Upon finishing, Liang released his grip on Scorpion. He was a man of his word, and since the latter had not committed any transgressions worthy of his ire, Liang would not resort to extermination. Seeing his strength return, Scorpion hurriedly leaped towards the nearby cliff. Seemingly fearing that a monstrous creature would devour him alive if he lingered even a moment longer, at this moment, the freed Deidara arrived, accompanied by Kuratsuchi and others, just moments prior, when Liang had engaged Scorpion. They had been reminiscing from a distance why Liang leaped gracefully, using shuriken aimed at the clay to land upon Deidara's creation. The others gasped in astonishment. It was only then that they began to form a vague concept of Liang, a force so powerful that he could disregard Newton's laws. Kuratsuchi, is this the remarkable individual you spoke of? Deidara gazed at Liang in awe, his face brimming with admiration for the latter. Yet he felt no envy. For Deidara, explosions were the essence of ninjutsu. Other techniques were beneath his consideration, merely eliciting a fleeting commendation. Unlike the eager Yahiko, who had been pleading for Liang to teach him the anti-Newtonian shuriken technique. After a brief exchange, the group continued their flight toward Awagakure. As the elder brother of Awagakure, Deidara possessed an intimate understanding of the village's terrain. They did not approach through the main entrance, but rather circumvented directly to the heart of Awagakure via a fissure in a valley. The group descended, setting explosive clay. What greeted them was a series of earthen stone walls, and in the distance, a crowd of people bustling about, seemingly merchants from the land of earth. Itachi, are you truly here? Chapter 67. Windflower. Little Snow. The group, chatting merrily, joined the throng of merchants ahead. If Liang had harbored any doubts regarding Kuratsuchi's earlier words, they had now dissipated entirely. The local inhabitants of Awagakure indeed resembled Kuratsuchi's description. Not only did their faces bear no expression, but even their movements were mechanical in nature. Every action was meticulously precise, devoid of any superfluous gestures, reminiscent of the Ultra Instinct technique from Dragon Ball. Leaving one in awe, Miss Haruno, are you also here for business? Liang leaned against a merchant's female guard, casually tucking a roadside flower behind her ear. No, we are merely the guards of Windflower. Little Snow. The female guard blushed, taken aback that such a handsome man as Liang would engage her in conversation. We are merely the guards of Miss Windflower. You need not address me as Miss. Nay, in my eyes, a beauty like Miss Haruno deserves to be called a princess, Liang teased playfully. After a while, the group found a local inn to settle down. The troupe they had encountered earlier seemed to be performers visiting Iwagakure. Comprised entirely of female warriors, their leader, Windflower, Little Snow, who had remained hidden in a palanquin, was vaguely familiar to Liang. He recalled her as the princess of the land of snow, unexpectedly encountered here. Just a performance? Liang suddenly felt that there was something amiss. The usually pragmatic White Zetsu team had no need for such frivolous entertainment. That why Liang found it strange to that moment. Deidara, who had been residing separately, abruptly pried open the bamboo door to Liang's room. Why Liang? May I come in to chat? Come in, Liang replied, a bit exasperated. He had already entered without waiting for permission. What brings you here? At this time, Liang had not yet settled into sleep, as night had only just fallen, and he had never cultivated the habit of sleeping soundly on enemy territory. He simply felt that today's events were peculiar and wished to discuss them with Liang. Peculiar? Liang was momentarily taken aback, to be frank. Aside from discerning that those residents were impersonating White Zetsu, he had no further thoughts on the matter. After all, he was not from Awagakure, and it was quite normal for him not to perceive any issues. It is true that while Awagakure does have its own entertainment offerings, it has never invited performers from other nations, which made the presence of that female military troupe today rather peculiar. Are you referring to the group, led by Fenghua Xiaoxue? Indeed, Liang paused for a moment. Although he found Deidara's reasoning to be somewhat valid, he had not detected anything amiss with Fenghua Xiaoxue today. Even the female guards did not strike him as unusual. The only concern seemed to lie in why Awagakure, a village that typically shunned outside influence, would suddenly extend an invitation to a renowned courtesan from the land of snow to perform. Furthermore, according to the guard Haru, the performance fee for their young miss was quite substantial, suggesting that Awagakure had made a considerable investment to secure her appearance. Very well, you should return and rest for now. We will discuss this further tomorrow. With newfound insight, Liang casually dismissed Deidara. Overthinking would be of no avail. Very well. Deidara exited Liang's chamber. In the distance, A captivating dance performance was unfolding in the courtyard of the Tsuchiki's residence. As the grand finale, Fenghua Xiaoxua passionately showcased her delicate figure, surrounded by an entourage of elegantly attired female dancers, including Haru, who had been approached by Yi Liang earlier that morning. Miss Fenghua, do you not find something peculiar about these individuals? Haru continued swaying her body while subtly engaging in conversation with the center of attention, Fenghua Xiaoxua. Indeed, there is something off. Their expressions are so blank. Aside from that one called Huangtu, they all seem devoid of soul. Miss, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, that we should make our exit while we still can. Agreed. The two quickly devised a plan. After a lengthy banquet, Fenghua Xiaoxua's performance finally concluded. She gracefully bid farewell to the Tsuchikage. Preparing to depart, Miss Fenghua, won't you stay for just one more night? No. Thank you. We have other commercial performances scheduled for tomorrow morning, so we must take our leave. Fenghua Xiaoxua promptly bowed and reiterated her farewell. However, just as they were about to exit, several Awagakure jonin clad in yellow blocked their path. What do you intend to do? Haru instinctively stepped in front of Fenghua Xiaoxua, sensing impending trouble. Miss Fenghua, we of the land of Earth take great pride in our hospitality. It would be a pity for you to leave so soon. At that moment, Huangtu, seated on the high platform, descended from his seat. As I understand it, the land of snow, where Miss Fenghua hails from, is somewhat lacking in ninjas and often besieged by thieves. Is that not so? What do you want? Fenghua Xiaoxua regarded Huangtu with wariness, feeling that something terrible was about to unfold. Nothing much. We merely wish to convey to you on behalf of our esteemed leader that if you require ninjas, Iwagakure would be more than willing to assist in establishing a presence in your land of snow. You intend to invade our country, Fenghua Xiaoxua exclaimed in fury. What do you mean by invade? We merely wish to help safeguard the land of snow. Despicable, Fenghua Xiaoxua seethed. Although she presented herself as a renowned dancer from the land of snow, her true identity was that of the cherished jewel of the snow country's general, princess of the land of snow. It seems you have done your research on my identity. Fenghua Xiaoxua shot a fierce glare at Huangtu, who merely smiled in response, non-committal. Your Highness, I shall escort you to safety. Haru, growing anxious, swiftly removed her hairpin and aimed it menacingly at the blocking ninjas. The other dancers also brandished their hair ornaments. Attack! At Huangtu's command, the two jonin charged toward the female guards, their speed amplified by the terrain of the land of Earth, making them at least 50% more formidable, unforgivable. The female guards quickly suffered casualties, and the strongest among them, Haru, began to sustain injuries, as they were no match for the Iwagakure jonin. Haru, Fenghua Xiaoxua, cried out in distress. Although Haru was her guard, they had grown up together and were as close as sisters. Having vowed to come of age and marry together, you mustn't die here. Just as she uttered those words, she noticed a shuriken, swift as lightning, hurtling toward Haru. Too fast for Fenghua Xiaoxua to intercept. She was filled with panic. Chapter 68. Confronting Huangtu Clang, just as Haru was about to meet her demise, a snow-white, robust arm shot up from the ground. With a gentle motion, it seized the shuriken as if capturing a small rabbit. Saving Haru's life. A beauty like Miss Haru deserves a gentleman's protection. A melodious male voice emerged from the earth. And then, the man appeared. Yi Liang burst forth from the ground, employing a standard earth release technique. Given the vast expanse of the Tsuchikage's residence, he had no other means of infiltrating but to ambush from below. A mere insect dares to control humanity, Yi Liang muttered softly, causing a significant portion of the earth to sink below, followed by a sudden eruption of countless earthen spikes. Earth release. Land spike. Not only did it pierce through the two blocking jonin, but it also struck the bystanders, claiming their hearts in the process. Damn it! Huangtu, witnessing the situation, could not contain his fury. He swiftly evaded Yi Liang's onslaught and hurled a protruding spike back at him. Meanwhile, Yi Liang vanished from sight. He touched the dancers, and they all disappeared from their original positions as if they had never existed. Huangtu glared at the empty space, then turned his gaze to the distance. You cannot escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind rushed by. In the residential area where Yahiko was, Yi Liang safely transported everyone there. He had just employed the Flying Thunder God technique. Out of caution, Yi Liang had previously left a shuriken inscribed with the sealing formula in the residential area to prevent any accidental injuries to the dancers. He activated the Flying Thunder God to bring everyone over. Are you all right? Liang inquired with concern. The dancers were momentarily disoriented, but Fenghua Xiaoxue, the leader, quickly regained her composure. Its space ninjutsu. As the princess of the land of snow, she had some awareness of such techniques. Thank goodness. I truly appreciate your help, Lord Liang. Fenghua Xiaoxue expressed her gratitude, to which Liang merely nodded in acknowledgement. No one is to sleep. Wake everyone up, Liang immediately urged. Boom! An endless cacophony of explosions erupted outside. Huangtu manipulated the earthen river beneath him, rapidly advancing toward the residential area, oblivious to the potential impact his approach would have on Awagakure. His eyes blazing with fury. Father, what are you doing? The first to step out of the residence, Kuratsuchi, was taken aback. Huangtu was Kuratsuchi's father. Ever since Inoki had gone missing, Huangtu had dedicated himself to mediating conflicts within Awagakure. But he never anticipated that shortly after leaving, his father would become so unrecognizable. It seems uncle has also been controlled. Daidara sighed. He quickly launched a white bird into the sky, which transformed into a massive airborne mount. Everyone get on. The ground is far too perilous. Upon hearing this, the group readily agreed, as they realized that fighting against the people of Awagakure in their own village was not advisable. They hurriedly attempted to climb onto the white bird. But before they could take more than a couple of steps, the previously quiet street began to tremble violently, and one by one, white creatures emerged from the ground. This is bad. It's white Zetsu. Liang's brow furrowed deeply. Do not interfere with the master's plans. You shall be eliminated. The white Zetsu shouted as they lunged toward those still on the ground. They charged forward in a terrifying throng. Kuratsuchi and her companions fared better, but the dancers from the land of snow faced dire straits. After only a few exchanges, only Haru and Fenghua Xiaoxue remained. I will create a path for you. You must lead these ordinary folks to safety. Liang bellowed, his hands swiftly forming seals. It was worth noting that while Liang usually employed ninjutsu carelessly, this time he was earnestly forming seals, highlighting the terrifying nature of the technique he was about to unleash. Fire release, great fire extinguishment, a powerful flame, akin to a shooting star, surged forth from Liang's position, sweeping towards the entrance of Awagakure. Astonishingly, this long expanse of 10,000 meters was transformed into a blazing path of crimson fire, with the edges still flickering with unextinguished azure flames. Let us go. Upon witnessing this, Mihiko immediately led the dancers in a frantic escape. They were acutely aware of their own burdensome presence and understood that their foremost duty was to avoid hindering Liang. Once the crowd had departed, Liang turned to face the looming figure of the earth. While there were many white Zetsu surrounding them, they were mere trifles. Even in their thousands, Liang dismissed them as inconsequential. However, the earth itself posed a formidable challenge. In the original narrative, the earth had proven exceptionally powerful. Having once sealed the mighty Ten Tails with its earth-style techniques, it is crucial to note that the Ten Tails is the embodiment of all tailed beasts, and even the Nine Tails within Liang was merely a fragment of its immense power. It appeared that a confrontation was inevitable. With a gentle sigh, Liang soared alongside Daidara towards the earth. Art is an explosion. Earth-style, Earth Dragon Bomb. A colossal dragon, laden with explosive clay, materialized, obstructing the torrent of earth. The cacophony of explosions shattered nearby lodgings, and even the earth was pushed back several hundred meters by the onslaught. Yet, the assault was not over. Ninjutsu, Tailed Beast Bomb. Liang manipulated a black sphere of light from his palm, sending it forth with ferocious energy. Countless stones along the way were flattened under the pressure of the Tailed Beast Bomb's aura, drawing nearby objects towards it as if under a gravitational pull. Before long, the Tailed Beast Bomb was enveloped in a thick layer of rock, resembling a small mountain. The earth was taken aback. Such a formidable attack transcended the capabilities of ordinary ninjutsu. He swiftly struck the ground, channeling an immense amount of chakra into the earth. As the gargantuan Tailed Beast Bomb approached, a massive stone wall suddenly erupted from the center of Awagakure, spanning several kilometers and cleaving the village in two. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. With a thunderous shout, the enormous wall constructed by the earth collided with Liang's Tailed Beast Bomb. The two forces evenly matched, as Liang's Tailed Beast Bomb diminished in size. Vast amounts of the earthen wall disintegrated into dust, leaving no trace behind. Liang, this earth is peculiar, Daidara suddenly shouted. Although Uncle Earth is powerful, He is merely an ordinary Kaga-level shinobi. Such extensive Earth-style techniques typically require the combined efforts of thousands of shinobi. He should not be capable of such feats. Upon hearing this, Liang's eyes flickered with a fleeting metallic white, and then the data regarding the Earth materialized before him. Earth, Enhanced Type, Ninjutsu 6. Taijutsu 6, Ninja, Tools 6, Grass. This was the attribute of Uchiha Madara. Liang cursed under his breath. Chapter 69. Uchiha Itachi realizing the gravity of the situation, Liang promptly prepared to retreat. He had never engaged in ventures lacking certainty. The relationship between risk and reward was never proportional. I will take the lead. Liang signaled. Deidara, without needing further instruction, guided his clay bird away swiftly. You shall not escape. Leave the spoils for the master. The Earth's eyes blazed crimson, resembling an enraged gorilla. With a mighty roar, the Earth's torrent surged toward Liang once more to that moment. A red skeletal apparition, resembling a mountain, struck the Earth with a resounding slap. Standing as an insurmountable barrier between Liang and the Earth, Susanoo, the man within the skeletal figure, spoke softly, his expression calm, devoid of any fear as he gazed at the Earth. That it was Uchiha Itachi. He had finally made his appearance. Liang recognized Itachi immediately. The only person capable of wielding Susanoo at this moment was none other than Uchiha Itachi. To know, he must not be allowed to remain. Liang thrust a shuriken inscribed with the Flying Thunder God technique into Deidara's hands and dove into the fray. Itachi was stalling for time for his comrades, as at his current age. He was far from being a match for the enhanced Earth. Damn it. Those who dare to thwart the Master's plans must perish. The Earth roared in fury. Suddenly, an ominous black faceless mask began to materialize on his swiftly changing visage. And as it did, his skin began to peel away. Great chunks of flesh fell to the ground, revealing a massive white zetsu beneath. That thing. Liang inhaled sharply. He had encountered such a faceless white zetsu during the Nin exams. At that time, he had summoned all his strength to unleash Sage Art, Night Kai, to defeat it. Why is it here? Liang was astonished. This masked white zetsu possessed immense chakra and exceptional resilience. Liang had expended all his chakra on that tailed beast bomb and lacked the strength to continue fighting. After all, he was not inclined to use Sage Art, Night Kai again. Withdraw. Liang hurled another tailed beast bomb to impede the Earth. Instantly appearing before Uchiha Itachi, placing a hand on his waist, Flying Thunder God technique, the two vanished in an instant. Outside of a Wagakure, the powerful sounds of explosions continued to resonate, while Liang and his companions arrived at the secluded wooden cabin Deidara had previously hidden. Situated at the edge of a cliff, it was a place where the Earth could not pursue them. Lord Liang, how did you end up here? Weren't you supposed to return to Otogakure? Uchiha Itachi inquired, his face a mask of confusion. Yet, in his eyes, there was an unmistakable glimmer of excitement. That question should be directed at you. Why did you join Akatsuki instead of going to Konoha? Surely you know that this organization was founded by Orochimaru. Liang admonished Itachi like a concerned elder, exuding a sense of disappointment. After all, the changes in the Naruto world over the past 5 years had been monumental. Not only were white zetsu rampant, but even the once loyal Kaga-level experts had betrayed their villages. For instance, Hanzo of the Salamander, recognized as a formidable shinobi, had forsaken his principles for the sake of the God Tree's fruit. Such powerful figures could fall into depravity. The current Naruto world was indeed in a precarious state. Lord Liang, to be frank, I have become a rogue ninja. Uchiha Itachi helplessly gestured to Liang. After you departed, Danzo swiftly instigated a coup within Konoha. Despite the third Hokage's vehement opposition, with the support of the Umbu, Danzo ascended as the 5th Hokage. Our Uchiha clan, fully aware of Danzo's hostility, naturally chose to sever ties with the village. You severed ties with the village? Liang's expression shifted to one of disbelief. Indeed, we are currently hiding in a location within the Land of Snow, where there are few shinobi, making it relatively safe. Liang was at a loss for words. Danzo had become the 5th Hokage. In truth, Danzo had always aspired to be Hokage, but he had now usurped power earlier than expected. Catching Liang off guard, it seemed that his arrival had significantly altered the course of events in Konoha. How did you come to join Akatsuki then, since you have already taken refuge in the Land of Snow? Why involve yourselves in external conflicts? Liang inquired again. The Uchiha had suffered severe losses due to Danzo's attack, and were now in dire need of rebuilding. They should not be entangled in the affairs of the shinobi world. Because of the white Zetsu, Uchiha Itachi sighed heavily. We had no intention of meddling in the shinobi world, but an overwhelming number of white Zetsu have appeared around the land of snow. With clear intentions to seize control, we understand that should they succeed, our Uchiha clan would also face annihilation. My father urged me to seek external aid, which is why I joined Akatsuki.ic. Liang nodded in understanding. Akatsuki had been actively recruiting powerful shinobi from across the ninja world, making it a fitting choice for external support. As for Orochimaru, according to previous information from Sasori, he had vanished completely after failing to ambush Hanzo 3 years prior. With most of the pieces in place, Liang ensured everyone was settled before leading Itachi and the others back to the battlefield. This time, with no lingering worries, their combined strength could very well match the Earth's ferocity. In a Wagakure, the Earth, transformed into a masked white Zetsu, was rampaging wildly, his eyes ablaze with fury as if he had completely lost his mind. Countless smaller white Zetsu obstructed his path, and the faceless one was out of control. They needed to hurry and bring the major to stop him, lest the base of the land of Earth be utterly annihilated. The small white Zetsu rushed forward in droves, relentlessly assaulting the colossal faceless white Zetsu of the village. However, the latter's power was far beyond what these mere minions could withstand, before they could even reach its head. They were crushed directly by the earth. In the clouds above, Liang warily observed the scene unfolding before him. He and Itachi were perched upon Deidara's clay bird. Thus the diminutive white Zetsu below were utterly oblivious to their presence. Liang-sensei, it seems they have turned against each other, attacking their own comrades. Itachi remarked, no. They are likely attempting to subdue the rampaging Earth. The rapid enhancement of the Earth's power has rendered him merely an ordinary vessel. Such a transformation without succumbing to madness would indeed be peculiar. Deidara, prepare to take us down. Liang instructed Akati that moment. The enormous clay bird soared towards the frenzied Earth. Chapter 70. Resolution of the Earth on the ground. The landscape was transformed into a marshland, ravaged by the Earth's torrents. Initiate Operation 1. Liang commanded. Deidara immediately unleashed a barrage of explosive clay from his palm, like a squadron of fighter jets in battle. Wherever the bird flew, resounding explosions erupted, scattering the corpses of numerous white Zetsu minions. In mere moments, dozens of them were obliterated. This was the first step in Liang's strategy, although the two types of white Zetsu were currently in disarray. If the minions were not dealt with first, they would undoubtedly pose an unimaginable threat when they turned their attention to the Earth. Excellent. Operation 1 has succeeded. Let us proceed with Operation 2. As soon as Liang finished speaking, Itachi activated his Manjiki Sharingan, summoning the flames of Amaterasu. A vast expanse of the marsh was engulfed in flames. This time, nearly half of the minions were incinerated. The greatest strength of the Amaterasu flames lies in their unquenchable nature. If the target is not completely burned to death, the flames will persist. Consequently, the burning white Zetsu transmitted the flames to one another, spreading like a virus until they were swiftly extinguished. After enduring such relentless assaults, the minions finally reacted. They glanced up at Liang, soaring high above, abandoning the earth to unleash their ninjutsu. Though they were white Zetsu, they still possessed basic ninjutsu skills, such as fire style, fireball jutsu, phoenix fire jutsu, and earth and water release techniques. Even if they resorted to throwing shuriken, they could still launch an attack against Liang and his companions. It seems we have gathered enough. Liang suddenly leaped down from the clay bird. Disregarding the onslaught of shuriken aimed at him, he deftly dodged and spun, closing in on the massed earth deep within the rock-hidden village. My apologies, but you shall dance now. Liang hurled dozens of shuriken towards the earth, each inscribed with the flying thunder god seal. Leaning forward, before the earth could retaliate, Liang used the shuriken to teleport directly behind him. Ninjutsu, tailed beast ball. A normal-sized tailed beast ball shot towards the earth's back. After the latter coughed up blood, Liang activated the flying thunder god again, appearing at his abdomen. Ninjutsu, tailed beast ball. Next, he targeted the head. Ninjutsu, tailed beast ball. Finally, he struck the legs, waist, biceps, neck. In the blink of an eye, Liang unleashed tailed beast balls from over 80 locations on the Earth's body. This was Liang's most formidable technique. The energy expenditure was immense. It even drained the chakra of the nine tails. Such a powerful attack. Not even the earth could withstand it, let alone Uchiha Madara, unless one were the sage of 6 paths. Boom! A tremendous explosion emanated from the earth, radiating outward like a blinding white light, turning everything within its reach to dust. The brilliance swelled ever larger while Liang utilized the flying thunder god to teleport next to Deidara, who was hovering at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Art is an explosion. Deidara watched in astonishment as the rock-hidden village he had known since childhood was reduced to ruins. A flicker of excitement on his face. This time, he was utterly in awe of Liang. To create such a powerful explosion captivated Deidara, igniting within him a fervent admiration. Lord Liang, please allow me to follow you from now on. No, why not? You are far too dangerous. Moments later, the rock-hidden village lay in ruins beneath a colossal mushroom cloud, a remarkable feat achieved without a single sound. When the power is overwhelming, everything in the vicinity falls silent. We can leave now, Liang remarked calmly, opting not to inspect the aftermath. After all, not even a chicken could survive such devastation, let alone the earth. Itachi and the others could only nod in agreement. Unsure of what else to say. In truth, Liang had not anticipated such an outcome. He had merely aimed to ensure the Earth's demise, exerting his full strength in the process. However, he had grossly underestimated his own power. Who would have thought that a mere exertion would lead to an atomic detonation? I never imagined I would be this strong. 80-tailed beast balls, terrifying indeed. Upon returning to their hideout, an air of awkwardness enveloped everyone. Itachi had initially hoped to glean some clues about the White Zetsu, but now they had all been obliterated while Liang had previously intended to assist Kuratsuchi in restoring her homeland. But now, well, that was also gone. Only Deidara remained, his expression one of fervor, tinged with a hint of surprise. Today marked the first time in his life he had witnessed a silent mushroom cloud explosion. Kuratsuchi, fret not. That earth is not your father, if I am not mistaken. He is likely a copy created by White Zetsu using your father's chakra. Once we uncover the mastermind behind it all, your true father should be found, Liang reassured Kuratsuchi. The latter, however, was in tears. Today's events had been shared with Kuratsuchi and the others. For the time being, they could not return to the rock-hidden village. If they sought a place to stay, they would have to find refuge in another village. After some idle chatter, the group prepared to head for the Land of Snow. Now that they were aware of the White Zetsu presence in the Land of Snow, Liang would not let this lead slip away, especially since the princess of the Land of Snow was still in their custody, despite FK's adamant denial, claiming she was merely a dancer. Days later, a lavish carriage appeared at the border of the Land of Snow. Old man, how far is it to the capital of the Land of Snow? Liang halted the carriage and inquired of a man in his 50s who had just finished a day's labor, appearing ready to return home to rest. Are you a merchant here for leisure? The Land of Snow is just ahead. You need only cross that mountain. The old man pointed towards a distant peak before preparing to leave. However, as he turned, a swiftly thrown shuriken pierced the back of his head. Another White Zetsu. Liang approached, withdrawing the shuriken from the old man's skull, only to witness him transform into a lifeless White Zetsu corpse moments later. This marked the third White Zetsu discovered along the route, and the deeper they ventured, the higher the intelligence of the White Zetsu became, displaying a semblance of cognitive ability. Take this old man. For instance, he had even learned to deceive. Were it not for Itachi's Sharingan, Liang might have fallen for it. It seemed the border of the Land of Snow had been completely overrun by White Zetsu. One could only hope that the core of the Land of Snow would remain unscathed. Liang furrowed his brow, and Itachi's voice emanated from the carriage. Father and the others are stationed at the capital. They should be safe. Our Sharingan is the bane of these White Zetsu. They should not be able to breach it in the short term. Good. Then let us hasten our departure. Liang climbed back into the carriage, his gaze fixed on the distant mountains, his eyes glimmering with a mysterious red light. Chapter 71. The Land of Snow. What a dense aura of killing intent. It appears the Land of Snow is not merely rife with the presence of White Zetsu. It harbors numerous formidable opponents, a far cry from what one might expect in a sparsely populated area. Liang regarded the horizon in disbelief. Over the years, he had taken on numerous bounty missions, granting him a unique sensitivity to the faintest traces of killing intent. The killing intent radiating from the Land of Snow was beyond mere comparison. To liken it to an ocean would not be an exaggeration. Miss FK, may I inquire if there are any significant festivals occurring in the Land of Snow recently? Yi Liang suddenly asked at a festival. Oh, that's right. Our nation was frequently besieged by thieves in the past, but a group of warriors vanquished them. The king at the time established a martial arts festival in the autumn to express his gratitude, and it is around that time now that a martial arts festival. Yi Liang's eyes stirred with interest. If it involved warriors, it would be more understandable. Ninjas often relied on chakra as their medium, rendering them devoid of killing intent. However, warriors, on the other hand, needed to cultivate their killing intent to refine their swordsmanship. If a group of warriors were to converge in this land of snow, one could comprehend the origin of such murderous intent. Very well. I have no objections. Let us depart swiftly. Yi Liang settled back into the carriage once more. Soon, they arrived at the snowy realm. The grand city gates, adorned with statues of the Qilin, loomed before them. Before Yi Liang could step inside, a formation of soldiers emerged from within, released the little snow princess. Otherwise, the soldiers of the Snow Kingdom shall surely execute you. The soldiers obstructed the carriage's path, and the commanding general, exuding a formidable presence, issued orders before Yi Liang could even explain himself, with a swift motion. A row of samurai swords glimmered ominously. Miss Fenghua, it seems the hospitality of your Snow Kingdom leaves much to be desired, Yi Liang remarked awkwardly. Donning the role of a part-time coachman, Fenghua Xiaoxiu promptly exited the carriage. Lower your weapons. This esteemed Lord Yi Liang is my savior. Do not act disrespectfully, she commanded with an authoritative tone. After all, Yi Liang's prowess was well known, a single individual who had obliterated the formidable Yanin village. It was unlikely that even the entirety of the Snow Kingdom could inflict harm upon him. Fenghua Xiaoxiu held deep respect for Yi Liang, having refrained from even daring to breathe freely in his presence before. Princess, this is a critical time. The borders frequently face incursions from the White Spectres. Even if he is your benefactor, please allow for a thorough inspection, the general retorted instantly. You, Fenghua Xiaoxiu, nearly choked on her own indignation. Astonished that a mere general would dare to contradict her. Who could endure such a slight? Very well. If you insist on an inspection, we shall cooperate. Yi Liang waved his hand dismissively. However, Your Excellency Yi Liang, how could I allow you to endure such indignities? It is of no consequence. I bear no grudges. Grudges? Fenghua Xiaoxiu suddenly questioned whether she had misheard. As the soldiers approached Yi Liang, they bore an air of ruffians. Yet upon nearing him, an icy chill gripped their necks. What was happening? The soldiers were momentarily stunned, as if they had brushed past a frozen chamber. Surely, it must be an illusion. The commanding general approached. A gatekeeper of the city, he had previously been disregarded by the Snow Kingdom, but now, seizing the opportunity presented by the assault of the White Spectres, he reveled in his newfound authority. Today, I shall show the princess who is in charge. If I can intimidate her today, tomorrow I shall ride her like a steed. The general chuckled derisively. What is the meaning of this? Why must we disembark? The disgruntled Deidara emerged from the carriage. Hey, who are you? Is there a problem? He inquired, glancing at the advancing general. The latter's legs quivered in fear. No, nothing at all. Just moments ago, the general had been spouting bravado, yet now he felt a surge of terror wash over him. What a dreadful aura of murder. This individual appeared to be merely a child, yet how could he exude such a chilling presence? The general's heart raced. The people of the Snow Kingdom did not perceive others through conventional lenses. They practiced the way of the samurai and had a profound sensitivity to murderous intent, as was evident from Deidara. The soldiers perceived the ethereal image of a great white bird. Such an aura. Even the most seasoned warriors of the nation would find it daunting. Nothing much, just curious about who else is in your carriage. The general forced a smile. Is anyone here searching for me? Uchiha Itachi suddenly poked his head out from the carriage, his gaze somewhat vacant as he asked, "N01?" The general exclaimed in alarm. Uchiha Itachi's strength surpassed that of the general. A brief estimation revealed an aura of intent equivalent to at least 2 seasoned warriors. A truly horrifying prospect. Behind Uchiha Itachi, a faintly visible red skeleton seemed to grin menacingly at the soldiers, like a demon. Good heavens, where did the princess find such formidable company? As if in unison, all the soldiers swallowed hard. Are you here to inspect me? Yi Liang asked with a smile, having gleaned the soldiers' reactions. You? The city gate general scrutinized Yi Liang, perplexed. This man bore no trace of murderous intent. From a distance, he appeared to be an ordinary person, Yet suddenly, the general sensed something amiss. Even the most mundane citizen could not be devoid of any murderous aura, as the act of slaughtering chickens or dogs would invariably leave traces. The complete absence of such was utterly inconceivable. The general realized the abnormality. This man was not normal. Or rather, he possessed the uncanny ability to completely conceal his presence. Such a phenomenon could only be attributed to the legendary god of samurai, Lord Mifune. Had this man truly attained the same level of mastery, the general felt as though he had brushed against the forbidden, and his gaze shifted to calmness as he slowly gestured respectfully toward Liang. Please, esteemed sir, make yourself at home in the Snow Kingdom. As the gatekeeper, I shall ensure your stay is nothing short of exceptional. I pledge my life to your service. With that command, rows of soldiers bowed deeply to Liang. Fenghua Xiaoxue stood in shock. Her own soldiers disregarded her commands, yet showed utmost reverence to an outsider. What was the meaning of this? Fenghua Xiaoxue resolved to report this matter to her father upon her return. The charge would be, treason, perhaps. The snow continued to fall, and the once tranquil capital of snow began to stir with unrest that evening. During this martial arts festival, the little snow princess intends to seize the throne and has even invited a god of samurai. What? Where did you hear such news? One of today's gatekeepers happens to be a distant cousin of my aunt. Is that credible? Absolutely credible. Chapter 72. Exotic Customs Store. Having spent several days in the Snow Kingdom, Liang emerged from the Uchiha Shrine with a sense of satisfaction. Itachi, I never imagined your Uchiha clan was faring so well. In just a few years, you've already garnered the support of a prince. All thanks to my father, Itachi replied modestly. That's commendable, Liang replied nonchalantly. He had grasped the general governance of the Snow Kingdom. Its structure closely mirrored that of Konoha, with a ruling daimyo and several princes and princesses with claims to succession, supported by their respective subordinates. Fenghua Xiaoxue was the youngest princess, and one would expect her father to favor the youngest child, yet it seemed he held little affection for her. Since we're here, would you like to join me for some exploration? Liang suddenly nudged the steadfast Itachi. When in a foreign land, it would be a shame not to venture out and see the sights. Having been a recluse in his past life, Liang was determined not to confine himself to solitude this time. After all, isn't it delightful to see more people? No, my father has tasked me with guarding the shrine today. Very well then. Liang glanced at the obstinate Uchiha Itachi, unsure of what else to say. The thought processes of ancient and modern individuals diverged significantly. The ancients adhered strictly to customs, while modernity emphasized enjoyment and freedom. For instance, had Liang heeded his mother's advice in his past life, he would never have met his untimely demise. Resigned, he exited the Uchiha mansion and prepared to explore the streets alone. Lord Liang, please hold on. A voluptuous woman approached him with a hurried gait, her movements quite pronounced. You need something beautiful? Liang inquired. Lord Liang, the princess requests your presence at the Asakawa Grand Store. What? The Grand Store? Liang's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment that it was impossible not to be taken aback. The era of the Hokage mirrored that of the Edo period, and during this time, a grand store was essentially a euphemism for a brothel or an establishment of ill repute. A princess of the realm visiting such a place. Was she out of her mind? Liang felt a profound sense of malice. You are compelling minors to commit crimes as a principled individual from another world. He would absolutely not allow such occurrences. With a slight bow, he signaled for her to lead the way. Before long, Liang found himself at the establishment where Fenghua Xiaoxue awaited, guided by the ample maidservant. The interior was lavishly decorated. With an air of decadence on the upper floor, several songstresses were already enticing potential patrons. Sir, please come upstairs. Upon seeing Liang, their hands did not cease their motions, for his appearance was among the most handsome in this world. Lord Liang, you have arrived. A hostess approached him. Miss Haru? Liang was taken aback. He had not anticipated encountering Fenghua Xiaoxue's guardian at the entrance. Indeed, in her previous life, Fenghua Xiaoxue, though a princess of the Snow Kingdom, harbored an unwavering passion for becoming a songstress. This inclination would indeed elucidate her presence in a brothel. A songstress, a diva, peddling her art without selling her body. Liang felt he had come to a profound understanding. No wonder Fenghua Xiaoxue was not beloved by her subjects. How could a princess, who aspired to be a diva,
Command the respect of others. Feudal, vulgar. Liang shook his head, indicating a sense of obsolescence. Liang. Her Highness the Princess has prepared a lavish feast for you upstairs. Please grace us with your presence now. Very well. Despite being astonished by Fenghua Xiaoshua's identity, Liang maintained an expression of calm detachment. It is better to lose one's head than to lose one's pride. A vehicle may halt, but one's facade must never falter. After 5 years, Liang's prowess in maintaining an air of nonchalance had only deepened. Upon entering the grand establishment, he was surrounded by a sea of carnal desires, with bodies on display everywhere. Aside from a few brazen courtesans casting him flirtatious glances, no one else paid him any heed. Look there, that is the guest invited by the princess. Just behold that handsome face, those chiseled abs. If I could indulge in his company for a night, I would surely be in ecstasy. You shameless hussy. Have you lost your senses? That is a guest of the princess. Do you truly believe you can lay a hand on him? Huh? What of the princess? Both Fenghua Xiaoxue and I are top tier. Who fears whom? The courtesans, unashamed, began to prattle on before Liang, causing a flush to rise on Chunri's cheeks. The princess is within. Please, Mr. Liang, do enter. After escorting Liang to the room on the second floor, Chunri instantly departed, her face aflame. What on earth has gotten into her? Liang was taken aback, yet he pushed open the door at a haunting melody from a wafted through the air, its notes delicate. Reminiscent of the six-fingered Guqin master from his former life, Liang was momentarily stunned. Inside, he beheld a woman with a face painted in white powder, commanding the room. This was an oiran. The term oiran refers to the early Japanese singing artists, who offered their talents without selling their bodies. Each possessed a unique skill with an instrument. Liang observed the woman's lithe form, undeniably elegant, her waist slender enough to be grasped delicately, with an unknown instrument in hand. She moved with grace, her hair flowing, as she engaged in conversation about her craft while swaying her alluring body that a wave of heat surged within Liang, rendering him momentarily speechless, yet her face, coated in white, was somewhat off-putting. Approaching the table, he began to eat heartily. After all, he was there to partake in a feast, and the performance was a secondary concern. Time passed, and the music continued. Another dancer, clad in sheer fabric, entered the room, gracefully stepping in time with the music. Unlike ordinary dance, her movements were decidedly seductive, laden with innuendo. She showcased her voluptuous form, caressing her smooth skin, twisting her waist like a serpent, and even drawing near Liang to whisper softly in his ear, "Princess Xiaoxue, might we dispense with such formalities?" Liang's hand, previously engaged in eating, froze. His heavy breaths instantaneously raised the room's temperature. A sudden discord rang out as the strings of the instrument snapped. "Please, leave us," the dancing Fenghua Xiaoxue waved, dismissing her accompaniment. "How did you discern it was I?" "By your scent. The floral aroma akin to mandrake is unforgettable." "Scent? You jest, my lord." Fenghua Xiaoxue smiled gently, taking a seat beside Liang. "Whether jest or not, your overt seduction leaves little to the imagination. Do you not wish to provide an explanation?" "What do you mean?" "My lord, I merely seek to repay your life-saving grace. There are no other intentions. Is that so? Could it be unrelated to the martial arts festival?" Fenghua Xiaoshue's demeanor shifted abruptly. Chapter 73. The Martial Arts Festival. The Martial Arts Festival, a traditional celebration of the Snow Kingdom. Triumph at this festival could grant one the title of heir to the Snow Kingdom, but I fail to comprehend why a princess of such delicate standing would covet the title of heir. Fenghua Xiaoxue clenched her jaw, her expression growing solemn as her attitude shifted. "Since you have investigated the Martial Arts Festival, you must also understand why I fled the Snow Kingdom. Was it due to an arranged marriage? Indeed, our Snow Kingdom is too feeble, prompting my father to seek an alliance with the Iron Kingdom. Yet the suitor is a man over 50. Why should I wed an old man? So, your intention is to win the Martial Arts Festival and thereby avoid the marriage. Correct? Yes." Fenghua Xiaoshue's mood began to stabilize. How tragic. In an age where the shinobi world approaches modern civilization, the vestiges of such matrimonial customs still linger, merely a misfortune for a princess, enjoying lavish privileges. Yet entrapped like a gilded cage. Liang suddenly felt a newfound respect for Fenghua Xiaoxue. Someone who dares to fight for love deserves admiration. I can assist you, but you must be willing to offer something in return. If you can help me secure victory at the martial arts festival, I would not hesitate to offer my body. After dining, Liang strolled back through the streets, content. He had done nothing that asa noble from Huagua. Liang was a man of virtue, wit, and skill. He scorned such base tactics that he merely sought some wealth, yet unexpectedly found an offer of intimacy. As he wandered the streets, the evening sky dimmed. By the reckoning of his former life. It was nearly midnight. Shadows flitted across rooftop eaves, and Liang's keen ears caught faint sounds. It seemed an assassination was afoot. He swiftly navigated several intersections, arriving at a dead end. Sir, you are Liang. Correct. Several figures descended from the alley, all masked and wielding small iron daggers, clearly ill-intentioned, samurai. Although they concealed their presence, Liang's observant gaze revealed their true nature. Ninjutsu. 0. Taijutsu. 2. Ninja tools. 0. An imbalanced assessment. Aside from their taijutsu, they were lacking in all other aspects. Let me guess, did your second prince send you? Or was it the first prince? Enough with the idle chatter, since you dare meddle in the affairs of our Snow Kingdom. Do not expect to leave here alive. The samurai wasted no time in engaging Liang, drawing their daggers to strike. The phrase scholar meets soldier aptly captured the situation. I never claimed to involve myself. Minutes later, the bloodied samurai found themselves bound in the alley that I told you I had no intention of participating. Liang was exasperated. He had indeed discussed the martial arts festival with Fenghua Xiaoxue. But their negotiations had faltered, leaving him yet to commit. Curse it! Are the people of the Snow Kingdom so unreasonable? Your unreasonable demands. One samurai wept. Although they had initiated the assault, Liang remained unscathed. With his strength, these samurai, with their paltry taijutsu of 2, could not harm him in the slightest. This cannot stand. We must inform the first prince. This year, the martial arts festival must not oppose Princess Xiaoxue. How could a god of samurai be so formidable? Second prince, forgive me. I cannot continue to pave the way for you. Third prince, I am guilty. I dare not provoke this harbinger of death. The following day, Liang's reputation as the god of samurai was solidified. My Lord Liang, we have discovered the whereabouts of White Zetsu. A hurried knocking at the door startled Liang awake. As a member of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Obito had managed to relocate in time. What? You found White Zetsu? A lazy voice emanated from within. Yes, at the border of the Snow Kingdom. Other Uchiha members have already proceeded. Obito was about to knock again when a gust of wind whooshed past his ear. Upon regaining his senses, he found Liang's room emptied. At the border, several Uchiha members were engaged in battle against an enormous White Zetsu clad in a black mask. Like in its size to an animal. One might say it resembled an elephant. Boom! Alongside White Zetsu's assault came countless fireballs. This was a White Zetsu adept in fire techniques. What on earth is happening? Liang hastened to the battlefield, where he encountered the commanding figure of this skirmish, Uchiha Fugaku. Lord Liang, during a patrol earlier, I stumbled upon a black mask. Little did I know that when one of our kin donned it, they transformed into a White Zetsu. A wave of unease washed over Liang. He observed the White Zetsu utilizing fire techniques, which struck him as ominous. It is rare for a White Zetsu to employ fire techniques. The more commonplace variants typically resort to the body flicker technique, while those slightly stronger might wield rudimentary wood-release techniques, such as tree binding or forest emergence. Ninjutsu infused with elemental properties. Such abilities can only be accessed when a White Zetsu is attached to a ninja. In the incident at Awagakure, the White Zetsu could only utilize earth release after siphoning the chakra of a local ninja. To his surprise, the Uchiha clan had also fallen prey to the White Zetsu's machinations. Liang promptly rose to action. This situation was unlike any he had encountered before. Previously, the black masks had been affixed to formidable shadow-level ninjas, leaving Liang with no choice but to obliterate his opponents entirely. However, this time, the mask appeared to be simply affixed to an ordinary ninja's face, filling him with a sense of hope. If he could seize this mask that controlled humanity, it might lead to profound insights regarding the White Zetsu. Without hesitation, Liang advanced. He had never been one to procrastinate, seizing the moment when the White Zetsu was preoccupied with attacking others. He lunged forward and pressed the mask against its face. Little brother, I'll borrow your mask. His hand gripped the black mask tightly, akin to extracting a shoe ensnared by chewing gum, pulling and tugging vigorously. While the mask emitted a series of unsettling howls as if it were a living creature. What on earth is this? Has it become sentient? Yi Liang felt his mind teetering on the brink of madness. The tearing sound of the mask was far from ordinary, exceeding 70 decibels. At midnight, that would certainly be deemed a disturbance. With a resounding smack, the mask fell away. Silence enveloped the scene, as if it were an ordinary mask. Motionless, it dead? Yi Liang cautiously probed the mask, noting it exhibited no further reactions. Yet, when drawn near to his face, it seemed to emit a powerful and urgent desire to be worn. Chapter 74. Another transmigrator? This item even has psychological suggestion. Just moments ago, as he approached the mask, Yi Liang was suddenly overwhelmed by an irresistible urge to put it on, accompanied by whispers in his it felt akin to a devil's hypnotic suggestion. Wear me. Come on. Wear me. It feels so good. To hell with that cursed thing. Only a fool would wear something so evidently dubious. Yi Liang had no inclination towards masked heroes, and thus would never fall for such a trick. He stowed the mask in his storage space, considering the matter resolved. Lord Yi Liang, what about that thing? Uchiha Fugaku, standing nearby, expressed astonishment but refrained from probing further, presuming it to be some form of space ninjutsu. The man previously possessed by the mask was in dire straits. His body was bare, pallid, and bore an expression as if he had been drained of all essence, akin to a woman having siphoned his vitality. How tragic! After bidding farewell to Uchiha Fugaku, Yi Liang returned to the village to conduct further research. In truth, during his time in the Land of Snow, this was not the first instance he had encountered a white zetsu at the borders. They were ubiquitous, densely populated. However, this masked variant was a first for him. It appeared that the Land of Snow would soon face an invasion from the white zetsu. With a gentle tap on his spoils, Yi Liang activated his Kekai Genkai .0 tails. Replica when placed upon the face, it grants unfathomable power, yet the mind will become corroded. Use with caution? Why? Yi Liang was taken aback. This is actually Zero Tails. How did I not realize it sooner? Yi Liang felt an immense frustration, not from the discovery itself, but from failing to recognize Zero Tails. Zero Tails is not a mere product of evolution. Such tailed beasts have always existed within the world of Naruto. However, unlike other tailed beasts, Zero Tails does not originate from the 10 tails, but rather is born from the darkness within human hearts. When dark chakra coalesces within the mask, it can give rise to Zero Tails. In the original narrative, Zero Tails appeared exclusively in a movie, with its vessel being a white mask. Hence Yi Liang had not considered this angle. Now, upon encountering Zero Tails, his understanding of the white zetsu became clearer. Firstly, the leader of the white zetsu is certainly not an indigenous inhabitant, although Yi Liang's presence has altered the course of Naruto to some extent. It is evident that the mastermind behind the utilization of Zero Tails to bolster the white zetsu and systematically erode the entire Naruto world is far from a native. Suddenly, Yi Liang recalled another matter. It seemed that his system had lost its soul. While the basic functionalities remained intact, it was indeed devoid of intelligence. This implies that the shadowy puppeteer is either someone who has acquired the soul of the system or the very soul of the system itself. It must be one or the other. Damn it, no wonder this mastermind has consistently targeted me. They must have their sights set on my system. Cursing profusely proved futile. It seems prudent to remain vigilant moving forward. Having deduced the whole situation, Yi Liang once more concealed the mask. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Teacher Yi Liang, it's time for dinner. The following day, Yi Liang proceeded to the mansion of the daimyo of the Land of Snow. As an aide to Kazuhana Yukino, it was essential for Yi Liang to pay a visit to the daimyo beforehand. Although he had not verbally accepted Kazuhana Yukino's invitation, in truth, he was inclined to assist her, not solely out of kindness, but primarily due to her undeniable beauty. Marry an old man? Yi Liang shook his head vehemently. Since fate had brought this matter to his attention, he felt compelled to intervene. Today's reception was hosted by Haru. Good day, Miss Haru. The two quickly arrived at the daimyo's mansion. Although the title implied a ruler of a nation, the estate resembled an ordinary villa, merely boasting a few additional courtyards, compared to the opulent mansions of his past life. Where one might walk for ages just to reach the entrance, this was quite underwhelming. Yi Liang felt a sense of disdain. Yi Liang. The daimyo is a very serious individual, so I kindly ask that you show him due respect. Although you are quite powerful, it is for the sake of the princess's status that I thank you in advance. Before ushering Yi Liang inside, Haru shared some etiquette. It was akin to the court dramas of his past life. Filled with formalities and reverence, Liang found himself uninterested. Upon entering the courtyard, he indeed encountered a solemn man, sporting a goat-like beard and dark circles under his eyes, with a hint of green atop his head. Resembling someone who had not slept well. You must be ardent Liang. Please, have a seat. The elderly daimyo gestured towards a spot beside Kazuhana Yukino, who was present. The latter glanced around. Besides Kazuhana Yukino, there were several older men, each accompanied by a few attendants, presumably other princes. The only woman present was Kazuhana Yukino herself. Well then, since ardent Liang has arrived, let us discuss the matters of the Bujin Festival. Father, the Bujin Festival is traditionally an event for men. I believe Yukino's participation should be revoked. She is unworthy. Indeed, father. Moreover, you are well aware of what Yukino has been up to these past few years. She has even become a dancer. How can someone so debased be allowed to participate in the Bujin Festival? Indeed, having such a sister is simply revolting. As soon as the elderly daimyo finished speaking, the other princes erupted into a heated debate, with most of their words directed at ridiculing Kazuhana Yukino. Yukino, do you have nothing to say? The elderly daimyo inquired. Yet Kazuhana Yukino clutched her clothing tightly, unable to utter a single word. The previous remarks had indeed cut deep. Despite being her brothers, they spoke such despicable words. Were those infatuated with their sisters to hear this, they would likely be enraged on the spot. The elderly daimyo shook his head. Since you choose not to speak, I shall revoke your eligibility for this Bujin Festival. Kazuhana Yukino bit her lip, yet she found herself at a loss for words that Liang could no longer bear to watch. Your Excellency, while I may be an outsider, may I be permitted to speak? Naturally, Liang felt compelled to intervene against their bullying. You are Yukino's aide from another country, correct? The elderly daimyo regarded Liang and added, what insights do you have? Insights. I possess only disdain, seeing that the elderly daimyo had allowed him to interject. Liang wasted no time. May I ask, Your Excellency, is there a rule prohibiting women from participating in the Bujin Festival? There is not. Then may I inquire, Your Excellency, is there a rule prohibiting singers from participating in the Bujin Festival? There is none. Lastly, may I ask, Your Excellency, is there a rule in the land of snow preventing women from ascending to leadership positions? There is not. Our third daimyo was indeed a woman. Then I see no issue here. Liang waved his hand dismissively. Three questions struck like thunder. The several lords beside him could no longer contain themselves. What do you think you are? Chapter 75. A Great Name's Invitation. This is a matter of our snow country. How dare an outsider like you meddle? My elder brother is right. Such family affairs do not concern you, especially since this also pertains to national matters. Do not be rude. The elder lord slammed his hand on the table. His forehead slightly tensed. He was all too aware of who Liang was, the new god of warriors. Although Snow Country did not possess a fixed hierarchy of strength, the pinnacle of a warrior's prowess is the ability to control their breath with ease. From the moment Liang entered, the elder lord sensed his formidable power. Such a person could only be a friend, not an enemy. This was precisely why, despite having the power to dismiss Fenghua Xiaoxue outright, he still granted her an opportunity to defend herself. An individual of the caliber of a god of warriors serving as an external aid was an opportunity the elder lord dared not overlook. But father, he is merely an outsider. What gives him the audacity to speak to you like that? Another lord argued. However, before he could finish his retort, a bright red handprint appeared before him. Enough, I summoned you all to discuss the martial arts festival, not to engage in petty squabbles. The princes immediately fell silent. Liang scanned the room. Although there was palpable anger, they all endured it, evidently intimidated by the elder lord's presence. It seemed that the elder lord of Snow Country indeed wielded considerable authority. Esteemed lords, while the lord has permitted me to interject, I am merely an outsider. If you truly have matters to discuss, you should consult my lord, Princess Xiaoxue. Liang tossed the conversation back to Fenghua Xiaoxue. His intention was significant. While he had resolved to assist Fenghua Xiaoxue in winning the martial arts festival, there were certain matters that she must handle herself. That a lord must not only possess a formidable retinue, but also demonstrate leadership abilities. Indeed, Liang could help her become a lord, but what would happen afterward? Would she require his assistance in governing the nation and debating state affairs? If that were the case, Liang might as well take on the role of lord himself. For toppling a nation was child's play for him at this stage. Fenghua Xiaoxue was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Liang would shift the topic to her. In truth, she had already prepared her arguments. She simply lacked the courage to voice them. Now the opportunity had arisen. Dear brothers, I know you have always looked down upon me, as I am merely a woman, and a fallen songstress at that. Humph, a few lords scoffed disdainfully, clearly struck by her words. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue pivoted her discourse. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Liang. Just like this esteemed Liang, although he is not from our nation, he has still achieved a status beneath 1 and above 10,000. Our snow country has been isolated for far too long. The outside world has undergone tremendous changes, be it mobile phones or electronic devices. We are lagging far behind. So, what do you wish to convey? A resentful lord spat. Change. Fenghua Xiaoxue exclaimed passionately. If I become the lord, I will completely transform the structure of our snow country. First and foremost, I will abolish all outdated systems. Practices such as arranged marriages and gender discrimination are barriers to our nation's development. We should uphold the principle of equality for all. I thought you were going to say something profound, but it seems you are merely trying to escape an arranged marriage. Is that all? Ha ha! How utterly amusing. The lords erupted into laughter, immediately deriding her. Liang furrowed his brow. He understood Fenghua Xiaoxue's aspirations. Modernizing snow country was indeed a commendable path. After all, the nation's progress had been painfully slow. To provide a simple comparison, Konoha has hamburgers, snow country does not. Konoha has mobile phones, snow country does not. Konoha has submachine guns, snow country does not. Indeed, in the world of Naruto, not only are there guns, but also cannons, radios, and computers. All in all, within the context of Naruto, these anachronistic items somehow exist. When Liang initially watched Naruto, he had seen such elements in the storyline, unsure if they were genuine or merely narrative oversights. Nevertheless, hamburgers and mobile phones had indeed become ubiquitous in later episodes. Ladies and gentlemen, I am aware that you do not respect me, but I must assert that in the outside world, being a dancer is not a disreputable profession. Dancers are celebrated as stars, which is quite remarkable. You have not ventured beyond our borders, so you remain unaware. Stars? Remarkable? Ha! Are you jesting? The crowd burst into laughter, and even the elder lord, who had previously shown some support for Fenghua Xiaoxue, shook his head in resignation. Liang felt a deep sense of lamentation. Engaging in discourse with individuals who had never experienced the world was indeed a challenge. The current era of snow country resembled the Qing dynasty of his past life, feudal, ignorant, and self-destructive. Even if genuine technological advancements were placed before them, these people would remain incredulous. Very well. If no one has any further comments, you may all disperse, seeing no one else willing to speak. The elder lord promptly announced the dismissal, yet his final glance at Fenghua Xiaoxue was tinged with disappointment. Liang rose to his feet. He had discerned the situation. The purpose of today's discussion regarding the martial arts festival was likely a preemptive campaign for support. The elder lord had evidently recognized the issues plaguing his nation. However, Fenghua Xiaoxue's speech lacked persuasive power. Had Liang been the one to speak, he would have begun with political issues and the concerns of the populace. Such a discourse would carry genuine significance as for notions of stardom and technology. They were clearly the musings of a girl, simple and narrow-minded, considering only what benefited her, while Liang supported Fenghua Xiaoxue. He found her mindset rather unremarkable. Women. Liang was certainly not a male chauvinist. After exchanging pleasantries with Fenghua Xiaoxue, they each returned to their own homes. It is worth noting that the martial arts festival was merely 3 days away. In addition to campaigning as they had today, there would also be written and martial examinations. This was precisely why, upon learning that Liang had become Fenghua Xiaoxue's aide, the lords had dispatched assassins to eliminate him. As long as Liang was present, victory in the martial examination was beyond their reach. Liang was simply too formidable, unless someone could summon another god of warriors, such as Mikage from Iron Country. That would be exceedingly difficult. The lords were racking their brains over this. If only Liang could serve as their aide. After all, he was quite handsome. They suddenly had another thought. Chapter 76. A Chance Encounter with Mikage. Upon exiting the lord's estate, Liang made his way directly to the Uchiha residence. With the martial arts festival approaching in a few days, it was imperative to prepare thoroughly. Opportunities are reserved for those who are ready. And carelessness will only invite disaster. It must be said that the maidens of Snow Country were indeed remarkably alluring. As Liang passed through, he encountered many, and on his return journey, he spotted even more. Those smooth, fair thighs and delicate waists exuded a certain summer charm. Liang jested, throwing a few flirtatious glances at these local beauties. Who dares to gawk so brazenly? Just as he admired the view. A group of armor-clad, cross-national warriors approached. They were termed cross-national because they were not citizens of Snow Country. Liang could discern this merely from their attire. The warriors of Snow Country typically donned simple garments and maintained a relaxed demeanor. While these armored men had fierce and terrifying expressions, they hardly appeared to be benevolent. Hey, why are you silent? One of the soldiers thrust a long dagger against Liang's throat. Because you're a fool, Liang replied, exasperated. To brandish a weapon upon first meeting? He found the arrogance of this group intolerable. What business do you have, brother? Who is your brother? You brazenly ogle the bare legs of ignorant women in public. Such behavior deserves punishment, the soldier threatened, stuttering. The mention of bare legs made him flush, as if he were an innocent fledgling. What sort of fool is this? Liang surmised the soldier's identity, a newly enlisted guard. The culture of Iron Country is rather strict. Such revealing attire would be deemed shameless, indicating that the soldier had likely never encountered such sights before. I'm asking you a question. Why are you staring at those legs? The young soldier anxiously inquired once more. Although he had restrained Liang, they were in a foreign land, an unfamiliar place where it was prudent to avoid trouble. Yet, he could not abide Liang's actions. How could he? How could he so casually gaze upon a lady's fair thighs? Because she is fair. Liang boldly puffed out his chest. What did you say? Because she is fair. Not only is she fair, but also tender. A mere touch reveals her smoothness. Would you not wish to touch her? If you desire, I could introduce you to the lady. Utterly incomprehensible. The young soldier's anger flared. He swiftly swung his small dagger towards Liang's neck with remarkable speed. Leaving merely a micrometer of distance, clang, a hand intercepted the dagger. How could this be possible? The young soldier was astounded. The Iron Nation was renowned for its craftsmanship, not only for its superior techniques, but also for its fine materials. Yet, this dagger, forged with such skill, was effortlessly snapped by Liang's bare hands. An unbelievable feat. Even the mightiest samurai, Mr. Sambian, might not accomplish such a thing. Who on earth are you? Liang chose to disregard this rookie. Do not think to leave. You must compensate for my dagger. A surge of murderous intent radiated outward. The surrounding travelers felt an icy chill at their throats, as if their bodies had been plunged into a frozen abyss. While the rookie soldier was so frightened, he lost control of his bladder. How bothersome, Liang remarked nonchalantly. The soldier's antics had dampened his spirits. Halt, sir. At that moment, a voice from afar, belonging to an elderly man wielding two weapons, rang out. Sambian. Liang furrowed his brow. Instantly recognizing him, he was the man revered as the god of warriors in the land of snow. From the beginning, Liang had noticed this group. They had likely just entered the capital that day, their appearances still bearing the marks of the elements. However, if these individuals chose to ignore Liang's words, he had no inclination to engage with them. After all, the latter was undoubtedly summoned by some noble. While Liang belonged to the wind flower and snow lineage, which was certainly at odds with them. Do you have business as well? Liang casually inquired. To him. It seemed the other party merely wished to befriend him upon witnessing his formidable prowess. Quite the seasoned veteran, such thoughts were hardly unexpected. Nevertheless, Liang had no interest in him. Just moments ago, it was his subordinate who instigated trouble. Since he chose to ignore it, he could not expect Liang to respond. Were it not for Liang, an ordinary rogue would have long since met his demise at the hands of these individuals. Sir, I am Sambian. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance? Liang acknowledged with a curt reply and continued on his way. That he left. Sambian was taken aback. After all, he was the god of warriors. While this man exuded an extraordinary aura, he had approached him with utmost humility. And yet this individual had chosen to disregard him. Disregard him? The surrounding team members were also left in shock. Their leader had been brushed off? In the martial nation of snow, it was not uncommon for their leader to exchange a few words with someone, who would then return home to burn incense in gratitude. Yet today, they had been rebuffed. Sambian's expression soured, as the saying goes. One should strike the body but not the face, touch the person but not the head. Although Liang had not directly struck Sambyun's face, to dismiss him so casually felt even more insulting than a slap. Halt! Who allowed you to leave? What is your business? You have yet to compensate for my dagger. Sambyun began to act unreasonably. Though he understood that his subordinate had instigated the confrontation, he had to regain his dignity after being dismissed. He resolved to use his strength to thoroughly intimidate this arrogant young man. Just as he prepared to unleash his murderous intent, Liang suddenly lifted his head. His crimson gaze, imbued with a chilling malice, caused Sambyun's pupils to constrict, as if he were facing a ravenous demon. His eyes nearly bulging in terror, his teeth chattered, and in that fleeting moment, he urinated. Leader. Noticing their superior trembling, the young soldiers behind him inquired in confusion, "Do not come near. Take me to the nearest restroom." "What is it, leader? Do not ask. Just know it is an urgent matter," Liang chuckled. Although Sambyun was a formidable warrior, his actual strength was rather average. Skill level 4, this was the number Liang discerned through his enhanced vision. With such meager strength, he need not even enter Sage mode to easily subdue him. In the original story, Orochimaru had once made a lower-ranked ninja like Sasuke vomit with a mere glance. Liang could certainly induce a god of warriors to lose control of his bladder with a gaze. Days later, come one, come all. Those with wealth, come to support. Those without, come to cheer. An ancestral skill. Smashing stones with one's chest, swimming and fitness. Come and learn. The streets were alive with entertainment that in addition to traditional artisans, various snack stalls lined the way. The atmosphere was vibrant. The martial festival had finally commenced. Chapter 77. The assessment begins. It is often said that the strength of a nation can be discerned through its traditional festivals. Liang now comprehended the meaning of this statement. Just like the land of snow, despite its remote location and frigid climate, the people's martial spirit infused the place with a sense of vitality, such strength, and yet it is merely a small nation? Liang felt perplexed. The world of Naruto consistently narrates the tales of Konoha, neglecting the existence of these supporting nations. While they may seem inconspicuous, should they unite, they could rival the 5 great shinobi villages. Is this the sword tomb? Liang gazed in astonishment at the scene before him. Countless long swords were embedded in stubborn rocks, and amidst the lava spewing forth, the temperature here was extraordinarily intense. A palpable discomfort lingered in the air. The deeper one ventured, the hotter it became, but the likelihood of discovering a fine sword increased. Wind, flower, and snow spoke breathlessly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. This trial had exceeded Liang's expectations. That he had initially believed that the contest in the land of warriors would involve mutual skill exchanges, yet today's trial was anything but ordinary. A treasure hunt, swords, as the very foundation of a warrior's existence. A good sword was akin to another's life. Throughout history, countless warriors had perished in pursuit of their blades. Lord Liang, I can escort you no further. Wind, flower, and snow halted helplessly. Today's task was to find the finest sword among the multitude. However, the sword tomb of the land of snow was not so easily accessible. In addition to evading the guarding sentinels, one must endure the harsh elements. The perimeter of the sword tomb was blanketed in snow, yet within, the searing heat of lava awaited. The sword tomb was established upon a field of active lava. Liang stood on a scorching rock, already beginning to perspire. Find a sword and secure points. Though countless swords surrounded him, these were by no means the strongest, according to Wind, Flower, and Snow. The sword tomb consisted of 7 layers, and the deeper one ventured, the more intense the heat and the greater the quality of the swords. Damn it, are they all targeting me now? Liang quickly dodged a flying rock attack. He was currently on the 3rd layer of the sword tomb, where the temperature had already approached 50 degrees. Haha, who told you to mock our lord? Do not think you can escape from here. A group of destitute warriors swiftly surrounded the unarmed Liang. Their intent seemed clear, to resolve matters here today. M.R.Y. Liang, we shall take our leave now. Several formidable warriors seized the opportunity while Liang was preoccupied, swiftly making their way inside, including the earlier mentioned Sambyun. Damn it, if it weren't for my abilities being restricted, I would have dealt with you long ago. Liang cursed under his breath. He was currently unable to utilize ninjutsu. This was crucial. It was not that his abilities had vanished, but rather that the use of ninjutsu was prohibited in this contest. If he employed chakra within the sword tomb, it would strip wind, flower, and snow of their qualification as heirs. After all, this was the land of warriors. Liang furrowed his brow. The only skills available to him were those devoid of sage transformation. However, his physical skills were quite lacking, barely at level 5. Though slightly stronger than Sambyun, he lacked any techniques. Was he to use Night Guy against these mere rabble? That would be madness, haha. Prepare to meet your end. Liang, a group of snow country warriors, wielding their katana with fierce intent, swiftly advanced towards Liang. They employed a swordsmanship unique to their homeland, while it lacked the rapid draw and strike speed of Sambyun's techniques. Each move was executed with undeniable precision and solidity. Liang found himself barely able to evade their onslaught. Deprived of the benefits of his immortal transformation, his speed was significantly diminished, and as it was his inaugural participation in such a contest, the sweltering heat of 50 degrees nearby undeniably took its toll on him. Cross slash, blade draw, earth-shattering strike. The warriors shouted their techniques as they lunged toward Liang. Bang, 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 while he was still dodging. The ground bore the scars of their strikes, riddled with numerous gashes. These adversaries were merely at level 3 in physical prowess, yet they were relentless. Damn it, I'll face you head-on. Liang charged at the warriors with fierce determination. Although the razor-sharp blades were poised against him, he did not perceive his own physicality as inferior. With his shoulder pressed against the flat side of a blade, he collided with one of the warrior's chin. The latter, taken aback by the pain, crumpled to the scalding earth, succumbing to the heat. The remaining warriors stood dumbfounded. They were aware that Liang struggled to adapt to the environment, yet they could never have anticipated that he would dare to engage them in a life-or-death struggle under such circumstances. The sword that had just been unleashed was indeed swift. Liang could have retreated to evade it, yet he had the audacity to charge toward the attacker with mere inches to spare. It was a perilous gamble. Had he miscalculated even slightly, he would have been cleaved in two. The warriors were struck with terror. The strong fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who are willing to risk their lives. A timeless truth. One of the warriors nudged his companion. You go, no? I think you should. They shrank back, a palpable sense of cowardice enveloping them. Although these men were hounds trained by the prince of the snow country, even hounds value their lives and do not wish to perish. Seeing them hesitate, Liang finally felt a sense of relief that in truth, that previous strike had been a gamble, betting on the success of incapacitating one of them. If he could employ such extreme measures to eliminate one foe, the others would surely scatter in fear. This principle of thuggery was deeply ingrained in him. In his past life, Liang had often watched movies depicting gangsters. Thugs typically band together, appearing fierce, but once a death occurs, they scatter like frightened birds. This was the rationale behind Liang's audacious approach. Next came the 5th level, he thought, glancing into the distance as he sprinted towards it. At this juncture, the crowd began to dwindle significantly. Upon reaching the 5th level, mere warriors could no longer endure the oppressive conditions. The ambient temperature had soared to 60 degrees, with the ground even hotter. A mere egg laid upon the surface would be cooked in an instant. Liang surveyed his surroundings, noting the absence of other warriors. Indeed, he had been delayed too long by those lesser foes. Suddenly, he spotted something. From beneath a distant rock, a crimson metal automaton emerged, towering at over 3 meters tall, both formidable in stature and remarkable in speed. Upon noticing Liang, it charged forward within half a second. A mechanical puppet. Liang recognized it immediately. In the world of Naruto, numerous nations existed. Not only was there the Iron Country known for weapon manufacturing, but also the Artisan Country, renowned for its mechanical creations. A mere mechanical puppet was hardly a concern. Yet, despite his thoughts, he remained acutely cautious. The automaton boasted a level 4 in physical combat, while Liang himself stood at level 5. However, due to the oppressive heat, he found even battling a level 3 opponent to be a daunting task. Moreover, in such extreme temperatures, the more one exerted themselves, the quicker their bodily functions deteriorated. Earlier, when he had intimidated the lesser warriors, he had expended considerable energy, and now facing the puppet would prove to be a considerable challenge that it seemed he would have to evade it. With that thought, Liang took off running. The Sword Tomb. On the 6th level, Sambyun quietly brushed his hand over the scorching rocks, still bearing faint traces of blood and flesh. How could anyone have come here? He pondered, perplexed. The Sword Tomb of the Snow Country was entirely sealed off. Aside from the martial arts festival held every 3 years, no outsiders were permitted entry. The presence of blood signified an intrusion by unknown individuals. Damn it. Could they be after that thing? Suddenly, Sambyun realized something and hastily began searching his surroundings. At that moment, the ground began to tremble that a colossal rock giant, towering over 10 meters, emerged from the Earth's core. Eliminate the intruders. With a thunderous roar, its massive fist swung towards Sambyun. The force was tremendous. The sound of the stone cracking through the air was nearly audible. Damn it, Sambyun cursed, hastily raising his sword to block the attack. Distracted by his thoughts, he had momentarily forgotten about the guardian of the 6th level. And as the battle commenced, he found himself at a disadvantage. In his hurried attempt to defend, his small katana was shattered by the stone giant's blow. Gasping, he spat out a mouthful of blood as he was sent flying into the rocks behind him. This is bad. Panic surged within Sambyun. They were equipped with specialized footwear, which offered some protection. However, the rocks here lay upon a bed of lava, and the scorching heat was terrifying if he continued to be in such a position when struck by the rocks. He would undoubtedly be scorched to a crisp. Damn it, am I really going to die here? Sambyun was frantic. At that moment, from a distance, a naked man sprinted toward him. Damn it, stop chasing me. He ran with astonishing speed, his feet emitting smoke. Old man, how did you fly? The naked man caught Sambyun, coming to a halt. Young lad, what are you doing here? Sambyun was astonished. The one who had saved him was none other than Liang, who had been surrounded just moments ago. In Sambyun's eyes, it was inconceivable that Liang could have made it to the 6th level after escaping those persistent warriors, for only those trained in the ways of the samurai from a young age could withstand such extreme temperatures. Why couldn't it be me? Liang retorted at that moment. A mechanical puppet, the very guardian they had encountered earlier, sped toward them. Old man, stop talking nonsense and find a way to deal with that thing. Liang urged frantically. The reason he had been fleeing was precisely because of this mechanical puppet. Although Liang possessed greater strength, the puppet was not to be underestimated in speed, and he had only barely managed to shake it off after shedding all his burdens. To defeat the mechanical puppet, he needed to strike its core. The core? Indeed, there is a slot located at the neck of the puppet. If you insert a nearby iron sword into it, the puppet will cease to function. I see, Liang exclaimed, immediately picking up an iron sword and charging forward. Hey, young lad, don't rush. The mechanical puppet was swift, and without the proper method, things could become perilous. What do you mean by that? Liang asked, perplexed, and then returned from beside the now motionless mechanical puppet. Nothing. Sambyun was left speechless. He had intended to caution Liang that without the correct approach, it would be exceedingly dangerous. Yet the latter had effortlessly resolved the situation, as if he had known the secret all along. The puppet operated with a brief delay after a few seconds of action. Had it not been for that, Liang would have truly been in peril. Sambyun remained speechless at why Liang had discerned the secret on his own. Just then, the ground trembled once more, and the guardian of the 6th level reappeared. It moved slowly, but each step resonated with boundless power. What on earth is this? Liang gasped. Having just defeated one mechanical puppet, now another golden stone giant emerged. What terrifying creatures awaited them next? This was the Golden Mountain Man, the pinnacle creation of the artisan country, and the final guardian of this assessment. Golden Mountain Man? Liang was bewildered by the term. However, he was aware of the artisan country. It had also made an appearance in the original story's theatrical version. Akin to the moment Zero Tail emerged, they had attempted to control the world through Zero Tail, but ultimately, their ambition led to their own destruction. To think he had encountered the Zero Tail mask previously, and now he stumbled upon traces of the artisan country. What a coincidence! Liang suddenly became aware that something was amiss. Baiju had controlled the ninjas through Zero Tail, and now they had reappeared in the Land of Snow, which also harbored the ruins of the Land of Craftsmen. Everything seemed to be interconnected. Little brother, stop thinking about it. Defeating this Golden Mountain Man is utterly impossible. Our Iron Country has exerted countless efforts over many years, yet no predecessor has managed to break through the blockade of this Golden Mountain Man. You've attempted many times? Liang inquired, his curiosity piqued. According to Sambyun's account, the Iron Country's care for the Land of Snow appeared to have deeper implications. Indeed, years ago, after our Iron Country rescued the Land of Snow, we presented our national treasure, the Supreme Great Blade. the demon blade ghost cutter, as a gift to the land of snow. Over the years, the samurai lineage has gradually been supplanted by ninjas. Our ancestors, yearning to reclaim their former glory, have sought to retrieve this national treasure on numerous occasions. Yet they were consistently thwarted by this golden mountain man. Such a thing exists. Liang was taken aback that it turned out that the samurai in the world of Hokage concealed such a history. The demon blade ghost cutter? Huh. Liang's interest was instantly ignited. Although he was unsure of what it truly was, it was certainly a treasure given its association with a demon blade that is a traveler in this world. Liang would undoubtedly not let this treasure slip through his fingers. Then, Sambian, since your ancestors have faced so many challenges, surely there must be some method to overcome them. Liang's tone shifted, now imbued with respect. However, Sambian shook his head that if we truly possessed a method, how could we allow our national treasure to remain lost until now? Damn it. In the end, it all falls on oneself. Chapter 79. The hidden seventh layer. Liang began to ponder. He had been contemplating for 5 minutes. Although this stone man possessed immense strength, his speed was painfully slow. Even if Liang were to lend him his legs, he would not be able to catch up with the latter. However, if he did not defeat this stone man, there would be no way to enter the 7th volume. According to Sambian, the key to unlocking the 7th layer was hidden within the belly of this golden mountain man. Mr. Sambian, since your ancestors managed to conceal the national treasure inside, did they not leave behind any means of retrieval? Little brother Yi, do not waste your thoughts. The reason our ancestors were able to hide the national treasure was simply because our iron country vanquished the land of craftsmen. This golden mountain man was created with the assistance of captives from the land of craftsmen, but unfortunately, all of them have perished, leaving us without a means to resolve this matter. What a predicament. Liang suddenly felt that conversing with Sambian was indeed a waste of breath. Not only were they not brainstorming solutions together, but he also exuded a consistently negative attitude. Without a means to resolve it? Liang believed that as long as there were people involved, no problem was insurmountable. Science is the ladder of human progress. He briefly scanned the structure of the golden mountain man aside from its arms being composed of rock. The torso of this creature appeared to be made of some unknown metal. This substance must have a high melting point. Liang surmised that since this creature had survived in lava for so long, it must possess substantial heat resistance. If it were a heat-resistant material, then by inducing oxidation, its thermal resistance would naturally diminish significantly, rendering it susceptible to the surrounding high temperatures, ultimately leading to its complete melting without any need for his intervention. Just oxidation? Liang glanced at the base of the golden mountain man's feet and suddenly conceived a plan. He swiftly began to excavate rocks from the nearby cliff. If the ground beneath the golden mountain man was composed of magma, then he could entirely exploit the principle of melting stones by piling the nearby rocks into the magma beneath it. The magma would melt the stones, releasing intense gases. These gases would not only be toxic, but would also contain a considerable amount of carbon dioxide. If he were to bombard this stone man with a substantial quantity of carbon dioxide, it would surely oxidize its surface, at which point the problem would resolve itself. With a thought, he took action. Liang picked up an iron sword and began to dig. Fortunately, the stone man was slow. Otherwise, there would have been no chance. What on earth is he doing? Hanzo observed Liang's actions, perplexed, yet without uttering a word. Liang tossed him a discarded iron sword. Don't ask, just dig. Time passed slowly. Outside, those waiting began to furrow their brows. During previous martial arts festival competitions, they typically ended within 3 hours, given the lack of water sources. No one could survive for such an extended period inside, yet it had already been 4 hours, and the individuals within had yet to emerge. Have you confirmed it? Liang has indeed not come out. Yes, Your Highness. I suspect the previous samurai have already resolved the matter within. A servant leaned towards one of the nobles and whispered. The latter immediately burst into laughter. Fenghua Xiaoshui's expression soured instantly. The two conversed loudly, seemingly avoiding the crowd, yet their true sentiments were evidently revealed. Second brother, Lord Liang would never be unable to emerge due to such trivial matters. That I believe he will be perfectly fine. She argued. Haha, what time is it? And you are still lost in delusions. Once this martial arts festival concludes, prepare to marry far away. You. The two began to bicker. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared at the periphery of the sword tomb. He staggered, clearly exhausted. Quickly, look who has emerged. The elder noble immediately dispatched someone to investigate. Fenghua Xiaoshue's heart raced to its peak. It must be you, brother Yi Liang. However, upon seeing the newcomer, her heart sank. Emerging was Sambian. He leaned on an iron sword, limping, evidently having exhausted himself as everyone had anticipated. Lord Sambian, are you all right? The elder noble inquired with concern. Sambian raised his hand, signaling that he was fine at that moment. Fenghua Xiaoxue could hardly contain her impatience and rushed over. Being the last person to emerge besides Yi Liang, if it was him, he would surely know of Yi Liang's whereabouts. Lord Sambian, may I ask about Mr. Yi Liang? Don't ask. You will find out. Before Fenghua Xiaoxue could finish, Sambian interrupted him. He gazed deep into the sword tomb, unable to articulate his thoughts for a long while. Even Sambian had not anticipated that the last person standing would be Yi Liang. The two had worked together to excavate the stone, and eventually, the Golden Mountain Man was indeed corroded by the steam of the melting stones. It slowly dripped away, leaving behind only a transparent white crystal. Regrettably, Sambian ultimately could not hold on any longer, retreating at the last moment and losing the opportunity to enter the seventh layer. Deep within the Crimson Sword tomb, a momentous scene unfolded. Yi Liang stared blankly at the transparent crystal before him. It was crystalline and translucent, and upon merely touching it, his entire body swiftly regained vitality. He held the crystal in his hand, and the surrounding lava rapidly cooled and withered away, until it transformed into rock. So that is how it is. The seventh layer of the sword tomb lies beneath the lava. Yi Liang tapped on the cooled lava, instantly deducing everything. The sound was remarkably crisp. It turned out that there was emptiness beneath. No wonder the predecessors of the Iron Country were unable to enter the seventh layer. This was lava. Even the mightiest individual would find it utterly impossible to locate the entrance to the seventh layer amidst the lava. Yi Liang gradually pried open the ash of the lava on the ground. Finally, in a narrow corner, he discovered a large hole lying flat. It was unfathomably deep. He leaped down. The scenery around him rapidly transformed, revealing a plethora of dazzling crystal stones, shimmering in hues of purple, red, yellow, and predominantly green. After gliding along the wall to decelerate for half a minute, Yi Liang landed at the valley's bottom. It was an expanse of utter darkness. Perhaps due to the overwhelming depth, Yi Liang even felt a hint of chilled. He rubbed his shoulders and concentrated chakra in his eyes. Being hundreds of meters below the ground, he naturally need not worry about being detected by those above. Yi Liang's eyes emitted a crimson glow, akin to an infrared detector, swiftly capturing the surrounding scenery. Baiju, he was astonished. In this underground pit lay countless Baiju, all lying prostrate on the ground. Utterly motionless, evidently deceased. What on earth had transpired here? Suddenly, a shadow approached. Chapter 80. The true and false Yi Liang. Why does this person's figure seem so familiar? Yi Liang realized that the individual before him bore a faint resemblance. Though he could not recall where he had seen him before, he simply felt a sense of familiarity. A small nose, small eyes, wielding a striking crimson long sword. He pondered. What the heck? This person looks just like me. He was horrified. Little did he know that upon descending into the pit, he would encounter a figure that appeared to be a doppelganger, an impostor. Yi Liang wielding a sword. The sword trembled violently, seemingly yearning to escape the grip of the false Yi Liang, whose expression was a grimace of effort as he struggled to suppress the quaking blade. Damn you! After expending so much of my white absolute to capture you, you dare attempt to flee? He bellowed, striking the hilt of the sword with a backhanded slap. This is not a living being. Are you jesting? Yi Liang felt a wave of exasperation wash over him as he quickly concealed himself. The counterfeit Yi Liang had yet to notice his presence, for he sauntered past without a hint of awareness. What manner of creature is this? Why does he resemble me so closely? I certainly do not recall having a twin brother. Yi Liang's mind raced. He resolved to observe the situation before revealing himself. In the distance, the false Yi Liang continued deeper into the shadows, with Yi Liang trailing closely behind. Soon, they arrived at a dead end. Yi Liang watched in disbelief as the false Yi Liang plunged the sword into a rock, his lips moving as if whispering something. Save me. Please, save me. A faint feminine voice suddenly reached Yi Liang's ears. Yet he saw no one around. Who are you? Yi Liang murmured softly. Save me. Please, save me. The voice offered no response, Only a desperate plea for rescue that Liang began to piece together the situation that he gazed at the sword embedded in the rock, which grew increasingly resonant, unable to escape due to the incantation binding it. The sound emanated from the sword itself. Enough of this noise, the false Liang cursed. Now, aside from me, who else could possibly save you? Once I convert your consciousness into data, I shall reopen the Kagaya portal of the Craftsman Nation. At that point, none shall stand in my way. The mention of the Kagaya portal startled Liang. He seemed to have overheard something utterly unfathomable. What portal? What data? Such terminology does not belong to the world of Naruto. Could it be? Damn it, this fellow is the true master behind White Absolute. The shadowy puppeteer. He has indeed traversed into this realm just as I have. Liang marveled. He stealthily approached. The sacrificial, enchanting sword must be the national treasure of the Land of Iron, that fabled demon blade. Onigiri. Therefore, regardless of the false Liang's intentions, they were surely nefarious. He must be stopped, silently. Liang chose to employ Earth Release to inch closer, since this false Liang had also crossed over. He undoubtedly possessed a formidable system. As a connoisseur of golden fingers, Liang was not entirely confident in his ability to defeat him. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He drew nearer. Ninjutsu, heart decapitation technique. A robust black hand seized the incanting false Liang and dragged him into the ground. Earth Release, heavy stone. Earth Release, ant hell. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A barrage of Earth Release techniques rained down upon the false Liang. Since he had opted for a sneak attack, Liang ensured that his opponent had no chance to retaliate. While executing the Earth Release, he infused a considerable amount of chakra to turn the rocks beneath him into sand. Although sand is soft, its weight pressing down upon a body surpasses that of stone. Who dares? The opponent finally reacted, yet due to having lost the initiative, he found himself on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Damn you rascal! How dare you ambush me? He cursed, but his body remained ensnared in the earth, unable to escape. The false Liang, eyes aflame, suddenly let out a furious roar that a powerful repelling force surged outward. Shinra Tensei. Bang! Liang was sent flying. The false Liang emerged from the earth, astonished at the sight of the launched Liang. What are you doing here? If you can be here, why can't I? Liang quickly regained his footing, though his muscles still trembled beneath him. Shinra Tensei was overwhelmingly powerful. Not only did it possess the strength to push, but its immense repulsive force could inflict injury in an instant. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of Liang's physique over the years, he would likely be a lifeless corpse by now. Who are you? That is a question I should be asking you. Who are you, and why do you impersonate my identity? Impersonate you? Liang was taken aback. Who the hell is impersonating whom? I am Liang, unchanging in name and unyielding in identity. You are Liang? Huh, I am the true Liang, and you are merely a counterfeit. The false Liang retorted. Liang was incensed. Since this imposter insisted on competing, he would settle the matter through strength. He immediately activated Sage Mode within the cave. The serpentine form possessed infrared vision, rendering the pitch-black environment of the cavern more advantageous to him. Sage Art. White Lightning Technique. The red serpent's shadow erupted beside the false Liang, who swiftly dodged to another location. Is that all you can do? Sage Art. White Lightning Technique. The same technique, yet the false Liang executed it with greater finesse. Humph, you think you can compete with me? Raised as you were in a sheltered environment, the false Liang intimidated Liang before launching his own ninjutsu, astonishingly mirroring Liang's techniques. How is this possible? Liang was flabbergasted. If the opponent could merely transform into his likeness, he could accept that, but to replicate his techniques exactly? Suddenly, Liang theorized a possibility. The adversary might possess a system identical to his own, allowing him to learn the same techniques. You have a system? Of course, I am the protagonist. Naturally, I possess a system, the false Liang grumbled, charging towards Liang. Taijutsu, Crescent Moon Dance. He unsheathed the suppressed enchanting sword, swinging it menacingly at Liang. Liang sensed immediate peril. Both parties wielded similar ninjutsu, which should have led to a stalemate. However, a troubling issue arose. His techniques seemed less refined than those of his opponent. He couldn't prevail against him. Damn it, Liang cursed, seizing a rock at his feet and hurling it at the false Liang. Damn it, he has a sword, and I do not. What can I do? The rock collided with the sword, which then swung down once more. Shinra Tensei. Humph. I can use Shinra Tensei too. Bang. The two powerful repulsive forces clashed against one another. Ye Liang was launched once more. Chapter 81. The enchanted sword has a spirit. This is untenable, if this continues. I may perish here. Yi Liang felt a surge of urgency. Their techniques mirrored one another, yet the opponent's strength surpassed his own. Such a scenario had been mentioned in novels from his past life. Either one must surpass oneself to catch up to the opponent or seek assistance. However, it seemed there were no allies to be found here. Glancing at the corpses of white absolute strewn about, Yi Liang realized that he would be fortunate if the opponent did not seek allies. Damn, the two exchanged another Shinra Tensei, and due to their identical techniques, the battle gradually devolved into a test of chakra. Wait a moment, I have the 9 tails, while he does not. Yi Liang suddenly recalled something significant. Though their techniques were identical, the 9 tails was a result of his own effort. Thus, even if the opponent possessed a system, he could never possess the 9 tails, for in the same world, there could only be one-tailed beast. Bang! The two collided once more. This time, Yi Liang spat blood but smiled. Indeed, the opponent's chakra was gradually depleting. He was panting heavily, evidently nearing his limit. Humph, you think you can engage in a war of attrition? The false Yi Liang gasped, clearly recognizing Yi Liang's intentions. Yet he remained undaunted. Boom! A torrent of azure chakra surged forth from the false Yi Liang's core, enveloping him entirely in an instant. That it was the tailed beast cloak. Yi Liang was astonished. This was a power exclusive to Jinchuriki. The opponent should not have the 9 tails. I have the power of the 3 tails, Isabu, the false Yi Liang explained, grinning as he approached Yi Liang. You imposter! Although you impersonated my identity to arrive at Konoha first, you lack the conviction to be strong. You truly believe your meager power can dominate the entire Naruto world. Dream on. He advanced, each step resonating with authority, the enchanted sword gleaming ominously in his grasp. Who said I intended to dominate the Naruto world? Yi Liang retorted. Exasperated by the false Yi Liang's incessant self-dialogue and his incessant claims of being the imposter. As if he were the genuine article, Yi Liang contemplated his own identity. Could it be that I am indeed the counterfeit? Who am I? He shook his head. He had never suffered from amnesia. The memories of his past life were deeply etched in his mind. His reclusive nature, cherished friends, and beloved parents. Those ties were indelibly inscribed upon his heart. How could he possibly be a fake? The true imposter is you, Yi Liang declared coolly, preparing to confront his foe. Even if he could not prevail, he would take a piece of him with him. At that moment, the cursed blade, which had originally been held by the false Yi Liang, escaped from his grasp as if fleeing for its life. It circled in the air a few times before gently coming to a halt before Yi Liang. Traitor, what do you intend to do? The false Yi Liang seethed with rage, cursing the blade as he rushed toward this direction. What is happening? Yi Liang pondered for a moment, suddenly sensing an inexplicable connection with the blade before him. Akin to a mingling of bloodlines. It was an incredibly refreshing sensation. Are you acknowledging me as your master? Yi Liang inquired. The cursed blade began to tremble, buzzing. It seemed to comprehend Yi Liang's words. Nodding silently in agreement. I understand. Yi Liang grasped the blade with one hand and swung it toward the approaching false Yi Liang. A crimson blade of energy surged forth, resembling a waning crescent moon, crashing down heavily upon the false Yi Liang. Startled, the latter hurriedly employed the divine shield to block the attack, yet the crescent blade of energy utterly disregarded the repulsive force of the divine shield. Cleaving the false Yi Liang in two, the latter transformed into a white absolute, collapsing limply to the ground. Damn you, demon cutter, imposter, just wait, I shall return for you. Once the false Yi Liang had turned into a white absolute corpse. He lay motionless. It was then that Yi Liang comprehended why there were so many corpses at the cave entrance. Those white absolutes must have been slain by this demon cutter. How terrifying. So, is this the end? Yi Liang reevaluated the cave entrance and noticed that aside from the corpses of the white absolutes, there truly was nothing else left. He crouched down and felt around the body of the false Yi Liang. As a traveler in this world, slaying monsters and looting treasures was undoubtedly a common occurrence. What is this? Yi Liang's hand tightened as he discovered a square, round lock, and an ancient map. Outside the sword tomb, Fenghua Xiaoshua's heart had sunk to her waist. 6 hours had already passed, and the onlookers had silently departed from the sword tomb. leaving only a few individuals from the royal family behind. Mr. Sanbyun, is it true that Yi Liang has reached the 7th level? The esteemed Deming solemnly inquired of Sanbyun, for it had been quite some time since anyone had emerged, and no one wished to wait in vain. Indeed, Yi Liang is no ordinary person. He even devised a method to solve the artisan nation's conundrum using stones. Truly admirable, Sanbyun replied. But it has been so long, the esteemed Deming pressed again. Sanbyun's face also displayed concern. Logically speaking, since Yi Liang possessed the capability to pass the 6th trial, it was illogical for him to linger so long at the 7th, as Sanbyun's ancestors had claimed that aside from a national treasure, Demon Cutter, there were no other guardians at the 7th trial. Could it be that the young brother succumbed to the heat within? He harbored a vague suspicion. After all, the intense heat inside was unbearable. Sanbyun had nearly turned into a dried corpse after 4 hours, let alone Yi Liang, who had been trapped for 6 hours. Father, it has been so long. We should retreat. Yi Liang is surely not coming back. One of the princes urged. Indeed, father, let us announce the victor of the Bujitsu festival early. Several princes could no longer contain themselves and immediately suggested to the esteemed Deming. The esteemed Deming furrowed his brow. In truth, he also suspected that Yi Liang might not emerge, but due to Sanbyun's presence, he could not directly declare Yi Liang dead, lest he undermine Sanbyun's authority. Then shall we return to the Deming mansion? The esteemed Deming cast a glance at Sanbyun, who wore a helpless expression. Just then, a servant in the distance suddenly shouted, "Look, someone is coming out." What? Everyone was taken aback. They saw Yi Liang, leaning on the cursed blade. Slowly emerging from the depths of the sword tomb, he walked with great difficulty, each step a struggle. The return journey still required him to face the sweltering heat. The artisan's key, which had been used to lower the temperature, had completely dissipated after breaking through the 7th trial's lava. Lord Yi Liang, Fenghua Xiaoxue excitedly approached, while Yi Liang, under the servant's care, gulped down water in great draughts. He was parched. Experiencing such temperatures again was simply lethal. Although the artisan's key had helped him recover once, it merely provided cooling. The moisture in Yi Liang's body had indeed been thoroughly depleted. Let us return. I have found the long sword you sought. Yi Liang raised the cursed blade high. Chapter 82. Former companions. Days later, Fenghua Xiaoxue ascended to the position of heir apparent, as Yi Liang's discovery of the cursed blade left the other princes with no grounds for opposition. However, the situation in the land of snow was not particularly amicable. Waves of white absolutes launched fierce attacks, likely due to their master being toyed with by Yi Liang. Their offensive was relentless, akin to a stubborn refusal to turn back until they collided with a wall. Yi Liang arrived at the border, where the Uchiha clan was valiantly resisting the onslaught of these white absolutes. Yet they were still overwhelmed, suffering losses far surpassing their achievements in battle. There were simply too many of these white absolutes. Lord Yi Liang, we cannot remain in the land of snow. We must retreat. Uchiha Fugaku urged anxiously. We cannot retreat. These white absolutes thrive on warfare. If we abandon the land of snow, all the civilians behind us will be transformed into comrades by these white absolutes. Yi Liang asserted. From his battle with the false Yi Liang, he had come to understand everything. The false Yi Liang had likely arrived in the world of Hokage just like him, but he had come earlier, thus possessing greater foundational abilities than Yi Liang. However, it seemed the other party had not targeted Konohagakure directly, but rather chosen to ally with Kurizetsu and his ilk, transforming into a villain. What should we do? The Uchiha are on the brink of collapse. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed in desperation. Yi Liang surveyed the distant scene and gradually made his way to a high hill. He raised the cursed blade, channeling all his chakra into it. Then let us annihilate them all. With a thunderous roar, a powerful crescent slash surged forth, sweeping across the multitude of white absolutes. The extent was staggering, and those enveloped in crimson light were immediately shredded into fragments by the blade's energy. The crowd gasped in astonishment. That single slash had effortlessly slain tens of thousands of white absolutes. It was as unbelievable as a pig climbing a tree. The Uchiha clan members were invigorated, while the remaining white absolutes, terrified, began to flee, not daring to look back, fearing they would be obliterated by the next blade's glow. Uchiha Fugaku hurried over to support Yi Liang. That last strike had drained Yi Liang's strength, leaving him somewhat debilitated. That blow should buy us some time. You all hasten to prepare and contact the other shinobi villages. Contact the other shinobi villages? What do you mean, Lord Yi Liang? Establish Otogekyure. Time flew by. Today, Konoha welcomed a long-lost old friend in the Hokage's hall. Yi Liang, do you expect us to submit to your Otogekyure? It is not submission. It is a merger. You are aware of the severity of the situation. Those insidious white absolutes are on the verge of eradicating the entire world. And yet, how does that pertain to us? Matters concerning Konoha are best handled by Konoha's own people. Danzo glared at Yi Liang with a brooding expression. Just half a year ago, a force claiming to be Otogekyure had suddenly emerged near the Land of Snow, rapidly absorbing nearby minor shinobi, even enlisting the warriors of the Land of Snow into their ranks. Their power had swelled to considerable proportions, and their leader was none other than Yi Liang himself. Then let Sarutobi Hiruzen come see me. I wish to speak with him. Huh. You misunderstand. I am now the acting Hokage. Sarutobi has long since retired to the sidelines. Shimura Danzo scoffed. You? Yi Liang nearly choked on his words. Initially, he had intended to ally with the strongest force in Konoha to address the current crisis of the white absolutes. However, Danzo's presence had thrust him into a dilemma. This obstinate individual bore a deep-seated grudge against him and would undoubtedly refuse to cooperate. Then await your demise. Yi Liang stormed out of the Hokage's hall, fuming, accompanied by his subordinates. Along the way, Lord Yi Liang, are we truly going to abandon Konoha? If the white absolutes infect this place, future battles will be even more arduous. Uchiha Fugaku inquired with concern. He was now a strategist for Otogekyure, effectively serving as Yi Liang's deputy. It is not that I wish to ignore them. It is that I cannot. You know what kind of person Danzo is. Hearing Yi Liang's words, Uchiha Fugaku fell silent. Indeed, Uchiha Fugaku understood Danzo all too well. While Yi Liang had saved the Uchiha clan from the previous assault by the Umbu, Danzo had still managed to kill many clan members. The enmity between the two sides was irreconcilable. You should lead the others back. I have some personal matters to attend to in Konoha and will follow shortly. Understood, Lord Yi Liang. Uchiha Fugaku bid farewell to Yi Liang before departing with his subordinates. Yi Liang silently vanished into the shadows in an apartment. Kushina had just soothed Naruto into a deep slumber. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she returned to the living room. Suddenly, a large hand encircled her waist. Before Kushina could utter a cry of surprise, her mouth was silenced by a kiss. Yi Liang. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the one kissing her. The once alert posture gradually relaxed. She slowly reciprocated, only stopping when she felt on the verge of suffocation. Yi Liang. What are you doing? Naruto is still sleeping. Kushina playfully chided, her cheeks flushed. Yet, she was not taken aback by Yi Liang's sudden appearance. Having learned earlier that he represented the Sound Village in an envoy to Konoha, she had anticipated his return, and indeed, it came to pass. Danzo has refused to collaborate with me. Pack your things. We leave tonight. Leave? Yes, this place is no longer safe. The strength of White Zetsu is increasing, and without seeking alternatives, Konoha will undoubtedly fall. What about the others? I have already made arrangements outside the village. I will take everyone with me. Yi Liang nodded in affirmation. Very well. Given the current situation, Konoha is destined to become a live target. In the original story, Konoha was already particularly conspicuous, and now it has fallen under Danzo's control. He glanced at Kushina. Yi Liang could afford to let Konoha fall to White Zetsu, but there were certain individuals and memories he must carry away. Kushina was one of them, as was Hanabi, along with various companions and disciples. Anyone connected to him, Yi Liang planned to bring back to the Land of Snow. Finish packing and quickly gather outside the village. I'm heading to Ichiraku Ramen first. What do you need to go there for at this hour? I simply crave it. The following day, Danzo furiously smashed his office desk. Where have all the people gone? It seems they have gone to the Sound Village. The Sound Village? Yes, Uchiha Shursui replied emotionlessly. Damn it. Their actions are a betrayal of Konoha. I will hunt them down and eliminate them all. Fear not, Lord Danzo. Yi Liang has merely taken some elderly and vulnerable individuals. Our Umbu are still here. Elderly and vulnerable? Yes, including his friends, disciples, and colleagues. He even abducted the owner of Ichiraku Ramen. Chapter 83. The ruins of the Land of Crafts. Endless gusts of wind and sand swept across the land. It had been exactly 2 months since Yu Liang's departure. During these 2 months, the army of White Zetsu seemed to have vanished without a trace. Liang arrived at a hill, holding an ancient map. Is this the ruins of the land of crafts? He surveyed the surroundings and then handed the map to Uchiha Itachi. This should be the place, but what are you doing here? Uchiha Itachi inquired curiously. Because the master of White Zetsu has been here. The master of White Zetsu? Uchiha Itachi furrowed his brow. He had indeed heard of this individual during his confrontation with the masked White Zetsu. But he had never seen him and did not understand what kind of person he was. And how powerful is he? Is he stronger than you, Lord Liang? The difference is like that between heaven and earth. Liang suddenly stood with his hands clasped behind his back. That I encountered him previously in the sword tomb of the land of snow. His strength is formidable, akin to a deity compared to you. At this, he abruptly cleared his throat. But he cannot defeat me. Cannot defeat you. Uchiha Itachi's pupils widened in shock. That makes sense. To him, you are indeed a god. And how could he possibly have any chance against you? If the master of White Zetsu is a deity, then you, Lord Liang, are an immortal, free in this world, transcending all. Uchiha Itachi nodded in understanding, albeit somewhat confused. That as long as you understand, you must flee if you encounter him. Liang warned. He then silently ascended to the highest point of the hill, brushing his fingers through the dirt, revealing a square keyhole. Liang pulled out a square lock from his pocket and pressed it into the keyhole. This was obtained from the fake Liang. I felt it was significant at the time, and today it has proven its worth. The massive hill suddenly trembled, as if the waters of the sea were parting, revealing a staircase leading downward. At a first glance, it appeared to be an endless chasm. I never expected the land of crafts to conceal such a place. Liang ventured down. Inside, swarms of small insects fluttered around. Liang utilized his chakra to envelop himself slightly. After walking for some time, the two gradually reached the bottom. It was a vast, horizontal pit, approximately 100 meters deep. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed numerous human-like footprints. Densely packed, numbering in the tens of thousands. It seems White Zetsu has been here, Liang deduced. Although this was the ruins of the land of crafts, after so many years, the sudden appearance of so many footprints could only be attributed to the vast numbers of White Zetsu. There was no other possibility. Lord, what were these White Zetsu doing here? Liang shook his head. He was unsure of the reason, only knowing that the current White Zetsu were created through the infection of ordinary people by the Zero Tails. The Zero Tails was a creation of the land of crafts. Since this was the ruins of the land of crafts, they might uncover something significant. The two continued deeper into the ruins at this point. The passages on either side began to narrow. Lord Liang, it seems there is no path ahead, Uchiha Itachi remarked. They had initially walked east from the deep pit, but as they advanced further, the passage had become nearly as narrow as a corridor. There shouldn't be no way forward. Search around for any mechanisms, Liang suggested. Given that this was the ruins of the land of crafts, it was entirely reasonable for mechanisms to exist, especially since the land of crafts was renowned for its machinery. The two began to search the surroundings. The light was dim, as they were underground without sunlight, relying solely on the flickering light of their torches, making it difficult to discern their surroundings. As Liang explored the wall, he suddenly felt something resembling a human face. What on earth is this? Could it be a corpse? Liang was taken aback that he quickly infused chakra into the torch, brightening it further. It was a red mechanical face. It stood there, eyes tightly shut, solitary and still. Lord Liang. What is that? Uchiha Itachi, noticing the increased brightness, curiously approached. This appears to be a mechanical puppet, Liang assessed. This red mechanical figure was identical to the one he had encountered in the sword tomb, though this one was more refined and slightly smaller. The two examined it closely. Suddenly, the mechanical puppet's eyes opened. Without a sound, it lunged towards Uchiha Itachi's face with astonishing speed. Startled, Itachi had no time to react before he received a heavy slap from the creature. Bang! Dazed. Eliminate the intruder. The mechanical puppet sprang to life. Seeing Uchiha Itachi on the ground, it turned its aggression toward Liang, this time with even greater intensity. The previously unremarkable palm suddenly sprouted 5 hard claws, gleaming like 5 sharp blades. This disparity in treatment is too much, Liang complained, delivering a kick to the mechanical puppet's face, absorbing the impact and pulling away. Ninjutsu, Fire Dragon Bullet. A massive fire dragon illuminated the dark cave. and the mechanical puppet had no chance to utter a word before being completely engulfed by the flames. However, Liang frowned as the fire dragon illuminated the cavern. He clearly saw that the walls were lined with countless red mechanical puppets. Densely packed, numbering at least in the thousands. Were all of these created by the land of crafts? Liang pondered. The strength of these mechanical puppets was comparable to that of an average Ning. With thousands of such puppets, their combined power surpassed that of an ordinary ninja village. If the land of crafts possessed such a formidable force, how could it have been destroyed by the land of iron? Liang was perplexed at that moment. The previously motionless puppets began to open their eyes, chanting to eliminate the intruders as they slowly approached Liang and Itachi. Clearly, the earlier fire dragon had awakened them. This is bad. Such a large group of mechanical puppets could spell disaster. Liang immediately dragged Uchiha Itachi back toward the way they came. Although he was unafraid of these puppets, they were still deep beneath the desert. If one recklessly employs ninjutsu, it is highly likely to result in a widespread collapse. Fortunately, he can utilize earth techniques to escape the sandy expanse. However, Uchiha Itachi may struggle to withstand the pressure of such an extensive desert. Lord Liang, I'm nearly fine now. Please release me, Itachi murmured as he regained consciousness. He had just been struck once and knocked unconscious by the puppet, underscoring the terrifying power of this mechanical construct. Let us retreat to the place we came from, Liang suggested. Chapter 84. The diary. The two hurried onward, fleeing towards the rocky staircase from which they had arrived, only to discover upon closer inspection that the staircase had vanished. In its place stood another green puppet. They were swifter, albeit slightly weaker than the previous red puppet, yet their agility was markedly superior. This is bad. We may have fallen into an ambush, Liang exclaimed, throwing several shurikens that the green puppet deftly evaded, prompting a realization that it was only logical. Since the false Liang had lost the map and the key, he would certainly devise a countermeasure. Liang had acted too hastily on this occasion. So, Lord Liang, what shall we do now? There's no way forward or back, Uchiha Itachi said, his voice tinged with panic. He was still a 16-year-old boy. Despite his precociousness, he had not matured to the level of an adult. Buy me some time. I will see if there is another route, Liang instructed, pulling out the tattered map to examine it. He had previously spotted an isolated chamber marked on the map, located nearby, yet surrounded by walls, rendering any path invisible. Could it be hidden within the walls? Earth release. Earth Dragon Bomb. Liang unleashed ninjutsu upon the surrounding stone walls. And indeed, at the marked location, he blasted open a narrow passage. Let us go. The two swiftly dashed inside, while the pursuing puppet, due to its size, became stuck outside momentarily. This should be safe for now. Uchiha Itachi breathed a sigh of relief as he followed Liang into a concealed room. This appeared to be the central hub of the dark chamber. Liang set the map down. Itachi once again surveyed their previous path, confirming that there was indeed nothing trailing them, and began to inspect their surroundings. What are these peculiar iron objects? He wondered aloud, curiously touching the various instruments crafted from wrought iron. Though cumbersome, they exhibited exquisite craftsmanship. They must control this underground sand city, Liang deduced, observing the devices resembling aircraft control cabins. The two immediately began rummaging through the control cabin, since the false Liang had visited. There had to be a significant reason behind it. They did not believe he came merely for amusement. After searching for a while, Liang suddenly discovered a blood-stained diary in a drawer of one of the control devices. In the days of the Hokage bleaching, he flipped through its pages. 10 years ago, I unexpectedly arrived in the world of Hokage. I successfully modified White Zetsu. To think that Kagaya's group was genuinely deceived by me. This was the diary of the false Liang. Liang recognized its author with astonishment. From the entries, it was evident that the false Liang had indeed arrived in the same period as Liang. But he had come several months earlier and immediately devised an extensive scheme within the Hokage world. His intent was to transform everyone into White Zetsu to launch an assault on Kagaya's realm. Liang was taken aback, fully grasping the false Liang's plan, yet he found it terrifying. According to the diary, everything the false Liang had done was in preparation to combat the impending invasion by Kagaya. Akin to Kagaya's original actions, the White Zetsu army was originally a weapon Kagaya used to counter the Kagaya clan. Liang shook his head. This was a matter of great righteousness. From a broader perspective, the false Liang's actions were not without merit. Yet he could not endorse them if everyone were transformed. Even if the troubles posed by the Kagaya clan were resolved, what necessity would remain for the Hokage world? A world devoid of women could hardly be deemed a world at all. Liang continued perusing the diary that I encountered him, that bastard impersonating me, just as I was about to gather the energy for the portal. How infuriating! The story concluded that Liang quietly closed the diary. The subsequent events involved the Snow Country encountering Liang. Lord Liang, what is recorded in that book? Uchiha Itachi, standing behind him, inquired as he observed Liang closing the diary. Just some trivial matters, nothing worth mentioning, Liang replied. The text was inscribed in Chinese characters, rendering it incomprehensible to Uchiha Itachi. He silently rose, forming hand seals, and unleashed a mighty earth release, creating a massive pit in the center of the chamber that seemed to descend into darkness. Clearly, it had been empty below to why Liang grasped Uchiha Itachi's hand, and they leaped down. While reading the diary, he had discovered the answer to this maze. Beneath the control room lay the secret base where the false Liang had created White Zetsu. After a considerable time traversing the walls, they finally reached the deepest part of the chamber. Here, countless White Zetsu were densely arranged, lying quietly like cargo. Hiss! Uchiha Itachi gasped in shock. Anyone would feel terror upon encountering so many naked figures. Lord Liang, what should we do now? He asked. Burn them, Liang declared, and as soon as he spoke, a colossal fire release surged towards the intact White Zetsu. Itachi hurriedly followed suit. Boom! The immense wave of fire surged towards the still unconscious White Zetsu. Moments later, tens of thousands of White Zetsu suffered significant losses, and the remaining ones, in agony, began to awaken, screaming, Master? No! Master, why do you harm us? Initially bewildered, they were instantly shocked upon seeing Liang's face from the diary. It was clear that these White Zetsu were the false Liang's ultimate trump card, replicated from Hashirama's cells. If they regained their full faculties, tens of thousands of wood-release techniques would be far beyond the capabilities of ordinary ninjas to contend with. The raging fire consumed the bodies, and within mere seconds, all the White Zetsu were reduced to ashes. Liang halted his assault at that moment. A figure quietly emerged from behind him. So you finally revealed yourself. Liang remarked coolly, not even turning around, clearly aware of the presence behind him. Uchiha Itachi was startled and quickly glanced back. Orochimaru. You have done me a tremendous favor, so of course, I had to come. Orochimaru spoke with a chilling tone, smacking his lips. That diary was also something you intentionally showed me, wasn't it? Liang questioned. Given the nature of the false Liang, he would never have placed such a crucial item in a drawer. So this had to be the work of someone else, someone familiar to him. Yet Liang had not anticipated that this individual would be Orochimaru. Tsunade, you are far more astute than he is. Orochimaru countered without directly addressing Liang's remark. Daddy. Liang's gaze flickered. He was well aware of who Orochimaru referred to. Have you met him? Of course, I learned of him the very first time you arrived in this world. Orochimaru replied. Why Liang's pupils constricted. Orochimaru was aware that he was not from this world. Chapter 85. The legendary god Liang. This was serious. The foolish impostor had revealed his origins to Orochimaru. What nonsense. I am a ninja from the Sound Village. Haha. The Sound Village. Are you still clinging to that trivial name? Orochimaru laughed heartily as he chuckled. He suddenly produced a comic book from his robe and tossed it into Liang's hands. I found this near that guy. Do you still wish to conceal your identity? Liang was taken aback, his expression one of shock. The original Naruto. This was indeed a comic book of Naruto. How on earth did Orochimaru obtain this? If this schemer discovered his identity, it would spell disaster. Liang could hardly fathom that the false Liang had been so careless, allowing such a vital item to fall into Orochimaru's hands so easily. He immediately prepared to strike. If Orochimaru had uncovered the truth, he could not be allowed to live. This old schemer must die. A black pill materialized silently in his hand, but at that moment, Orochimaru suddenly dropped to one knee, looking earnestly at Liang. My lord, please do not hide any longer. You are the deity of this world, are you not? He gazed at Liang with deep reverence, his face reflecting sincere devotion. A deity? What on earth? Liang was momentarily taken aback. Orochimaru actually regarded him as a god of this world. Has this man's mind been crushed by a door? My good sir, Only the divine can possess the omniscience and omnipotence to comprehend this world fully. This tome has profoundly prophesied the future of our realm, and it is evident that this is not a favorable omen. Therefore, you have come to rescue our world. Haven to you? Orochimaru continued, his words delivered with an eloquence that radiated an unparalleled confidence, clearly self-assured in his own judgment. That Yi Liang's expression darkened. Yi Liang, are you truly a deity? Itachi exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Yu Liang. Indeed, there exists the notion of divine beings in this world, such as the immortal evil god worshipped by Haydn, or the grim reaper summoned by Minato using the Reaper Death Seal. In essence, various deities have manifested, yet none have ever revealed their true forms. Yes, I am the deity, the omniscient creator god. Your world is on the brink of a dire fate, which is why I have come to save you. Yi Liang awkwardly chuckled. How utterly cliché. This is the first time in history that Yi Liang has uttered such a melodramatic phrase. Yet, at this juncture, he had no other explanation to offer. The creator god. Orochimaru smacked his lips. The concept of a creator god is rather terrifying. Although deities serve myriad purposes in the hierarchy of any realm, the creator god is eternally the most formidable entity. He became increasingly respectful. May I inquire, who is that individual who bears such a striking resemblance to you? That is the demon god, my arch-nemesis, and it is because of him that I have arrived in this world. Yi Liang declared with unwavering resolve. He was acutely aware of the identity of the person Orochimaru referred to, the demon god. Orochimaru instantly comprehended. The questions that had accumulated in his mind were suddenly cleared. Akin to a long-clogged toilet finally being unblocked. No wonder that fellow's plans are so radical. He is not a benevolent god after all. Orochimaru had long noted the discrepancies with the false Yi Liang. His White Zetsu plan was actually orchestrated with Orochimaru's assistance. First, he replicated the Zero Tails mask, then utilized Hashirama's cells to clone the White Zetsu. Overall, it was an immensely resource-intensive endeavor, although the false Yi Liang was also a traveler. How could he possibly wield such advanced technology with his limited intellect? Therefore, he contacted Orochimaru at the first opportunity. When Yi Liang first traversed here, Orochimaru had already established communication with the false Yi Liang. Yet their relationship was not particularly cordial at that time. Consequently, when Yi Liang spoke those nonsensical lies, Orochimaru paid little heed and followed him. Now, tell me about the happenings here, Yi Liang suddenly inquired. Since Orochimaru regarded him as a deity, why not leverage this title to extract some useful clues? After all, he was already being melodramatic. What harm could there be in being a bit more so? That fellow requested my assistance in conducting human experiments. However, as I delved deeper, I grew increasingly aware of the inherent dangers of this project. He actually intends to use the entire living population of the world for transformation. It is utterly horrifying, and thus I regretted my involvement. Orochimaru continued, licking his lips. So, upon realizing your arrival, I deliberately placed that incomprehensible tome of divine symbols on the machine above, knowing you would surely come upon it. Divine symbols? That diary. Yi Liang pondered. Where has that fellow gone now? He questioned again that he has ventured overseas in search of the final key and has been gone for quite some time. Overseas? Yi Liang mused. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. He realized where the false Yi Liang had gone. The Naruto Shippuden series offers no clues regarding Kagaya's portal, yet Boruto does. In Boruto, there exists a space-time turtle that was sought after during the Otsutsuki clan's invasion of the ninja villages. This space-time turtle can traverse to Kagaya's world and even defy fate, manipulating time itself. That fellow has gone to seek out that turtle. Yi Liang was astounded if he were to find it. He would truly be in peril. Understand that, while Yi Liang is currently powerful, should the false Yi Liang eliminate his past self, he would lose everything. He must be stopped. With this thought, Yi Liang prepared to depart from the secret chamber in the Land of Crafts. At that moment, the surrounding desert began to tremble violently, torrents of yellow sand cascading down, while the previously incinerated White Zetsu began to converge towards the center of the corpses. There lay a black, faceless mask. Unmistakably a replica of the Zero Tails. What is happening? I did not set this up. Orochimaru expressed his confusion. Of course, you did not orchestrate this. It is the doing of another. Yi Liang had scarcely finished speaking when another Zetsu appeared nearby, clad in black. Orochimaru, how dare you lure this individual here? When Yi Liang finds the space-time turtle, he will not spare you. Black Zetsu hissed before swiftly burrowing into the earth. At that moment, the throngs of white Zetsu, drawn to the black mask, coalesced into an enormous and terrifying giant white Zetsu, towering several dozen meters tall, dominating the entire underground cavern. Liang was startled and quickly embraced the two individuals beside him. "Let us go." With a booming command, they instantly teleported to the outskirts of the ruins. To avert any dangers within the ruins, Liang had previously placed Flying Thunder God Kanai outside. Chapter 86. The Collapse of the Ruins. Are you both alright? Liang inquired. Orochimaru appeared and scathed that Itachi's face was somewhat pale, as he was still a youth and had been shaken by the previous spectacle. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to tremble once more. As the colossal white Zetsu emerged from the earth, clawing its way out from beneath the ruins, Daiti let out a series of roars and charged toward Liang. Glancing at the distance, Liang noted that they were merely a few hundred meters apart. Although it seemed far, the giant white Zetsu could cover such distance in mere seconds with its massive strides. Damn it. Why must this false Liang constantly conjure such revolting entities? Did he grow up feasting on maggots? He grumbled, propelling himself forward with a shunshin technique. Earlier, he had refrained from attacking out of fear of a cave-in underground. Now, above ground, he had no reason to hold back. A barrage of low-level ninjutsu was unleashed upon the giant white Zetsu, as if it required no chakra at all. Earth release, fire release, water release, wind release, lightning release. The 5-dragon bullet technique. 5 dragons of differing attributes spiraled around the surface of the desert. This was the 5 attributes dragon bullet technique, although each was an A-rank ninjutsu. When combined, it transformed into an S-rank forbidden technique. Its power surpassed even that of the tailed beast bomb. Die. As the giant white Zetsu rose, it was immediately felled by the 5 dragons. Its body was ravaged. Not only did it have to withstand the assault of flames, but it was also ensnared by the crackling of lightning, trembling as if it were a bloodied corpse, its skin obliterated in an instant. Roar! White Zetsu howled in fury. It was evident that such an attack would not easily resolve the matter. Liang understood that the 5 dragon bullets alone could not vanquish the colossal white Zetsu, as it was composed of the corpses of countless white Zetsu. Just considering their chakra reserves surpassed that of any tailed beast, they lacked only the versatility that Liang possessed. Liang, allow me to assist you. Itachi quickly stepped forward, enveloped in a crimson skeletal apparition, Susanoo. Although Itachi's Susanoo at this stage was not as potent as its later forms, it was still formidable enough to rival various elite Genin. With a 10-fist sword in hand, he drove it into the belly of the white Zetsu. The latter let out a pitiful shriek that I shall join as well. Seeing this, Orochimaru naturally wanted to kick a man when he was down. Since he sought to align himself with Liang, he needed to establish his loyalty. Thus, a phantom of a white phosphorus serpent emerged. Its form grew increasingly massive, with more and more serpent heads sprouting from its body, transforming in mere moments into an 8-headed white phosphorus serpent towering 100 meters high. The 8-headed serpent technique. This was a super forbidden technique that Orochimaru had developed later on, possessing power comparable to an ordinary Susanoo. Although he had previously been defeated by Itachi due to the 10-fist sword's might, nevertheless, in terms of sheer power, few could withstand this technique. Boom! Orochimaru unleashed a barrage of strikes. The greatest strength of the 8-headed serpent technique lies in its immortality. As long as not all heads are severed simultaneously, Orochimaru can regenerate infinitely. However, it is virtually impossible to decapitate all heads at once, as the strength of a single head equals that of an ordinary Susanoo. Roar! Die! All of you shall perish! The white Zetsu continued to bellow, its hands rapidly grasping at Orochimaru's serpent heads. Yet, due to its limited strength, it could only tear off one head before being flung away by Orochimaru. Hiss! The serpent's head casually bit off a large chunk of flesh. Humph! I shall not allow you to steal the spotlight. Upon witnessing this scene, Itachi was instantly invigorated. He had come out alongside Liang, who was watching closely from the side. If Orochimaru were to overshadow him, all semblance of dignity would be lost. Men are inherently proud, and Itachi was no exception. The 10th sword emitted a brilliant red glow. It possessed not only a sharp piercing ability but also formidable sealing powers. While it could not completely seal the gigantic white Zetsu, it could absorb his energy frantically as it pierced him. White Zetsu immediately appeared languid, reduced to a man drained of vitality. lying helplessly on the ground. Surely, it would not end like this. Liang murmured. They the protagonist of this battle, not only the leader of the Sound Ninja Village, but also Orochimaru's superior. He found himself sidelined while the fight concluded without his involvement. Am I to disregard my own dignity? Liang suddenly realized that he seemed to lack the most ostentatious of abilities. To grow larger, indeed. Although Liang possessed a multitude of ninjutsu, a true master would undoubtedly have the ability to enlarge themselves. For instance, the Uchiha Susanoo or Orochimaru's Yamada no Orochi both possessed this capability. Yet, Liang did not. Though he had the Nine Tails as a source of power, the consciousness of the Nine Tails had been erased by the system, preventing him from perfectly harnessing its strength. This meant he, as a Jinchuriki, could not transform into his beast form, an exceedingly awkward predicament. Could it be that I shall never grow larger in my lifetime? While lost in thought, White Zetsu, previously pinned beneath two colossal beings, suddenly writhed. Despite having his chakra drained by the 10th sword, he continued to resist with his formidable physique. His eyes were bloodshot, akin to someone under the influence of stimulants, as he overturned both Susanoo and Yamada no Orochi. Roar, he pushed back. What on earth is happening? Liang watched in disbelief as the tides turned. Could they be too large for White Zetsu to handle? Cough, cough. A prime opportunity, although Orochimaru and the others had been defeated. Liang's chance to show off had finally arrived. He immediately summoned a dozen shadow clones, and they all formed hand seals simultaneously, conjuring several tailed beast bombs. Even heaven had granted him an opportunity to flaunt his prowess. How could he let it slip away so easily? The tailed beast bombs soared across the smooth surface of the ground, their rapid speed causing the surrounding winds and sands to converge. The tailed beast bombs accelerated further. Roar! White Zetsu sensed danger and fled swiftly, but before he could distance himself, Liang suddenly appeared near the tailed beast bombs. He had embedded a flying thunder god kunai within one of them. Harnessing the power of space-time ninjutsu, Liang activated the flying thunder god once more. Whoosh! A fleeting shadow, the massive tailed beast bomb abruptly appeared directly in front of White Zetsu, due to the overwhelming speed. White Zetsu could not halt his momentum and collided with the enormous tailed beast bomb. Bang! A blinding white light engulfed everything, and beneath this near-atomic mushroom cloud, no living being could survive. Liang let out a sigh of relief. If you do not desire size, then do not complain about speed. In the distance, two individuals watched in astonishment. Although Uchiha Itachi was already aware of Liang's formidable nature, such immense power still left him in shock. Orochimaru, even more so, was taken aback. Is this the power of a god? Chapter 87. Pursuit. In a sea area known as the Fury, a blue whale gracefully emerged from the depths, flicking its tail and spraying a column of water from its blowhole. Damn it! Where is it? A figure flew out from the water column, landing steadily on the back of the blue whale, his expression somewhat grim. Damn it, the salvage company found it right around here. Could it be that I didn't dive deep enough? The figure rubbed his forehead and urged the blue whale to dive back into the depths. Meanwhile, Liang was secretly observing this scene from the clouds. Riding on Deidara's giant bird, evidently unnoticed by those on the ocean's surface, this fake Liang still hasn't found the time-space turtle? Liang murmured to himself. Deidara stared blankly at the scene. Lord Liang, do you really believe that time-space turtle exists? That sounds absurd. Of course it exists, and not only can it traverse time and space, but it can also journey to other worlds. Liang replied solemnly. The time-space turtle is a product of advanced technology. While its origins are not explained in Naruto, it should belong to the Kagaya clan or even a higher civilization. Liang had developed a deeper understanding of civilization. His system was a product of a third civilization, while the Kagaya clan, despite their planetary travels, likely had not reached this level. And Earth, well, probably ranks at the bottom. If it is true, that would be terrifying. Deidara gasped. The world of Naruto is still in the Edo period. Technologically speaking, it is even inferior to Earth. Liang abandoned Deidara and leaped down. The false Liang had already vanished into the sea. Since he dared to come here, he must possess clues about the time-space turtle. Finding it was only a matter of time that Liang would not allow him to escape so easily. Bang! He summoned his soft, sticky summoning creature, the same gooey slime monster. As soon as it emerged, it enveloped Liang's body, and with the enhancement of chakra, The summoning beast's abilities also grew to AT that moment. Liang's slime had increased in size from the original size of a stool to that of a human being. Though it did not compare to the gigantic summoning beasts like Gamabunta, it was still usable. Its body could completely envelop its master while Liang had previously tested its abilities. Besides transforming, it could also swallow others whole, providing some measure of protection, albeit not robust, and it served as a means of water evasion. Thus, encased in a layer of skin, Liang plunged straight down to the ocean's surface. The little blue whale continued to swim. Though its pace was slow, it was steady, and it soon reached the ocean floor. Since he had not found anything nearby before, it must be deeper. The false Liang pondered within the belly of the blue whale. His eyes glimmered with a ghostly light as he connected with the whale's vision. The sea was filled with aquatic plants. Over there is a trench. Suddenly, the false Liang discovered a hidden trench beneath the blue whale's skin. Although its opening was large, the darkness had concealed it from view. It must be right there. He immediately directed the blue whale toward it. Liang closely followed from a distance, knowing that the false Liang was inside the blue whale. He silently trailed behind. The old fox's interests are always intriguing. The blue whale descended into the trench. Oh! It seemed somewhat frightened, glancing around nervously, emitting soft sounds, but the false Liang disregarded its trepidation, forcefully commanding it toward the trench. At that moment, from the inky depths of the ocean, a massive giant squid surged forth. Though not as large as the blue whale, its body spanned several dozen meters, and it swiftly ensnared the whale's head. Damn it! Even you are here to obstruct me, the false Liang bellowed, immediately employing water ninjutsu to conjure a water dragon outside the blue whale's body. Water style, water dragon bullet. The water dragon crashed heavily into the giant squid, but the squid, undeterred by the flow of water, merely parted slightly before reattaching itself. This time, the squid was enraged. It flailed its tentacles, rapidly spewing black ink in all directions. The flowing ink glimmered with an eerie green light. The blue whale, upon first contact, quickly abandoned its resistance. This ink is toxic. Liang observed intently from a distance and promptly swam away. He was not foolish. Seeing the false Liang in trouble, he naturally refrained from intervening. That moment, a swarm of giant squids surged forth from the trench, swiftly enveloping the blue whale's body, draining its blood in the process. In no time, this 100-ton blue whale was completely drained of blood by the squids. You beasts, do you truly think me easy to bully? The false Liang roared. By now, the blue whale was utterly lifeless. He no longer needed to worry about harming his summoning beast and unleashed a powerful Shinra Tensei underwater, sending all the squids flying. It seemed he had been gathering strength. The power was immense, causing even Liang, who was 1,000 meters away, to feel the turbulence of the water. He has grown stronger. Liang assessed the situation with a cold gaze. The swarm of squids approached once more. These colossal sea beasts, rivaling the size of the external path's golems, could not possibly perish at the mere invocation of the Shinra Tensei. Liang observed from a distance. Intrigued, he noticed that the false Liang was enveloped in a peculiar black light. And astonishingly, the currents of water surrounding him had no effect on his form. Moreover, he possessed gills on either side and fins protruding from his back, resembling a creature of the deep sea. The dance of the merman? When did this individual acquire such a technique? Liang pondered, his curiosity piqued. The dance of the merman is a ninjutsu that allows one to transform into a merman. A skill Liang had mastered all lower-level ninjutsu, yet this particular one eluded him. Being an S-rank technique, it is well known that Liang's S-rank techniques were obtained through mainline missions. However, since the appearance of the false Liang, he had not undertaken any mainline missions. In retrospect, it seemed that only when encountering the original storyline of Naruto could he accept mainline tasks, with the false Liang, another traveler, causing chaos. It was unlikely that he would see a mainline mission anytime soon. Cursed be this wretched imposter, Liang muttered in frustration, continuing to watch the spectacle unfold. The false Liang, transformed into a merman, immediately engaged in battle with the surrounding giant squids. Their combat style was rather primitive. One side entangled the other with tentacles, while the other lunged forward to inflict bites. Before long, large pools of blood stained the ocean trenched. That moment, Liang's eyes narrowed. The time-space turtle, from the belly of the squid that had just been bitten by the false Liang. A golden live turtle emerged, swiftly swimming towards the depths of the ocean. Both rushed forward. That's mine. Chapter 88. The Deadly Seaweed Bang. The two collided once more. You counterfeit. How do you know about this? The false Yi Liang seethed with rage, clearly taken aback by Yi Liang's sudden appearance. If one wishes to remain unknown, one must not act. Yi Liang kicked off, hastening towards the turtle. His soft body could effortlessly alter its shape. And under Yi Liang's command, it transformed into a flipper-like form, ideal for swimming. Damned imposter. The false Yi Liang immediately pursued that moment. The time-space turtle had already plunged into the abyss of the trench. Shrouded in darkness, rendering visibility non-existent, Yi Liang's brows furrowed. Earlier, as the false Yi Liang battled the giant squid, toxic ink had been dispersed everywhere, and the trench, already dark, had become even more obscured. The two chased each other in the pitch-black surroundings, ultimately losing their way. Where on earth is this place? Why do I have this incessant feeling of danger? Yi Liang scanned his surroundings, seeing nothing but scattered seaweed. He pressed deeper into the darkness, but suddenly felt a tight grip around his foot. Not good. Something is draining my blood. A patch of emerald seaweed had ensnared Yi Liang's leg. Although he felt no immediate symptoms, he was unable to swim. Hiss! His soft body began to emit a distressing wide asa mollusk. It was not afraid of any physical attack, yet Yi Liang distinctly felt its suffering, and over time, its form began to shrink slightly. He understood that if his soft body could no longer envelop him, the immense pressure of the ocean floor could instantly crush him. There was no time to delay. He had to act swiftly. Yi Liang murmured a low incantation, and a surge of blue chakra swiftly enveloped his hand. Chakra scalpel. With his soft body attached, he could not employ techniques like Shinra Tensei, but the chakra scalpel, which gathers chakra externally, was available for use. Frowning, he felt the water coalesce in his palm. With a gentle wave of his hand, he finally broke free. That moment, an enormous torrent of water surged toward him from the darkness. Not only tumultuous but infused with powerful chakra, it was Shinra Tensei. Before he could fully comprehend, a tremendous roar echoed through the depths. The false Yi Liang was engaged in combat with an unknown sea beast. This is bad. He has swum ahead of me. Yi Liang immediately grasped the urgency of the situation and propelled himself swiftly into the distant deep sea. The currents continued to churn, but the commotion gradually subsided. It seemed the battle had concluded. As Yi Liang swam onward, he stumbled upon the lifeless body of a gigantic shark. Further ahead, a multitude of unfamiliar mutated sea creature corpses surfaced. First, there were ordinary carnivorous fish, followed by bizarre sea monsters, sirens, and various mollusks. How could there be so many formidable monsters in this dark trench? Even in the advanced world of my previous life, I had never encountered such a diverse array of sea beasts, each more horrifying than the last. Yi Liang not only beheld two-headed whale sharks, but also eight-legged seahorses. This scene resembled the aftermath of a nuclear disaster. Could it be that something lurks beneath? Contemplating this, Yi Liang ceased his advance and instead descended into the depths. The ocean floor was blanketed with floating seaweed, surrounded by coral reefs and peculiar fish. Scanning left and right, he furrowed his brow. The seaweed here was the same that had ensnared his soft body earlier, abundant in number, with clusters every 10 meters or so. He quickly channeled chakra into his soft form, effectively resolving the issue of being ensnared. Continuing his exploration of the surroundings, Yi Liang suddenly discovered a golden turtle gliding slowly within the crevices of a coral formation. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the fleeing golden turtle. No wonder I hadn't spotted you along the way. You were hiding amidst the dark corals. Realizing that the false Yi Liang had ventured away in pursuit of the time-space turtle, Yi Liang felt a surge of joy. He promptly stored the turtle in his dimensional space. But as he turned, he encountered a swarm of mutated fish. These grotesque creatures had blood-red eyes and were covered in the same blood-sucking algae from earlier. Their demeanor was unsettling, and they exhibited signs of aggression toward him. Could it be that they perceived the turtle as one of their own? Yi Liang mused, swiftly evading an approaching tiger shark. Bang! Yi Liang staggered slightly, although he was not struck by the tiger shark. The water currents it created threatened to pull him into a chaotic whirlpool. What terrifying speed!